I clearly awakened the ability to trade with the gods of various worlds, but my classmates mocked me as a junk collector who only knows how to collect trash. This is because in order to make a trade, I need to fulfill the conditions set by the target beings, and only then can I obtain various artifacts and divine powers to achieve rapid progress. However, the more powerful the beings are, the higher the price they demand for the exchange. Some conditions are impossible to meet even with the strength of a whole nation, so I can only target weaker races for my trades. This has led me to make a living by selling goblin kidneys. However, as someone who has traveled through and is well versed in anime, I know of some conceptually divine beings. Not only are there tomcats who can retrieve items from the void and grey wolves who can hand-roll nuclear bombs, but there is also a blue fatty who can casually produce world-defying artifacts. These beings not only have easily satisfied conditions for their abilities, but the items they provide have no usage restrictions. In the face of everyone's mockery, I simply ignore it, because I want them to know what it means to become a god of concepts. At this moment, having just traversed countless dimensions, I arrived next to the blue fatty, who was in the room reading manga. It seemed to sense my presence and said to itself, "Have you come?" I cut to the chase and said, "The taiyaki is ready. Have you prepared what I asked for?" Upon hearing about the taiyaki, its eyes filled with longing, and then it pulled out some bread from its pocket. "These are 20 memory bread, already improved according to your request. As long as you eat them, they will be permanently effective." Later, a man and a cat reached a consensus, and the next moment, the bread in his hand disappeared out of thin air, replaced by a box of dorayaki. The chubby man eagerly opened the package and started eating them one by one, his face filled with a look of happiness. As for me, I looked at the memory bread in my hand with great joy, because 3 days ago, when we made the agreement, he told me that as long as the contents of a top-level martial art were all imprinted on the bread, eating it would instantly master and comprehend it, making it a conceptual level item. Suddenly, the blue fatty interrupted my thoughts with a sentence. I saw it take out a green hat from its pocket. "This is the forgiveness hat. As long as you wear it, no matter what you do, the other party will definitely forgive you. But if you take it to another world, it will only exist for 120 hours. How many taiyaki can you get for this?" Looking at the hat, I felt excited inside. Although the color of this thing is crappy, its effect is really awesome. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, I looked at it with embarrassment. This feeling is not very effective, and there is a time limit. Too much of a letdown. Blue Fatty heard a disappointed voice, lowered his head and continued to search in his pockets, looking to see if there were any other items that could be traded, just to be able to continue eating that delicious dorayaki. Seeing its eagerness, I smiled and said, "How about 10 dorayaki? Although this thing is of no use to me, it's a way to make a friend." Blue Fatty, upon hearing this, excitedly widened his eyes and said, "You are a good person." Then, returning to reality, he went to the snack shop and bought a box of dorayaki. I saw him release a wisp of spiritual power into it because in this world, food infused with spiritual power becomes even more delicious, which is why Blue Fatty was so eager to trade with me. Then, amidst Blue Fatty's happy process, the trade was completed, and he returned to reality, immediately closing shop, planning to try the effects of memory bread. Just out of the pedestrian street, I saw a stall selling worm spirit grass. When I approached, I knew it was selling fake goods, because I have consciously visited more than a dozen worlds ruled by worm monsters. I am very familiar with their aura. Unable to tolerate the sale of fake goods, I directly put on the forgiveness hat and planned to test its effect. This move attracted a lot of onlookers, and a blonde guy couldn't help but jokingly said, "Brother, your hat is quite unique." I just looked at him lightly and said, "What are you laughing at?" The blonde guy's face instantly turned black. Just as he was about to curse back, a mysterious force wiped out the anger in his heart, leaving him scratching his head in confusion. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief and looked directly at the blonde guy again, saying, "Brother, your wife was amazing last night." As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were all dumbfounded. Is this guy seriously ill? The yellow hair, who should have been furious, just smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay, as long as you like it." After scratching his head vigorously, even the hair on the back of his head was almost scratched off, but he didn't feel anything wrong. Ignoring the stunned onlookers, I squatted directly in front of the stall, ready to pick up the wormwood, but another white and tender hand grabbed it first. Turning my head, I was amazed to see a cold and aloof girl in a black dress and white hair in front of me. After coming to my senses, I snatched the herb back from the girl's hand and said, "Wait in line." At that time, Gui was confused, looking at me blankly. A trace of anger rose in her heart, but then inexplicably dissipated. "It's okay, you go first," I said, frowning. Why am I not angry? Then I played with the herb for a while, confirming that it was a fake. At this point, the stall owner, with a face full of flesh, looked at me impatiently and said, "Young man, just take a look. If you can't afford it, don't touch it." Gui muttered beside me, "You've been looking at it for 5 minutes. She really wanted to buy this herb to enhance her strength. Stuck at the Black Iron Ninth stage for several months, with less than a month left before the college entrance exam. If she couldn't break through the bronze stage, she would miss the top-tier academy. Nervously watching, afraid that I would buy it, because this might be her only chance. However, with a crack, in the shocked eyes of everyone, I directly broke the herb and angrily said, 'This is clearly artificially synthesized last week. It won't even grow taller if you touch it too much. It's really unlucky.' Then the stall owner's face darkened, and a powerful silver-level aura spread out. Everyone's faces turned pale as they stepped back. The strong sense of oppression made them feel breathless. They didn't understand why I did this. Even if it was a fake, I shouldn't have acted like this. It seems that I have to explode some parts even if I don't die. However, Chu Ming's face was as usual as he slowly stood up and backhanded the stall owner with a big mouth. "What are you looking at? How dare you look at selling fake goods, passerby? Crap, this young man, crikey." The anger on the stall owner's face suddenly disappeared, revealing a smile as he said, "Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. It's all trivial. Guyueshi, ? Passerby? That's still a small thing? No buddy, he ruined your elixir and slapped you. Why don't you fuck him instead? It's not a fair here. This Nima, are people of such high quality nowadays?" Chu Ming smiled slightly and reached up to slowly lift the ducktail hat on his head along with the forgiveness cap. The moment the forgiveness hat left his head, the stall owner became furious and burst out, "I'm a grass nymph." Then Chu Ming put his hat back on and backhanded another big mouthful. "Pop. What? Got a problem with that?" The stall owner was all smiles. No, it's all minor." Trumaine lifted his hat again. "Vendor, fuck you. Put your hat on. Pop. It's fine. Holy shit. Pop. It's okay." A few cycles down, Guyueshi looked dumbfounded, and the passers-by looked dumbfounded. Even the stall owner himself was dumbfounded. What the fuck is going on here? How is it that the old man is only angry for a little while every time he gets angry? I'd fucking fuck him instead. XL. After being slapped a dozen times, even if Chu Ming lifted his hat, the stall owner couldn't get up in anger, and his gaze took on a few moments of panic. Something's wrong. There's something 12 times wrong with this kid. Little brother. Is not. Big brother, you don't play with me. I obeyed, not okay? Seeing that Chu Ming was about to slap another big mouth over, the stall owner was about to collapse. He couldn't even care about his face and hurriedly begged for mercy. Although Chu Ming looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, it was impossible for his spirit power level to exceed the peak of black iron even if it was higher, and a slap on his face with full strength wouldn't be painful and couldn't hurt him a bit. But, hurt dignity. A silver-level spirit cultivator, placed inside a municipal-level spirit cultivation department could be a small top level. I can't believe I'm being slapped like crazy by a little black iron in front of a big crowd. If this is spread out, I still live a set of trade-off. Directly jumped. Pop. Another solid slap. The stall owner was on the verge of breaking his defenses. Brother, don't fight. I admit that I'm selling fakes. Okay? He pointed at the worm spirit grass on the ground that was broken into 2 halves and said without tears, "This is what I got, a little bit of spirit soil, plus some crumbs of silver-grade spirit grass, and printed it out with a 3D printer. It's indeed fake. Okay?" The scene was in an uproar. "Ha, it's still fake? A 3D printer? No. Are counterfeiting methods this advanced now? I told you, the aura of this worm spirit grass isn't right at all. This young man has a sharp eye. He actually saw it too. How many times are you pretending? Something as rare as the worm spirit grass. Do you know what it smells like? Is that the point? The point is that this kid is a bit evil. Why doesn't this silver-level powerhouse dare to hit him?" The crowd was shocked and skeptical. If it wasn't for the fact that he could clearly feel the powerful silver-level aura on the stall owner, they even suspected that this was Chu Ming and him discussing it in advance. Resting here to make a jitterbug video. The scene was just too bizarre. A black iron ranked weakling slapping at a silver ranked powerhouse who didn't dare to fight back. Who's going to believe that? Could this kid be someone with a big background? The kind that turns into a dragon king when his mouth is twisted? The stall owner recognized him, so he didn't dare to fight back even after being beaten and had to beg for mercy? A lot of passers-by are starting to brainstorm like crazy. Only that yellow hair from earlier, as well as the young man whose hat had just been snatched away by Chu Ming, had extremely odd faces. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Can't get mad at this guy at all. Guyueshi's willow brows knitted slightly. Her gaze toward Chu Ming was filled with suspicion, and she also sensed that something was wrong. At the same time, a few moments of gratitude rose in his heart. Turns out this worm spirit herb is really a fake. Guyueshi had no doubt that if Chu Ming hadn't stood out and broken it down, Self, who was eager to break through the realm, would definitely shell out money to buy this spirit herb on impulse. 30 low-grade spirit beads, can already empty her savings? Yo, admit it? Chu Ming raised his eyebrows. Alright, then I'll let you off the hook for now. Good brother, I'll leave right away. Never come here to set up a stall again. The stall owner was overjoyed and had a feeling of relief. All he wanted to do now was to hurry up and slip away. This kid is all over the place and it's just outrageous. Wait, who told you to leave? Chu Ming hurriedly reached out and pulled him back, afraid that he would run away. The stall owner's face went white. Crap, what more do you want? Then he immediately catalyzed his spiritual energy and turned around to run away as if he was frightened. In fact, he had wanted to run away for a long time. Chu Ming frowned slightly as he looked at the stall owner who ran out a dozen meters and hurriedly stomped on his carpet cloth twice, yelling, "Dude, I got your carpet rags dirty. Is everything okay?" The stall owner's wildly running figure suddenly came to a halt, as if held down by an invisible force. Then in the eyes of the crowd with a confused look on their faces, the stall owner ran back with a smile on his face and said cheerfully to Chu Ming, "Ha ha ha, it's fine. I forgive you." After saying that, the stall owner's face went white, and his gaze towards Chu Ming became incomparably terrified. What the fuck? A big question mark popped up on the heads of the onlooking passers-by, looking at the stall owner in confusion. No, you've gone so far. Why did you come back? Why does it feel like this scene is becoming more and more unreadable? Damn, my head itches like I'm growing a brain. It's really conceptual level, isn't it? Chu Ming was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Just now when he was slapping his face, he felt that this forgiveness had seemed to be a bit out of place. No wonder this guy didn't run when he got beat up so bad. You really have to forgive me, don't you? I didn't realize this prop had a hard control effect. Big brother, what the hell are you doing? The stall owner collapsed. Didn't he just want to sell some fake goods to make some extra money? How did he come across such a weird thing? This feeling of his body being completely out of his control and being played in the palm of his hand simply made him ding cold. He now seriously suspected that the weakling in front of him, who appeared to be only at the black iron level, was actually a divine cultivator who had awakened his intentionality system talent and majored in spiritual power. Spiritual power must be much stronger than self. How else can you explain his ability to control his own mind and behavior? Chu Ming gave him a kind smile. Brother, you are blatantly selling fake goods. As a consumer I have been cheated by you. Do you think it is reasonable for you not to give me some compensation? Ha? The stall holder was dumbfounded. No, I thought you were a consumer too? I'm compensating a fare. Isn't that pure blackmail? But after some brainstorming just now, the stall owner was filled with fear at this point and didn't dare to refuse at all. His spirit power level was very low, only a bronze section. If Chu Ming was really a powerful divine cultivator, then he could easily crush his spirit and make him die violently on the spot. The stall owner could only show a wailing smile. What compensation do you want? Chu Ming's eyes lit up. How much savings do you have? Question mark. The vendor's eyes widened. What the fuck are you doing here? Chu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and directly made a move to rummage through his body. 2 bank cards and a spirit bead card were quickly turned up. Showing a satisfied smile, he asked, "Brother, what's the password, please? You've got some manners, don't you?" The stall owner wanted to die, and after struggling for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and said the password, 114514. There was nothing he could do. He felt that if Self didn't shed some blood today, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Looking at the stall owner's incomparably needy expression, Chu Ming estimated that he was mostly not telling lies and nodded his head. Fine, then I'll reluctantly accept your compensation. You're reluctant Nima. The stall owner was about to spit blood in anger. Instead, he squeezed out a smile on his face and said, "Big brother, so, that I can go?" Go. With his purpose achieved, Chu Ming didn't want to say more to him and waved his hand. Thank you big brother. The stall owner was like an amnesty, and immediately pushed his spiritual energy with all his might, twisting his head and running away, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye. The speed was at least 5 times faster than the last time, and it looked like he was truly scared by Chu Ming's whole thing. I guess this guy won't dare to come out and sell fake goods to cheat people again. Quite a haul. Chu Ming was full of smiles as he put away the bank card and the spirit pearl card, preparing to go to the bank later to see how much money was inside. This wave is kind of a moneymaker. It was just supposed to be a way to try out the forgiveness hats and punish evil in the process. Unexpectedly, not only tested the forgiveness had hidden hard control effect, but also gleaned a wave of compensation from the stallholder. It's almost like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric door, winning hemp. Lifting up his things, Chu Ming ignored the various shocked and confused gazes of the passers-by and hummed a little song as he headed off. The passersby who had long ago looked dumbfounded came back to their senses and set off an uproar. Dig it, this kid actually blackmailed him in turn? Little black iron blackmail silver level. This nymphet's novels do not even dare to write so black iron my ass. Black iron, this person is definitely not as simple as black iron rank. In the crowd, the yellow-haired one from earlier stared and said, he just scolded me and said that he slept with my wife, but as a result, I actually couldn't get angry at all. Do you think this is outrageous? The man next to him pondered for 2 seconds and hesitantly said, bro, are you a jitterbug plus a cuckold fetishist? Yellowhair's face went black and cursed. I'll fuck you. I mean, it must have been that person just now who controlled my spirit. Get it? That guy has more than likely awakened his intense system talent. It's a divine cultivator. His mental power level is definitely above Bronze 5. When these words came out, everyone was stunned, and then they all revealed a dazed expression. A divine cultivator who has awakened the gift of the idea system? That's not surprising. No wonder that stall owner was acting so weird just now. So he was being mind-controlled? Only those who have awakened the talent of the idea department can control the spirit of others. But the talent of the idea department. There are only 1 or 2 a year in the country. No, I haven't heard that anyone in our Yuzhou city has awakened a talent in the intentionality department in the past few years, either? Yeah, and he looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old, right? Even if he majors in spirit power, his rank shouldn't be high. How is it possible to control the spirit of a silver-level spirit cultivator? No way. Could it be that he's a genius from the big city? Hiss, something's not right. Why do I feel like that kid just now looks a bit familiar? The crowd murmured, genuinely shocked by what had just happened. Gu Yueshi's willow brows knitted tightly in the crowd as she looked away from Chu Ming's departing direction, and there were countless doubts in her heart as well. The stall owner, a silver-level spirit cultivator. Even if he didn't focus on spirit power cultivation, his spirit power level would naturally grow to above the bronze segment. And yet, the man just now was able to easily control the stall owner's spirit without any effort. This means that his spiritual power is at least above the bronze 5 stage. Cultivating mental power to the bronze level at such a young age, even if you put it in the capital city where geniuses gather, it's still considered a heavenly pride, isn't it? Gu Yueshi thought secretly, becoming more and more curious about Chu Ming's identity. This kind of genius should be a key target for the state to cultivate, right? How could they appear in a second or third tier city like Yuzhou City? Moreover, looking at the package he just carried in his hand, he seems to be a stall here too? That's too weird. It's worthy of being a silver-level spirit cultivator. Simply rich. Chu Ming, who came out of the bank, was in a happy mood. Good lord. There are actually more than $3 million inside the 2 bank cards. And inside that spirit bead card, there were more than 80 low-grade spirit beads stored, as well as 3 mid-grade spirit beads. Looking at Chu Ming, his eyes were glazed over. He had set up a stall for half a whole year, and had only earned less than $40,000, which translated into low-grade spirit beads, was only 4. Not even a fraction of what's inside those 3 cards. Good thing. Has all 3 cards in his possession now. Chu Ming was in a rather beautiful mood. Fatty Blue's props were really good. Although he had offended that stall owner, he had no fear that the other party would retaliate against self. Are you kidding? You've been screwed over so badly. No one in their right mind would dare to take revenge, right? Well, even if he's not normal, it doesn't matter. The forgiveness cap is only valid for 5 days. And within 5 days, self is invincible, and during these 5 days, Chu Ming was completely confident that he could raise his self-combat power to a level where he could explosively kill a silver rank. It's just a matter of eating some bread. When the time comes, if that stall owner dares to retaliate, self will be able to kill him casually. It is really not possible to buy some props from the blue fat man again. Chu Ming, who was psychologically stress-free anyway, quickly put what had just happened behind him and pondered about tomorrow's school mock examination. Tomorrow is the 3rd mock test for seniors across the country. On the Yuzhou City side, all the seniors in the city are tested together. This was because in the entire Yuzhou City, there was only 1 black iron grade novice mystic realm dedicated to the examination, and the spirit beasts inside were generally at the black iron grade 2nd to 5th stage, which could maximize the safety of the students. The assessment was simple and crude. It was to look at the number of monsters you killed, and the level of the spirit beasts you killed. For example, if you kill a black iron 5th stage spirit beast, you can take 5 points. In the first 2 mock exams, Chu Ming, with his strength of black iron 2nd stage, had killed a black iron 1st stage spirit beast hard, took a high score of 1, ranked 1st in the city. Countdown. It can be scary as hell. Damn, what a shame on the travelers. The more Chu Ming thought about it, the more fucked up he felt. This time, he had to get a good wave of face back. Returning to the 10 square meter rental house, he threw the ground cloth wrapped around his things onto the bed. Chu Ming picked up the bag of memory bread and rushed to the computer, and was about to search out the contents of the spirit elemental technique. But just after connecting to the internet, several group chat messages popped up in the lower right corner. It's a group chat for the senior class of Awakening at North Hills High School. I heard there's a new test for tomorrow's mock exam? Yeah, it seems to have raised the difficulty quite a bit. Convinced. Setters, I only got 15 points in the second mold. That's hard enough, right? To make it even harder in the third model. Is this to make me die? Damn. This I still take the fare? Jump. Fuck, don't you jump yet. I'm on autofollow. It's over. It said that the first model is the most difficult. How come in our term, instead of the third model on the intensity? I feel like I'm going to fail this time. Seeing this last message, the corner of Chu Ming's eye twitched and he cursed a fool. Simply because the person who sent this message was called Chenhao, a spiritual cultivator who had awakened a great thunder elemental system talent. Black Iron 8th stage. It was important to realize that most of his peers who had awakened their talents were only at the 5th stage of Black Iron at this point. This pussy took a high score of 182 on the first model, breaking the school record, and belonging to the schoolboy of schoolboys. And because of the awakening of the 1 in a million A-grade talent, he has long been guaranteed a place in a first-class spiritualist university. But this pussy would sigh in the class group every time before a test, saying that self was absolutely screwed this time and would definitely fail the test. When the results come in, still number 1. Isn't that pure cerebral palsy? And in the group chat at this time, after Chenhao sent that message, the whole group was silent for a few seconds. Apparently, the others were speechless to him as well. This kind of loser schoolboy who likes to act like a bully is really quite annoying. Seeing that no one cares about himself, Chenhao may also be a bit embarrassed, so he sent another message. Hey, but it's okay. Anyway, there is an S-class genius in our class at the bottom. The group instantly came alive with these words. Ha ha ha, that's right too. Isn't there another little genius in our class who cultivates spiritual Yuan Gong? Finished. This wave of our Ming brother directly ruined Last time the second model he worked hard to get a point. This time the third model on the intensity will not be able to get a point, right? At Chu Ming, to be honest, you might as well abstain from the exam. This mock exam is too dangerous for you. At Chu Ming, Brother Ming, have you risen to the Black Iron 3rd stage yet? I've heard that there are Black Iron 9th stage spirit beasts inside the secret realm of tomorrow's assessment. What are you going to do? Brother Ming, I'll teach you. When you meet a Black Iron 9th stage spirit beast directly with a sliding shovel, it'll kill it on the spot. Ha 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 ha. The air of rapture fills the group. Ever since Chu Ming awakened the 10,000 Worlds Trader, it had become the talk of the school's entire student body after tea, and had been nagged for a whole year. There's no way around it. A useless S-rank talent is just too special. Looking at the various flirtations inside the group, Chu Ming was expressionless and had long gotten used to it. Did the third practice test actually increase in difficulty? Shit. It's hard enough as it is. Okay? Chu Ming also didn't hold back to spit out. On the strength of this Black Iron 2nd stage of self, if he went to participate in the third model like this, not to mention getting points, it felt like it was a problem whether he could survive or not. He couldn't help but look at the memory bread on the table. He could only hope that it worked hard enough. At that moment, he didn't think anymore and searched out the spiritual Yuan Gong on the computer. As an all-purpose manual that can be practiced by all people, the content is naturally public. The whole thing is about 3,000 words. 3,000 words. How many pieces of memory bread does it take to print them all? Chu Ming frowned. With such an awesome prop as the memory bread, he didn't want to waste too much on such a trashy technique as the spirit elemental technique. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly lit up. In a hurry, he copied and pasted the contents of the spirit elemental technique onto the WPS, minimizing the number of words. It was so dense that the words were barely legible, but the area has also shrunk to the point where it could be imprinted by a piece of memory bread. What Fatty Blue is saying is that you can learn it by printing the contents on bread and eating it, and there's no requirement for the size of the font, is there? I also wonder if this operation will work. Holding the mindset of giving it a try, Chu Ming opened the package of the memory bread, took a slice out, and placed the slice of bread directly on the computer screen. Pick it up. Hey, it's really printed. Sure enough, it's not just any bread. Chu Ming didn't hesitate and directly swallowed the bread in one bite, and was about to take a sip of water to swallow it. The thing turned out to be surprisingly melt in your mouth. It was like an elixir inside a cultivation novel, as if it had turned into some kind of energy and poured into his body. Chu Ming waited nervously for a while, then suddenly his eyes widened. Coming, here comes the feeling. Click. A crisp sound came from the depths of his mind. It was as if some sort of bottleneck had been broken. Chu Ming could clearly feel that the spirit elemental technique, which he had never been able to break through the second layer, at this moment, it was as if it was hanging on, instantly practicing the ninth layer. The surrounding spiritual chi began to converge crazily towards his body, and the spiritual power level suddenly surged upwards as if the C** body had expanded, straight from Black Iron 2 to Black Iron 6, 4 levels in a row. Wow shit, it's almost better than setting it up. Chu Ming was so excited that he almost shat on the bed. 6 months, stuck in Black Iron 2 for a full 6 months. Know how he spent the last 6 months? The day-to-day swinging was barely enough to keep him idle. After barely calming down, Chu Ming felt the surging spiritual energy in his body and tried to run the spiritual Yuan Gong again. It was as if his body had transformed into a vortex, crazily absorbing the surrounding aura, which was rapidly transformed into spiritual energy after being refined by the spiritual Yuan Gong. Crap, that fast? Chu Ming was shocked in his heart. He could clearly feel that the ninth layer of the spirit elemental technique, the speed of absorbing spiritual chi and refining spiritual chi, was unknown how many times faster than the second layer. Before, if he wanted to break through from the Black Iron second stage to the Black Iron third stage, he would need to cultivate hard for at least 5 or 6 months. And now, Chu Ming feels that since he relies on the ninth layer of the spiritual Yuan Gong, breaking through from the Black Iron sixth stage to the seventh stage, it is estimated that it will only take less than 10 days. What kind of concept is that? The Chenhao, who just pretended to be a pussy in the group, cultivated the lightning attribute technique that fit his talent, and the cultivation speed was as fast as scurrying thin compared to his peers. But he was stuck at Black Iron 6 for over a month in the first place. Is spirit elemental technique practiced to the ninth layer actually this awesome? Chu Ming was a bit surprised. After all, this was just a basic spell with no attributes. Only those who hadn't awakened their talent would choose to cultivate it, and the upper limit of cultivation was only at the peak of the bronze level. It was reasonable to say that even if one had practiced all 9 layers of the spirit elemental technique, one's cultivation speed wouldn't be that much faster, right? But it seems that there is no one in the whole country who has practiced the spiritual Yuan Gong to the 9th layer, right? The highest is only 6 or 7 layers. Could it be that when this thing is cultivated to the 8th and 9th layers, there will be some sort of qualitative change? Chu Ming guessed that this was the only explanation, frowning as he looked at the spiritual Yuan Gong on the computer, trying to find the answer. As a result of looking at it, he suddenly froze. An inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. Is the spiritual Yuan Gong really only 9 layers? How does it feel to go further? Chu Ming was stunned by his own thoughts, filled with incredulity. If memory serves, the spirit elemental Gong was created together by several God realm spirit cultivators in the country of China, in order to enable all ordinary people in the country to cultivate it. Spiritualists are categorized into Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Grandmaster, Transcendental, and Divine realms. Each level is subdivided into 9 segments. The God realm spiritual cultivator was an existence that stood at the peak of this world. By all rights, the spells they created should be extremely perfect, right? How could it possibly go any further? Fatty Blue said, as long as you eat the content, you can melt. I'm all melted down and produce a little new insight. It's reasonable, right? Thinking about it, Chu Ming felt reasonable. Wouldn't this mean that Self's understanding of the spirit elemental technique was already even more awesome than those few God realm greats? Or did they keep their hands off and not make the complete spiritual Yuan Gong public? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Chu Ming was too lazy to think about this, rejecting distractions and seriously looking at the spiritual Yuan Gong on the computer. He felt that it was truly possible for Self to deduce the 10th layer of the spirit elemental technique. In the past, when he was reading this spell, because his comprehension was so poor, he only felt that this thing was even harder to understand than high math, and he wanted to go to sleep after reading a little bit of it. There were times when he thought he had understood it, only to realize that he was not right anywhere when he practiced it. It's like when you think you understand a lesson, but then you can only write a solution on the test. Once you see it, you know it. Once you practice it, you lose it. But now, Chu Ming only felt that this spell was as simple as elementary school addition and subtraction, and it was also all one-digit addition and subtraction. On top of that, deduce addition, subtraction, and even multiplication of 2-digit numbers. Just have a hand, right? Get the spice. Totally gets it. After only 5 minutes of reading, Chu Ming had a flash of insight and hurriedly began to code words on the keyboard. The 10th level of the spiritual energy technique, the 11th level of the spiritual energy technique, the 12th level of spiritual Yuan Gong. No more. After deducing to the 12th layer, Chu Ming stopped, feeling that he had reached his limit, but it was far more than he had expected. A little black iron ranked Kalemi had taken the spells created by the God Realm bigwigs and deduced several new stages. This is going to shock the whole country, isn't it? Brother bread. Awesome. Chu Ming's eyes were filled with blazing heat as he looked towards the bag of memory bread. This thing had truly given him a surprise. Since the spirit elemental technique could be deduced, then if Self had eaten the other techniques, it should be able to be deduced as well, right? Crap. Doesn't this mean that by relying on the memorized bread, Self can not only instantly practice any of the techniques, but also cultivate this technique to a level that no one can reach? Against all odds, buddy. Wait. Something doesn't seem right. Chu Ming suddenly frowned, looking at the 3 layers of spirit elemental feats that he had deduced from himself on the computer, and realized a problem. Although he had deduced to the 12th layer, his cultivation progress was still at the 9th layer. Do I still need to train myself for the next 3 levels? That's a lot of fun. With my garbage enlightenment, I can't even practice it even if I give it 200 years. Hiss. Chu Ming pondered for a moment, once again took out a piece of memory bread, printed the 3 layers of the spirit elemental technique that he had deduced for himself, and swallowed it in one mouthful. Then, the spiritual Yuan Gong was directly practiced into the 12th layer. The spiritual power level also broke through again, coming to the black iron 8th stage. Holy shit, that's okay? Chu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. How can this thing get stuck in a bug like that? Directly, all 12 layers of the spirit elemental technique were melded together. But unfortunately, it seemed as if this basic Dharma skill had really reached its limit and could not be further extrapolated. It seems like we have to find a way to make a whole better spell and we also need to get a spirit skill to improve our combat power. Chu Ming muttered, his heart revitalized. Memory bread is surprisingly awesome. It really is just casually starting a big flight. In less than half an hour, Self had become a black iron 8th stage spirit cultivator. If I remember correctly, there weren't even more than 20 of the city's senior awakening class students who had reached the 8th stage of black iron in terms of their spiritual power level right now. As for the black iron 9 dan, there were even only 3. This wave, it's directly over 99% of its peers. Feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body, Chu Ming couldn't help but be a little curious as to what level of battle power the Self that hadn't cultivated spiritual techniques could actually reach. Thinking for a moment, Chu Ming still planned to go and test his battle power, and immediately got up and went out, calling a cab downstairs. Half an hour later, he came to North Hills High School. There is a battle tester in the school, and it is free to use for any student in the school. Although it was Sunday, there were not many students entering and exiting the school gates, and they were basically all from the senior awakening class. After all, tomorrow is the 3rd model, and many senior candidates will come to the school to test a wave of combat power and increase their confidence in order to have a clear picture in their mind. Chu Ming pressed the duck-tongued cap on his head and lowered his head as he walked into the school gates. Soon enough, they arrived in the middle of a gymnasium-like building, which was precisely the Battle Force Testing Hall of North Mountain High School. At this moment, there were at least hundreds of people gathered in the hall of the pavilion, and there were murmurs everywhere. I'm so nervous. If I don't reach 500 battle power, I feel like it's going to be hard to pass this 3rd model. Isn't 500 battle power that just having a hand? I had 560 battle power when I was at the 4th stage of black iron. I'm only fucking black iron 3 dude. Then you're really trashy. Chu Ming received a number from the teacher on duty. No. 687. Looking up at the huge display in the center of the hall, the line was now at number 659. Luckily, you don't have to wait long. Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and casually walked over to an empty seat in the waiting area and sat down, staring at the display. Whenever someone finishes testing, the results are displayed on the screen. No. 659. Spiritual power level black iron 5th stage. Battle value 578. No. 670. Spiritual power level black iron 7th stage. Battle value 676. No. 671. Spiritual power level black iron 8th stage. Battle value 897. No. 672. Battle power value is the value of a spiritual cultivator's comprehensive battle power. The state has established a uniform standard of reference. Black iron 1 stage spiritual cultivator. Average battle strength 100, black iron 2 stage. Average battle strength 200, black iron 3 stage. Average battle strength 300, and so on. Watching a test result that flashed on the screen one after another, Chu Ming stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Self's battle value is probably around 600, right? Although his spirit power level had already reached the 8th stage of the black iron, the technique he cultivated was the spirit elemental technique, and the quality of his spirit power was notoriously trashy, and his battle power in the same rank was already low. Moreover, He hadn't cultivated any of the spirit techniques. This thing called spiritual techniques was equivalent to the skills of a spiritual cultivator. Spiritual energy is equivalent to blue amount. In other words, Chu Ming was now, at best, a high-level wild monster that had a relatively high level and plenty of blue, but could only pummel. Plus, his talent has no enhancement for combat power either. Damn, so many debuffs. It's good enough to have a battle value of about 600, okay? It was also the average level of a Black Iron 6th stage spiritualist. TSK. Have to get a whole spirit skill to boost your battle power. Chu Ming sighed slightly, which was another reason why he had come to the school. There was a threshold for the cultivation of spirit techniques. Only those who had reached a spiritual power level of Black Iron 5 or higher could cultivate. The school would also only give out spiritual skills to students of the Black Iron 5th stage and above. Chu Ming naturally couldn't get it before. However, he was now at the 8th stage of Black Iron. So after the test, he could go straight to the library and ask his teacher for a copy. Then you can diligently cultivate spiritual skills. Gross. Doesn't it smell good to melt straight through with memory bread? Of course, he could also choose to go online and buy a copy. But the price of all this spirit skill stuff was ridiculously high. Even the lowest grade first grade spirit skill would cost 100,000 yuan. It was equivalent to the average income of a Black Iron 5th stage spirit cultivator for a year. Although Chu Ming had extorted more than $3 million from that silver level stall owner today, it wasn't too bad. Times. But why spend money when can whore it out for nothing? Chu Ming, why are you at school again? A puzzled voice suddenly came. Chu Ming looked up and saw Lin Yumeng looking itself with a confused expression. Well, it's the same female classmate that I just met by chance at the stall. Chu Ming also did not expect to wear a hat actually still recognized by his classmates, then spread his hands and said, no way. No one to buy my waist, it can only close the stall. Lin Yumeng's mind floated back to those immodest things. Blushing slightly, she hurriedly changed the topic and said, you came to test the battle power value too? No, I'm here to take a shit. Chu Ming gave her a speechless look. Lin Yumeng expression embarrassed. Also realized that I asked a nonsense. Have come to the battle force test hall. Do not test the battle force, what else can do? She tried to say something to ease the awkwardness. You've been stuck in the Black Iron 2nd stage for so long. Surely your battle power has already broken 200, right? It's pretty good. At least it's not the bottom one in the whole year. Chu Ming was even more speechless. Gee Mei, I know that your starting point for these words is good, but promise me that we can not set off next time? I didn't mean it. Lin Yumeng reacted and instantly blushed with embarrassment, apologizing twice before hastily leaving with her head down. Chu Ming looked at her petite back and thought to himself, this auntie has a good figure and her face value is quite high. Why is she just dull? At that moment, a beep sounded from the hall's radio. Please enter test room 2. Student number 687. Chu Ming looked at his own number, which was exactly 687, so he hurriedly got up and walked towards the room on the left side of the hall. On the other hand, Lin Yumeng found a few female classmates who came with her to test their battle power. The girls froze for a moment as they looked at the blushing girl and couldn't help but flirt. Mo, what did the test teacher do to you in the testing room? Yeah, why are you so red in the face? Lin Yumeng's face suddenly turned even redder and she said in a panic, it's not the test teacher, it's Chu Ming. The girls were dumbfounded in unison, looking at each other with shocked expressions and talking in tongues. Chu Ming? No way, you and Chu Ming got together? My god, Mo, how can you be so thoughtful? Yeah, you're already a Black Iron 8 Dan, how can Chu Ming be worthy of you? Listen to your sister's advice. Hurry up and split up. Not. Lin Yumeng was dumbfounded, and stammered for a while before barely explaining what had happened. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, and then had a strange look on their faces. Chu Ming actually came to test his battle power? Is that necessary? Chu Ming has been stuck at the Black Iron 2nd stage for a year or two, right? Did he break through? What's the point even if you break through? Isn't he just a Black Iron 3rd stage? Moreover, what he cultivates is still spirit elemental technique, and his battle power value is estimated to not even reach 300. Yeah, isn't that still at the bottom of the year? What's there to test? The girls can't understand what Chumhum is doing here. A person who awakened the talent of a waste and has extremely poor enlightenment has long been wasted. Okay? Didn't I hear that he's been swinging for the fences? It seems like every day after school he runs off to the south side of the city to set up a stall? A girl wondered. Lin Yumeng nodded and said, Yes, I just went over to the south side of the city to buy something, and I even saw him. Then why did he suddenly come to test his battle power again? Could it be that so many people in the class group just flirted with him, and it irritated him? Then he should be cultivating hard at home. Why did he come to test his battle power? With his little battle power, it's embarrassing to test it out. I remember he tested his battle power once last year, right? It's only 180 or so it seems, not even reaching the average level of the Black Iron second stage. TSK. Miserable. The girls were talking. They really couldn't figure out Chu Ming's brain circuits. And at this point in time, inside test room number 3, Chu Ming had already stood in front of the battle force tester, which was a 3-meter tall instrument with a 10-inch screen on the side. The way to test was to attack with all your might against the apparatus. Any means of attack would do. And what was being tested was the extreme battle power. Name class. The teacher in charge of the test sat on the sidelines, looking down at the recording tablet in his hand and asking impatiently. Approaching the third model. There were too many students who came to test their battle power in the past few days, and he was forced to work overtime on Saturday and Sunday, so he was naturally in a bad mood. Chu Ming, Senior Awakening Class 1. Chu Ming faintly said, "Okay, start testing." Chu Ming? The testing teacher snapped his head up and looked at the teenager in front of him in surprise. Confused. What are you doing here to test your battle power? Chu Ming's reputation in North Mountain Middle School could be described as thunderous, and everyone knew that he had awakened an S-rank and useless talent, and his enlightenment was still extremely low, with a high probability of not being able to cultivate at the bronze level in this lifetime. Chu Ming blinked. "Can I come and test?" The testing teacher frowned. "It can be, but I don't think it's necessary, right? Let's wait until you've raised your spiritual power level to the Black Iron 4th stage before testing." There was a cost for each use of the testing instrument, and it was too wasteful to use it on Chu Ming. A Black Iron 2nd stage. Regardless of whether or not the battle strength was tested, it couldn't change the fact that the grade was down to 1, and there was no point in testing it at all. Chu Ming glanced at him, pressed the duck-tongue cap on his head, and faintly said, "Sorry, teacher, I measured today, and Jesus can't stop me. I said so." The test teacher was dumbfounded. "You're the last one in the whole grade, and you're this good?" Anger surged. "What kind of attitude is that?" Chu Ming calmly said, "That's my attitude. What's wrong?" The testing teacher burst into a fit of rage, a bit of anger, and laughed. It's okay. When he finished he frowned, his gaze blank. Isn't there something wrong? "Teacher, please get out of here. I'm going to start the test." Chu Ming politely said, "It's okay for me to forcefully use the testing apparatus, right? You female. Alright, you use it. The test teacher's expression was extremely wonderful, switching back and forth between anger and a smile, before finally scratching his head and walking out of the testing room with a confused look on his face. "That's strange. Why can't I be mad at this kid? Damn, too much overtime really does make you delirious." Watching the door of the testing room close, the corners of Chu Ming's mouth rose slightly. "Sorry, but having a forgiveness hat means you can do whatever you want. Come on, test a wave." Walking over to the testing instrument, Chu Ming took a deep breath and began to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body. Invisible spiritual energy fluctuations spread out, tumbling recklessly in the not-so-large testing room. "Slowly raise your right arm." Spiritual energy was poured into it as much as he could, and he fiercely blasted his fist on top of the testing apparatus. Bump! There was a loud bang. Strong fluctuations of spiritual energy followed. The instrument detected his spiritual power level, Black Iron 8th stage. Subsequently, on the instrument's display screen, the string of numbers representing the battle power value began to soar crazily. 200, 400, 600. Almost in the blink of an eye, the battle power value broke through the 600 mark. "Well, it's about what I estimated." Chu Ming had just revealed a smirk, but he was shocked to see that the numerical growth of the battle power value on the screen had not even stopped, but instead continued to skyrocket upwards by a large margin. 800, 900. The numbers soared all the way to 1,000 before the growth slowed down, but it still didn't stop completely. 1,051, 1,067, 1,078. Eventually, it stopped at 1215. Chu Ming was confused. This battle power value, and self-expected, seems to have a little small error. Straight through 1,000. Crap. To know, the average battle power of the Black Iron 8 segment spiritual cultivator is only 800. The battle power breaks 1,000. That is already the average battle power of the bronze segment. By the time you get to bronze level, the average battle power is 1,001% increase. 1,000 battle power is the average of a bronze 1 section. 2,000 battle power is the average of a bronze 2 section. And so on still. That doesn't seem very scientific. Chu Ming's brows were tightly locked, but Self hadn't even practiced a single spiritual skill. The punch that hit the instrument just now was equivalent to a generalized attack. That's even hitting 12-15? Then if I cultivate a spiritual skill and use the skill to hit the instrument, then the measured combat power value will not be heaven-defying? What's going on? If there is nothing wrong with this instrument, then could it be the reason why I have practiced my spirit elemental kung fu to the 12th level? Chu Ming frowned in contemplation. This was the only possibility he could think of. There are many factors that affect a spiritualist's combat power, but the main factors are those few. Talent, spiritual skills, spiritual quality. Chu Ming's talent doesn't have any addition to his battle power, and he hasn't cultivated any spirit techniques, so that leaves only one last possibility. Could it be that the quality of self's current spiritual energy was very awesome? In fact, when he had practiced the spirit elemental technique to the 9th layer, Chu Ming had clearly felt that the quality of his own spiritual energy had risen by a large margin. At the 12th level of practice, it was raised a great deal more. But, the spiritual energy cultivated with the spirit elemental technique was recognized as being of extremely trashy quality. Even after practicing the 12th layer, the quality of spiritual energy can't be improved too much, right? Looking at the 1-2-15 battle power value on the testing instrument, Chu Ming stroked his chin and muttered, could it be that the 12th layer of spirit elemental technique can really raise the quality of spirit power to such an awesome degree? Without using spirit techniques and without the battle power enhancement of talent, it is surprising that he can punch out the battle power of a bronze section with one punch. How awesome must the quality of this spirit power be? No. 689. Spiritual power level Black Iron 9th stage. Battle strength 1012. A test result refreshed on the screen in the lobby. From test chamber 1. Many people showed expressions of surprise, and a clamor was set off in the hall. Crap, 9 stages of Black Iron, with a battle power of over 1,000? Who is this? It seems to be Uncle Xiao Chuan. I think I saw him go in just now. Holy shit, our Xiao Shen's battle power has risen again? I remember half a month ago his battle power only just broke 980, right? It is estimated that the spirit skill above has progressed again. Damn. The envious chicken is purple. I fucking only 500 battle power If I remember correctly, God Xiao only broke through to Black Iron 9th stage a month ago, right? Good lord. His battle power broke 1,000 so soon? Doesn't it mean that he can even touch base with a weaker bronze segment now? Nonsense? It's not. So many bronze section spirit cultivators have less than 1,000 battle power. Guess why it's called average battle power? The crowd gasped in astonishment, and none of them revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. There were more than 2,000 students in this senior class of North Mountain High School, and there were more than 300 students in the Awakening class, but there was only one person who had reached the 9th stage of Black Iron in terms of spiritual level. It was none other than Xiao Chuan Bo, who had awakened a B-rank earth elemental talent. Although his talent wasn't top-notch, his comprehension was quite outstanding, and it was said that he had long since practiced the first-grade high-grade technique, Thick Earth Decree, to the 3rd layer. At the same time, he also mastered a first-grade middle-rank spirit skill, the Stone Cone technique, and it was unknown to what extent he had practiced it. But looking at his battle strength that had already broken through 1,000, his attainments were certainly not low. Xiao Chuanhua, his battle power has broken 1,000? Lin Yumeng was surprised. Then he seems to be the second senior in our Yuzhou city this year whose battle power has broken 1,000. Right? Who was the first one? The girl next to her said. Yuzhou Middle School's Gu Yueshi. She broke 1,000 battle power a month ago. Feel like Xiao Chuanbo and her are so well matched, isn't it? Yeah, it's too good to knock. Several girls had little stars in their eyes, and they couldn't help but kowtow, while their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Xiao Chuanbo. In a 2nd or 3rd tier city like Yuzhou City, a student who could reach the 9th stage of the Black Iron before the college entrance exam was already considered to be gifted. The students who could reach the bronze section or the battle power of 1,000 before the college entrance exam were even rarer, with only 2 or 3 in the city every year. Click. Under the attention of all the people, the door of the No. 1 test room opened, and a sword-browed, starry-eyed teenager stepped out, and after lightly surveying the crowd, he carried his hands behind his back and blandly walked towards the door, displaying his genius demeanor. Some of the little schoolgirls had their eyes glazed over and their little butterflies were moist, but what no one noticed was a flash of smugness in the depths of the teenager's eyes. Aha! This pussy can be pinned without poking. Xiao Chuan was secretly happy in his heart. This wave, absolutely expected to take the first place in the 3 molds. Battlecry broke 1,000 before the high school exams, with a rank of Black Iron 9 Dan, hitting a battle value of Bronze 1 Dan. Just ask still. There. Who's there? You can't find another one in the whole school. Okay. Yet just then, on the big screen in the hall, a test result was refreshed again. No. 687. Spiritual power level Black Iron 8th stage. Battle strength 1. 215. The entire hall fell into a moment of dead silence. Everyone looked dumbfounded. What the hell is 1215? What the hell? Black Iron 8th stage. Tested out over 1200 battle power value? This Nima is also too outrageous. The instrument made a mistake. Didn't it? Against the heavens, Xiao Chuanbo's enlightenment is so bullish. And his Black Iron 9th stage battle power is only barely breaking 1000. Who is this? A Black Iron 8th stage battle power of 1200? There's never been anyone in Yuzhou City who had a battle power of more than 1100 before the entrance exam. Right? This 1200 is also too fake. And it's still a Black Iron 8th stage. After the shock, almost everyone's first reaction was to suspect that the instrument was wrong. Because that's just not possible. What kind of concept is that? You're a Black Iron 8 Dan with a strength comparable to a Bronze 1 Dan? Directly able to fight across 2 small levels? What? Are you anti-inflammatory? Fuck. That scared me. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Xiao Chuanbo ruthlessly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now that moment, he almost thought that his name as the first genius of North Mountain Middle School could not be kept, but fortunately it was a false alarm. What kind of crap instrument is this? How could there be such a low-level bug? One must know that the current Yuzhou City's #1 talent, Yuzhou Middle School's Gu Yueshi, was said to have been stuck in the Black Iron 9th stage for several months now, and her battle value was only around 1080. A 1200 battle power value Black Iron 8 paragraph. Genius of this level can only exist in first-tier big cities like the capital city and the Magic City, right? There's such an awesome genius in our trashy school? Bullshit. Xiao Chuanbo skimmed his mouth and didn't put this oopsie too much in his mind as he turned around and continued walking towards the door. He just happened to rub shoulders with Lin Yumeng and the others. Number 687? This seems to be Chu Ming's number, right? Lin Yumeng was confused. How did he become a Black Iron 8th stage? And what the hell is 12,000 battle power? Instruments are buggy, aren't they? This is definitely Chu Ming. He's clearly a Black Iron 2 Dan. The several girls on the side were also shocked and confused. They also remembered that number 687 seemed to be Chu Ming. Chu Ming? Xiao Chuanbo's footsteps paused for a moment, and the heart that was still somewhat hanging in the air was finally completely put down. This is actually Chu Ming's test result? Then we'll be 100% sure that it's the instrument that's wrong. Just kidding. That guy has been stuck in the Black Iron 2nd section for more than a year. And he only scored 1 point in the last second model exam. And it's only been less than a month. So how could he suddenly become so bullish? What? Are you still open? And at this time, the test teacher who had gone to the toilet to finish smoking a cigarette, returned to the No. 3 test room and found that Chu Ming had already left. Damn. Why does this little Thane feel a little evil? The test teacher frowned and muttered. Until now have not figured out. Just now Chu Ming so arrogant and domineering. Why self just cannot get angry with him? Forget it. A Black Iron 2nd stage punk. Too lazy to bother with him. The test teacher shook his head and didn't bother to think much about it. And just thought that self was working too much overtime, resulting in a small mental problem. Then he walked over and prepared to zero out the data on the instrument and call the next student in to test. However, under curiosity, he still glanced at the data on the instrument's screen, wanting to see how much battle power value Chu Ming, this little rookie, could measure. As a result, exploded at a glance. 1002 battle power, Black Iron 8th stage? The test teacher's jaw dropped and the man was dumbfounded. Trenching. Am I really fucking mentally ill? At this time, the door to the testing room was opened, and another testing teacher walked in, frowning as he asked, Teacher Wang, what's going on with the apparatus on your side? How come a battle strength of 1200 at the 8th stage of Black Iron is measured? Wasn't it checked before the test? Teacher Wang came back to his senses and scratched his head. Something wrong with the instrument? It shouldn't be. I obviously checked it once only half a year ago. The other teacher twitched at the corner of his eye and said breathlessly, Who was testing in this room just now? Teacher Wang, it's Chu Ming. That's the one with the S-level talent. It's him? Then there must be something wrong with this test data. Hurry up and debug it. Serves me right for scaring me. On the other hand, Chu Ming had already arrived at the school's library, ready to receive a spiritual skill. He has now been able to determine that the quality of his own spiritual power is extremely bullish, and I am afraid that the 12 layers of the spiritual Yuan Gong are already equivalent to the 4th grade or above, right? He now desperately wanted to know, with such an awesome quality of spirit power, if it was paired with a spirit skill, just how terrifying a combat power could be exerted? Spiritual power quality, this thing should be understood as the basic attack power, right? Empty basic attack power certainly can't work. So what's the difference between that and a super soldier? Must learn some skills. Secretly pondering in his heart, Chu Ming stepped into the door of the library, And after looking left and right for a while and seeing that no one came to drive himself away, he then sighed in relief and walked towards the spiritual skills area upstairs. He remembered that the school library was shrouded by a spell formation that could detect a student's spiritual power level, and students who stepped into the library at less than the 5th stage of black iron would be thrown out directly by the teacher on duty. That pussy teacher hit hard. Don't ask Chu Ming how he knew. Arriving at the spiritual skills area, looking at the wide array of various spiritual skills on the bookshelves, Chu Ming's eyes were glowing, and he had the urge to take out his memory bread and eat all the spiritual skills, but within the monitoring range of the phalanx. If it did, it would definitely expose the existence of the memory bread. This kind of epic undercard should definitely not be known to a second person. How come the Kuan Fist, lightning 5 consecutive whips, receiving transformation hair, and iron mountain leaning, are all first grade, low grade trash spirit skills? A student could only receive one spiritual skill, so Chu Ming naturally had to pick and choose, but after half a day of picking, he couldn't find any that he was satisfied with. The spirit techniques in the library of North Mountain High School were all first-rate, only suitable for black iron level spirit cultivators, and all of them had a mediocre increase in battle power. There are also second-grade spirit techniques, but they are all kept in the principal's office. If too many people practiced the same technique or spirit skill, those who practiced it later would not be of any use. This might be some kind of law restriction in this world. The higher the grade of the spells and spirit techniques, the greater the restriction. For example, a first-grade spirit skill could only be cultivated by a maximum of 5,000 people, and it would be useless for those who came after them to cultivate it. And a second-grade spirit skill can only be given to 1,000 people to cultivate. Therefore, the higher the grade, the more precious the spells and spirit techniques were, and the second-grade spirit techniques, the principal couldn't even afford to take them out. Of course, something as inoffensive as spiritual Yuan Gong didn't have this restriction. Wooden Vine Technique. First grade high-grade wooden spiritual technique. Attack and control class. Recommended for spiritual cultivators of black iron 8th stage or above to cultivate. After practicing, one can use spiritual energy to condense tree vines to whip or strangle the enemy. There are 9 levels. What? Kissing mom winding? Ha! Chu Ming grinned with egg pain. It was so hard to find a first-grade high-level spirit skill. How come this attack was so *ket up? I was about to give up, but then I suddenly saw a line of commentary on the last page of the Wooden Vine Technique. Note, the Wood Vine Technique is a simplified version of the 5th-grade middle-rank spirit skill, Age, which is extremely difficult to cultivate and requires an extremely high level of enlightenment to get started. But after getting started, the increase in battle power is equally extremely high. Practice with caution. Cautious cultivation. Practice with caution. Chu Ming slightly raised his eyebrows, and a look of interest flowed from his eyes. If you want to say so, then I have to practice. The main one is just a rebel. Extremely difficult to cultivate? I'd like to see what can't be solved by a slice of memory bread. If so, 2 pieces. Chu Ming immediately stopped hesitating and picked up the Wood Vine Technique and headed towards the first floor of the library. Originally, he wanted to choose another higher grade spirit cultivation technique, but a student could only receive one technique, and if he wanted to switch to another technique, he needed to apply to the school director. Too much trouble. Besides, there weren't many high-level magic techniques in the school. All of them were first and second grade, definitely not comparable to the spirit elemental technique that had been practiced up to the 12th level. Chu Ming didn't bother to mess with it. Teacher, I'll take a copy of this. Coming to the registration desk on the first floor, Chu Ming handed the Wooden Vine Technique and the student ID to the teacher on duty. Well, it's a good thing it wasn't the duty teacher who threw self out before. Today's duty is actually a beautiful female teacher with round-framed glasses and a high face value, who is lazily lying on the table, using the tablet to catch up with the drama. Woohoo! Imperial eyeglasses lady? It just looks strange. Is he new? Chu Ming, right? The female teacher held up her glasses. Seeing the name Chu Ming actually did not have the slightest surprise, just lowered her head and tapped a few times on the tablet, entering the information. You haven't even heard of me. Chu Ming? Looks really new. Chu Ming sighed in relief. This had avoided a lot of trouble. Self's level had suddenly soared from Black Iron 2nd stage to Black Iron 5th stage and above, and he hadn't thought of how he should explain it yet. Senior Awakening Class 1, Chu Ming, receives a copy of the Wooden Vine Technique. The female teacher mumbled with her head down, her posture lazy as she tapped away on her tablet, not bothering to think about it, although she was a little surprised why this student had come to collect her spiritual skills when it was almost the entrance exam. The Wooden Vine Technique? Suddenly, the female teacher looked up in surprise and asked, "Are you sure you want to cultivate this?" Chu Ming nodded. Right. The female teacher frowned. Didn't you read the notes at the end of this spirit skill? This is a simplified version of a 5th grade spirit skill. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate? A 5th grade spirit skill that was only suitable for cultivation by a platinum level powerhouse. And even if it was a simplified version, the difficulty of cultivating it was extremely explosive. The records of the student library in front of me show that this is the first time he has come to receive a spiritual skill, indicating that he has just broken through the Black Iron 5th stage not long ago. It's almost the high school entrance exam, and it's only broken through the Black Iron 5 stage. This enlightenment! How did you dare to choose the wooden vine technique? I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the door even after a few years of practice. It's a complete waste of time. Okay? Tomorrow is the 3rd model. There is still a month to the college entrance examination. Classmate, I advise you to choose a spirit skill with a relatively low difficulty of cultivation, so that you can at least improve your combat power before the college entrance examination. The female teacher held up her glasses again and advised out of the goodness of her heart. Chu Ming, however, said, "It's okay, teacher. I just like to challenge the high level." The female teacher gave him a speechless look and didn't bother to persuade him anymore. After tapping twice on the tablet, she handed him the wooden vine technique. "Take it, and remember to come and return the original within half a month." "Thank you, teacher." Chu Ming smiled faintly and turned around to leave with the spirit skill. Looking at his back, the female teacher narrowed her eyes and spat in a small voice. "What a good word, damn. Yuck, you're a teacher now. How can you curse a student?" "Forget it. What does it matter to me if he has to waste time practicing such a difficult spirit skill? It's better to continue to touch the fish and watch the drama." Back home, Chu Ming knocked the full text of the wood vine technique onto the computer at the first opportunity, totaling more than 8,000 words. Even with the font minimized, it would take 2 slices of memory bread to print it all. TCH, that's not going to help. Chu Ming's face was helpless, so he could only take out 2 slices of memory bread, and after printing down all the contents of the wood vine technique, he swallowed it in one gulp. It melts in your mouth. All sorts of knowledge about the wooden vine technique was instantly added to his mind. Not only those 8,000 words, but also many more new realizations that came out of the integration. Swish! With a thought, Chu Ming's arm was instantly wrapped in 9 thick tree vines, gnarled and twisted together as if they were muscles filled with a sense of power. Dig it! It's so big, thick and hard. Excitement blossomed in Chu Ming's eyes, and the tree vines that were clearly transformed into spiritual energy had the feeling that they were part of his body. With a single thought, these vines would shoot out, transforming into a single tentacle that would bind a young girl. Anyway, it's just like an arm and a leg. Whether you use it for spanking, winding, or pumping, it works great. Finally, a skill. I wonder how high a battle value this one tree vine can hit when it whips down with all its might. Chu Ming put away the tree vines and couldn't help but jump up a little, having an urge to go to school to test another wave of battle power values. But think about it. Cultivating a 1st grade high-level spirit skill to the 9th. Chu Ming doesn't even dare to imagine to what extent the self-S battle power can be increased. Maybe it can even break 2000. One must know that, not to mention a high grade one, even a low grade 1 spirit skill, very few people could practice it to more than 3 times at the Black Iron level. The cultivation of spirit techniques could require more enlightenment than spells. Forget it. Anyway, with my 1200 base battle power, I don't think I'll have any problem taking the 1st place in the city in the 3rd model. So let's find a place to take the test tomorrow after the exam. Chu Ming was also too lazy to dwell on it, and looked towards the wood vine technique on the computer, the light in his eyes flickering. Since spirit elemental kung fu can be deduced, this thing should work too, right? He even had a feeling now that self might be able to deduce that full version of the 5th grade spiritual skill. The years and years, through the wood vine technique, could it be that self could still have practiced a 5th grade spirit skill at a Black Iron rank? It's gonna take off. Chu Ming forced himself to hold back his excitement and immediately began to seriously deduce the wood vine art. However, he had clearly underestimated the difficulty of deducing a 1st grade spirit skill to a 5th grade. An entire night passed before he was able to extrapolate the wood vine technique backward to the 11th level, and it was estimated that he had just barely managed to raise its grade to the low 2nd grade. I'm convinced. How simplified is this thing? The Chu Ming people were going numb. Damn, this is exhausting. If only Doraemon had any props that could directly raise the level of spirit techniques. To be honest, he now wanted to go directly to Fatty Blue and ask him about it, but he had the will to do so. Using the Universal Trader talent was very mentally draining. Moreover, Chu Ming had also discovered before that every time he completed a transaction with Doraemon he would instantly consume a large amount of spiritual energy. Yesterday, he had traded with Fatty Blue twice, which had barely drained his mental energy, and now he couldn't use his talent at all. Besides, the blue fat man said before, most of its props were sent to the future for repair, and there are only some props left on its body that are not very useful or very expensive and rare, none of which are very suitable to be used to trade with him. Now even if you contact Doryman, it's mostly useless. It's better to wait for a couple of days when the mental strength is restored, then go talk to it and see. It seems that the cultivation of spiritual power cannot be left behind either. Chu Ming frowned, somewhat distressed. Generally speaking, apart from the intentionality system gifted awakened, basically no one would specialize in cultivating mental power. Just practice casually, but he can't. 10,000 worlds trader, this talent can eat too much mental energy, it has to be cultivated. The problem is back. Where to get a spiritual power cultivation spell? Chu Ming's face was filled with distress. Spiritual power spells could be much rarer than spiritual power spells, and inside a key municipal high school like North Mountain High School, there were none at all. All students don't purposefully cultivate their spiritual power, and there's not much of a requirement for a spiritual power level until the spiritual power level reaches the silver level anyway. Well, there is definitely spiritual power cultivation techniques inside the Spiritualism University. As long as I can get into a university, won't it be fine? Chu Ming quickly figured it out and casually picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. The result was a momentary widening of the eyes. Crap, the third model exam is about to start. He hurriedly pulled out a piece of memory bread and practiced the 11th level of the wooden vine technique at the speed of light, then turned off his computer and got up to go out. The eastern outskirts of the city, the secret realm for newbies. In front of the huge and deep entrance to the secret realm, people were crowded. All the senior awakening classes from all the high schools in the city gathered here. Thousands of them. After the revival of the spiritual chi, all high schools in the country were divided into ordinary classes and awakening classes, and as the name suggests, the awakening classes were full of students who had awakened their talents. Only the seniors of the awakening class were also qualified to enter the secret realm to participate in the mock examination. As for the students in the ordinary class, no matter how high their spiritual power level was, they could only stay in school to take ordinary paper exams. It was the consensus of this world that spiritual cultivators who had not awakened their talents would never be able to break through to the gold level in this lifetime. There is not much value in cultivation for the state. North Mountain Middle School, the location of the senior awakening class 1. The students were whispering. There are still 10 minutes before the examination begins. Where is Chu Ming? Wouldn't just abandon the exam, would he? Ha ha ha, our brother Ming has gone soft? Understandable. Damn, this time the difficulty of the third mode examination has been raised too ridiculously. Inside the secret realm there is a minimum of black iron third stage spirit beasts. There are even black iron ninth stage ones. This doesn't even mention Chu Ming. I'm a bit scared. Yes, this time the secret realm. The battle power below 400 to go in are very dangerous. Our brother Ming at 200 less than the battle power. To go in is basically impossible to come out alive. Hiss. How did I hear that Chu Ming measured 1200 battle power in school yesterday? Cerebral palsy. Right. How dare you believe such a retarded rumor? Ha, do you believe this? Or do you believe I'm the first emperor of Qin? Mr. Wang, did Chu Ming abandon the exam? Chenhao came to the homeroom teacher and pretended to ask casually. He's the school bully who says before every test that he's sure he won't do well. Class A Thunder Elemental Talent Awakened Person. Spiritual Power Level Black Iron 8th Paragraph. Battle Strength 904. Put the city's senior high school can be ranked in the top 20. It should be that he abandoned the exam. Class teacher Wang Hongmei frowned and said with some displeasure, but why didn't he say anything to me in advance? The difficulty of this third model was indeed too high. Even if Chu Ming wanted to participate in the examination, Wang Hongmei didn't dare to let him. If something happens to a student, she is responsible. She could understand Chu Ming's choice to abandon the exam, but it was wrong to not even say hello, right? It was more or less a bit disrespectful to the teacher. This kid, even if he's at the bottom of the school in terms of strength, why is he so rude? Really ditching the test? Chenhao smacked his lips, and couldn't help but somewhat wonder if Self had struck Chu Ming yesterday by flirting with him in the group. Gee, this kid can't be mentally tough either. Don't even dare to come to the test? Just then, a surprised clamor suddenly rose around them. You guys look over there. Is it Chu Ming? I'll go. It's really our brother Ming. I almost didn't recognize him with a hat on. No way. He's a black iron 2 stage and he really dares to come? Crikey? Bullish. Worthy of being awakened with an S-rank talent. Courageous. He really dares to come? This is just like Li Xingyu going into the toilet looking for shit. Who is Li Sungwu? My roommate. Chenhao froze for a moment when he heard the chatter around him, and following the crowd's gaze, he saw a teenager wearing a duck-tongued cap with a sleepy face walking towards the side. Who else could it be but Chu Ming? It's okay, almost a minute late. Chu Ming gave a dark thistle and sighed in relief. If you're late, then self and the top 10 rewards will be lost. Every senior year practice exam, the top 10 are rewarded. Last time, in the second model, the reward for the top 10 was 5 low-grade spirit beads each and a guaranteed admission to a first-class spiritual cultivation university. There were additional rewards for the top 3, rumored to be some spirit herbs, spirit weapons, and the like. The specific rewards were kept secret, and Chu Ming wasn't too clear about it. Anyway, this time in the third model, he was aiming for the top 10 rewards, and it would be better to take the top 3. Teacher Wang, what are the top 10 rewards for this third model? Chu Ming thought about it and still went to the homeroom teacher to ask. Wang Hongmei froze, confused. What are you asking for? The sight of Chenhao also confused. A confused look at him. The top 10 rewards. And you have a set of trade relations with the whole school down one? Chu Ming faintly said. I'm just curious. Wang Hongmei frowned and didn't think much of anything, casually explaining. It's the same as the second model. The top 10 are each rewarded with 5 low-grade spirit beads, which is equivalent to 50,000, right? But the rewards for the top 3 seem to have changed. It said that you can go to the Yuzhou City Spiritual Cultivation Department and pick a random second-grade spirit skill or spell. I'm not sure about the specifics. The rewards for the top 3 were kept secret, and Wang Hongmei had only heard rumors, but she felt that the veracity was not high. Chenhao, who was on the side, bristled and said, pick a random second-grade spirit skill or spell? When did the country become so generous? The market price of even a second-grade low-level spirit skill is millions of dollars. I don't think this rumor should be true. Wang Hongmei nodded and said, but no matter what, the rewards for the top 3 will definitely not be low. They are all worth at least $200,000 to $300,000. Saying that, she looked at Chenhao with an expectant face. Xiao Hao, in our school, besides Xiao Chuanbo from class 5 and Li Xiao from class 3, your battle power is the highest. Taking the top 10 in the city will definitely be no problem. And your talent and spirit skills are very advantageous in killing monsters. If you are a bit more lucky, it's not impossible to get into the top 3. Teacher is optimistic about you. Go for it. Chenhao cultivated the thunder attribute spirit skill, thunder formation wild electricity, the main focus of which was a ranged attack, and paired with the A-ranked thunder attribute talent. The efficiency of killing monsters was amazing. The content of the assessment is to look at the number and level of monsters killed. And Chenhao obviously has a great advantage, even if his battle power was only 904, which could only rank around 15th among the city's seniors. The probability of taking the top 3 was not small, which was almost recognized by the whole class. Chenhao, however, revealed a difficult expression inside. Teacher Wang, I feel that I may not even be able to enter the top 20 in this examination. Recently my state is too poor, and the difficulty of this examination is still so high. Hongmei Wang. Chu Ming also glanced at him speechlessly. BYD is starting again, right? Will you die if you don't play hard to get? Right at this moment, on the high platform next to the entrance of the secret realm, a middle-aged man wearing a practicing uniform with a dignified appearance opened his mouth. Okay, class, it's already 8 o'clock, and anyone who hasn't shown up yet is considered to have dropped out of the test. Next, I'll give you the rules of this mock test. Seeing this middle-aged man, Chu Ming was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this examination would actually be supervised by him personally. This man was Chenhao Yuan, the minister of Yuzhou City's Spiritual Cultivation Department, a platinum-level spiritual cultivator who possessed a battle power that could overwhelm a city. The day Chu Ming awakened his S-class talent a year ago, he attracted this minister Chen to him, and at that time, he said that he wanted to take him as his disciple. Results: is it actually Minister Chen himself who's invigilating the exam this time? Minister Chen? Is that Chenhao Yuan from the Yuzhou City Spiritualism Department? Crap! That's a platinum-level powerhouse. The battle power is at least 1 million or more. Hiss. Million battle power can be too damn outrageous. I feel like it's impossible for me to reach it in my life. The surrounding candidates were also shocked and whispering, all of them not expecting that a powerhouse of Chenhao Yuan's caliber would personally come to invigilate the exam. Chenhao Yuan spoke from the high platform. Because of some special reasons, the difficulty of the senior high school simulation tests and the college entrance exams across the country have been raised to a certain degree, and this exam in our city is no exception. To ensure the safety of my students, I will be personally proctoring the entire exam. At the same time, starting from this examination, there is a new rule. Before entering the secret realm, every candidate needs to test their battle power value. Candidates with a battle strength of less than 500 will not be allowed to enter the secret realm and will be directly credited with 0 points. It's all for the safety of the students. I hope you understand. When these words came out, many candidates stared in shock, especially those whose battle power did not meet the standard. their faces instantly turned white. Dig it, the battle power is not up to standard. Not even qualified to enter the secret realm? Straight up zeros? The difficulty of this practice test has been raised too much, hasn't it? You know, at least 25% of the city's senior candidates have a battle power of less than 500 Ah. This one rule eliminates 25% of the population straight away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are poor students nowadays even disqualified from taking the test? Chenhao smacked his lips and couldn't help but look at Chu Ming next to him. Teasing, Brother Ming, it looks like you came here for nothing today. Ha, then you might as well abstain from the exam early. You can still get some more sleep today. Not only Chenhao, but many people could not help but cast pitying or derisive glances at Chu Ming. Our Brother Ming is really miserable. Now he can't even qualify for the examination. He's too far off, isn't he? The last test of battle power was only 180. I really don't know how his enlightenment can be so trashy, cultivating such a simple all-purpose technique as spirit elemental technique. It's actually been a whole year before he practiced it to the second layer. He really doesn't have eyes to see it, brother. Actually, what I don't understand the most is why he can come to our awakening class. The S-rank talent he awakened is useless. He should stay in the ordinary class, right? It's hard, man. I'm only 450 fucking battles. I didn't realize that one day I would actually be in the same boat as Chu Ming. Hearing the students' murmurs, Wang Hongmei was however relieved. She had just been worried about the students whose battle power was too low entering the secret realm would be in danger. Especially Chu Ming, a black iron second stage guy with a battle strength of less than 200. Going in was looking for death. Unexpectedly, the state was quite considerate. Although the difficulty of the test had increased significantly, it had set up a threshold and directly disallowed candidates whose strength was too low to enter the secret realm. Ha, if we do this, Chu Ming will really get 0 points at. On the other side, Lin Yuming frowned and cast a pitying look at Chu Ming. The girl next to her shrugged her shoulders and said, so what's the solution? Getting a 0 is better than going into the secret realm to die, right? Lin Yuming sighed helplessly. Also, safety is still the most important thing. It would have been good if Chu Ming's battle power and rank that he tested out yesterday at school was true. That way not only would he be able to participate in the examination, he might even be able to take first place, but that's obviously not going to happen. Chu Ming directly ignored Chenhao's flirting in the gazes of the crowd, and looked at Chen Xiuyuan on the high platform with a calm expression. Somewhat curious about what the method of testing rank and battle power was. Test it directly with an instrument? But I don't see any instruments either. Just then, at the entrance of the secret realm, a middle-aged man appeared with a serious face and some sort of strange fluctuation spreading around him. Behind him, he was followed by a 3-meter-high iron golem, its body forged from black iron, reflecting an icy light under the sunlight, making the ground shake with every step. To the astonished eyes of the candidates, Chen Xiuyuan, who was on the high platform, opened his mouth and explained, "This is our spiritual cultivation department's silver-grade puppeteer, Pang Ji. This iron golem next to him, with a battle strength right around 500, was specially refined to be a test for you guys. As long as you can knock down this iron puppet, you'll have the qualification to enter the secret realm for the test. Otherwise you'll directly get 0 points. Okay, enough with the nonsense. Let's start lining up for the tests. Starting with Yuzhou Middle School." The words fell. A commotion was then set off on the Yuzhou Middle School side, and under the leadership of the class teachers, they lined up in front of that iron golem. The first person to take the test was a lean boy, only to see him walk out of the team with a face full of nervousness. Take a deep breath to perform a spirit skill. A ball of fire appeared in his hand with a swish, and violently shot out violently, striking the iron golem's chest. It was awesome. Only a snap was heard. The lean boy was directly kicked out a dozen meters by the iron puppet and lay on the ground wailing in pain. Well, it's clear that this is a weakling with less than 500 battle points, so 0 points on the spot. No way. You can't pass the first one? It's not going to be good. Hiss. It feels like this big hunk of iron is kind of fierce. The Yuzhou Middle School candidates at the back of the line were suddenly nervous. Fortunately, the dozen or so candidates who tested afterward managed to knock down the iron golem. The defense of this thing was obviously extremely high, and it just got knocked down and got up unharmed to meet the next candidate. 10 minutes had passed, and Yuzhou Middle School had already had more than 150 people pass the test, with only 5 people failing. Worthy of being the #1 high school in Yuzhou, there are actually so few students with a battle power of less than 500. Chenhao couldn't help but feel a word of emotion, but his gaze was always on a certain figure in Yuzhou High School's Senior Awakening 2 class. It was a cool young girl with delicate cheeks that were fair and watery, wearing a high ponytail, revealing a snow-white neck, and wearing a black dress on her tall figure. The young girl looked indifferently in the direction of the entrance to the secret realm. ignoring the various gazes with admiration that were thrown at her from all directions. TCH, it feels like Gu Yueshi has gotten a little stronger again. Chenhao's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the young girl with some jealousy in his eyes. Chu Ming, however, was stunned and surprised. She's Gu Yueshi? He had just felt that this cool young girl who was being watched by many people looked somewhat familiar. Come to think of it, wasn't it the awesome-looking girl that we met at the stall yesterday? But what Chu Ming didn't expect was that she was actually Gu Yueshi, that genius girl who was #1 in the city? Chenhao frowned at him. Or else, don't tell me you can't even recognize her? Chu Ming faintly said. I've heard of it, but I don't recognize it. He used to be completely swinging for the fences, so how could he be bothered to pay attention to these geniuses? However, even if he didn't pay special attention, he could still hear various rumors about Gu Yueshi from time to time. I heard that this girl had awakened an A-rank summoning talent, and her enlightenment was extremely high as well. When the second semester of his senior year of high school had just begun, he had broken through to Black Iron 9, and his battle power had quickly broken through 1,000, and was now estimated to be close to 1,100. It is said to have long been guaranteed admission to a leading spiritualist university. It's also true that you're not from our circle, so it's normal that you don't recognize Gu Yueshi. Chenhao skimmed his mouth and made a conspiratorial wave. Chu Ming glanced at him and faintly said, Stupid? ? Chenhao's expression stiffened and he jerked his head to look at him. I wanted to curse back angrily, but I couldn't get a word out after a while of trying to speak. Inexplicably just can't get angry. What's going on? Just as Chenhao was confused, a clamor suddenly rose around him. It's Gu Yueshi's turn to test. Grip it. This face is truly heaven-defying. Brothers, all eyes on me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. Me, I'm Gu Yueshi's dog. It's easy to know the sky, and it's easy to be a man against the sky. Gu Yueshi's battle power is already close to 1,100, right? I guess the first place in this mock exam is hers again. This kind of face and body are top-notch. The strength is also extremely bullish. Girl is definitely the white moonlight of many small junior nan. The moment it comes out is the attention of all the people. Of course, Gu Yueshi's test was also without any suspense. Facing that iron golem, she didn't even use her talent or spirit skill. She just lightly slapped the iron golem's chest and directly sent it flying several meters. Look at the crowd in disbelief. Chu Ming looked confused. No, what about the fact that this girl has awakened a summoning talent? You're a summoner with such a high base attack? I'm guessing it has to be 800 or more? Not bad. You're Gu Yueshi, right? I heard that you were the first place winner in the first 2 mock examinations? Puppeteer Pang Ji, who had been expressionless, gave the young girl an appreciative smile. Aha. Gu Yueshi nodded, seemingly a bit high-strung. Pang Ji didn't care and laughed. If you pass the test, hurry up and enter the secret realm to kill the monsters, and try to get another first place. Gu Yueshi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she turned to look in the direction of North Mountain Middle School and asked, Can I find someone to team up with? Pang Ji froze, thinking that he had misheard himself. You're looking for someone to team up with? Aha. Gu Yueshi nodded. Pang Ji couldn't understand. Why are you looking for someone to team up with? Isn't that like finding a drag queen? Teams are allowed on the test, but the points earned when a squad kills a monster are divided equally. For example, if a 2-person squad kills a Black Iron 5-stage monster and gains 5 points, 2 people sharing equally is 1 person and 1 kuno point. Generally speaking, only candidates with a relatively low battle strength will choose to form a group to increase the efficiency of brushing monsters, while also improving safety. But a genius like Gu Yueshi, who had a battle strength of around 1100 and was comparable to a bronze section, was just walking sideways inside the secret realm, and could easily brush the monsters alone. So why did she need to find someone to form a team? One more drag queen to split her points? Facing Pang Ji's disbelief, Gu Yueshi pursed her lips and said, I just want to team up with him. Pang Ji froze for a moment, then revealed a dazed expression. I see. Looks like this talented girl is in love. Then, I can't manage it. Pang Ji shook his head helplessly and could only allow the next candidate to begin the test. Gu Yueshi, on the other hand, stood at the entrance of the secret realm and waited silently, her eyes always looking at a certain direction of North Mountain High School. What do you mean? Why isn't she going in? Chenhao looked puzzled, then suddenly reacted and said in surprise, Gosh, she's not trying to find someone to team up with, is she? It looks like it should be. Wang Hongmei frowned, puzzled. Why? With her battle power, it's obvious that the solo test is the most efficient for brushing monsters. What's the point of forming a team? Not only them, but many people were looking at each other in disbelief, feeling extremely puzzled by Gu Yueshi's behavior. No way. Gu Yueshi actually wants to find someone to team up with? Who could deserve to be on a team with her? Uncle Xiaochuan from North Hills High School? I guess so. They're the only two whose battle power breaks 1,000. After the crowd had been talking for a while, their gazes couldn't help but look in Xiaochuanbo's direction. Out of the more than 1,000 candidates, other than Gu Yueshi, this guy was the only one whose battle power also broke 1,000. Although it was only yesterday that he'd barely broke 1,000. But no one in the whole room, except for him, was worthy of teaming up with Gu Yueshi. What are you looking at me for? Xiaochuanbo was holding his cell phone and lowly staring at the message. When he felt the gazes of the people around him, he raised his head with a confused face. The boy beside him said excitedly, "Brother Xiao is bullish. You're actually teaming up with Gu Yueshi for this test? How come I haven't heard you say anything about it?" The boys around him were casting envious or jealous glances at him. What team? Xiaochuanbo was confused and his face changed drastically. Who's going to team up with Gu Yueshi? Don't talk nonsense. If I let my ex-girlfriend know, I'll be screwed. She all but said she'd find me to get back together after the college entrance exams. The corners of the eyes of the surrounding students twitched a few times. Damn. Almost forgot this pussy is a dog licker. If it's not him, then who could it be? The crowd was filled with doubt and looked at a few other boys with a battle strength of 900 or more. The person who could make Gu Yueshi willing to team up would definitely not have a low battle power up. And among all the candidates, there were only those 7 or 8 with a battle power of over 900. Suddenly, someone's eyes lit up. You guys pay attention to the direction Gu Yueshi is looking. Isn't that the location of the Senior Awakening Class 1? It's still true. She keeps looking over there. Hiss. She's not looking at that Chenhao, is she? He's the only one in the first class whose battle power broke 900, right? Ha, you don't think so? It's not really this dangling hair, is it? Gradually, more and more gazes were placed on Chenhao, a pair of eyes filled with unacceptability and jealousy. From the direction that Gu Yueshi was looking at, only this force was a possible candidate. Other than him, who else over there is qualified to team up with Gu Yueshi? It can't be Chu Ming next to him, can it? Ha, she wants to team up with me? Chenhao was surprised out loud. In fact, he had long felt that Gu Yueshi seemed to be looking at himself, but he just couldn't believe it. Now listening to the chatter around him, he was a little agitated. You don't think so? I'm not going to be taken in by her, am I? Although, Chenhao didn't have any feelings for this genius girl. She was after all the white moonlight in the hearts of countless little junior nannies. If he was taken down by self, he couldn't even imagine how good this pussy could pretend. Chenhao couldn't help but look forward to it a bit, but on the surface, he pretended to be confused and incomprehensible, as if he didn't know what was happening at all. Chu Ming's expression was a bit odd. He always felt that Gu Yueshi was looking at himself, and he didn't know if it was a life illusion. 10 minutes later, all the candidates from Yuzhou Middle School finally finished their tests. It was North Hills High School's turn. Awakening Class 1, naturally, was first in line. It was soon Chenhao's turn. Under Wang Hongmei's encouraging gaze, he walked towards the iron golem with a nervous face, putting on a timid appearance, but his heart was inexplicably secretly happy. And I don't know what kind of pushy mentality this is. You like to play pig in a poke, don't you? Just as some of the candidates from the other schools thought that Chenhao was a small piece of trash, they only saw him flatly swing out a punch and blast it on top of the iron puppet. The iron golem flew straight out 10 meters away. The shocked crowd sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and in their hearts they exclaimed, "Did you just pretend to be your mother?" Chenhao enjoyed the pleasure of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and after completing the test, he glanced at Gu Yueshi and pretended to be unintentionally passing by her, waiting for the other party to call out to self. However, Gu Yueshi didn't even look at him, still looking in the direction of Awakening Class 1. Chenhao's expression stiffened and he was immediately embarrassed. What do you mean? Doesn't she want to team up with me? It's impossible. Who else is qualified to team up with her in Class 1 except me? Could it be that girls are thin-skinned and not very good at taking the initiative? Chenhao pondered for a moment, walked over to stand beside Gu Yueshi, and pretended to greet her casually. Hello, do you want to find someone to team up with as well? Gu Yueshi frowned and silently moved a few steps to the side, with an appearance of not wanting to bother with him at all. Chenhao was really embarrassed now. No, you're really not looking for me, are you? So you just watched me do the fair. The other candidates were also confused when they saw the scene and looked at each other in confusion. Is that a mistake? Then who exactly is Gu Yueshi looking for to team up with? Can it be that it's really Uncle Xiaochuan? Just then, it was Chu Ming's turn to test. When he stepped out of the group and came in front of the iron golem, everyone's eyes moved away from Gu Yueshi and shifted to him. There's one thing to be said for watching fun that's a lot more fun than watching pretty girls. Oh yo, it's finally Ming's turn. I guess he'll be kicked out 15 meters by the iron golem. Impossible. Just now that black iron 4th stage guy was kicked out 12 meters. Chu Ming. Feels like he has to be kicked 20 meters. I bet 30 meters. The candidates from North Mountain Middle School couldn't help but flirt, and could already imagine the scene of Chu Ming being knocked to the ground and letting out pig squeals. Chu Ming ignored the gazes of the crowd and raised his head to look at the 3-meter-tall iron golem with a look of interest in his eyes. He wasn't worried about exposing his strength anymore, and had long since figured out how to explain the surge in strength. Come on, take a big elbow from me. Just as Chu Ming was about to make his move, a light voice suddenly sounded. He doesn't need to test it. I want to team up with him. There was a silence in the room. All of them cast shocked gazes at Gui Leuan, glancing at each other and those around them several times, wondering if they had misheard themselves. The person she wanted to team up with was actually Chu Ming? How is that possible? I'm fucking up hard and hallucinating? No. What's the situation here? How could Gui Leuan think of teaming up with Chu Ming? Nima. Both of them are not in the same picture. Okay? One is the first in the city. The other is the last in the city. Does Chu Ming deserve it? How many times does he deserve it? On what grounds? I can't take it. This was something that no one expected. And those little junior nannies were dumbfounded on the spot, their eyes wider than high play, unable to accept it at all. If the ones Gui Leuan wanted to team up with were geniuses like Xiao Chuanbo and Chenhao, although they would be jealous and hard to bear, they would be more helpless. After all, these two people did have the qualifications to stand with Gui Leuan. But what right does Chu Ming have? With his black iron too? With a strength of less than 200? By virtue of him awakening a crap talent? All the boys have not figured out where self lost. Chenhao directly couldn't tense up, dazedly looking at Gui Leuan, and twisting his head to look at Chu Ming. For a while the CPU was a little burnt. No, sister. You do not choose me even if you choose Chu Ming. Put here to insult who? On the other side, Xiao Chuanbo, who was replying to his ex-girlfriend's message, also raised his head in shock, unable to understand as he looked at Gui Leuan. He admitted that Chu Ming was indeed quite handsome, and his face value was probably second only to Tomato Reader. But what else does he have besides his face? What's Gui Leuan doing? Are you a nymphomaniac? Didn't I hear she was cold? Not to mention the others. Chu Ming himself was all confused. What does it mean? What do you mean? This girl has a crush on me? Mr. Pang? Gui Leuan frowned and looked at the frozen Pang Ji on the side. The latter then reacted, twisted his head to look at Chu Ming, and said uncertainly, You want to team up with him? As someone from Yuzhou City's spiritual cultivation department, Pang Ji naturally recognized Chu Ming, a student who had awakened an S-rank waste talent, so it was even more incomprehensible. No way. This genius girl wouldn't be screwing Chu Ming, right? Digging the groove. Sins. Aha. Gui Leuan nodded and pointed at Chu Ming. He doesn't need to be tested. With me here, I can guarantee his safety inside the secret realm. Pang Ji cluelessly said. No, it's not. Every candidate has to test otherwise it's out of order. Gui Leuan frowned, but his battle power is too low. He will be beaten by the Iron Golem and definitely won't pass the test. Chu Ming. What words? What kind of words is that? Pang Ji laughed bitterly. I know that he has low battle power, so he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the secret realm examination. How can you team up with him? Gui Leuan was silent for a moment and stubbornly said, I just want to team up with him. Teacher Pang, why don't you go ask Minister Chen if you can be exempted from Chu Ming's test? This. Pang Ji's face was full of difficulties. If it was any other candidate who was so disruptive, he would have been furious long ago. But facing a genius, who is number one in the city and has a great future, is a little bit bad to offend. As for the other candidates, at this point, they had long since looked dumbfounded. One by one, their eyes glazed over. Shocked and uncomprehending gazes moved back and forth between Chu Ming and Gui Leuan. What's the situation? What the hell is going on with these two? Gui Leuan had even disregarded the rules of the test in order to be able to team up with him? Why? Can't read it. I really can't read it. Chenhao even kept scratching his head. His CPU was on the verge of overclocking, trying to comprehend this outrageous scene. At this time, Chu Ming suddenly opened his mouth and said in an unpleasant tone, Not sis. You want to team up with me and asked my opinion? I also sister agree. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked again. Everyone did not expect Chu Ming to reject Gui Leuan. No, man. What's wrong with you? The city's number one genius girl took the initiative to want to team up with you, and she even went so far as to violate the rules, wanting you to be exempted from the test and directly enter the secret realm to participate in the examination. And you don't even appreciate it? Digging the groove. Simply incomprehensible. Cerebral palsy, isn't he? Chenhao couldn't understand Chu Ming's operation either. With his less than 200 battle power, It was absolutely impossible to get past the Iron Golem, and he would be credited with 0 points on the spot. People like Gui are willing to take you into the secret realm, and even said they would protect you, and you actually refused? It's not a buddy. Who are you to say no? Ha! Gui let out a confused sound and didn't expect self to be rejected. It wasn't that she was self-absorbed, but mainly, Chu Ming's battle power really couldn't possibly pass the test. He didn't have a reason to reject self, did he? In the midst of everyone's perplexed gazes, Chu Ming slowly walked up to the Iron Golem and spat. What's the point of teaming up with you, so that you can share my score? One sentence for all will not be whole. Did you just fucking say the opposite? They're number 1 in the city and give you a bottom score? You can't even get past this Iron Golem. Okay? Yet the next moment, everyone suddenly changed color and showed disbelief. See only. A strong aura of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from Chu Ming's body, and without warning, he violently kicked between the iron puppet's legs. Boo! A metallic clash exploded violently. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the Iron Golem that weighed several tons took off directly in place. It was like a rocket to the sky. Shoo! Boo! The Iron Golem was kicked at least 10 meters high before it smashed hard towards the ground like a meteorite. One lucky viewer is chosen at random. Me Nima? Chenhao was originally looking on with a stagnant face, but then he suddenly realized that the Iron Golem was smashing towards self. Frightened, his steel door tightened and he hurriedly flung himself to the ground next to him, narrowly avoiding it, but falling on his face. The ground kicked up a cloud of dust. The whole place is dead silent. Chu Ming scratched his head in embarrassment. Whoa, wipe. Overexerted myself. It's true that it's a bit hard to control when the battle power skyrockets too quickly. The candidates had long been dumbfounded, only feeling their brains buzzing, looking at Chu Ming with eyes full of shock and incredulity. Grip grass. Up fierce. See Chu Ming a kick to fly 500 war power Iron Golem. This isn't right? Xiao Chuanbo's jaw dropped and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Although with his battle strength, it would be easy to kick this Iron Golem. But, how could Chu Ming do it? This has to be at least 800 battle power or more to do this, right? Isn't he a black iron too? Suddenly, a flash of horror flashed across Xiao Chuanbo's eyes, remembering what happened yesterday in the school's battle strength test hall. It can't be. Hard to believe that 1200 war power. It can still be true? How the hell could he kick the Iron Golem? Chenhao climbed up from the ground, not even caring about the ash on his face, staring at Chu Ming with wide eyes, incredulous to the extreme. That's got to be over 800 battle points. That's impossible. Obviously he was only 180 when he tested his battle power last year. It's hard to believe that he's improved so much in the past year. It just hasn't been exposed? Teacher, I'm counting this as a test, right? Chu Ming looked at Pang Ji, who was dumbfounded on the side, and asked, can we enter the secret realm yet? Pang Ji opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment, and could only nod. Thanks. Chu Ming faintly smiled, and then walked straight towards the entrance of the secret realm. As he passed by Gui Yueshi, he said, sorry sis, I think it's more efficient to brush the monsters alone. After saying that, he stepped into the entrance of the secret realm and his figure disappeared. When Gui Yueshi froze, she immediately became anxious and hurriedly followed suit. Wait for me. She knew that Chu Ming was definitely not an ordinary black iron second stage. She'd seen him display strong spiritual power all that day. So, is that why Gui Yueshi wanted to team up with Chu Ming? Xiao Chuanbo muttered. He now really had some doubts that yesterday's test instrument data was actually not wrong. Well, that's outrageous, isn't it? Black Iron 8 with a battle strength of 1,200? How did Chu Ming do it? What's going on here? Wang Hongmei was at a loss. As the class teacher, she was more confused than anyone else at this time. Teacher Wang, when did Chu Ming get to Black Iron 8th stage? Pang Ji suddenly ran over and asked, his face full of astonishment. 8 Dan? I can't reach it. Wang Hongmei was dumbfounded. Pang Ji said, although I don't know what this kid's battle power is, I felt it clearly when he was running his spiritual energy. He's definitely at the 8th stage of Black Iron. There was another gasp from the room. Black Iron 8th stage? Crap. When did Chu Ming get to 8th stage without saying anything? Within the city's senior candidates, there aren't even 20 who have reached the Black Iron 8th stage. Yeah, even if we add Chu Ming, it's only 18, right? When did he get 8 paragraphs? Didn't he only score 1 point in the second model last time? The candidates of Beishan Middle School were shocked and dumbfounded, especially Chu Ming's classmates, who only felt a fiery pain on their faces at this moment. Yesterday they were still teasing and mocking Chu Ming in the class group. As a result, now, trolling, the clown is actually myself. Black Iron 8th stage? Chenhao man was dumbfounded. Chu Ming's spiritual power level was actually the same as self's? No way this. Although he was dead set against believing it, Chu Ming's performance just now could not be faked. Moreover, Pang Ji is a gold-level puppet master. The mental power is extremely powerful. The feeling will certainly not be wrong. So this kid really has been hiding his strength all along? Now that it's almost senior year, you're just going to stop pretending, right? Chenhao's back teeth were about to be clenched, and his heart was upset to the extreme. Shit! Self's pussy was being played by Chu Ming again, just like at the awakening ceremony a year ago. It was clear that Self, who had awakened his A-rank talent, was the most powerful and should be in the limelight. As a result, Chu Ming has awakened an S-rank talent. At least on that day, Chenhao was directly ignored by everyone, which upset him for a long time. So what if you're at the 8th stage of Black Iron? You're a cultivator of spiritual Yuan Gong. The quality of your spiritual energy is so trashy, and your battle power is only 800 out at the top. I don't believe you'll score higher than me in the 3rd model this time. Chenhao secretly gritted his teeth. Although he was also a Black Iron 8th stage, his battle strength had already broken 900. Moreover, the spirit techniques and talents that he cultivated were extremely advantageous in terms of brushing monsters, and he by no means believed that Self would lose to Chu Ming. Thinking of this, Chenhao's gaze was ruthless, and he directly rushed into the entrance of the secret realm. And at this point, Pang Ji had already arrived on top of the high platform and hurriedly reported the matter to Chen Xiuyuan. Black Iron 8? Chen Xiuyuan frowned, also shocked. Because of that incident a year ago, he has actually been quite concerned about Chu Ming, and the country has also asked him to pay close attention to Chu Ming. The talent of Universal Trader is, after all, somewhat special. Minister Chen, this kid wouldn't have been hiding his strength before, right? Pang Ji was puzzled. Why would he do that? Chen Xiuyuan recalled the outrageous performance of Chu Ming in the last 2nd model exam, and it took a desperate effort to dry up a black wolf of a Black Iron section. He frowned. I really don't feel like he was hiding his strength in the past. No matter which way you look at it, it's impossible for his previous battle power to exceed 200. And he doesn't have to hide his strength, does he? Everyone knows that the better the performance, the better the school benefits. So why would he hide it? Pang Ji thought about it and felt that it was true, and wondered, then how did he suddenly, he thought of a certain possibility and said in shock, Minister Chen, this kid couldn't have really used his talent to trade something useful from the heavens and the worlds. Could he? It directly caused his rank to soar? Chen Xiuyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he also felt that this was the only possibility. But the problem is, worldwide trader, this talent, decades ago, the country had already tried countless times, spending a lot of human and material resources and financial resources before finally determining that it was a useless waste talent. It was simply impossible to manage to trade anything useful from those powerful beings in the heavenly realms. How did Chu Ming do it? This has to be reported. Chen Xiuyuan quickly realized the importance of this matter. If Chu Ming really has any way to be able to use this talent, other than that, at least it can show that this S-level talent of his is useful. A genius who had awakened an S-class talent was obviously something that had to be reported. Minister Chen, do you think Chu Ming has a chance to get top 10 in the 3rd model this time? Pang Ji asked curiously. Chen Xiuyuan frowned and thought and shook his head. It's hard to even get to the top 20. The probability is that this kid was only promoted to the Black Iron 8th stage this month. He has never cultivated a spirit skill, and this talent of his doesn't add much to his battle power, and the technique he cultivates is still the spirit elemental technique, so it is estimated that right now his battle power is only 800 out of 800 at the most. Most of all, he hasn't mastered spirit techniques and can only rely on his fists to fight monsters. The efficiency of killing monsters is so low that he might not be able to compare to those candidates with a battle strength of 600 or 700. Pang Ji thought about it, and also felt it was very reasonable, and laughed. Regardless of whether or not this kid's 3rd model score is good or not, it's kind of a big surprise for us. If he really has a way to be able to use the Universal Trader, it's of great strategic value to the country. The eyes went black. After a feeling of vertigo, what came into view was a vast grassland with a lush forest and towering snow-capped mountains in the distance. Not half a monster could be seen at a glance. The secret realms dedicated to this kind of examination were all relatively safe, in which those dangerous monsters had been killed off long ago, and artificially arranged for some less aggressive monsters. Although the difficulty of this examination has been increased, compared to those truly sinister secret realms, this examination secret realm is not even comparable to a Kuanmo. Looking around and realizing that Gu Yueshi was not beside Self, Chu Ming sighed in relief. Luckily, the teleportation locations into the secret realm were randomized when not in a group. He didn't want to bring a drag. So what if the city's #1 girl genius? Battle power is 1100 at best. Dude's base combat power is 1200. Okay? Together with the 11th weight of the wooden vine technique, I feel that I am now strong and terrifying. Find the monster, find the monster. Chu Ming turned around and rushed deeper into the forest, not wanting to waste any time at all. You have to take the top 3 in the city this time. Swish swish swish. Not long after entering the forest, a loud noise was set off in the grass next to him, and a black shadow suddenly rushed out. Aha, a black wolf of the 3rd stage of the Black Iron? Chu Ming glanced at it and instantly his anger surged. It was called an enemies meeting. The last time he was in the 2nd model, he was almost fucked by a black wolf of the Black Iron section. Looking at the black wolf that lunged towards self, Chu Ming had wanted to directly give it a kick to death and take revenge, but suddenly thought of something, eyes slightly narrowed, murmured, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge. Kill your 9 clans. Swish. In the next moment, a thick vine spread out from his arm, and at an extremely fast speed, he viciously lashed out at the black wolf's abdomen. Snap. Soon ow. The black wolf let out a wail and turned around and ran without hesitation. Its black pupils filled with fear. Chu Ming hurriedly followed it and smacked its butt again, making it run even faster. Pop. Ow. The force was so well controlled that it would only give it a few superficial wounds. This black wolf thing is a pack creature, and the probability is that this black wolf will subconsciously run in the direction of its own pack when it is frightened. This is Chu Ming's purpose. Damn it, directly to kill its 9 clans. Just as well to save a bit of time looking for monsters. 10 minutes later, following the black wolf thousands of meters deeper into the forest, Chu Ming managed to find its lair. It was a huge cavern that actually had 24 black wolves coiled within it, with the lowest level at the Black Iron 3rd stage and the highest Black Iron 8th stage. Hiss. That much? Chu Ming sucked in a breath of cool air. One must know that the creatures in the secret realm generally had a much higher battle power than spirit cultivators of the same level, and a Black Iron 8th stage black wolf was feared to have a battle power value of around 900. Together with the other 20 or so black wolves above the 3rd stage of Black Iron, Chu Ming had no doubt that even if Gui Yueshi, a genius girl, came, she wouldn't quite dare to confront this group of black wolves head-on. The black wolf thing is an outrageous team player. However, to the current Chu Ming, they were all minor problems. Come on, kissing mom winding. Facing a group of ferocious black wolves, Chu Ming fully operated the wood vine technique, directly releasing 11 vines and began to frantically whip them. Pop, pop, snap, ow. Accompanied by a spanking sound and the black wolf's screams, the interior of the cavern was gradually dyed red with blood. Even the black wolf king of the Black Iron 8th stage, under the full force of the vine's pumping attack, his spine was directly snapped, paralyzed on the ground and struggled painfully for a few moments before he lost his breath of life. In less than 3 minutes, Chu Ming had regimentally destroyed this nest of black wolf monsters, and looking at the corpses and blood all over the ground, he was somewhat surprised in his heart. Self's current battle power seems to be quite a bit higher than expected, definitely more than 2000. If one wanted to destroy a group of black wolves whose highest rank was at the 8th stage of Black Iron, even an ordinary bronze 2nd stage spirit cultivator would probably have to waste no small amount of effort. And he was so relaxed that it felt like it didn't even take much effort. My battle power wouldn't be close to 3000 already, would it? As this speculation popped up in his heart, Chu Ming was shocked for a moment. This would be a bit outrageous. The average battle strength of a Black Iron 8 paragraph is only 800. Inema go straight to 3000? Is the Mokutan Jutsu that great of an increase in combat power? Worthy of being a simplified version of a 5th grade spirit skill? Shaking his head, Chu Ming didn't think about it anymore. The priority now was to kill more spirit beasts to earn points. Walking over to the pile of black wolf corpses, Chu Ming controlled the vines and dug out the spirit beads from each of the corpses, placing them in the backpack he was carrying. Every creature in the secret realm had spirit beads in their bodies, but the vast majority of them were unclassified and of little use, and no one wanted them when they were taken out to be sold. However, it can be used to tally up the scores at the time of assessment. TSK, not a single low-grade spirit bead, all unranked trash. 10 Black Iron 3s, 8 Black Iron 4s, 5 Black Iron 5s. Dredge, 156 points straight up in this wave? Chu Ming's eyes lit up, instantly feeling that Self's goal of taking the top 3 was secure. Even great probability of taking first place. If I remember correctly, in the last 2nd model, the city's number 1, Gui Yueshi, scored only 287, right? And he had not even entered the secret realm for half an hour this time, and he had taken more than 100 points. Isn't it just a matter of having a hand in first place? A high battle power means you can do whatever you want. Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Apart from Self, no one within the candidates should be able to manage to destroy this group of black wolves in a group. Such efficiency in swiping points was obviously something that others could not replicate. He was not in a hurry at once. Anyway, the examination was 8 hours long, and after that, another 200 or 300 points were obviously in hand. Outside the secret world, all of the candidates had completed the test, 80% had passed, and the rest stood with their heads hanging down with mixed emotions. And at that moment, several high school principals were talking on a high platform. Having just finished a meeting at the Board of Education, they hurried over. The form is getting more and more severe now. It is said that those several god-level secret realms are already close to being suppressed insufficiently. The country is in dire need of top combatants. Yeah, that's why the difficulty of the National High School's examination has suddenly increased so much. The state is probably trying to screen out the group of students with the best qualifications, tilting the best resources at them and focusing on their cultivation. Hey, let's not talk about this. What are we silver level ones doing paying attention to national affairs? That's something only a strong person of Minister Chen's level should be concerned about. Well, let's talk about this test. Li Huayu, the principal of Beishan Middle School, looked at the deep entrance to the secret realm and laughed. Although the difficulty has been raised quite a bit, it's still not too much of a challenge for those few students with a battle strength of 900 or more. And this time around, our Beishan Middle School will still be able to account for more than 3 of the top 10. Yuzhou Middle School's principal, Wang Yuan, glanced at him and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if it's the top 10. We at Yuzhou Middle School just need to continue to take first place." The smile on Li Huayu's face froze and he gave Wang Yuan a displeased look, but he was powerless to retort. There's no way. That Gu Yueshi from Yuzhou Middle School is just too talented. Her battle power broke 1,000 when the second semester of her senior year just started, breaking the city's record. And North Hills High School? Although there was also a Xiao Chuanbo with a battle strength of 1,000. This kid had only just broken 1,000 yesterday and was too far behind Gu Yueshi. Gu Yueshi was number 1 in every citywide test in her senior year, and no one could shake that at all. This time, the odds are the same. At this time, Chen Xiaoyuan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Principal Li, how many points do you think Chu Ming, from your school, can get this time?" All the principals were confused for a moment when this statement was made. "Who are you talking about?" Li Huayu thought that he had misheard himself. With the difficulty of this examination, how could Chu Ming possibly get a score? He couldn't even pass the pre-test, right? Minister Chen, you're not kidding, right? Wang Yuan also looked odd and said, "That Chu Ming kid's battle power is less than 200. How can he possibly take points?" The other principals nodded, looking equally puzzled. Chen Xiaoyuan faintly told everything that had just happened. At once, all the principals had expressions of shock and disbelief. Chu Ming is already a Black Iron 8 Dan? And it's suspected to have mastered the method of using the Universal Trader? If the one who said these words wasn't Chen Xiaoyuan, they definitely wouldn't believe half a word of it. How can? Wang Yuan's expression became extremely ugly. If Chu Ming's S-rank talent really worked, it would mean that Beishan Middle School had really produced an S-rank talent awakened person, and the country would definitely tilt a large amount of resources towards Beishan Middle School next year. As the principal of Yuzhou Middle School, Wang Yuan was naturally extremely unwilling to see this. Fortunately, this kid, even if the Black Iron 8 paragraph, the battle power should not be high, after all, did not cultivate the spirit skills. It is estimated that it is about 800. The probability is not to enter the top 20, at least in this examination. Chu Ming could not threaten the rankings of those geniuses from his own school. Wang Yuan comforted himself in his heart, and his face then looked better. But just then, Li Huayu, who was on the side, suddenly thought of something and his face changed greatly. Wait. Could it be that Chu Ming's battle power test data from yesterday is true? The crowd looked at him in unison. Chen Xiaoyuan frowned. Chu Ming tested his battle power yesterday? Li Huayu nodded. Right, yesterday. One of our school's testing teachers came to me to report. He said that Chu Ming tested out at a Black Iron 8 stage spirit power level. And, speaking of this, he revealed an unbelievable look, and he measured a battle power value of 1,215. The principal's eyes went wide. Impossible. Wang Yuan fiercely waved his hand. Black Iron 8 stage battle strength breaking 1200? Principal Li, are you joking? The entire Yuzhou city has never seen this kind of genius. Yeah, I think your school's tester data is wrong, right? The city's number 1, Gu Yueshi, only has a battle power of about 100, and she's a Black Iron 9 Dan. The other principals couldn't believe it either. Such a genius is not unheard of in the whole country. But it is basically impossible to cultivate it with the faculty and teaching resources of Yuzhou City. The main thing is that this person is Chu Ming. A month ago the battle power was less than 200. How can it suddenly soar more than 1,000? Did he trade his talent for an outlier? I don't dare to believe it either. Li Huayu laughed bitterly. At that time, I thought that the instrument was wrong. But now, since Chu Ming is really a Black Iron 8 Dan, doesn't that mean that this 215 battle power value might be true? Chenhao Yuan frowned in silence for a moment and nodded. I think it's possible. S-class talents only appear every few decades, with the exception of the 10,000 Worlds Trader. Every S-class talent awakened ended up becoming a billion-dollar breaking existence with a battle power above the sovereign level. If Chu Ming has truly developed a use for this talent, it really isn't impossible for ranks and battle power to suddenly skyrocket to this extent. The principals glanced at each other and thought about it. They also felt that Chenhao Yuan had a point. After all, it's an S-rank talent. As long as you can use it. It's just an infinite number of possibilities. If this kid really has 1200 battle power, then wouldn't he have a chance to take first place in this examination? Li Huayu's eyes were filled with surprise. Wang Yuan's face was almost blackened into an iron pot as he said in a cold voice. Not necessarily, right? It's not like high battle power means high efficiency in killing monsters. This kid has too little experience in killing monsters. Li Huayu glanced at him and smiled. It doesn't matter if he can take first place or not. As long as it proves that Chu Ming can use his talent. TSK. An S-grade talent. Yuzhou City has ever produced this one. Wang Yuan's face suddenly became even darker. Hardened. And his fists hardened. Are you fooling your mom? Didn't you used to dislike Chu Ming's talent more than anyone else? Now you're changing your face faster than you and your wife in bed. The secret world. Chu Ming had already gone more than 10 kilometers deeper into the forest. And the monsters he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. And were generally already above the Black Iron 6th stage. Still just a whip thing though. Just as he had killed a dog head monster of the 7th Black Iron stage, he was about to dig out the spirit pearls inside it. A female voice with surprise in its coolness suddenly came from the side. Chu Ming, I finally found you. Chu Ming twisted his head and was speechless. No, sister. What the hell are you doing? The owner of the voice was none other than Gu Yueshi. Her eyes filled with joy as she hurriedly said, Please, can I trouble you to teach me to cultivate spiritual power? I can give you tuition. A touch of helplessness crossed Chu Ming's eyes. It was really similar to what he had guessed. The scene yesterday where he utilized his forgiveness hat to clean up that stall owner must have been mistaken by this girl as self's mental power being awesome. No, my spiritual power level is only a section of Black Iron. How can I teach you? Chu Ming helplessly spread his hands. Gu Yueshi frowned, not believing it at all, only feeling that Chu Ming was unwilling to teach self. Yesterday, she clearly saw Chu Ming controlling that stall owner's spirit, and it also affected her spirit, so that she couldn't even be angry with him. His spiritual power level must be above Bronze 5 stage. And he is probable that he has also awakened the intention system talent. It's a dual talent awakened person. How else do you manage to control someone's mind? I can give you 30 low-grade spirit beads and 35 million Chinese currency. This is all my savings. You just teach me a little bit of spiritual power cultivation experience. Okay? Gu Yueshi pursed her lips and said with a bit of begging. Her spirit power level had been stuck at the Black Iron 9th stage for almost half a year now, and by all rights, with her enlightenment, she should have been promoted to the bronze level long ago. Unfortunately, she had awakened the summoner talent, which, like the puppeteer, focused heavily on the cultivation of spiritual power. If the spiritual power level couldn't keep up, it would be extremely difficult to raise the spiritual power level, and her spiritual power level was only at the 5th stage of Black Iron. So she had to raise it to at least the 6th stage before her spiritual power level could break through. Only by cultivating her spirit power level to bronze level before the college entrance exam could she be accepted by the 2 top spirit cultivation academies, and that had been her goal all along. Therefore, Gu Yueshi really wanted to know how Chu Ming managed to cultivate his spiritual power to above bronze 5 stage before the college entrance exam. Is there some special trick to it? I really can't teach a bit. Stop pestering me. I'm going to keep killing monsters. Chu Ming unceremoniously rejected her, although the price she gave was indeed quite heartwarming. But buddies really can't be taught. After saying that, he turned his head and ran wildly towards the depths of the secret realm, his figure quickly disappearing into the dense jungle. Gu Yueshi froze in place, a touch of loss surfacing in her eyes. Are you really so reluctant to teach me? By noon, there were already candidates coming out of the secret realm one after another, and the ones who came out at the very beginning were basically injured, each with a look of panic on their faces. These people were relatively weak in battle, estimated to be just over 500, and barely passed the Iron Golem's test. But now inside the secret realm, the number of monsters above 500 battle power can be quite a lot. These people, but any bad luck encountered, have to be dried out in a mess. At the entrance of the secret realm, Pang Ji stood there, responsible for counting the spirit beads that each candidate brought out and calculating the scores. Yuzhou Middle School, Ji Buchang. 3 Black Iron 3rd Stage Spirit Beads, 1 Black Iron 4th Stage Spirit Bead, a total of 13 points. Upstream Middle School, Een Daojin, 2 black iron 3rd stage spirit beads, 6 points, North Hills High School, up to the first, 18 score, Upstream High School, classmate, no sleeping here, teacher, he fainted, there's a lot of blood, oh, ha, the first batch of candidates to come out were all dismal, basically in the tens, not even a single 20, on the high platform, Chen Xiuyuan frowned inside, AI, it's really pitiful for these children, if it's the difficulty of the previous test, they can at least pass, right? Li Huayu smiled bitterly, yes, I don't know whether this examination reform of the state is good or bad, time passes by, more and more candidates came out of the secret realm, and their scores became higher and higher, gradually there have been people over the 60-point passing line, but overall, almost everyone's scores have dropped a significant amount from the last second model, and at a glance, almost everyone looks sad, by 4:30 p.m. There was only half an hour left before the end of the examination time, one after another. There were already candidates of Black Iron 6th stage or above coming out, and there were even 2 Black Iron 8th stage ones. It directly set the current highest score to 152, drawing an envious gaze. Suddenly, a ragged figure scurried out of the secret realm with a look of incomparable exuberance on his face, shouting, "The top 3 in the city, I fucking took it!" The candidates looked at him in unison, showing disdain. This guy clothes rotten like a beggar. A look is in the secret realm made a big loss. On this also dare to brag that self can take the first 3 it? However, when the man dumped a bunch of spirit beads from his backpack onto the ground, everyone's expression changed. This Nima has at least 50 or more spirit beads, right? Crap. Who is this guy? Which school? So fierce? How many monsters did he kill here? It's too much, isn't it? Good guy. Isn't this Chenhao from North Mountain Middle School? Gray-headed and almost unrecognizable. It's him? That wouldn't be surprising. His thunder elemental talent kills monsters too fiercely. The last time he was in the second model he only had a battle strength of over 800, and he ended up taking the 12th in the city. That's not right. With his strength, he shouldn't be in such a mess, right? What the heck? Got wall-sheared by a monster? The crowd was talking in surprised. Pang Ji also unexpectedly looked at Chenhao several times and nodded appreciatively. Not bad. You should be the candidate with the highest score so far. That large pile of spirit beads, a rough calculation would have to be above 200 points, while the highest score among those previous candidates was only 95. Chenhao hurriedly said, Mr. Pang, you should hurry up and calculate my score. I think I can definitely take the top 3 this time. Irritated by Chu Ming, he directly decided to take the risk with his own life, and painstakingly searched for the lairs of the 2 black wolf monsters, risking his life to exterminate both wolf dens in a group. A total of 53 black wolves were killed. There were also 2 black iron 8s among them. The least you can do is get over 200 points. Other than Xiao Chuanbua and Gu Yueshi, the 2 heaven-defying contraptions with a battle power of over 1,000. Chenhao didn't believe that anyone's score could still be higher than his own. In his opinion, other than self, there was no one else who could manage to destroy a group of black wolf monsters in a group. After all, he was the only one who had awakened the thunder elemental talent and cultivated a ranged attack thunder system spirit skill. In the area of group injuries, he had an absolute advantage. There's no one else like it. All black wolf monster spirit beads? Pang Ji was also startled after inspecting a few spirit beads. Your kid wouldn't have regimentally destroyed a pack of black wolves, right? Chenhao was full of complacency, but he made an embarrassed expression. No, I regimentally destroyed 2 packs of black wolves. Pang Ji was full of surprise. The black wolves team fighting ability is very strong. Your age of spiritual cultivators, but very few people can do a group to destroy the black wolf pack. Lad is good, Chenhao humbly said. No, it's just that my attacks happen to be all ranged, so I have a slight advantage when facing the black wolf pack. The surrounding candidates were shocked. Not only were they shocked at Chenhao's battle power, but they also didn't expect that this guy would be so ruthless that he would dare to go to the trouble of the black wolf pack. Look at his woeful appearance. Estimated that the process of regimenting the black wolf pack is also 10,000 difficult. North Mountain Middle School, Chenhao, total score 321. Ponzi announced his score after the tally. The surrounding candidates set off an uproar. That's already broken the city's mock exam record. I think the previous record high was only 292, right? Chenhao directly raised the record by almost 30 points with this wave. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the difficulty of the previous test was low, and the level of the monsters in the secret realm was not high, and the score that could be obtained from killing them was not high. However, it was undeniable that Chenhao's wave was indeed quite bullish. After all, most people didn't even make it to 100, and he broke 300 straight away. On the high platform, Chenhao Yuan and the principals also heard this extremely high score and looked different. Good boy. So proud of our North Mountain Middle School. Over 300 points. The top 3 should be secure. Right? Maybe we can even take first place. Li Huayu's mouth was about to split open with laughter. Today's surprises were just too many. A Chu Ming, a Chenhao, is simply the absolute pride of their North Mountain Middle School. As for Wang Yuan, who was on the side, his heart wanted to die. His face was horribly gloomy. Is North Hills High School smoking in its ancestral grave? Chu Ming, a student who had awakened a waste S-rank talent, was suddenly able to use the talent even though, how come there's another Chenhao? Nima's life is at stake. To find a black wolf pack to kill? What's the point of being in the top 3? And at this time Chenhao. That is called a raised eyebrow. Feeling the surrounding a gaze of admiration and shock. Only feel better than Da Fei Ji. Mud. Finally got the pussy back. Chu Ming is a marketplace? What's wrong with suddenly upgrading to Black Iron 8th stage? You haven't even practiced a single spirit skill. What are you going to brush the monsters with? Fists? It's tops to get 100%. 10 minutes later, a cool and delicate figure came out from the secret realm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Gui is out. I wonder how many points she can get. It feels like it's hard for her to surpass Chenhao this time. This pussy is also too desperate today. Yeah, 320 plus points is too much. Gui only scored 287 last time. That's not right. For a genius like Gui who has a battle strength of over 1,000, it's a good thing that the level of the monsters in the secret realm has been raised instead. Every monster you kill can get a higher score than the last test. Almost all of the candidates thought that Gui and Xiao Chuanbo were the only 2 people who could possibly exceed Chenhao's score. Only these 2 geniuses with a battle strength of over 1,000 might be able to make up for Chenhao's advantage of group injuries with hard power now. Chenhao, heart of complacency, also slightly convergence. Nervous stared at Gui although he would not dare to hope that self can exceed the city's first genius girl. But, what if it? Whoa! However, when Gui opened her backpack and poured out a large pile of spirit beads with no expression on her face, the hint of fluke in Chenhao's heart instantly disappeared, and the corners of his eyes twitched several times. Damn! This must be at least 80 or more spirit beads? North Mountain Middle School. Gui total score 542. The moment Pang Ji announced her score, the room exploded. All the candidates' gazes became shocked. Dig it! 542 points? This is going against the grain, isn't it? Directly took the citywide record that Chenhao had just broken and set it upwards by more than 200 points. Chenhao people are numb. Instantly do not dare to hope for the first and second place. Or honestly take the third. It's pretty much the same for the top 3 with extra prizes anyway. Ha. It's a good thing you didn't team up with anyone else. Or else you'd have to score at least half of these 500 plus points. Right? By then you'll probably only be able to take second. Pang Ji said half jokingly, looking at the young girl with appreciation in her eyes. Gui face was calm, without the slightest hint of joy. To her, taking the first place would have been a rare thing. This time, she hadn't really even been serious about killing monsters in the secret realm, and had spent a large portion of her time looking around for Chu Ming. That's all it took, and over 500 points. It couldn't be helped. The level of the monsters in the secret realm had been raised too much this time. In the past, she could only get 1 point for killing a Black Iron 1-segment monster at random, but now that she was killing Black Iron 3-segment or higher monsters at random, she could get 3 points every time. I might actually be second this time, Gui said faintly, her eyes a little bleak, as if she had something on her mind, and after saying that, she turned around and walked towards the direction of her own school's team. Pang Ji was dumbfounded. Was this girl so modest? 500 points. Who else could steal her first place? Uncle Xiaochuan? Well, if that kid is a bit more desperate like Chenhao, it is not really possible to say. On the high platform, the gloom on Wang Yuan's face had been swept away, and he laughed with a slight expression of interest. Ha, this girl really didn't let me down. Sorry Principal Li, the first place this time is still our Yuzhou Middle Schools. Li Huayu frowned slightly and said lightly, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's number 1 or not. It's enough for North Mountain Middle School to have Chu Ming as an S-class talent. Wang Yuan instantly stopped laughing. The first year of the city has been there every year, and the geniuses with a battle strength of over 1,000 have also been there every year, but the S-grade talent, Yuzhou City has really only this one ever. How the fuck does that compare? Looking at Wang Yuan, who had fallen into silence after being exterminated, Li Huayu smiled slightly and asked with concern, what's wrong Principal Wang? Your school's genius took first place in the city. Why aren't you smiling? Is it a natural dislike of smiling? I eat the zest of lemons. Wang Yuan's face blackened again, and if it wasn't in front of Chenhao Yuan, he would have broken into a rage. Well, without any surprises, She's number one. Chenhao nodded slightly and also cast an appreciative glance at Gui. Li Huayu, however, disagreed somewhat. Minister Chen, that's not necessarily true, is it? If Chu Ming really has 1200 battle power, then it's also possible to get a higher score, right? Chenhao shook his head slightly and said, it's hard. Chu Ming's experience in killing monsters is too little after all. Unlike Gui, who took first place in every test, and her familiarity with this secret realm is not something Chu Ming can compare to. Thinking about it, Li Huayu felt that it made sense and sighed helplessly. Chu Ming's battle power was inflated in a short period of time, and it could basically be said that he was, in addition to his high battle power, nothing. In terms of experience in killing monsters, not to mention Gui, everyone in the top 20 students in the city could crush him. Humph, that kid would be lucky to get a top 10. Wang Yuan snorted coldly. You want both S-level talent and number one? Why don't you go to heaven? Approaching the end of the assessment time, those candidates of the Black Iron 8 or 9 segment also came out of the secret realm one after another. The scores were basically all above 200, with many more in the 250s, and generally much improved from the last assessment. For candidates with high enough battle power, the secret realm with increased difficulty, on the contrary, it was easier to get points. This reform of the national high school examination has undoubtedly further widened the gap between ordinary students and the elite. This time, Xiao Chuanbo's figure appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, and immediately, all the candidates' eyes lit up and they hurriedly looked over. The only person who was qualified to grab first place with Gui was him. After all, only the two of them had broken 1,000 in battle power. However, when they looked at Xiao Chuanbo, they all froze for a moment. Only his head was lowered and he kept tapping on his cell phone as if he was sending a message to someone, his face full of panic and anxiety. Classmate? Please take out the spirit beads and I'll tally your scores. Pang Ji reminded. Wait a minute, teacher. I'm returning the message. Xiao Chuanbo didn't lift his head, his fingers flying madly on the cell phone keyboard. The surrounding candidates looked confused. What's going on? Only Xiao Chuanbo's fellow classmates looked at each other and saw the speechlessness in each other's eyes. Apparently, the guy was busy messaging his ex-girlfriend again. Pang Ji was confused and was about to say something. Right at this moment, a duck-tongued hat-wearing, slim and upright figure suddenly appeared at the exit of the secret realm. Instantly, it drew everyone's attention away from Xiao Chuanbo. Chu Ming is out. I'm out too. Society's biggest episode yet. Against the grain. He's actually the last batch to come out? Is he really a Black Iron 8 Dan? I can't understand. Why did this pussy's level suddenly skyrocket? Could it be that his S-rank talent is useful? Crap. That's not heavenly, is it? I don't know how many points he can get this time. The average battle power of the Black Iron 8 stage is only 800. At most it's like 2% out? I guess so. Barely making the top 20 shouldn't be a problem. What are you doing, bro? Looking at Xiao Chuanbo, who was blocking in front of self and playing with his cell phone with his head down, Chu Ming was dumbfounded and wanted to tell him to move over, but he accidentally glanced at the chat on his cell phone. Chu Ming immediately showed surprise in his eyes. I'm super. Boyle. This guy was talking to a girl with the handle Xia. It seemed like the girl was angry because there was no signal in the secret realm and he had no way to return the message. Uncle Xiao Chuan is frantically sending messages to coax her, but Xia simply refuses to forgive him. Chu Ming all looked dumbfounded. Good guy. I didn't expect that this number one genius in the whole school was actually a licking dog. And Xiao Chuanbo also completely did not notice that there was one more person behind self-centered, frantically sending all kinds of humble apology messages, trying to get the other party's forgiveness. Instead, Xia returned to him. Get lost, scummy man. How dare you not reply to my messages for a day? Don't even think about getting back together with me. I can never forgive you in my life. Chu Ming was already powerless to spit, not realizing that it was actually an ex-girlfriend. Xiao Chuanbo was about to collapse and muttered, Don't I'm really wrong. There's no signal inside the secret realm. How can I return the message? With that he resumed typing, frantically begging the other man for forgiveness. No buddy, can you get out of the way? Don't block the exit of the secret realm. Chu Ming really didn't hold back his words. Uncle Xiao Chuan didn't even raise his head. Don't argue, I'm in a hurry. Chu Ming couldn't bear it and directly snatched his cell phone. In Xiao Chuanbo's dumbfounded gaze, Chu Ming sent a message to his ex-girlfriend Xiaoxia, fuck off, you love to forgive or not, die aside. After sending it, Chu Ming returned the cell phone to the stupefied Xiao Chuanbo, patted his shoulder and said, helped you out? You're welcome, all buddy. Xiao Chuanbo's eyes gradually widened, finally reacting to what happened. His face changed greatly. Crap, what the fuck are you doing robbing my cell phone? What the hell? Got a problem with that? Chu Ming glanced at him, and underneath the duck-tongued cap on top of his head, there was a hidden touch of green. It's fine. Xiao Chuanbua had a kind smile on his face, and suddenly felt that Chu Ming grabbing his own cell phone and cursing his own goddess was not a big deal. Hiss. Not right? Shouldn't I be angry? Xiao Chuanbo was full of oddities, but at this time he couldn't think about this and hurriedly picked up his cell phone and withdrew the message that Chu Ming had just sent. I prayed frantically that I hadn't seen it. Xia must not have seen it. If she sees me, it'll be over. She won't really think I scolded her, will she? That would be a total waste. She really may never forgive me for the rest of her life. At that moment, Xia replied with a message. You scolded me? It's over. She really saw it. Xiao Chuanbo's pupils shook dramatically, and he immediately panicked, and hurriedly started typing to try to explain. Xia, it's okay, I forgive you. Xiao Chuanbo was confused, rubbed his eyes, were a bit skeptical that self was not looking at the wrong. He returned incredulously. Really? Xia, sure. It's really okay. Uncle Xiao Chuan was at a loss. What's going on here? Just now I frantically apologized for half a day. You refused to forgive me, and now after being scolded, you forgive me? Isn't there something a little off about this? Do girls just love the dominance? Hiss. Xiao Chuanbo's eyes gradually widened, suddenly feeling as if self had realized, jerking his head up to look for Chu Ming's figure, casting a grateful and admiring gaze at him. Masterful. This is definitely a master flirt. Enlightened. Next time Xia gets angry, I'll just start cursing. Chu Ming didn't know that this licking dog's thoughts had been brought astray by self. He had already arrived in front of Pangji at that moment and was ready to calculate the score. At once, the attention of all the candidates around them was focused, especially Chenhao. His gaze was dead on the backpack in Chu Ming's hand. Although he didn't think that the other party's score could exceed self's, he was just inexplicably a bit flustered. On the high stage, Chen Xiuyuan and the principals were all watching Chu Ming, all wanting to know how many points this kid with a battle power of up to 1200 could actually take. Only Gu Yueshi had a calm expression, with a bit of bitterness in the depths of her eyes. In her opinion, with Chu Ming's mental power level of bronze 5 or above, the efficiency of killing monsters was definitely extremely astonishing. As long as a single thought went down, it could easily crush the spirit of a black iron 9-segment monster. Moreover, mental attacks are still ranged damage. His score, how could it be lower than self's? In the limelight. Whoa! Chu Ming opened his backpack and poured out the spirit beads inside. It looked like there were only about 30 of them. That's it? Chenhao instantly sighed in relief and revealed a disdainful smile. Having killed more than 30 monsters, although it was already more than the vast majority of people, it was estimated to be barely in the top 20, and he had killed 52 monsters, and they were still 2 packs of black wolves with generally higher levels. There were also 2 black iron 8th stage ones among them. What can Chu Ming compare himself to? How could he have killed just this little monster? Gu Yueshi's eyes were full of surprise. Is this guy hiding his strength again, same as before? On the high platform, Chen Xiuyuan shook his head with some disappointment inside. It seems like it really is too little experience. Li Huayu frowned. It shouldn't be. Even if he doesn't have experience in killing monsters, with his 1200 battle strength, it's impossible that he only killed more than 30 monsters, right? Wang Yuan, who was on the side, suddenly saw his eyes light up and said, is it possible that the tester data from your school yesterday was really wrong? He doesn't have 1200 battle power? Upon hearing this, both Chen Xiuyuan and Li Huayu's faces changed slightly, obviously also feeling that this was a high possibility. Could it be that Chu Ming was really just an ordinary black iron 8th stage, the kind with only 800 battle power? Killed over 30 monsters? Pretty good. Pangji looked at the pile of spirit beads that Chu Ming had poured out, roughly counted them, nodded with satisfaction, picked up one of them, and used his spiritual power to feel its level. Pangji was startled for a moment, frowning as if he was a bit incredulous, and after feeling it carefully again, his eyes widened at once. Alarmed, he said, this is the spirit bead of the black iron 9th stage brown dog monster? When these words came out, the surroundings were quiet for a moment as the crowd cast shocked gazes at Chu Ming. He actually killed a black iron 9th stage brown dog monster? That's a monster with a battle strength of 950 or more. No, that can't be right. Chenhao's face changed. What did this mean? Meaning that Chu Ming had actually exerted a battle power of over 950 with a black iron 8th stage rank? Again, it's black iron 8, and I barely cracked 900 for fuck's sake. Chenhao had unacceptability written all over his face. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Pangji proceeded to pick up the other spirit beads for inspection, and as a result, the shock in his eyes intensified with each one he inspected. At the end of the day, the gaze he looked at Chu Ming turned into unimaginable. You these spirit beads, Pangxi gulped and said incredulously, all Black Iron 9 degree? Right. You fucking killed 34 Black Iron 9th stage monsters? Hiss. The whole room was shocked. Everyone's eyes went wide, hardly believing their own ears. All Black Iron 9 stage spirit beads? Chenhao opened his mouth so wide that he could almost fit 3 kuns in it, with an expression like he had seen a ghost. You know, inside the entire secret realm, there seemed to be only about 60 monsters of the Black Iron 9th stage, right? Chu Ming directly fucked up a large portion of it by himself? What kind of battle power does this have to be? Every Black Iron 9 degree monster's battle power could be over 950, some of them even broke 1,000. Moreover, these monsters were all thick-skinned and had extremely strong defenses, making it extremely difficult to kill even Gui Yueshi, a genius girl with a combat strength of 1100. It was also true that Gui Yueshi had only killed a single Black Iron 9th stage monster in the secret realm, which took her a whole hour. After that, when she encountered the Black Iron 9 degree monster again, she directly turned her head and ran away, not even wanting to look at it. It wasn't that he couldn't beat it, it was just too much of a waste of time. He might as well go and kill 2 more Black Iron 8th stage monsters. The score was only 1 point off anyway. Even Gui Yueshi was like this. And those other candidates whose battle power didn't break 1,000 were even more predictable. Not to mention killing it, they didn't even dare to get close to the Black Iron 9 degree monster, fearing that if they got any closer, they would melt. Therefore, at this moment, the shock in the hearts of the surrounding candidates was unspeakable, and they even looked at Chu Ming with a few moments of horror in their gazes. Really? Aside from Gui Yueshi, no one else has even killed a single Black Iron 9th stage monster, and he's nigh killed 34 of them? Mistake, right? This isn't scientific. Isn't he only a Black Iron 8 Dan? Yeah, even a bronze first stage spirit cultivator would have a hard time managing to kill so many Black Iron 9th stage monsters, right? That thing is hard to break defense. It's hard to believe that Chu Ming's battle power is already close to the average level of the bronze 2 stage? No way, that's too outrageous. The average battle power of a bronze 2 stage is 2,000. The crowd gasped in shock, and none of them were shocked by Chu Ming's outrageous battle results that left their jaws agape. The CPU is going up in smoke and can't figure out how he did it. Sure enough, his spirit power level is really high. Gui Yueshi's eyes flickered with light. This time she completely determined that Chu Ming's spiritual power level was definitely very high. Otherwise, with his Black Iron 8th stage spirit level, how could he have created such a terrifying battle record? No! I must find a way to get him to teach me to cultivate spiritual power. Gui Yueshi pursed her cherry lips, her clear eyes filled with stubbornness. How did you do that? Pangxi froze for half a second before he finally came back to his senses and asked in a shocked voice, what kind of battle power are you? Chu Ming froze. In fact, he did not think that taking out these spirit beads would make these people react so greatly. Is the monster of the Black Iron 9 stage so hard to kill? Isn't it just about 950 or so battles? Within the city's candidates, there were several with a battle strength of 950 or more, right? Couldn't they all fuck up a Black Iron 9th stage monster? Because of the awakening of the waste talent, Chu Ming had been swinging since his senior year of high school, and didn't have much knowledge of the secret realm monster, nor did he know that this thing had an extremely strong defense. Strong? So many monsters are just a matter of a whip, right? What's so strong about it? Of course, the main thing is that the battle power has skyrocketed too quickly, and he really does not have a clear perception of his own strength. In the face of Pangxi's question, Chu Ming didn't know how to answer for a moment. He is also not too clear about how much the self's battle power has risen to, estimating that it is already close to 3,000? Just then, a petite and cute girl next to her suddenly spoke up. Teacher Pang, Chu Ming's battle power seems to be 1215 already. He tested it at school yesterday. Chu Ming twisted his head and realized that she was none other than Lin Yumeng, her face filled with flashes of excitement as if she was happy for his performance. The surrounding girls all looked at her with odd gazes and couldn't help but somewhat wonder if she had a crush on Chu Ming. But Lin Yumeng's idea was very simple. I can't believe we've got another one of these awesome schoolboys in our class. That's great. 1215? Chenhao's pupils were seismic, and his entire body was dumbfounded. The same Black Iron 8 paragraph. His battle power is 300 higher than me? This I play Nima ah. The crowd was also in an uproar. Impossible, right? If he was a Black Iron 9th stage, then this battle power would still be possible. But a Black Iron 8th stage is too outrageous, isn't it? Crap. I saw that data in the testing hall yesterday too. At that time, I thought it was an instrument error. That data was actually measured by Chu Ming? Pangxi was similarly shocked. The Black Iron 8 stage battle strength breaking 1200. The entire Yuzhou city has no precedent. The key is, even if the battle strength is 1200, It is not so much that it can kill so many Black Iron 9-stage monsters, right? It has to be at least 2,000 or more battles, right? Just then, several figures suddenly jumped down from the high platform, and after landing steadily, they directly surrounded Chu Ming. It was Yuan and a few principals. After hearing Chu Ming's outrageous battle results, they were shocked, high play shrinking, and they couldn't sit still at that moment. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Chu Ming were like looking at a giant panda. No, such a bullish genius is simply rarer than a giant panda. Chu Ming, is your talent able to be used? Yuan simply couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and hurriedly asked. The principals were also staring at him dead in the face, all desperate for answers. Chu Ming frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Well, half a month ago I made a deal with a certain powerful being in the heavens and the worlds, and he granted me an increase in my spiritual power level and battle power. This was the speech he had thought of long ago, which could perfectly explain the sudden surge in self-strength. Moreover, he didn't say that Self had traded in some awesome magic skill, treasure, or anything like that, but rather that Self had been directly endowed with rank and battle power by some powerful being. This would prevent certain people from thinking of killing and taking the treasure from Self. Genius. Chu Ming was very satisfied with Self's explanation. It really works? The light in Yuan's eyes exploded as he rejoiced. Good, good. After using it only once, it has caught up with others' years of hard cultivation. It's even far surpassed by a large margin, worthy of being an S-class talent. The S-class talent really lives up to its name. Li Huayu was also ecstatic. The Universal Trader can even directly trade to levels and battle power? No need to cultivate to directly raise it? If this is traded a few more times, won't he have the possibility to reach the bronze level before the college entrance exam? The other few principals were equally shocked, although they had already made some guesses just now. When they really determined that Chu Ming could use his talent, their hearts still set off shocking waves. Wang Yuan was silent at the side, and his face had long since become uglier than being Karma's egg. S-level. North Mountain High School really produced an S-level talent awakening. His gift works? Chenhao was struck by lightning. Even if Chu Ming had been promoted to the gold level, it was still far from the shock that this news brought him. Compared to an S-ranked talent, the gold rank counts as a Koan bar gross ah. Since the aura recovery over 100 years ago, only 8 S-class talents had appeared in the country, and every single one of them, except for the Universal Trader, ended up becoming top powerhouses at the Zonshur level or above. Cleric, a paragraph. Average battle power broke 100 million. Each patriarch was capable of holding down a large province on his own. It's a great way to get a seal of approval. Moreover, one of the S-class talent awakened had become one of the 3 great divine realms of China at this point. God Realm, with a battle power of tens of billions, guarding the extremely terrifying God-level secret realm. A well-deserved guardian god of Huaxia. The gold content of an S-rank talent is evident. If Chu Ming's talent can really be used, it is estimated that he can be admitted early by the 2 first-class spiritual cultivation academies on the spot. No, the first-class academies count as a set of trade it's quite possible to go straight into a national-level spiritualism department. Thinking of this, Chenhao hit a shabby. Suddenly some regret since I always mocked Chu Ming before. What if he was settling accounts? Even more so, he could no longer raise a single thought of climbing with Chu Ming. Isn't it purely looking for abuse to climb with an S-rank gifted awakened person? Can't you see that this pussy has relied on his talent, and in just less than a month, his battle power has soared to such an outrageous level? That's not much of a comparison. The surrounding candidates were also dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts was no less than Chenhao's, and there was even a sense of sudden understanding. It turns out, is this the reason why Chu Ming's level and battle power suddenly skyrocketed? There's really an S-class talent awakener in my class? Wang Hongmei was in a trance, with a feeling of extreme unreality. At this time, Chu Ming spoke tentatively. May I ask, when will I get the rewards for the top 3 in the examination? What are you all so shocked about here? Dude is coming for the rewards alright. Only then did Yuan and the others come back from their surprise, and he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you brats to be quite realistic. Don't worry, the reward is definitely not missing you. I'll give it to you before tonight, okay? At those words, the corners of the eyes of the other few candidates who had taken the top 10 twitched. That's not right. Aren't the top 10 rewards for each test given out within half a month? How can you openly engage in privileges, Minister Chen? But they could only spit it out in their hearts, not daring to say it. It does make sense that S-rank gifted awakeners are a bit privileged. At this time, Pangji suddenly weakly opened his mouth. Chu student, although you killed 34 Black Iron 9th stage monsters, it is indeed very impressive. But, counting the total score is only 304. Can't enter the top 3. According to the reason, you can't get the top 3 rewards. Ha? Chu Ming froze for a moment. You've scored 300 points and still can't get first place? Did this test score inflate that much? Ming, I've calculated my score. There's 352. Xiao Chuanbo leaned over at some point and whispered. You said you're so strong. Why do you have to go find a Black Iron Knight stage monster to kill? That thing is really hard to kill. Chu Ming frowned slightly and glanced at him strangely, silently pulling away from him for a while. What's wrong with this licking dog? We don't know each other well. Why are we so close? And at that moment, the surrounding candidates all reacted, casting pitying glances at Chu Ming. Logically, with his current battle power, taking first place should be a matter of having a hand in it. But, why do you have to be a stick in the mud to kill a Black Iron 9 stage monster? The thing is small and time consuming to kill. If he killed all Black Iron 8 stage monsters, he could probably kill at least 70 to 80 of them, right? You can get 500 or 600 points just anywhere. That's too bad. Crap, Chu Ming's score isn't as good as mine? Chenhao was shocked in his heart and inexplicably got a little excited. He knew that the probability that he and Chu Ming would not be in the same world afterward, and the probability that their future accomplishments would be different from each other. But, lousy used to win an S-level talent awakened person in the mock exam. This nigga shall not blow it for the rest of his life. Ha? Thinking of this, Chenhao's mind was finally balanced quite a bit, and he felt a bit springy again. The smile on Chen Shouyuan's face also froze. Just now he was so focused on being surprised that Chu Ming was able to use his talent that he forgot to count his score. You really can't get the top 3 when you do that math. Sure enough, the experience of the test is still less. Li Huayu bitterly laughed. Your kid is also really stubborn. Just have to stare at the Black Iron 9 stage monster to kill? Wang Yuan on the side was also in a slightly better mood. No matter what, the first place in this examination was still their school's, which was a final consolation. However, Chu Ming said with an odd expression on his face, who said that I only kill Black Iron 9 stage monsters? Instantly, the room went silent. Everyone looked at him in shock, not reacting for a moment to what that meant. Ha, could it be that these 34 monsters of the Black Iron 9 stage are not all of his battles? I thought 300 points would be enough to take first place, so I only took out 300 points. Chu Ming said indifferently, then unzipped the second layer of the backpack and once again fell towards the ground. A clattering sound followed. A pile of thumb-sized spirit beads appeared on the ground, densely packed. It looked like there were at least hundreds of them. At this moment, the entire room was frozen in shock. Crap, how many monsters had he not killed inside the secret realm? Anyway, Chu Ming looked at Pang Ji who was stunned in place and said, Teacher Pang, please help me count it. Most of the spirit beads here are Black Iron 8th stage spirit beads, and the rest are Black Iron 7th stage ones. Ha? Pang Ji was dumbfounded. You killed all the high-level monsters? Chu Ming shook his head and said, No, I also kill monsters below the 7th stage of Black Iron, but I'm too lazy to dig for their spirit beads. It's not like there's a few points. It's a waste of time. At the very beginning, I went and group killed 5 or 6 Black Wolf packs, but later on, I realized that the point scoring efficiency of killing Black Wolf packs was too low, so I ran off to find higher level monsters to kill. The tone was cloudy, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that would be fine with his hands. After saying those words, Chu Ming suddenly felt that the surroundings were silent, and strangely looked around and realized that everyone was looking at self with the kind of eyes that looked at monsters. Did I accidentally play a big pussy? Chu Ming was also a bit embarrassed at that moment, and after thinking about it, he was ready to say something to ease the situation. Pulling back his own sleeve, he said, Actually, it wasn't that easy, and I also suffered a small injury. Looking at the 1 centimeter gash on his little arm, so bad that it would heal if he didn't get to the hospital again. The corners of the crowd's eyes twitched crazily several times, and they had the urge to hack him to death. Most of them, who had fought to the death inside the secret realm and were wounded, had only barely managed to fuck up a few Black Iron 4th and 5th stage monsters. Chu Ming, a pussy who had killed hundreds of high-level monsters, had actually suffered injuries that weren't as severe as their hemorrhoids. How dare you say, it wasn't that easy? Fuck, you're fucking loaded. 65 Black Iron 8th stage spirit beads, 38 Black Iron 7th stage spirit beads, totaling 786 points. With the previous 304, that's a total of 1,098 points. Pang Ji quickly counted the pile of spirit beads and calculated Chu Ming's total score, and in his heart, he was shocked. Although he was a gold-level puppeteer, not to mention a Black Iron 9th stage, even a Silver 9th stage monster was not a match for him. But, Chu Ming is only 18 years old. It's not even a college entrance exam yet. Pang Ji also remembers his own score in the college entrance examination, but also just 245 points. And Chu Ming compared to, I can't say it's a far cry, but it's not even close. to say the least. Damn. This kid's future accomplishments are unimaginable. 1,000 points? Chenhao's face was pale and he was already doubting his life. What's with the clowning around? Man? Wait. Chu Ming took the first place. Gui took the second. And Xiao Chuanbo was the third. What about me? Where's my big top 3? Chenhao's mind exploded. Hiss. This score. The first in the province is firmly taken. Right? Li Huayu was surprised and happy. Since his wife gave birth to the 5th child, he had never met such a surprising day. I'm afraid it's more than. Chenshu Yuan took a deep breath and forced down his shock. It is estimated that if we look at the entire southwest region, it is a broken lead. I'm afraid that only those top geniuses in the capital city who have broken 2 or 3,000 in battle power at a young age will be able to surpass Chu Ming's score. He had actually sensed long ago that Chu Ming's battle power was definitely more than just a mere 1,200. At least all of them were above 2,000. Otherwise it would never have been possible to manage to kill so many monsters. The Black Iron 8 paragraph battle power breaks 2,000. S-level talent is really outrageous to such a point? Capital city. Li Huayu was about to say that Chu Ming's outrageous score could have taken the number 1 spot in the country. But he instantly came to his senses when the word capital city came out. As the capital of China, the place where all the major families gather, educational resources and faculty are pulled full circle, and it can be said that there are many geniuses. A genius from a small place like Yuzhou City, such as Gu Yueshi, would probably just be a little girl with ordinary natural talent when placed in the capital. Therefore, even if she was already at the 9th stage of Black Iron, her battle power had broken 1,000, and she had awakened an A-rank summoner talent. Her mental power level wasn't low, but still, she could only be guaranteed admission to a first-class spiritual cultivation university, and the 2 top spiritual cultivation academies located in the capital city would not even look at her. Chu Ming has only just figured out the usage of his talent, and in less than a month he has reached this level. His future is by no means comparable to any of today's talents. Chen Xiuyuan's eyes erupted with an uplifting light. When Yuzhou produced a genius of this level, their Yuzhou spiritual cultivation sector naturally followed suit. And perhaps next year they would be able to get the country's resources tilted in their favor. So of course he was happy. At that moment, he also stopped talking nonsense and directly announced that Chu Ming had taken the first place in the city for this examination. In everyone's complicated gazes, Chen Xiuyuan smiled and said to Chu Ming, "Chu Ming, come directly back to the spiritual cultivation department with me later. I'll give you the reward in advance. And by the way, maybe the people up there would like to meet you as well." Up there? Chu Ming was slightly stunned. What's the matter? The world is invincible. And there's an enemy in the sky? Spitting it out, he also knew who Chen Xiuyuan was talking about up there. It is nothing more than people from provincial, or even national spiritualism departments. A S-rank talent that can be used. The country can't value it enough. Okay. Chu Ming nodded. Of course he wouldn't refuse. By properly displaying his own potential, he would be able to get more attention and resources. Whoring around? Why not? There were many things he lacked right now, such as spirit power cultivation techniques, higher grade spirit power techniques, and more spirit techniques. Can't he at least use up those 20 slices of memory bread? When the time comes to bring up your mental strength, you'll be able to get Doryman to trade a little more props. After that, Chen Xiuyuan spent half an hour giving a sleep-inducing speech in front of all the candidates, which was nothing more than cheering up the students who didn't do well in the exams or something like that. Finally, in the eyes of those injured students who were on the verge of despair, Chen Xiuyuan finally ended his speech with a sense of satisfaction and prepared to leave. Originally, he just wanted to take Chu Ming back to the spiritualism department alone, but after thinking about it, he felt that it didn't seem like a good influence to open up privileges like that. Simply call up the top 10 students and prepare to give them all their rewards early. Soon, the group boarded an official bus, and in the envious gazes of countless candidates, they sailed away. The reward for the top 10 is 5 low-grade spirit beads, all into the level, used to cultivate the old fast. Put on the market is worth at least 50, 000 or 60, 000 it. Yeah, Gu Yueshi killed more than 100 monsters, and as a result, the vast majority of what she dug out were unclassified garbage spirit beads, and there were only 2 low-level spirit beads. The probability of low-level spirit beads being born inside a black iron level monster is also too small. I'm more concerned about what the extra prizes are for the top 3. I hear they're all awesome. You guys, do you think Chu Ming will get an even more awesome reward? He's not just number 1 in the city. Candidates are talking and their chickens are purple with envy. I want to sit next to Trumaine. No. What gives you the right? Don't you understand that men and women are not related? On the bus, Gu Yueshi, the second in the city, and Xiao Chuanbo, the third in the city, quarreled, and the reason turned out to be to fight for the seat next to Chu Ming. It made the other students look good. What's going on here? I am going to sit next to him. Gu Yueshi's little face was red, obviously not good at arguing with people. No way, Xiao Chuanbo insisted. I have something important to ask Brother Ming. I have something important to do too. You're certainly in less of a hurry than I am. I'm in a hurry. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. I'm in a fucking hurry. Chu Ming. He really couldn't help himself and opened his mouth. Can you two rush the king to clear my mind? No, I don't get it. What's it to me if you guys are in a hurry again? Gu Yueshi, this sister, was anxious to find self to tutor her in spiritual power cultivation. He could understand that. But what the hell is this licking dog Xiao Chuanbo doing? No buddy, I just scolded your goddess. You don't blame me even if you don't blame me. Why do you still call me brother instead? Chu Ming hadn't really thought about this point for a moment. At that time, he just felt that Xiao Chuanbo blocking the exit of the secret realm was annoying, and at the same time, relying on the forgiveness hat on his head, he wasn't afraid of offending people, so he straightened him out a bit. Who would have thought that and got stuck with this pussy? Chu Ming was also too lazy to think about it. Killing so many monsters almost didn't tire him out. Directly lying down on the seats in the 2 rows, waved his hand and said, "There's no position now. You guys play on one side." Gu Yueshi pursed her lips, seeing that his refusal was so obvious. She didn't feel too good about continuing to pester, so she walked to the other empty seats and sat down with a lost face. However, Xiao Chuanbo had a thick skin, directly squatted down next to Chu Ming, and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Ming, you teach me a bit?" Chu Ming was confused. "What am I teaching you?" Xiao Chuanbo raised his head and looked left and right for a moment, then lowered his head and whispered, "It's just how to hold a girl's skill." Chu Ming had a head full of questions. Xiao Chuanbo continued, "Didn't you just take my cell phone and curse my ex-girlfriend?" "Ha, guess what? She directly forgave me. She refused to forgive me even after I wasted so much effort before. But it turned out to be fine with just one word from you. That's awesome." Saying that, Xiao Chuanbo revealed a distressed expression. "But just now, I followed your example and scolded her. And as a result, she got angry again. Could it be that I scolded her in the wrong way? Brother Ming, how exactly do you curse to get a girl off? You just teach me a little bit. It's really urgent." Chu Ming, what the hell? The forgiveness hat can still affect other people through the screen? Doesn't even that person know who's on the other side of the room? How did you scold her? Chu Ming glanced at him with some curiosity. I don't know what kind of brain circuit this boiling goat is. It really dares to learn anything, right? Xiao Chuanbo was delighted, and thought that Chu Ming was willing to teach himself, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and said, "Brother Ming, look, this is the chat record that she and I just had." "Well, let's see." Chu Ming glanced at it. Turns out that one look almost didn't give him small brainstem atrophy. "Are you the cutest little fat piggy in the world? Dig it. What the fuck do you call that cursing? It's disgusting." Xiao Chuanbo's expression was embarrassed and he hurriedly said, "You lower your voice, Ming. This is not. I cannot afford to scold her too hard." Chu Ming was speechless. He kind of knew why this sister was angry. He was probably disgusted. "Brother Ming, just teach me how I should curse." Xiao Chuanbo pleaded again. "Can't teach a bit." Chu Ming flatly refused. This kind of licking dog was purely incorrigible. Not even if Tong Jincheng came. "What's wrong with licking your ex-girlfriend like crazy? Can't you let it go? Dude, if you can't let go of someone else already did. Okay? Don't big brother. I'm finished if you don't teach me Xiao Chuanbo was in a hurry then. And there was another burst of frantic, humble begging. Chu Ming was so overwhelmed that he directly picked up his cell phone and sent a message to his ex-girlfriend. "Get lost if you don't forgive me. Fucking give you face, huh?" Xiao Chuanbo's face instantly whitened and he panicked. "Brother Ming, is this going to work?" The next second, the opposite side messaged back. "Xia, okay, I forgive you then." Xiao Chuanbo's eyes widened in surprise. "Crap, a wonderful hand. Brother Ming, does Xia really like to be so bossy? Should I learn to scold her like that? But it really can't scold so hard. My heart hurts." Looking at his tangled expression, Chu Ming also guessed what he was thinking and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Go back to Gotham. Batman promises not to beat you." Sighing slightly, Chu Ming suddenly felt a little thirsty and casually asked, "Is there any water? It's a bit dry." Xiao Chuanbo froze and subconsciously nodded, but then immediately shook his head. "Is that a yes or a no for you?" "If available." The corner of Chu Ming's eye twitched, and he impatiently said, "Get lost if you don't have any. Don't disturb my sleep." Xiao Chuanbo's face tangled. Struggling for a long time, he gritted his teeth from the backpack, took out a mineral water bottle. "Hand it over. Ming, this is my collection of water for a long time. Usually cannot afford to drink. You want to drink if. Let's drink 2 mouths, okay?" Chu Ming glanced at the bottle of water and looked at the cloudy liquid inside. The corner of his mouth twitched. No, buddy, even if I don't want to teach you, you're not going to poison me, are you? No, it's not poisoned. Seemingly afraid that other people would hear him, Uncle Xiao Chuan hurriedly lowered his voice and explained. This is the water made from the bagasse that my ex-girlfriend chewed. I've treasured it for 2 years. How could it be poisonous? Saying that, he unscrewed the cap and gently took a small sip, and his face instantly showed a mesmerized and enjoyable expression. Cool, her flavor is really too wonderful. The Chu Ming people were dumbfounded. Not a buddy. I've seen the anticlimactic, but I've never seen you so anticlimactic. Ah. What? You rode against the gods of evil? Boiling Goat honored to come have to call you a grandmaster. Ah. Brother Ming, would you like a bite? Xiao Chuanbo revealed a fawning smile tinged with meat pain. Such a precious thing. He usually didn't even want to show it to others, not to mention giving them a drink. But in order to worship and learn the art, he went out of his way. Chu Ming was genuinely numbed by disgust, and after a moment of silence, he revealed a smile. In Xiao Chuanbo's puzzled gaze, a thumb-thin tree vine suddenly stretched out from his shoulder. Swish! With a swift and violent blow, he knocked on the back of Xiao Chuanbo's head. Boo! Snap! Before Xiao Chuanbo could react to what was happening, he was dry-humped to the ground. It's good to be young and fall asleep. Chu Ming instantly felt much more comfortable. Feeling the horrified gazes thrown by the others in the bus, he faintly said, "It's fine. The child is tired and will sleep for a while." Half an hour later, the bus finally stopped in front of the spiritualism department. It was a 30-story building that stood in the center of the city with a magnificent atmosphere. The spiritualism department was an official organization, and aside from the military, it was considered the highest authority in China, managing every aspect of the country. Even if it was a municipal-level spiritual cultivation department, the minister's spiritual power level was at a minimum of Platinum 5, with a battle power of more than 5 million, possessing the absolute strength to be able to suppress a city and keep it safe and sound. Under Chenhao Yuan's personal leadership, Chu Ming and his group arrived in a spacious conference room on the 18th floor. On the conference table in the center were 10 beautiful gift boxes. This is the reward for the top 10, 5 low-grade spirit beads each, Chenhao Yuan faintly explained. There were a few candidates whose eyes instantly lit up with an incomparable expression of excitement. They were all naturally excited as it was the first time they had tested in the top 10 in the city and the first time they had received a reward. What about the rewards for the top 3? Chu Ming asked directly. These 5 low-grade spirit beads were not of any use to him. Just now, he had collected more than 20 low-grade spirit beads inside the secret realm. He just hadn't taken them out. Although the probability of a low-grade spirit bead being born inside a black iron-level monster was low, it couldn't be helped that he had killed a lot of them. You boys are pretty eager. Chenhao Yuan helplessly glanced at him, then at Gu Yueshi, and Xiao Chuanbo, who kept rubbing the back of his head, and said, "Then the 3 of you should come with me." Good. Soon, Chu Ming's trio followed him out of the conference room. The rest of them showed envy. The extra rewards for the top 3 are said to be worth at least $200,000 or $300,000. Yeah, it's so envious and I don't know exactly what it is. Listening to the murmurs in his ears, Chenhao was filled with a wooden face and wanted to die. Obviously self is the third one. The rewards for the top 3 have been changed this year. Each of you can pick a second grade, low-grade spirit skill or spell at will. Chenhao Yuan brought the 3 to his office, and while speaking, he took out 3 pamphlets and placed them in front of each of the 3. Inside this pamphlet, it records all the spells and spirit techniques in the Yuzhou spirit cultivation sector. You guys can just pick a second grade, low-ranked one, and I'll ask someone to fetch it for you. Second grade low level? Is the reward so good this time? Xiao Chuanbo's eyes instantly lit up. The last time he took the top 3 in the second model as well. The reward he received was just a first grade middle level spirit skill. The difference between a first and second grade can be too great. Other than that, if you just look at the price, the market price of a first grade high grade spirit skill is around 200,000, while a second grade low grade spirit skill, it's millions. It couldn't be helped that a first grade spirit skill could be cultivated by up to 5,000 people, while a second grade spirit skill could only be cultivated by up to 1,000 people, and it would be ineffective for those who came after them to cultivate it. The preciousness of the second grade is obvious. Chu Ming picked up the booklet and flipped through it. Roughly looking at it, there were more than 100 books in total. Most of them were spiritual skills, and there were only 20 or so spiritual power techniques. So little? A municipal spiritualism department. Poor as this? Never mind. Is better than nothing? With a wave of spitting in his heart, Chu Ming carefully selected it, and finally took a fancy to a second grade, low-grade spiritual power technique, ethereal wood technique. The wood attribute technique. which could transform the attribute-less aura in the body into the wood attribute after practicing it, should complement the wood vine technique when paired with it. Moreover, Chu Ming has a feeling that after self-practice 2 different spells with the memory bread, he might be able to fuse the 2 spells and create a new spell. Xiao Chuanbo and Gu Yueshi also quickly made their choices, and both of them chose spirit skills. Chen Xiuyuan immediately got someone to go and bring copies of these 3 spirit techniques and spells. After handing it over to the 3 of them, he looked at Chu Ming and smiled. Chu Ming, with your scores this time, it's definitely no problem to take the first place in the province, and it's considered to be an honor for our Yuzhou city. In my personal name, I can give you an additional reward. An S-class talent awakened who could use his talent had an unlimited future. So Chen Xiuyuan naturally wanted to strike a good relationship with Chu Ming in advance. To be honest, he wanted to take Chu Ming as his disciple, but on second thought, he felt that self simply didn't have that qualification. Maybe the boy will be taken away by the provincial ministry or even the state later. What reward? Chu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't think that he could actually whore himself out for nothing. Simply tie pants hot. Xiao Chuanbo and Gu Yueshi couldn't help but cast envious glances at him as well. Minister Chen was a platinum-level powerhouse. His individual reward must be no less than a second-grade low-grade spirit skill or spell, right? Chu Ming, this wave can make a lot of money. Chen Xiuyuan frowned and thought about it for a moment, and couldn't think of any suitable rewards. So he asked, just tell me directly what you're missing. As long as the price is under $2 million, I can afford it. What the hell? You're going to do that? Xiao Chuanbo's eyes widened at once. If he remembered correctly, an official of Minister Chen's level would only earn about $5 million a year, right? To actually give nearly half of your annual salary directly to reward a student? Damn. S-rank talent sure is in demand. Minister Chen, can anything really be done? Chu Ming asked tentatively. Of course, Chen Xiuyuan said atmospherically. As long as it's under $2 million, I can take it out. Then I want 199, 999, 999 in cash. Of course I didn't ask. Ha? Chen Xiuyuan's expression instantly stiffened, generically not expecting this kid to be so realistic. Xiao Chuanbo cast an admiring gaze at Chu Ming. Could it be that our brother Ming is really a genius? Can't. It's true that it's not up to 2 million. Chu Ming blinked his eyes with a simple face. No, there's no need for you kids to ask for money directly, is there? Chen Xiuyuan said with a helpless face. It's not that I can't spare it for you. A lot of things inside the spiritualism department, but it's hard to get money for them outside. Are you sure you want money? Of course Chu Ming knew this. Just now it was just a matter of skin. After thinking about it, he said, then I'd better ask for a spiritual power cultivation technique. Spiritual power spells? Chen Xiuyuan froze and immediately revealed an awkward and difficult expression. We don't have it either. Chu Ming frowned. No way. Is this thing really that rare? He only knew that none of the high schools in the city had a spiritual power cultivation technique, but he didn't realize that even the official department didn't even have one inside. Gu Yueshi gave him a strange look. There are less than 10,000 spiritual power spells in the whole of China. A small city like ours. There must not be any. What she had used in her spiritual power cultivation had been the most basic meditative thoughts. If she had a spiritual power spell, then her spiritual power level wouldn't have been stuck at the Black Iron 5th stage. Chu Ming's spiritual power level was so high. How could he not even know this common sense? And this is also a knowledge point that is often taught in senior high school. Could it be that he really didn't learn anything at all in senior high school? Gu Yueshi was filled with oddities. Chen Xiuyuan added with a nod. Spiritual power spells can't be created. They can only be acquired in special secret realms. And spiritual power spells have uniqueness. A spell can only be cultivated by one person. That's why they're so rare. Saying that, he pointed at Gu Yueshi. She has awakened an A-rank puppeteer talent, which requires a very high level of mental power level, and also demonstrates an extremely high level of enlightenment and qualification. So by all rights, the state should have given her a copy of the mental power technique. Unfortunately, the country doesn't have any extra spiritual power spells for her either. And there are quite a few students in the country who need to cultivate spiritual power every year. So that's it? Chu Ming glanced at Gu Yueshi. Before he was still wondering. This sister's talent and enlightenment were so outstanding. How could the state not even spare a spiritual power spell for her? It turned out to be a problem of too few resources and not enough points. So, what kind of secret realm is it possible to obtain spiritual power spells? Chu Ming hurriedly asked. This thing was definitely the thing he needed the most. And only when his spiritual power increased could he trade more props with Doraemon. The secret realm of the Grievous Souls. Chen Xiuyuan said indifferently. This kind of secret realm is very rare. There is none in Yuzhou City. And there is only one in the entire Sichuan province. In Dongchuan City next door, the Grievous Soul type monsters inside this secret realm are all formed from the residual spiritual energy of dead beings, and their attacks are also spiritual attacks, which are extremely menacing. Some gold level or higher Grievous Soul monsters have the probability of forming a set of their own spiritual power cultivation methods during their long years of evolution. By killing this monster and taking out its soul bead, there is a probability that from its soul bead, one will comprehend its method of spiritual power cultivation. And if this method works on humans as well, then it is a new spiritual power cultivation technique. However, most of the Grievous monsters' spiritual power cultivation methods are not usable by humans. Chu Ming's corner of his eye twitched. Martyr, this probability is indeed small. It's literally less likely than Quinn elbowing jailbait to the ground and not being able to get up. So, spiritual power spells are better for you to stop thinking about now. Yuan smiled bitterly. I know that your talent is also very much in need of cultivating spiritual power, but the country shouldn't have any extra spiritual power spells for you right now. Okay. Chu Ming nodded and could only give up, but something else was on his mind. Dongchuan City next door has a secret realm of wronged souls, right? Maybe Self can take a chance? Although this kind of secret realm was very treacherous and required the slaying of a gold level or higher grievous spirit monster in order to obtain the spiritual power technique. But, buddy, the forgiveness had effect is still there. It's perfectly safe. Okay? Let's not talk about this. There's no point. Let's just talk about what rewards you want. Yuan returned to the topic and said. Chu Ming thought for a moment. In addition to spiritual power spells, below 2 million things, Self now seems to really have no need. Second grade low grade spells? I've already gotten a copy of the ethereal wood technique just now. Mainly, he wasn't sure if he could use the memory bread to fuse two different spells now. If it doesn't work, then after he switches to the ethereal wood skill, the previous 12 layers of spirit elemental feats will all be wasted. In that case, there was no point in getting another second grade low level spell. He had already read it in the booklet just now. The ethereal wood technique was the second grade low level spell that best fit the wood vine technique. As for the second grade low level spirit skills, that was also far inferior to the simplified version of the wood vine technique, a 5th grade spell. However, it wasn't impossible to practice a few more spirit skills, although this low level spirit skill does feel like a bit of a waste of memory bread. Just as Chu Ming was hesitating whether or not to hold another spiritual skill, he suddenly saw a peculiarly shaped item on the cabinet behind Yuan. It was like a large spirit bead, the size of a fist, overflowing with the slightest fluctuation of spirit power, but it was covered with dense cracks and a dull glow. Hiss, why does this thing feel a little familiar? Curious, Chu Ming didn't hold back and asked, Minister Chen, what is that ball inside your cabinet? Ball? Yuan froze, turned his head along with his gaze and lost his smile. That one? A useless collector's item only. I thought it was interesting at the time and bought it, and it cost me more than $1,800,000. As a result, it has been placed there to collect dust. Gui frowned slightly and suddenly said in surprise, this can't be the spirit ruin bead, can it? Yuan gave her an unexpected look and laughed. The little girl's eyesight is quite good. Rotten like this actually can see it? Times. It's just something I've seen in a book before. Gui faintly said. It's really a spirit ruin pearl. Ha, Xiao Chuanbo was shocked. Didn't I hear that this thing sells for billions of dollars each? And there's no market for them. Only strong people above the Zhongshe level can get their hands on them. I definitely can't afford a spirit ruin bead that can be used. I'm afraid that even if I sold the Yuzhou spirit cultivation sector, I wouldn't be able to exchange it for one. Yuan smiled and said, this spirit ruin pearl of mine has long been damaged beyond recognition, so I can only place it here to look at it as a collector's item. At this time, Chu Ming suddenly spoke. Minister Chen, can I have this spirit market pearl as a reward? He remembered what it was, having read about it in a book before. Only within the bodies of void spirit beasts of the patriarch level or above could a spirit ruin bead be born. And this kind of bead had a separate space within it, which could be used to store items at an exorbitant price. It was similar to the storage rings in immortal cultivation novels, but it was said that the spirit ruin bead had another function. If it was carried on the body for a long period of time, it had the probability of awakening a powerful spatial system talent in a person. Chu Ming had heard before that people from certain great families in the capital would have their parents wear a spirit ruin bead on them from birth, increasing the probability of them awakening a spatial system talent. True is born to win. One must know that Zhongshe level monsters, each with a battle power of over 100 million existed, so one could imagine how hard it was to get the spirit ruin pearl thing. Ha, you want this? Yuan was confused and wondered. This thing is useless and can only be used as a decoration. What are you taking it for? Trumbo, I think I'm missing a decoration in my house. Yuan, that's quite a logical reason. Have you thought about it? This thing is really useless. A broken spirit ruin bead isn't any different from an ordinary unranked spirit bead. It just has a little bit of collector's value. Yuan even suspected that Chu Ming was joking. Even if you want a first-grade low-level spirit skill, it's still better than this thing. Both Gu Yueshi and the two of them also cast gazes at him that they couldn't understand. How come this guy's brain circuits are always so new? Chu Ming firmly said, Minister Chen, I'm serious. Just give me this. The reason is simple. Doryman seems to have some kind of prop that can restore anything broken, right? I think it's called recovery fluid? This, if you really want it, take it. Yuan hesitated for a moment, and seeing that his expression did not look like a joke, he could only nod helplessly. Anyway, the word is out. Feel free to ask for rewards worth less than $2 million. Moreover, this broken spirit ruin bead was definitely the most regrettable thing he had ever bought. At that time, he was young, and he felt that it was dignified to buy this thing and put it in the office. And then he realized that he was really stupid when he was young, and he was also fooled by the seller at that time. A broken spirit market bead, although it had a bit of collector's value, the market price was less than $500,000, but he spent $1,800,000. Therefore, Yuan didn't have much heartache, and directly took that spirit ruin bead out of the cabinet and walked over to hand it to Chu Ming, still somewhat hesitant. Are you sure you want this? I'm sure. Thank you, Minister Chen. Chu Ming hurriedly reached out and took it, tucking it into his pocket for fear that he would regret it. As long as you can find Doryman to trade for a prop that can restore the item, then self is equivalent to whoring an intact spirit ruin bead for nothing. It's worth billions. It's like Qin Shi Huang squatting in a pit and not being able to get up. I'm numb. Well, Yuan some depressed. Did not expect this kid as long as the last one of the most worthless things, since this favor seems to sell not good. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. A middle-aged man walked in and whispered to Yuan, Minister Chen, someone from above has come and wants to see Chu Ming. That fast? Yuan frowned in surprise. He had only been reporting for less than 3 hours. The middle-aged man nodded. Well, it's Vice Minister Li of the Spiritual Cultivation Department of Sichuan Province. From the provincial ministry, or vice minister? Yuan frowned tightly. How did it feel that the importance attached to Chu Ming from above didn't seem to be quite enough? An S-rank talent that could be used would be a top powerhouse of the Zhongshu level at the minimum in the future. An existence that could sit in a province. No matter how. Much more. The Minister of the Spiritualism Department of Sichuan Province must come personally, right? What's more, Chu Ming's talent was a 10,000 realms trader, being able to communicate with all the heavens and all the realms. Theoretically, one could even make a deal with a god. It was definitely one of the most special talents out there. He was able to use this talent now, so by all rights, he should be directly valued by people at that level of the country, right? What's going on now? Yuan was a bit confused for a moment. 2 minutes later, Chu Ming was brought to a parlor on the 25th floor. Meet the Vice Minister of the Spiritualism Department of Chuan Province, Li Kaiyun. This was a thin man only in his 30s, with a slim figure, but with an extraordinarily lingering gaze, sitting on the main seat of the parlor with his legs crossed, his body vaguely overflowing with a dangerous aura. The second in command at the provincial level are diamond-level powerhouses with battle strengths of 10 million. The physical body had gradually transformed from a carbon-based life into an aura divine, and could induce the power of heaven and earth on a small scale, with a strength that was quite outrageous. Seeing Chu Ming, Li Kaiyun's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a few moments of skepticism. Opening his mouth, he said, I heard that you can use the Universal Trader? Chu Ming frowned slightly, feeling a not-so-small sense of oppression on this skinny man. It's worthy of being from the province, but you still have the spirit of a king and a bully? However, he was not so flustered that he calmly said, Yes, I managed to strike a deal with a certain powerful being in the heavens and the worlds. Li Kaiyun asked, He directly raised your battle power and level? And enlightenment. Chu Ming replied calmly. After the transaction was completed, that powerful being directly granted me an increase in rank, battle power, and enlightenment. I don't know how he did it. And what did you trade with him? An ordinary cat. That powerful being said he was very fond of cats, but there were none in his world. Li Kaiyun narrowed his eyes, trying to see a bit of weakness on Chu Ming's face, but there was none. After a moment of silence, he nodded. That's reasonable. His assistant on the sidelines was flabbergasted. No, where's the sense in that? Is it so sketchy that a cat can be traded for leveling combat power and also enlightenment boosts? Chu Ming's expression was as normal as usual. He knew the gift of the 10,000 worlds trader very well, and of course he knew what to say in order to make others believe it. Your kid's luck is really good. Li Kaiyun sighed with emotion. Unlike that predecessor of yours? Who didn't trade anything too good from the heavens and the worlds even after a lifetime of exhaustion? Chu Ming nodded. Of course he knew who this senior was referring to. In the country of China, 50 years ago, there was also someone who had awakened the 10,000 Worlds Trader. That man's name was Xiaoqin, and I heard that the country had invested a lot of resources in him at the time, only to end up wasting it all. It was then that the nation's researchers found out most of the valuables on the blue planet, such as spirit beads, money, gold, and the like, were not of interest to those otherworldly beings, or they simply offered extremely high asking prices, so high that even the country could not afford them. However, certain otherworldly beings were interested in something rare, like the flowers and birds and glass and black silk and stuff on the blue planet. With these things, one could instead trade with them for slightly more useful items, such as stones that contained aura, flowers and plants that could produce aura, and so on, but it is only slightly useful. More awesome items, those beings are not willing to trade. Overall, this talent was still almost zero help for cultivation, which was why it had become recognized as a waste talent. All of these things, Chu Ming was able to look up publicly available information on the internet. As a top-level provincial official, Li Kaiyun naturally knew better, which was why he felt that using a cat as a trade condition was considered reasonable. It is reasonable to say that an S-class gifted awakened person is able to make an exception and directly enter the National Spiritualism Department. Li Kaiyun lit a cigarette. Dispelling his suspicions, he began to talk about business. However, this talent of yours is still too special. We would like to observe you for a while longer. The country had invested too much time and resources in the 10,000 Worlds Trader back then and ended up with nothing. It had a psychological shadow. Moreover, the probability that Chu Ming had managed to successfully trade for such things as battle power and level this time around was just good luck. Stumbling upon a powerful being who was good at talking. Will he be so lucky in the future? If you can only use it this one time, then it's still a crap talent. Chu Ming's upper limit was estimated to be the same as those who had not awakened their talents, and it was impossible to reach the gold level in this lifetime. It's too risky to invest too many resources in him. If Chu Ming knew what he was thinking, he would only want to laugh. The same, universal trader, talent awakened. But I'm the only one who knows Dorimana. Who would have thought that this ordinary-looking humanoid cat, who was still in an ordinary world where no special powers existed, would be extremely heaven-defying? Let's put it this way. We can give you a chance to be guaranteed admission to Qing Yuan or Jing University. And if you can raise your spiritual power level to above the gold level during your college years, you are always welcome to enter the spiritual cultivation department. Li Kaiyun said slowly. Qing Yuan and Jing University were the two top spiritual cultivation schools in China, and countless candidates squeezed their heads to get in, such as Gu Yueshi. Chu Ming was slightly silent, seemingly a little lost, but he was actually pretending. He didn't want to expose the fact that Self was able to trade all sorts of heaven-defying props with Doraemon, which could easily bring about unnecessary danger. Those heaven-defying concept-level props would make even a God Realm powerhouse's heart flutter, wouldn't they? If one entered an official organization such as the Spiritualism Department, one would inevitably be under the dead eye of the state at all times, and the risk of exposure would be extremely high. The top Spiritualist Academy is considered a very good choice. Not only are the faculty and teaching resources extremely unbelievable, but the benefits are also good, and it is said that each student can receive several intermediate spirit beads every month. Students who perform well can even receive advanced spirit beads. Don't blame us, little brother. Looking at the loss on Chu Ming's face, Li Kaiyun helplessly said, if it was 50 years ago, the country would absolutely invest as many resources as possible in you without reservation. But now, the country really doesn't have many resources left. This talent of yours is too risky an investment, and the state would certainly not dare to gamble on you when there are better alternatives. Chu Ming glanced at him. The other party's words were actually quite sincere, and nodded. I understand. Thanks. Well, that's it then. I've got things to do, so I'll take my leave. Li Kaiyun slowly got up. To be honest, this matter of Chu Ming actually only needed to be handed over to Chensho Yuan to deal with. There was no need to trouble him as a provincial. But what if Chu Ming really became some kind of superpower in the future? Although the chances were pitifully small, but after all, it was an S-ranked talent awakened, so there was always a possibility. The state has to show some degree of importance to him. Li Kaiyun quickly left with his assistant. After a while, Chensho Yuan walked into the parlor, his gaze complex as he looked at Chu Ming, no longer having the expectations and surprises from earlier. Apparently Kaiyun Li said something to him. What a rush, too soon to be happy. Chensho Yuan also realized at this time that Chu Ming's success in using his talent to trade to rank in battle power this time around was greatly probable to be just good luck, and most likely could only be used this once. After all, the country had researched the 10,000 Realms Trader 50 years ago, and the probability of trying to trade something useful for cultivation from the heavens and the worlds was almost zero. Can Chu Ming have second time lucky? It's hard, isn't it? After that, Chu Ming directly left the spiritual cultivation sector. The rewards were all taken, and there was no need to stay here. He just wanted to hurry back to contact a wave of dorymen and ask if it sold props that could restore items. It must be said that this examination is really quite rewarding. In less than a day's time, the whole thing came to more than 20 low-grade spirit beads, a second-grade low-grade magic skill, a broken spirit ruins bead, and the qualification for guaranteed admission to the top spirit cultivation academies. Apart from this, there is another important takeaway. That was the method of obtaining spiritual power cultivation techniques. Must go to Dongchuan City as soon as possible to see the secret realm of the wrong soul. While the forgiveness hat still has more than 3 days of validity, during the period of absolute invincibility, Self said would also have to behold to a spiritual power cultivation method. Having secretly determined in his mind what he would do afterward, Chu Ming took a taxi at the spiritualism department's gate and prepared to go home. But halfway there, Chu Ming was attracted to a confectionery store called Blood Spirit Causeway. Aha, what the hell is this? The word blood spirit was something he genuinely didn't understand, but the 3 words causeway broil he read, and suddenly it occurred to Self that he had forgotten something important. Blanche, forgot to prepare the brasserie. How else are we going to fool that fat blue guy without this? Master, stop the car right here. Chu Ming hurriedly shouted, paid and got out of the car, and hurriedly walked towards that store. The store is small, but the decoration is exquisite, and it looks like an upscale dim sum store. Handsome man, is there anything you need? As soon as the lady boss saw someone coming, a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face. Chu Ming looked at those gongji in the display cabinet and felt that there was no difference between them and ordinary gongji, and asked suspiciously, excuse me, do you have any say in this blood spirit gongji of yours? The female boss hurriedly explained. We've added the bone powder of the blood spirit beast inside our causeway roast. This is a kind of spirit beast type monster that can only be found in the silver level secret realm. Their bones contain a large amount of spiritual qi, as well as a rich amount of nutrients. E.g. Chu Ming was shocked. Dug out. You guys are using ashes to make a gonfu? The female boss's smile froze, and subconsciously wanted to argue, but she didn't know how to retort, so she can only cast a grudging gaze at Chu Ming. This little dandy is here to pick a fight on purpose, isn't he? Ashes on ashes. Anyway, it's not like I'm eating myself. Muttering a sentence, Chu Ming asked, how does this thing taste? Is it as good as the spiritual causeway? Spiritual power gongfu yaki? The female boss looked puzzled. It's the idea that by infusing spiritual energy into a regular tonkatsu, you can make it tastier. Chu Ming explained that he had used this kind of gongfu to trade with Fatty Blue before. That's definitely better than spiritual cauldron. The female boss said with certainty, the blood spirit beast's ashes are not. Its bone powder is a great flavor enhancement for desserts. The taste of blood spirit cauldron roast is very advanced. Delicate and tender, sweet and savory, sweet but not greasy. By no means can it be compared to simply infusing the cauldron roast with spiritual energy. If you don't believe me, you can taste it for free. If it doesn't taste good, you don't have to pay. Chu Ming's eyes instantly lit up. I'll try it then? The lady boss nodded and hurriedly went to fetch a gongfu yaki out and handed it to him. Chu Ming was not polite, directly ate half of it in one bite, pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, it's not good. Pack 20 of them for me. I'll take them away. The lady boss almost had microcephaly. Chu Ming was of course joking. The taste of this gongfu yaki was also really quite awesome. The lady boss wasn't exaggerating. Shouldn't have a problem holding the fat blue guy. Immediately, he directly bought 100 blood spirit cauldrons. He walked out of the store humming a little tune as the lady boss gave him a sultry look. Although she made a lot of money, she never wanted to see Chu Ming again. Back home, Chu Ming hurriedly laid down on the bed, closed his eyes, and a faint spiritual power fluctuation erupted from his brow. The original worldwide trader launch. It was still the same vast, dark space. The countless worlds in the heavens were spread out in all directions as if they were broken lenses. Chu Ming focused his mind and began some searching, and after spending a whole 20 minutes, he finally found that animation-style world. Doryman, I'm fucking coming. Doryman, who was currently reading a comic book in his room, was startled by the sudden explosion of sound in his head, and directly took off in place, hitting the ceiling before falling down hard. Ah, what are you doing? Doryman sat on the ground and rubbed his head. Depressed. Can you keep your voice down when you suddenly appear? That's scaring the cat, eh? Sorry, too excited. Chu Ming apologized slightly. As soon as he thought that Self would be able to fix some heaven-defying props again, he was excited. What are you looking for me for? Doryman looked up at the ceiling. I don't have any props I can sell you right now. Chu Ming naturally didn't believe it. In the animation, Nobita had asked it to borrow props many times, and it was reluctant to give them in the beginning. But in the end, it took them out. This fat blue guy just can't part with his own props. That's a prop it worked hard to buy from the future. Definitely. Have to add money to it. Chu Ming was also too lazy to say anything more, and with a direct thought, he consumed a certain amount of spiritual energy and teleported a blood spirit cauldron to Doraemon. Copper. Copper tone? Doraemon leapt up from the ground in a flash, little stars instantly popping out of her eyes, and almost instinctively picked up the tongs and stuffed them into her mouth. Moment. The taste buds explode. Its pupils directly turned into the shape of a love heart, and an unprecedented flavor crazily stimulated its brain, which actually had a feeling of lust for death. Looking at Doraemon's look, which was even more enjoyable than Dishochong, Chu Ming instantly felt that this wave was stable. The delicious taste from the world of Aura Revival is undoubtedly a descending blow to Doraemon, who is in the ordinary world. How come this? This Kung Fu is so much better than the last one? Doraemon marveled, and then just felt uncomfortable, like there were ants crawling all over his body. If you let it eat only one of such delicious Kung Fu, it would be better to let it die. Any more? Any more? Can I have 2 more, please? Doraemon begged in a hurry, looking like an addict. Chu Ming smiled slightly. I'm here to make a deal. I have plenty of Kazarius. What are you going to trade with me? Doraemon was in a dilemma. Honestly, it didn't want to give its own props to an otherworldly person, especially those powerful props. It would be terrible if he took them and did something bad with them. But many people will die. Last time it didn't hold back and sold the forgiveness hat for a bit of Kung Fu, and it's still regretting it. Can you start by saying what you did with my forgiveness hat? Doraemon asked without holding back. Chu Ming righteously said, of course I went to do good deeds. Just after I got my forgiveness hat, I went to teach a treacherous merchant who was making false claims. Doraemon nodded slightly before pulling out a machine from his 4th dimension pocket, looking at the data on top of the screen and sighing in relief. The lie detector shows it's the truth. What the fuck? What's the game? Chu Ming was sweating for a while. Fortunately he was really teaching a treacherous businessman at that time. If Self had just made up a fake story to lie to Fatty Blue, this deal would not be yellow? After testing with a lie detector, Doraemon was a little more relieved and hesitantly asked, what do you want to trade this time? Is it still memory bread? Well, the memory bread could use some more. This kind of cultivation artifact, Chu Ming naturally didn't mind too much, then added, but I mainly want to find you today to buy a prop that can recover items, such as recovery liquid? Recovery fluid? Doraemon froze and wondered, what's this? Chu Ming frowned slightly, feeling ill at ease. He also didn't know which episode this Doraemon was inside. This anime was a unit show, and each episode might have a different setting. Does this fat blue guy really not have any recovery fluid? Well, that's kind of fucked up. What do I need that broken spirit ruin pearl for? Might as well ask for a 2nd grade spirit skill. While I don't have a recovery fluid, I do have this. Doraemon suddenly spoke up, rummaging around in his 4th dimension pocket for a moment and pulling out a flashlight-like prop. Dang. Restore the light. Just shine this light on it and it will restore anything to its original state. Doraemon explained, but you can't shine the light for too long, or you'll turn the finished product back into raw material. Attention! It must not be used to bring people back from the dead either. It violates the laws of nature and will be punished. After saying that, it nervously and expectantly said, do you think this is okay? I made this prop with my own hands, and it took me a long time, and it cost a lot of money to buy the parts in my future as well. Surely it's worth 50 gongs, right? After listening to the introduction of this prop, Chu Ming's eyes lit up with surprise. Sure enough, Fatty Blue really has everything in his treasure bag, as long as there is recovery. Strongly holding back his excitement, Chu Ming said in a disappointed tone, but what I want is a restorative liquid. Although this restorative light ray can also be used, but I don't like flashlights, and 50 gongfu is definitely expensive. Doraemon? What kind of strange reason for a price cut is that? Tell you what, I'll offer 30 gongfu yaki, and if you send me 10 slices of memory bread, I'll buy it. Chu Ming reluctantly said, how can you cut the price like that? Doraemon jumped up and exasperatedly shouted at the ceiling. It's a restoration ray that I made with my own hands. It's got time technology. It's not comparable to a prop like the forgiveness hat that's of little use. 30 tons is too cheap. Good lord. A thing as unbelievable as a forgiveness hat. And you're saying it's not much use? Chu Ming also does not know how this blue fat man judges the value of the props. Thought about it. The tone is for the sake of it. But 50 is really too high. Such a delicious gongfu yaki. In our world, it also takes some effort to make it. You drop a little bit more. Doraemon's eyes were filled with suspicion, and he couldn't help but pull out a lie detector and take another look. realizing that Chu Ming's words just now were actually true. Is this gongfu really valuable? Chu Ming smiled faintly, pleased in his heart. It takes a lot of work to make even a normal gongfu. It's called wordplay. Well, Doryman looked depressed and thought for a moment. Then I'll take 40 gongfu and give you 10 slices of memory bread. That's the lowest price. Any lower and I won't sell. Chu Ming pretended to hesitate for a moment and agreed. Alright, let's trade then. The blood spirit cauldron roast was worth nothing to him, and he could buy thousands of them with a single low-grade spirit pearl. But surely you can't satisfy fat blue people that easily. If it gets tired of eating it, it'll be a pain in the ass to trade later. So, still have to haggle a little bit and pull the strings, but it has to be done in moderation, so you don't piss off fatty blue. Subsequently, the Universal Trader talent was unleashed once again. In an instant, Chu Ming felt that his own spiritual energy was almost drained, and he was dizzy for a while, almost not passing out. Blanche, the mental power of a section of black iron is real trash. He'd only traded with Doryman twice yesterday and hadn't fully recovered yet. Moreover, Chu Ming clearly felt that this time's transaction consumed quite a bit more spiritual energy than the previous 2 transactions combined. Why? Is this restoring light really more awesome than the forgiveness hat? Chu Ming was a bit confused. Before he met Doryman, the things he traded in were all trashy things that basically didn't consume much mental energy. Could it be that, the rarer something is traded, the more mental energy it consumes? What is the definition of rare? Does it depend on the traded person's subjective thoughts? Like if Doryman thinks the restoration ray is rare or valuable, so I need more mental energy to make a deal with it? Chu Ming pondered for a while, feeling that it was quite possible, but he didn't bother to think about it. To put it bluntly, it's just that my spiritual power is too weak now. It seems like the secret realm of the infernal souls really must be visited. Retracting his mind, Chu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the restored light ray that appeared out of thin air in his own hand, nodded with satisfaction, and closed his eyes again to look at Doryman, realizing that it was indeed already frantically eating the gongfu. Happy trading, I'll come back to you after a while. Remember to prepare some awesome props for me. After Chu Ming said that, he didn't bother it anymore and put away the Universal Trader. What he didn't see was that Doryman was eating while muttering with a slurred voice. A bull prop? Does this otherworldly guy have such heavy tastes? Thoughts returned to reality. After putting the rest of the gongfu yaki into the refrigerator, Chu Ming forced himself to endure the dizziness of his mental power overdraft and hurriedly pulled out the broken spirit market bead, placing it on the floor. Then he picked up the restore light flashlight and couldn't wait to flip the switch, shooting a blazing white light onto it. Next moment, the dense cracks on top of the spirit ruins bead began to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and soon turned into a round and blooming bead with hints of azure-colored light, and exuded a mysterious and profound aura. Hiss, could this be the legendary power of space? Chu Ming's eyes were glowing and he was getting excited. Suddenly, only a crunch was heard. The floor collapsed, only to see that the piece of concrete floor that was illuminated by the restored light gradually turned into cement and sand at some point, and eventually couldn't support it anymore and slowly collapsed. Holy shit, the floor was reduced to raw material? Chu Ming was startled and grabbed the spirit ruin bead with a quick eye and turned off the restore light. Then, and the young lady who was changing clothes downstairs were wide-eyed. Wow, Milky Yuko. Fortunately, the lady downstairs is still very understanding, and did not care too much about this accident. Just let him fix the floor as soon as possible. In the end, Chu Ming and she together scolded the developer's Tofu Drake project, and then added a WeChat. This matter is so past. After finding a board to cover that collapsed floor, Chu Ming sat on the edge of the bed, playing with the restore light flashlight with a thoughtful look in his eyes. This thing seems like it can be used for more than just restoring items. It's perfectly usable as a weapon. If this is shown on a human being for a longer period of time, the human being will be restored to a fertilized egg, won't it? Hiss. Fat blue guy says this thing uses temporal technology? Chu Ming frowned slightly, suddenly having a guess. Is it possible that the effect of this light is not restoration but time reversal? Well, that's a bit of a departure from the norm. By irradiating a spiritualist with it, wouldn't it cause his level and battle power to fall rapidly, back to what it was a certain amount of time ago? Trenching, what an artifact. It's almost like shining a light on whoever Janeway is. Chu Ming's eyes gradually glowed, and he suddenly felt as if this prop might actually be a bit more awesome than the forgiveness hat. After all, the forgiveness cap has a time limit, and this restoration ray doesn't seem to have one, does it? Chu Ming wasn't sure. He remembered that in the animation, many of the props that Doryman lent to Nobita were used well in the beginning, but at the back there were always all kinds of problems, like when a prop suddenly fails, or malfunctions, or something like that. Do all these props have a lifespan? Chu Ming frowned in contemplation. He reckons the odds are there. This is especially true of machine-constructed props like the Restore Light flashlight, which can malfunction at first glance and may experience some wear and tear with each use. It seems that these props still need to be brought out when it counts. Definitely can't use it on a blind chicken. It's kind of fucked up if it breaks, and it has to be stored properly, so you can't bump into it. Thinking of this, Chu Ming carefully placed the Restored Light flashlight on the bed, picked up the recovered Spirit Ruin bead on the side, and coiled it in his hand a few times. After feeling his own spiritual energy, which had recovered a bit, he induced a trace of it and poured it into the Spirit Ruin pearl. In an instant, Chu Ming sensed the separate piece of space in the Spirit Ruin bead, estimating that it was at least 20 cubic meters in size. Well, at least it's a lot bigger than this rental house he lives in. The bottom line is this: he realized that in the independent space in the Spirit Ruin bead, time was actually standing still. Isn't that a coincidence? It's perfect for storing Doryman's props. It's a direct way to avoid natural wear and tear. Definitely extends the life quite a bit. And put the forgiveness cap into a space where time stands still. So theoretically, the countdown to when it takes effect should be paused as well, right? Wouldn't that extend the usable time significantly? Oh, my god, this bead is so awesome. Chu Ming immediately became excited, and at that moment, without hesitation, he directly moved his thoughts and deposited the forgiveness cap and the restoring light flashlight into the space of the Spirit Ruin bead. He roughly calculated that the forgiveness cap should have about 85 hours of validity left, if in the future self just take out at the critical time to use a use, such as only half an hour a day then, that will not be able to use half a year? Can. This spirit market bead counts as picking up a treasure. Chu Ming was overjoyed, and after placing the two important props, after thinking about it, he took out the second grade, low-ranked technique, the ethereal wood technique. A look of hesitation appeared on his face. 12 layers of spiritual yuan gong. The quality of spiritual energy cultivated can be too awesome. At least, all of them are at the level of a 4th grade spell, right? If I ate the ethereal wood technique with the memory bread but couldn't do it to fuse the two techniques, directly causing the spirit elemental technique to be scrapped, that would be a huge loss. It's estimated that the base battle power would directly drop by several hundred, right? Chu Ming was instantly caught in a tangle, debating whether to take a gamble or not. If the two techniques could be fused, they might be able to utilize the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Not only would the spiritual energy in his body be transformed into the wood attribute spiritual energy that was most suitable for his own self at this time, but the quality of it should also be drastically increased. Lu Sun once said, high risk, high reward. Chu Ming finally made up his mind and directly pulled out a piece of memory bread, tapping the contents of the ethereal wood tips onto the computer. The words were minimized and printed it all out on a loaf of bread. Mud. Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and honor. With a cruel heart, Chu Ming directly swallowed the memory bread in one bite. Moment. 9 layers of the ethereal wood secrets melded together. Next moment, he then felt the spiritual energy contained in every muscle in his self begin to surge wildly, as if undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. Gradually, it transformed from no attribute to wood attribute. The wood attribute aura in the air also quickly boiled up and slowly condensed, turning into a small vortex that surged into Chu Ming's body as much as it could. Dug out. Why are all the muscles cramped? Chu Ming people stupid. Only feel since every muscle on the body, as if alive, in the crazy dance. All but one head of muscle was twitching. It hurts so damn much. Although Chu Ming knew very well that the cultivation method of a black iron great spirit cultivator was to refine the aura into spiritual energy through the cultivation technique and pour it into every piece of flesh and blood in the body, but didn't say anything about muscles cramping up like that either. Could it be because I directly practiced the 9th layer of the ethereal wood technique, and the speed of transforming my spiritual energy into the wood attribute was too fast? Chu Ming quickly analyzed the cause, but the intense pain coming from all over his body really made it impossible for him to think carefully, and he had long been bruised and sweating. One could only hurriedly sit cross-legged on the bed and try to run the ethereal wood technique in an attempt to pacify the riotous spiritual energy in his body. You don't say. It's working. Chu Ming soon realized that self was able to control the speed at which his spiritual power transformed his attributes, and after slowing down the speed, the crazy cramps in his muscles finally stopped. Marred. It seems like I still have too little experience in cultivation. Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that using the memory bread to directly brush the level still had a bit of a negative impact. Shouldn't be a big deal though, the next time you use the memory bread to eat a new spell. As long as you are prepared and concentrate your mental power to control the spiritual energy in your body, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Subsequently, Chu Ming dismissed his distracting thoughts and began to seriously run the ethereal wood technique and attempted to fuse it with the spirit elemental technique. Soon he was pleasantly surprised to find that this idea was completely feasible, and Self's current level of comprehension of these two spells was definitely higher than that of their creators. What's the difference between blending the two? And 1 plus 1? Half an hour later, the room had been filled with a greenish mist, and the 2 pots of greenery placed on the bedside table, which were already dying, were green and vibrant. Suddenly, Chu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and instantly inhaled all of the green-colored mist in the room into his body, with not a single trace of it left. It's done! Master has done it! Chu Ming looked at his own hands with a face full of joy. The depths of his skin were faintly translucent with a few greenish colors, but it quickly returned to normal. The spiritual energy in his body had been completely transformed into the wood attribute, and the quality of the spiritual energy had not decreased in the slightest, but had instead skyrocketed by a large margin. At the same time, the amount of spiritual energy had also grown quite a bit, having filled every piece of flesh and blood on his body, and had vaguely seeped into his bones. Spiritual energy into the bones. This was the sign of advancing to the bronze level. However, Chu Ming could feel that only the most superficial layer of his self's bones had been penetrated by spiritual energy, representing that his spiritual energy level was only a section of bronze. But it doesn't matter. Important. The 12-layer spirit elemental technique and the 15-layer ethereal wood technique had been perfectly fused together by him. That's right, Chu Ming had not only fused the two techniques, but he had also deduced the ethereal wood technique from the 9th layer to the 15th layer. Just now, I used another piece of memory bread and ate these 6 layers that I had deduced. After both techniques had been cultivated to their limits, fusing them together was simply a matter of water, and after fusion, they naturally became a new spell. Chu Ming named it Hulk Kung Fu. When I was practicing just now, my skin turned emerald green all over my body. The name makes sense, doesn't it? Well, just kidding. Decided. Let's call you the ethereal wood spirit technique. Chu Ming thought about it or took a more normal name, and then began to think about a problem. The grade of this new spell. What should it be? After the ethereal wood technique had been deduced to the 15th layer, it had at least become a 2nd grade high-level technique, right? After fusing with the 12 layers of spiritual Yuan Gong, shall not directly break the 5th grade so I'm the equivalent of directly practicing a 5th grade magic skill to the limit? Chu Ming didn't have any clear concepts. After all, he hadn't practiced a 5th grade spell either, so he could only roughly estimate it. He could feel that the quality of self's current spiritual energy was extremely bullish, and his base combat power had definitely skyrocketed by another large margin. After all, even Xiao Chuanbo, the young genius among his peers, had only practiced a 1st grade high-grade magic skill to the 3rd layer. Such a gap cannot be said to be a cloudy difference, right? Can only be said to be. This is still more than a set of trade. Moreover, after the spiritual energy was transformed into the wood attribute, then performing the wood vine technique, the power was definitely not something that could be compared to before. Chu Ming didn't even dare to imagine what extent self's current limit battle power had reached. It could definitely easily break 3,000, and might casually hit 4 or 5,000 battle power values. Looks like we'll have to find another place to test it. Chu Ming was filled with curiosity, and very much wanted to know what self's current specific battle power was, but after glancing at the sky outside the window which had already darkened, he instantly dismissed the idea of going out to test his battle power now. Shit, I've been tired all day. I'm still measuring a koan. Open the pendulum. Chu Ming directly headed to the bed, took out his cell phone, and activated the original god. Anyway, we're going to the secret realm of Grievous Souls in Dongchuan City tomorrow, so let's test our battle power in Dongchuan City on the way. There are no acquaintances over there, so it's a good way to avoid some unnecessary trouble. Day 2. As soon as he woke up, Chu Ming sent a message to his homeroom teacher, saying that he would take 2 days off, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, she packed up her things and just got up and left the house. Anyway, he used to take leave every day and the homeroom teacher never cared. A fatherless orphan with grades so bad they can't be salvaged. I'm guessing most teachers wouldn't want to care. As for now, I'm number 1 in the province. I'm guaranteed a place at the top spiritualist school. What do you care? Chu Ming was fearless and soon boarded the high-speed train to Dongchuan City, arriving smoothly 20 minutes later. Dongchuan City was likewise a small third-tier city, but both the official and civilian war powers were generally a whole lot higher than Yuzhou City. Chu Ming had checked some information last night. The minister of Dongchuan City's spiritual cultivation department was actually a platinum 8-stage spiritual cultivator, with a battle power of over 8 million, which was a full 3 million higher than Chen Yuan. There was even a military powerhouse sitting in the territory of Dongchuan City, and I heard that it had reached the diamond level. As for why, I guess it's because the city's luck is so blown up. Within the city, a surprising 38 secret areas were born. Half of the secret realms in the entire Sichuan province were born in Dongchuan City. There are 10 silver level secrets, 5 gold level secrets, and 1 platinum level secret, plus a special class of Grievous secrets, is simply the city of choice. Naturally, a stronger fighting force is needed to sit on the sidelines. Just after getting off the high-speed train, Chu Ming checked the nearest battle force testing hall on his cell phone with lack of maps, called a car and went over. Time is still early. Make a gum. Not. Measure a war first. Although it was possible to test battle power in the spiritual cultivation department, but that required the registration of name and information. Chu Ming didn't want to be noticed by the official personnel again right now. In less than a day's time, the battle power and level had grown by a large amount again, and if he was discovered, he could only say that it was Self who had used the Universal Trader once more and traded for level and battle power. What else could I say? You can't expose the memory bread, can you? But then, Self would probably be forcibly incorporated by the spiritualism department. It is extremely inconvenient to do anything inside an official institution with your hands tied, and there is a high probability that Self will be gifted for study by the state's researchers, which will probably expose Self's PY deal with Fatty Blue. Anyway, it's better to hide a handful of them for now. After all, Lu Sun once said, indecent development, don't wave. Nope, should be Lupin. Soon, Chu Ming arrived at the private battle force testing hall shown on the lack of virtue map, looked up, and was instantly confused. In front of her eyes was a 30-story majestic building, standing in the city's third ring road. The fully reflective glass mirror reflected the azure sky, and the top of the building had a line of big words Zhang's group. No, where is this stupid map leading me? Do you know how to direct? I can even direct it better than you can. However, soon Chu Ming realized that it was Self who misunderstood the lack of map. It turned out that battle strength testing hall was on the second floor of this building, and it was exactly this Zhang's group that opened it. Out of curiosity, Chu Ming googled Zhang's group and was surprised to find that this thing was really a bit bullish. The chairman of the board is actually a platinum 5-stage powerhouse, with a battle power comparable to Chen Xiuyuan's, and basically monopolizes all the business related to spirit cultivators in Dongchuan City, with the battle power testing hall being just a very small part of it. Brother, you've come to Jiang Clan to test your battle power too? Just as he got on the elevator, a derisive voice came from beside him. Chu Ming twisted his head and saw a lewd-looking teenager was giving Self a smile that all men understood. Chu Ming was confused. What was the meaning of this? At the same time, there was something strange in his heart. This lewd teenager and the few teenagers next to him all looked like students. Logically, they shouldn't have come to the private camp's battle strength test hall. Don't they have free testing labs in schools? Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the second floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Chu Ming's pupils shrank and he seemed to understand something. Welcome, honored guests. On both sides of the elevator door, 2 rows of welcoming ladies in Cheongsam uniforms and black silk heels bent down in unison to greet them. The moment he bent down, Chu Ming instantly felt that his eyes were too white to open in front of him, and was more or less confused. This isn't right? Are you sure it's not a clubhouse? Bro, you're not here for the first time, are you? Seeing that Chu Ming froze there, the lewd teenager came over again and flirted. Do you want your buddy to take you for a ride? Chu Ming glanced at him breathlessly, and was hesitating to leave this place that just looked so immodest. A welcoming lady came over with a smile on her face and said, are all the honored guests together? Do you have a reservation? May I ask if you want to eat first, or take a foot bath first? The lewd teenager said, it's already booked. Let's test our battle strength. Then press a foot. Then go up to the 3rd floor and take a bath. He. What the hell? And places can really test battle power? Is the privately owned battle test museum all this outrageous? Chu Mingren went numb and hurriedly said, I'm not with them. Please take me to test my battle power. Oh, sorry, the welcoming lady apologized. This distinguished guest, then may I ask if you have any arrangements after testing your battle power? No more. I'm just here to test my battle power. Chu Ming's eyes were filled with a serious look. The lewd teenager and the others were stunned and glanced at each other. Both could see the surprise in each other's eyes. No way. There are really people who come here to simply test their battle power. Ha? Then why don't you go to the spiritualism department? It's much cheaper there. The welcoming lady was also a bit surprised, hesitated and whispered, Sir, are you sure you don't want to relax after testing your battle power? We have a soft-style hero. Chu Ming frowned slightly and said with a serious face, that's actually not impossible. Creepy teen. However, Chu Ming ultimately didn't dare to go, mainly because he was afraid of encountering the biochemical matrix. After paying the test fee, Chu Ming followed the welcoming lady to the battle power test room. Damn. A battle power measurement actually requires a low-grade spirit bead. It's only $1,000 to go to the spiritualism department for a test. Here it's 10 times more expensive straight away. Although a low-grade spirit pearl was nothing to the Chu Ming at this time, there was always a feeling of being pitted, and it was more or less unpleasant. Why do you charge so much? Just because you're well decorated? The equipment? Just because your testers wear less? A pretty girl with big tits and long legs? And pawing all over me in the name of searching me? This Nima. Actually expensive also have expensive reason. Okay sir, you may begin the test. The female tester retracted her soft and boneless little hand from Chu Ming's buttocks, revealed a flirtatious smile, and said in a sweet voice, when you're done with the test later on, you can look for me to relax for a while. Oh, damn. Don't try to seduce me into spending. Sigma man. Would never fall into a woman's trap. Chu Ming said with a calm face, there's no need. I'll leave after measuring my battle power. After saying that, he walked towards the battle tester and pressed the gun without leaving a trace. The smile on the female tester's face instantly disappeared, and she looked at Chu Ming's back with displeasure. What is this? Then isn't this touching myself for nothing? She didn't believe that Chu Ming was just here to test his battle power. Isn't that funny? Where can't you test your strength? Do you have to come to the highest spending private testing center? What's the point of pretending to be noble when you're already here? Isn't it just a case of wanting to come and have fun, but realizing that the spending is too high to afford it? One could only pretend that Self was simply here to test his battle prowess in an attempt to save some face. The female tester had seen a lot of this kind of horny, poor and facetious little chunin. Seeing that Chu Ming really had no intention of consuming any other items, her attitude instantly cooled down quite a bit as she faintly said, well, then you should hurry up and test. At best, it's a 500 or 600 battle power, and I don't know what there is to test. Although Chu Ming was wearing a mask, she could still tell that he wasn't very old, just 17 or 18. At this age, the average battle power was only 5 or 600, and it wasn't even as high as hers. Chu Ming didn't notice the change in her attitude. His attention was already focused on the battle power tester, his eyes filled with exuberance and anticipation. It's finally time to measure a wave of ultimate warfare. Also didn't realize it had broken a few thousand. After thinking about it, Chu Ming didn't directly use a spirit technique. He just slowly raised his fist, operated his spirit power, and swung a seemingly ordinary punch. There was a hidden green aura flashing on his fist. Boo! A muffled sound. The test instrument trembled slightly. The screen lit up, displaying a string of numbers that kept rising. It was 1000 to begin with. It instantly skyrocketed to 1800, 2000, 2200, 2400, 2500. It finally stopped at 2578. Ha! The female tester made a skeptical sound, having long since looked away. The moment the number 1000 appeared on the screen, her impatient expression instantly disappeared and was replaced by disbelief. At 17 or 18 years old, the battle power broke 1,000 eyes in the whole Sichuan province. It is also a very excellent talent. This little Chu Nan is actually quite qualified? Well, it's not like you can't get free with him. Just thinking of this, the female tester suddenly saw that the number on the instrument screen had become 2578, and the whole person was dumbfounded on the spot. 17 or 18 years old with a battle strength of 2500? Is this real? Even those geniuses in the capital city would have a hard time reaching this level, right? Moreover, the screen showed Chu Ming's spiritual power level, which was only a bronze section, and the average battle power of this level was only 1000. He actually hit a kunbi straight up? Shocked, the female tester furrowed her brows, suddenly feeling that something seemed a bit wrong somewhere. At this time, Chu Ming muttered to himself with slight excitement. The base battle power has actually broken 2500. After fusing the ethereal wood decision, coupled with the fact that the level had come to the bronze section, Self's base battle power unexpectedly soared directly from 1200 to 2500. More than doubling. The quality of this spiritual energy is really a bit outrageous. So, what if you add spirit skills to the mix? How much extreme combat power can there be? Base battle strength. The female tester was creeped out, suddenly realizing what was wrong. Yeah, he didn't even use spirit techniques just now. This is still just his base battle power? Swish! At that moment, 11 thick vines suddenly spread out from Chu Ming's arm, slowly twisting into a huge tree vine with a diameter of 20 centimeters, as if it was a tree trunk. Wooden vine technique. 11th level. Unleashed at full power. Next moment, in the female tester's jaw-dropping gaze, Chu Ming's body blossomed with a radiant green aura around him, and with a wave of his right hand, the giant tree vine violently lashed out, instantly bursting the air. Carrying a shocking might, it ruthlessly smashed on top of the testing instrument. Boom! The test instrument shuddered violently. The screen suddenly lit up. A number is displayed, 7500, and it's going up like crazy. 8500, 9700, 10,500. It broke 10,000 in the blink of an eye, reached the average battle level of the silver class. That's when the growth in numbers finally slowed down. It ended up staying at 12,150. 12,000. The female tester was moist with fear, her expression extraordinarily horrified. This is already the average battle power of a silver paragraph A. Although, the number of silver-level spirit cultivators in the Zhang clan was not small, and the chief administrator of this testing pavilion was at the silver 8th stage, and there were not a few of the usual guests who came here to play at the silver level. The female tester had usually seen many of them and had been lucky enough to eat a few. But, this guy looks only 17 or 18 years old. The spiritual power level is only a section of bronze. How is it possible to hit 10 times the average battle value? It's definitely the anti-common sense thing to do. If it wasn't for the fact that the female tester had clearly felt the terrifying aura that had erupted from Chu Ming's body when he had performed his spirit skill just now, she would have even suspected that the data from the instrument had been wrong. That's just not possible. 12,000? Not bad. Chu Ming revealed a smile of satisfaction, almost a fivefold increase in base combat power. Yesterday, when Self's base battle power was only 1,200, even if he exerted the wooden vine technique with all his might, it was estimated that the limit battle power would be at most 3,000 or so, a mere increase of less than 3 times. Obviously, this was because Self's spiritual energy had been transformed into the wood attribute, and when he once again performed his wood spirit skill, his power had naturally increased by a lot. Moreover, the wooden vine technique is still only deduced to the 11th level right now, and at most it is equivalent to a 2nd grade low-level spirit skill, but the original version of this spiritual skill is a 5th grade A. If Self had deduced the original version of the wooden vine technique and practiced it to the limit, to what extent would that limit battle power soar? The increase in base battle power can be at least 20 times or more, right? Whoa shit, scary as hell. The more Chu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately decided that this time, after he got the spiritual power cultivation technique from the secret realm of Grievous Souls, he would go back and start concentrating on deducing the wooden vine technique. After measuring his battle strength, Chu Ming also had a clearer perception of his own strength. Below the silver level, you're basically invincible, and you can mess up kills without relying on Doraemon's props. Then Chu Ming also intended to leave. Turning his head to the dumbfounded female tester, he said, "Let's go, ah sister." The female tester awoke with a sudden start, and hurriedly bowed in fear. "Your honored guests, please take your time." She was now completely convinced that Chu Ming really was simply here to test his battle power. A spirit cultivator whose battle strength was comparable to that of a silver rank. Even if he just went to a black iron rank secret realm to hunt monsters to earn spirit beads, he would be able to get at least 10 or more low-grade spirit beads in a day, equivalent to over $100,000 a day. It's more than 10 times her monthly paycheck. How is it possible to not be able to afford it? 5 minutes ago, the obscene teenagers and their group quickly finished testing their battle power and came out of the different testing rooms one after another. Above the doorway of each testing room was a large screen displaying their measured spiritual power level and battle strength. It varies, but the highest doesn't exceed Black Iron 8 and 900 battle force. The only thing that is the same is that several people came out with a pretty girl in their arms, all female testers in the test room. Obviously, they didn't resist the temptation. "Handsome boy, you're too powerful, only 18 years old, and you're at the 8th stage of Black Iron, and your battle power is close to 900. I've never seen someone so talented before." The girl who was snuggled in the arms of the lewd teenager kept bragging, her face full of admiration. "Ha ha ha, no, it's only the top 3 in the whole school." The lewd teenager listened with a bit of flutter and waved his hand humbly, but the corners of his mouth were simply harder to press than AK, although he also knows that he guesses that this girl is so bragging to every guest. "But it is really cool. Hello brother, this way, not far away." His companion waved at him. A few of the men assembled and glanced at each other's girls in each other's arms and smiled again in a way that men know how to smile. "Why don't we skip the foot washing? Go straight to the 3rd floor?" The teenager known as Void Brother revealed a rather lewd expression. The crowd hemmed and hawed, and it was clear that they all meant it. Where's the brother who came in with us just now? I think he went into test room number 5, right? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Someone suddenly wondered. Another person frowned. "No way, this guy can't really be seriously testing his battle power, right? He really isn't here to play?" Void Brother skimmed his mouth and spat. "Everyone is a few hundred battle power, and I don't know what's good to measure, but also specialize in running to a place with such high consumption to measure the battle power. This guy can be really rich." In their opinion, Chu Ming was about the same age as them, so his battle power must be about the same. It was impossible for him to be a genius with a battle power of 1,000, right? Are you kidding? How can you meet such a genius so easily? Just then, a sudden commotion rose in the sumptuous hall. Crap! Look, if that's Jiang Chunlong? Impossible! How could young Master Jiang come to such a low-level entertainment place? Crap! Is it really him? Good day, Jiang Shao. Jiang. A richly dressed youth with a face full of horizontal meat walked quickly towards this side of the testing area under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The youth's face was extraordinarily gloomy, seemingly not in a good mood, and he looked fierce. But whenever someone greeted him, he would politely give the person a slight nod, the horizontal flesh of his face quivering with it. Directly frightened, the man's face turned white. I'm super. Isn't this the Who? Void was full of surprise. It's just like the rumors. It looks like it's not easy to get along with. A few of his companions on the sidelines wore puzzled expressions. Brother Void lowered his voice and explained. Jiang Chunlong. Ah, that's the youngest son of the chairman of Jiang Group. Ha, it's him. Ha. The companions were shocked. Other than the military and the spiritual cultivation department, Jiangdong of the Jiang Group was the #1 powerhouse in Dongchuan City, with a rank of Platinum 5 Dan. One would be a ministerial-level figure in an ordinary municipal spiritual cultivation department, and naturally, he was quite famous. And Jiang Chunlong is that Jiangdong's youngest son. The name is not small in Dongchuan City, not only because of his father's identity, but also because of his extremely high cultivation qualifications. It was said that he had awakened an A-rank talent at a very young age, and last year he had reached the bronze segment before the college entrance exam, becoming one of the few people in Chuan province who had been admitted to the top spiritual cultivation academy. Grip it! This guy has been furthering his studies at Qingyuan Academy for a year now. I've heard that he's already bronze 3 stage, right? Yeah, with his talent and enlightenment. I'm afraid that his battle power has already broken 4,000. It's too damn terrifying. Impossible. Right? Bronze 3 stage battle power breaking 4,000 was more or less an exaggeration. How is it impossible? Don't forget, last year when he took the college entrance exam, he measured 1500 battle power at a bronze section level. He was accepted into the Qingyuan Academy on the spot. Hey, this guy is in the city of Dunan on the Key High School. That is the capital city. Resources, then we are too good. Not to mention that his father is still a platinum powerhouse. Brother Void and his group whispered, looking at Jiang Chunlong with envy and jealousy in their eyes. How can the gap be so wide when they are almost the same age? Brother Void was a bit embarrassed at this moment. Just now the girl in his arms was bragging about his good natural talent, but as a result, the next second, this Jiang Chunlong guy came. Compared with him, this Black Iron 8 paragraph even 900 war power has not broken the level. Counting a set of trade. Hello, which testing room is empty, please? Jiang Chunlong walked up to a staff member and asked in a deep voice. Although quite polite, his grim and cross-faced face still scared the staff member. Hastily bending down, his face was white. Jiang Shao. Numbers 1 through 4 are all empty. Jiang Chunlong's eyes flashed with a touch of speechlessness. He was just naturally stinky-faced. He was so polite, and he didn't know why everyone was still afraid of him. However, he was used to it and nodded. Well, then please arrange one for me. I want to test my battle power. Okay, Jiang Shao. You wait a moment. I'll go clean up first. The staff member ran into test room number 1 in fear and trepidation. The crowd around them all looked surprised and whispered. Young Jiang is actually here to test his battle power? I've heard that his battle power has long since broken 4,000. Right? The rank is only bronze 3. That outrageous? My battle power was less than 4,000 when I was a fucking bronze 4. Then you're really trash. You can't even reach the average battle strength. Keep your voices down. I've heard that young Jiang has a huge temper. I can tell he's not in a good mood today just by looking at his expression. Don't disturb him. Jiang Chunlong shook his head slightly in helplessness when he heard these last words. Then a flash of anticipation crossed the bottom of his eyes. He had just broken through a second-grade high-grade spiritual skill to the 5th level, and his ultimate combat power had definitely increased by a large margin, so he couldn't wait to come and take a test. Previously, his limit battle power measured out to be 4,215, bronze 3rd stage battle strength breaking 4,000. Perhaps ordinary people seem to have been very bullish, but in a place like Qingyuan Academy where there were geniuses everywhere, it could only be said to be ordinary. Jiang Chunlong couldn't even rank in the top 100 in terms of battle power value amongst the freshmen of his term, and had to break at least 5,000 before he could do so. But now, Jiang Chunlong feels that he has hope. If one could really exert a battle power of over 5,000 with a rank of bronze 3rd stage, even if one were to place it in the Qingyuan Academy, it would be considered a good natural talent, although it can't be compared with those several demons who have 5,000 or 6,000 battle power at the 2nd stage of bronze. At least next year as sophomore year, the self can get more resources. Thinking of this, Jiang Qianlong's heart burned a few points, looking forward to self's current battle power value even more. Just then, a test data was refreshed on the large screen on the door of test room 5. Spirit level, bronze 1 section. Battle value, 12,150. Jiang Qianlong glanced at it and was directly confused, asking the staff member next to him, "What's wrong with the instrument in test room number 5? The staff was also confused and panicked. We do checks every day. Obviously it was still fine in the morning. Then what happened to this data? Jiang Qianlong frowned, the horizontal flesh on his face twitching, looking extremely fierce. That staff member was directly scared into a cold sweat, and hurriedly said, Jiang, shall you calm your anger? I'll go check it out right now. After saying that, he fled as if he was running for his life and hurried in the direction of the main control room. What the fuck am I angry about? Isn't it just normal to question? Jiang Qianlong is really speechless. The tester here is used by so many people every day. It is normal to have some malfunctions. How can he be angry for this small matter? The glitch does seem a bit outrageous though. How could you measure a figure so counterintuitive? A bronze section with a strength of 12,000? There's never been a genius like this in the history of mankind. Has there? That necessarily can't be true. What kind of counterintuitive data is this? Void froze for a moment as well, and couldn't hold back his laughter. Godkin, that made me laugh a little. Isn't this the test room that guy went into just now? Yeah, I just saw that guy go into test room 5 too. This brother is a bit unlucky. He actually stumbled upon a malfunctioning instrument. Ha ha ha. Hollow's companions were also amused. Not only them, but everyone in the arena just didn't believe this statistic. After all, it was just too outrageous. On the official website of the National Spiritualism Department, the highest battle power values ever achieved by mankind are recorded for each level and each segment. The highest battle strength ever recorded for a bronze section of Spiritualist is 5012. It was said to have been created by a certain current transcendent level powerhouse more than 30 years ago, and no one has been able to break it so far. This data of Chu Ming is equivalent to the fact that on Earth, someone has measured 3 seconds for a 100-meter run. Not to mention normal people. Dingjin will not believe it when he looks at it. At that moment, the door to test room 5 opened. Chu Ming walked out and scanned the crowd. Realizing that there were no shocked expressions on everyone's faces, he was relieved. He knew no one would believe that statistic. Well, at least not for a while. Just by checking the background data of the tester and the strike marks on it, one could tell that this 12,000 battle power value was indeed what he had hit. At that time, it might directly alarm the silver or even gold level powerhouses in the Jiang clan, and that would be a bit less than a good place to go. Thinking of this, Chu Ming tightened the mask on his face, lowered his head and prepared to slip away. But the side suddenly came a gloomy voice. Sorry brother, the instrument has a problem. Or, this single for you to be exempt? Chu Ming froze and looked up, and a face full of cross-flesh and ferocious grimness came into view. He was so scared that he almost pulled out his restore light flashlight. Not buddy. You look too few scary? Jiang Fei is kind compared to you. Take it brother. This is indeed our problem. Jiang Qianlong took out a low-grade spirit bead and handed it to Chu Ming, smiling, come back next time. With this smile, he squeezed the horizontal flesh of his face into a pile, looking incredibly hideous. That's a good laugh. Next time, don't laugh. The corner of Chu Ming's eye twitched, and he was not polite. He directly accepted the spirit beads, and after saying thank you, brother, he hurriedly left. However, he had just left on the front foot. The staff member who went to check the background data just now ran back in a hurry, anxious and almost crying. Jiang Shao, there is no problem with the background data of the 5th tester. Indeed. It is indeed a bronze section and 12,000 battle power. How can it be? Jiang Qianlong's eyes glared, and his voice tone rose all of a sudden, as if it was a furious shout and like thunder on the ground, frightening the people around him into trembling, especially that staff member. A face instantly became bloodless, his legs went soft and he almost collapsed to the ground. Jiang Qianlong was stunned and hurriedly comforted. Don't be afraid. I'm just being incredulous in tone. There's no intention of blaming you. After that, Jiang Qianlong personally went to the main control room to check the data of the 5th tester, stunned to find out that it's pretty nifty. No way. It's not scientific. Jiang Qianlong's face was full of disbelief as he directly rushed into the number 5 testing room, finding the female tester and asking, what was the situation with that person just now? The female tester was already frightened by Chu Ming, and facing Jiang Qianlong's ferocious questioning, she was on the verge of collapsing. I don't know either. He's obviously a bronze section. But it turns out that his base battle power is over 2,500. And then a strip of something thick and big came out of his hand and hit on top of that instrument. Straight away, He hit it with a battle power of 12,000. Zhang Qianlong stared wide-eyed, only feeling like he was listening to heavenly books. Looking at her didn't even look like a lie. He frowned and hurried over to the testing apparatus, reaching out to touch the strike zone. Turning his head, he asked, "Where did that man just hit? Come over here and point." The female tester walked over on shaky legs and pointed at a spot. Zhang Qianlong hurriedly touched it with his hand, and instantly his pupils shrank as he clearly sensed a still undissipated aura of wood spiritual energy. This means that the area, within 5 minutes, was struck. And there is a dent in this area. The testers used in their testing halls were capable of resisting the full force of a golden section powerhouse. To be able to dent it was something that could only be done by at least a silver-level combatant. Zhang Qianlong's heart set off shocking waves. After a long time of stagnation, he trembled and said, "This person's battle power is definitely above 10,000, and the data of the battle power value should not be false. Could it be that the test data for the aura level is wrong? He's not in the bronze segment, but in the silver level?" Zhang Qianlong couldn't believe, no matter what, that someone could really exert a battle power comparable to that of a silver rank at a bronze segment level. But, at this point all the evidence is proving that this is indeed true. From the residual spiritual energy on the instrument, I can feel that the quality of this person's spiritual energy is simply terrifying, even stronger than my father. A bronze-level spirit cultivator with a quality of spiritual energy comparable to that of a platinum level? If he has also practiced a third-grade or higher spirit skill, hitting a battle power of 12,000 isn't really impossible? Zhang Qianlong swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His heart was horrified, and he had the feeling that he was witnessing history. Self seems to have found a counterintuitive to the extreme Gaia. In the 100 years since the revival of the aura, there had never been a rebellious genius. Truly unprecedented. Crap, such an awesome genius. I must go make a friend. Zhang Qianlong woke up with a jolt, turned around and rushed out of the testing room, running towards the outside in a hurry. See him like this. XL. Everyone in the hall was confused and stared at each other. What's wrong with Jiang Shao? Brother Void was filled with doubt, suddenly thought of something and said in horror, "It can't be. That data just now is real?" At those words, the people around them were also shocked, and they all revealed unbelievable expressions. When that staff member ran out just now and said that there was no problem with the background data, many people in the room heard it. At that time they naturally did not believe it. However, now, Zhang Qianlong personally went in and checked it, but he ran out again in shock and urgency, and his expression still vaguely carried the color of shock. That's pretty intriguing. You don't think so? That person's counterintuitive test data just now. It couldn't really be true, could it? Bronze 1 paragraph. Battle strength 12,000? This is not at all scientific. Brother Void was stunned for a moment, but suddenly he saw a sister trembling out of the 5th test room, and it was the female tester. His eyes lit up and he rushed over to inquire. The answer he got was naturally the same as Zhang Qianlong. Crap! Void froze in place, a look of horror on his face. Self just was calling brother and brother to what anticlimactic contraption ah? When Zhang Qianlong chased him out of the Zhang group's gate, Chu Ming had already come 3 blocks away and changed his clothes. After the battle strength test, the next step was of course to prepare to go to the secret realm of Grievous Souls. Took out his cell phone and searched on lack of maps. The location of the secret realm was soon found, on the outskirts of the western part of the city. However, the map shows that this is an army-controlled area. Chu Ming frowned slightly. He didn't know much about the secret realm of Grievous Souls, but he knew that the secret realms controlled by the military were all extremely dangerous, and no one could enter without special permission. A special permit? Where am I going to get this stuff? Although Chu Ming didn't know much about this stuff, as long as it involved the officialdom, it was definitely just very difficult. Even if you meet the conditions for applying for this special permit, a set of processes down, must not be more than half a year off. Besides, he guessed Self didn't have it in him. Is it possible to go hard by the forgiveness hat? Chu Ming frowned, somewhat hesitant. The risk of exposing his identity was obviously high if he did so. After all, it's official people who are messed with, and once the state machinery is in motion, it shouldn't be hard to find out who Self is. But it couldn't be helped. The spiritual power cultivation technique was a necessity. If he didn't raise his spiritual power level, if he wanted to trade some more powerful props with Doraemon in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to do it at all. Shit. Gotta put up a fight. Chu Ming finally made up his mind. Besides, it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll reveal your identity, does it? Looking up at the surrounding buildings, Chu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly and lingered on a few cameras, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He then went into a roadside clothing store and bought a set of wide dress pants, sunglasses, gloves, and a pair of booster shoes. After changing all of them, He took out the forgiveness cap from the spirit market pearl and put it on his head, and asked the female owner of the clothing store, "Boss, your home surveillance, where is the data stored?" The female boss froze for a moment and subconsciously said, "The computer is not right, why do you ask?" A wary look instantly appeared in her eyes. Chu Ming showed his teeth and smiled. "It's okay if I use your computer, right?" The female boss's face changed. "Then how? Not to? It's okay. Okay." So, Chu Ming opened her computer in front of her, found the data of the invigilation screen, and deleted it all. Then, found the solid-state drive that stored the surveillance data, took out the restore light flashlight, and shone it at it. A few seconds later, Chu Ming turned off the flashlight, reloaded the hard disk and read the data in it, and sure enough, he found that the time of all the latest data had changed to 20 days ago. Time reversed, terrifying as hell. In this way, it is impossible for even the best technicians to restore the deleted surveillance data. Chu Ming revealed a smug smile, only feeling that this wave of self-same operation was simply bullish. As long as you erase all the surveillance data on yourself with the restoring light, who can still suspect you? Nope. Seems to have witnesses? Chu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the female owner of the clothing store, who trembled and said in fear, "You, what are you doing?" "That's definitely a yes." 5 minutes later, Chu Ming lifted his pants and walked out of the clothing store with a satisfied smile on his face under the mask. The experiment was a success. Restoring light can turn back time for that person too, whether it's age, memory, or looseness, just by shining it at them. Just now Chu Ming had experimented with that female boss. Just by shining the light on her for a second, her state would reverse to a few days ago, and her memories would become those of a few days ago, forgetting his face on the spot. So Chu Ming left with confidence and boldness, and went to the bathroom in the meantime, which is why he just lifted his pants. Well, what else did you guys think it was? Anyway, with this operation, it's 100% possible to avoid surveillance tracking, and it's also possible to just erase the witnesses. Simply genius. See that, Nobita? That's the proper way to use props. After that, Chu Ming purposely avoided the surveillance and the crowd and headed in the direction of the secret realm of Grievous Souls. Only when you encounter surveillance that you just can't avoid, you will use the restoring light to eliminate the invigilation data. Just like this, hiding and deleting all the way. Finally, in the evening, he came to the suburb in the west of the city. By the time we got here, there were already all kinds of military vehicles everywhere on the road, as well as some dirt soldiers clutching their firearms and patrolling around. Chu Ming could only hide inside the woods, enveloping his entire body with wood system spiritual energy, his breath blending with the surrounding trees and plants as he sneaked forward. He remembered that the weakest earth soldiers in the army now were all above the 8th stage of black iron, and, crucially, were equipped with firearms and ammunition specifically designed for spirit cultivators. With a single pike, spirit cultivators below the silver level would definitely not be able to go wild. However, to a spirit cultivator above the silver level, the power of these firearms would be minimal. At the bronze level, spiritual power entered the bones, the toughness of the bones skyrocketed, and at the 9th bronze stage, spiritual power soaked into the bone marrow. Every bone of a spiritual cultivator was comparable to the hardest alloy, and unusual bullets couldn't hurt a single bit. And at the silver level, spiritual cultivators began to quench their internal organs with spiritual power, and the amount of spiritual power in their bodies rose exponentially. Can do spiritual energy away from the body? Into body protection astral chi. Defense is extremely strong. Even against the spiritual cultivator's gun is very difficult to break the defense, unless on the missile. However, as long as the spiritual cultivator had reached the zone sure level, after the physical body had completely metamorphosed from a carbon-based life to an aura life, and was able to invoke the greatness of heaven and earth at will, even the peak killing weapon of the age of human technology, the nuclear weapon, could not help the slightest bit anymore. As the saying goes, the patriarch cannot be insulted. Well, as long as you reach the transcendental level, what is the patriarch Tick 8? In short, this was the reason why Blue Star had entered the era of universal spiritual cultivation. In front of powerful monsters and spirit cultivators, old-time heat weapons weren't much different from stone clubs in the hands of ancient apes. At the same time, this was also the reason why Chu Ming desperately wanted to become stronger as well. In such a world, if one didn't have absolute strength to defend themselves, they might die one day. What's the point of having a battle strength of 10,000? This world had no shortage of existences with battle power that had broken 100 million. All ants are ants until they reach the realm of the gods. Okay? While thinking about something borderline in his mind while sneaking forward, Chu Ming quickly arrived at the entrance of the secret realm and hid at the top of a large tree to observe in secret. It would naturally be best if one could sneak into the secret realm without attracting anyone's attention, But after observing for a while, Chu Ming realized that it was simply impossible. At least hundreds of Earth soldiers gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, surrounded by dozens of tents, and even has a few watchtowers, piercing searchlights shooting blindly. If Chu Ming hadn't cast the wooden vine technique, entangling himself in the vines and becoming one with the large tree, he would have been discovered long ago. TSK, I didn't realize that this spirit skill actually has a camouflage effect. Just then, Chu Ming suddenly saw a jeep coming from the road in the distance, raising a gust of dust, and soon stopped at the entrance of the secret realm. 3 men got out of the car. A charming woman, probably in her 30s, wearing a cheongsam, with a slender and eye-catching figure. The other was a young girl wearing a light blue dress, with a cool temperament, without the slightest expression on her pretty face, her clear eyes calmly looking at the entrance to the secret realm, seemingly thinking. There is also a middle-aged man. Well, male doesn't need an adjective. Chu Ming's gaze was instantly attracted away by that cool young girl, because this girl is really good-looking, not because she is actually Gui Yueshi. How did she get here? Also here for the spirit power spell? Well, shouldn't be a second possibility either. It can't be the middle of the night to enjoy the moon, can it? Don't tell me. It's quite a coincidence. Chu Ming's eyes showed a color of interest, and soon saw that the middle-aged man went up and said something to an officer, and then seemed to take out some kind of document. The officer looked at the documents, then at Gui Yueshi and the feisty one, and nodded. After a while, the woman led Gui Yueshi into the secret realm. Is that document the so-called special license? Gui Yueshi actually even ran this thing? It seems that this girl's family should not be simple too. But if she was so short of spiritual power spells, why did she only do the license now and enter the secret realm of Grievous Souls? Chu Ming frowned, somewhat unable to figure it out, but he didn't bother to think about it. How much did it have to do with himself? He then put away the wooden vine technique and jumped straight down from the top of the tree. Boom! Dusty. It landed directly in front of a group of Earth soldiers. It's just so arrogant. Good evening. Chu Ming grinned a friendly smile, but he was wearing a mask so no one could see it. The room was quiet for a second before instantly exploded. What man? Intruder! On guard! The native soldiers burst out, raising their guns in their hands and aiming them at Chu Ming in unison, all with a tense look on their faces. They had never seen such an arrogant intruder. Jump right in their faces bright and early, and give them a hello. This looks like a not weak spiritual cultivator. Simply unbridled. The officer gulped nervously and warned sternly. This is a restricted area under military control. Trespassing here without authorization is a felony. I advise you to consider the consequences. Trespassing in a restricted area is just a matter of course. It's not a big deal. I didn't sneak in. Didn't I give you guys a heads up? Chu Ming said in a disinterested manner, not caring in the slightest about the hundreds of cold gun muzzles, lifting his leg and walking towards the entrance of the secret realm. So arrogant? The officer's face changed drastically, and he instantly became angry as well. Warning once again. I'm telling you, if you dare to trespass the restricted area, I will absolutely forgive you. Native soldiers? Nope. The officer frowned, feeling the dumbfounded gazes of the surrounding drow soldiers with a hint of embarrassment flashing under his eyes as well. How could such an outrageous slip of the tongue occur at a time like this? Looking at Chu Ming, he was about to step into the entrance of the secret realm in a big way. The officer didn't have time to think about anything else and once again shouted out angrily, "Don't move! If you dare to take another step forward, we're going to let you in." A dirt soldier beside him subconsciously repeated, "That's right, if you take another step forward, we'll open." With a confused look, he turned his head to look at the officer and asked tentatively, "Did you misspeak again? I can't get to it." The officers and men were dumbfounded, staring at Chu Ming's back with dead eyes, their hearts in shock, already realizing what was going on. Why did Self feel like forgiving him for some inexplicable reason? And the feeling is extremely strong, it's impossible to suppress it. It made him instinctively say the things he just said. Is it like being mind or consciousness controlled? Just for the few seconds that the officer froze, Chu Ming's figure had disappeared, and truly just like that, in front of hundreds of Earth soldiers, he stepped into the secret realm of Grievous Souls openly. In fact, the second before he stepped into the secret realm, many of the Earth soldiers wanted to shoot, but at that very instant, a thought popped into their minds: isn't someone just forcing their way into a forbidden secret area? What's the big deal? What's the point of shooting for something so completely forgivable? Not so much, not at all. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm was plunged into an eerie dead silence. A group of Earth soldiers. You look at me, I look at you, wide-eyed, can't figure out what Self just did. After a long time, someone asked tentatively, "Brothers, did you just have a feeling of wanting to forgive that person?" A man next to him stared in disbelief. You have one too? Crap. So everyone's the same? It's simply inexplicable. So Captain, didn't just slip his tongue? Something's not right with this guy. He's not controlling our spirits, is he? Definitely. This person is definitely a divine cultivator, and the rank isn't low. The Earth soldiers murmured in astonishment. Divine practitioners? The officer frowned in contemplation, and he agreed that this must be the only possibility. Only those divine cultivators who had awakened the talent of the idea department and majored in spiritual power could manage to control other spirits so gently. And it's still controlling so many people at once. One must know that spiritual cultivators who could join the army, in addition to their spiritual power level having to reach the 8th stage of the Black Iron, the requirements for spiritual power were not low. There wasn't a single Earth soldier present who had a mental power level lower than Black Iron's 6th stage. And just now, that mysterious person had so easily controlled the spirits of hundreds of Earth soldiers. It also includes him, an officer with a mental power level as high as Bronze 5. This is definitely a divine cultivator with a spiritual power level above the silver level. After analyzing it, the officer made a positive judgment, and his face had become incredibly grave. The Earth soldiers were shocked at the news. A silver-level divine cultivator. Put in a first-class spiritual cultivation university, one could serve as a spiritual instructor. The number of god cultivators was already extremely rare. After all, the percentage of people awakened with the idea system talent was too small, and out of 1 million people who had awakened the talent, there might only be one person who had awakened the idea system talent. At the same time, there were grades for idea system talents, and idea system talents below grade B had little to no assisting effect on the cultivation of spiritual power. This, coupled with the fact that mental power cultivation techniques were extremely rare, led to most of the intentionality department talent awakened people having extremely slow cultivation speeds due to the lack of techniques. There were only about 3,000 divine cultivators who could reach the silver level or above in the history of China, and they were all recorded. Because divine cultivators could absolutely crush spirit cultivators of the same level, and it was the kind that directly crushed a group of them, the danger was too great. After all, the vast majority of spiritual cultivators did not focus on the cultivation of spiritual power, and their spiritual power level was generally low. Take this officer for example. His spiritual power level had already been silver 9 stage long ago, one step short of being able to step into the gold level, and his battle power was infinitely close to 100,000. However, his spiritual power level was only at the bronze 5th stage, so even if there were 100 of him, he would only be crushed in front of a silver-level divine cultivator. As long as that divine cultivator was willing, he could easily crush his spirit and make him die violently on the spot. The officer shuddered at the thought. If that mysterious person moved to kill just now, with just one thought, he could make everyone present instantly die of mental obliteration and death. Who the hell is this guy? Why did he force his way into the secret realm of injustice? The officer was filled with disbelief at the same time as the aftermath. The reason why the secret realm of Grievous Souls needed to apply for a special license from the state in order to enter was because the monsters of Grievous Souls in this kind of secret realm all attacked with spiritual attacks. Once a person with weak spiritual power entered, it was almost certain death. That's why the country made a restriction that only divine cultivators above the silver level were qualified to apply for a special license to enter the secret realm of Grievous Souls. Or it's okay to have a silver level divine practitioner leading the group. So, that mysterious person clearly can go to apply for a special license to enter the secret realm by legally compliant means. Why did he force his way in? Could it be that it takes too long to apply for a license? The officer frowned and couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man next to him and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Gu, how long did it take for you to apply for this special permit? The middle-aged man was none other than Gu Yueshi's father, named Gu Dongfeng. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was clearly frightened by Chu Ming's bizarre means just now. Hearing the officer's question, Gu Dongfeng came back to his senses and said, I applied a year ago, and it was done in 3 days then. A year ago when Gu Yueshi awakened her A-rank summoner talent. As a father, Gu Dongfeng immediately realized that his daughter was in dire need of a spiritual cultivation technique, so he immediately went to apply for a special permit for the secret realm of Grievous Souls. Gu Yueshi's sister-in-law, Li Yuan, the woman who was so charming just now, was a silver 3rd stage divine cultivator. So the license was done quickly. Over the past year, Li Yuan had repeatedly brought Gu Yueshi into the secret realm of Grievous Souls in an attempt to help her obtain a spiritual power spell. But unfortunately, the difficulty of obtaining this thing was too high, and there had been no results. 3 days? That fast? Then why did that man just now force his way into? The officer's brow furrowed even tighter at his words, and his mind became even more confused. Sir, nothing will happen to my daughter and the girls inside the secret realm. Right? Gu Dongfeng said anxiously. That mysterious person's spiritual power was too terrifying, perhaps even a few points stronger than Gu Yueshi's sister-in-law. And now that the three of them had entered the same secret realm, Gu Dongfeng was naturally worried about the safety of his daughter and sister-in-law. Mr. Gu, please don't worry. The officer raised his hand, revealing the military communication bracelet on his wrist, and assured earnestly, I've already reported everything that happened here first. The gold-level divine cultivators from the southwest military region will arrive soon, and will definitely be able to bring that trespasser to justice in the shortest possible time. Gold level? Upon hearing this, Gu Dongfeng was slightly relieved. There were less than 300 gold-level god cultivators in the entire country, so there should be no problem taking down that mysterious person. The secret realm of injustice. The sky was cloudy and overcast. Deadly silent forest shrouded in a layer of mist, accompanied by gusts of ghastly wind. Vaguely bizarre screams from the depths of the jungle came. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in the jungle beside him, and a thick black aura swept in, carrying a chilling spiritual pressure. In the next second, a hideous bear-shaped grievance monster covered in black smoke burst out of the jungle. Get out! Chu Ming's backhand was a slap. Marred. Scaring me again. The grievous monster had no entity, and the slap went right through its face. However, it paused and seemed to stare at Chu Ming for a moment in some confusion before turning around and walking away. Chu Ming was not surprised. He had looked up some information about grievous monsters in advance. This thing was condensed from the residual spiritual energy of a large number of dead monsters, and it had an extremely strong resentment or hate value towards humans. Maybe all those dead monsters were killed by humans. So, this thing will never forgive humans, and it will absolutely kill you if it sees you. Except for self. Of course, you can do whatever you want with a forgiveness hat, right? Chu Ming can remember it clearly. At that time, Fatty Blue's introduction to this prop was, as long as you wear it, no matter what you do, the other person will absolutely forgive you. It doesn't say you can only be forgiven by humans, does it? Therefore, as long as wearing a cuckold self inside the secret realm of the wrong soul is absolutely safe, and there is no difference between strolling the streets, looking at the wobbly departing monster of injustice. Chu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Sorry, accidentally entered your territory. You, 1T blame me, right? The grievous monster stiffened and turned around, shaking his head to indicate that it was okay. Chu Ming walked towards it and added, it's okay that I want to forcefully rob your soul pearl, right? The grievous monster froze and shook his head again. Holler! Chu Ming was nonchalant and reached out his hand to paste it on its head, slowly releasing his spiritual energy. His spiritual power level was only a pitiful section of black iron, and this bear-shaped grievous spirit monster in front of him had a mental power level of at least bronze 3 stage. It was reasonable to say that Chu Ming couldn't break its defense at all, but in reality, can't break it either. But there's no need to break defense at all. What is the purpose of killing an unjust monster? Isn't it just to take out the soul beads in its body? That's too much trouble. Why don't I just take it out alive with my mental powers? And this bear-shaped soul monster, without the slightest bit of resistance at all, allowed Chu Ming's spiritual energy to pour into its body, taking away the soul bead that was the core of its life. Obviously, it felt that the matter of Chu Ming taking away his own soul bead was just a trivial matter that could be completely forgiven. After the soul bead was removed from the body of the unjust monster, it was wrapped in the surrounding aura and gradually transformed into a solid body under the effect of some kind of law. Chu Ming took this black and slippery bead in his hand and felt it for a moment, realizing that there was really nothing in it except for the abundant spiritual energy. He had acquired more than 30 soul beads along the way. All of them. Only a silver level or higher grievous soul monster can form a set of their own spiritual power cultivation methods. In this monster's soul bead, there is a probability that its spiritual power cultivation method is preserved. And if this method works on humans as well, then it is a new spiritual power cultivation technique. Recalling what Chhenhao Yuan had said yesterday, Chu Ming immediately decided to continue deeper into the secret realm, going deeper to look for silver-ranked grievous soul monsters. The outside is basically some black iron level bronze level. Their soul beads were of little use except for restoring their spiritual power. After absorbing the soul beads in his hand and recovering the spiritual energy he had just consumed, Chu Ming spread his legs and ran wildly towards the depths of the jungle, not hiding his figure in the slightest. It was called a recklessness. The jungle was once again dead silent. The bear-shaped grievous soul monster that had lost its soul bead collapsed on the ground. Its eyes had become hollow, and its figure was gradually becoming illusory. After a long time, a whispering female voice came from the jungle. Auntie, the probability of encountering a silver-level monster in the outer perimeter is too small. Why don't we go a little deeper? Absolutely not. Don't you know the level of danger in the depths of the secret realm of Grievous Souls? There are at least dozens of silver-ranked Grievous Spirit monsters. It's even possible to meet a gold level one. If you meet one, how can I protect you when it's hard for me to protect myself? In the jungle, Gu Yueshi and her sister-in-law were carefully sneaking around, incomparably vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings, their speaking voices suppressed to an extremely low level. Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Gu Yueshi's eyes dimmed a few points and she could only nod helplessly. She really wanted a spiritual power cultivation technique so badly. Only in the soul beads of silver level or higher Grievous Soul monsters could there be spiritual power spells. It's possible. That's too small a possibility, isn't it? Gu Yueshi's eyes were filled with sorrow. Over the past year, she and her sister-in-law had entered the secret realm of Grievous Souls more than a dozen times, and although each time they had only hunted Grievous Soul monsters at the very periphery, they had also killed more than a dozen silver section Grievous Soul monsters. Most of the soul beads of most of these grievous monsters had self-destructed with their deaths, and they had only ever gotten 8 silver-ranked soul beads. There was only one silver-ranked soul bead in which a spiritual power cultivation method existed. But unfortunately, this method was not available to humans and could not be used as a spiritual power cultivation technique. With probabilities like that, it's just desperate. It would be nice if one could progress their spirit level very quickly without relying on spirit power spells and using even the most basic meditation methods. Gu Yueshi couldn't help but think about it, and Chu Ming's figure appeared in her mind again. Judging from his behavior in front of Chenhao Yuan yesterday, the odds were that he didn't cultivate spiritual power techniques. After all, he doesn't even know why mental power spells are so rare. So how on earth did he manage to cultivate his spiritual power level to above Bronze 5 stage before the college entrance exams by virtue of his meditative thoughts? Gu Yueshi glanced at her sister-in-law and again didn't hold back to ask, "Sister-in-law, is there really no trick to speed up the speed of cultivating spiritual power with meditation thoughts?" Leuan frowned slightly and said helplessly, "Why is this daughter of yours so stubborn? How many times have I told you that the meditation method is essentially an unimpressive spiritual power cultivation technique that just happens to boost your spiritual power a little? There's an upper limit to the speed at which meditative thoughts can increase spiritual power. Where's the trick to speed it up? Do you see which divine cultivator above the bronze level relied on meditation methods to cultivate up?" Gu Yueshi was instantly anxious and retorted, "But I clearly saw. That day." Leuan rolled her eyes and interrupted, "Here we go again. I've said it's impossible. How can anyone rely on meditation and cultivate their mental power level to above Bronze 5 before the college entrance exam?" After a pause, she added, "Not to mention the meditative thoughts. Even if that person had a spiritual power spell, it would still be impossible to do so. A Bronze 5 Dan Divine Cultivator before the high school entrance exam? It's impossible to have one in the whole world, right?" Leuan didn't have the heart to say, "Your sister-in-law. I awakened my Class A idea system talent in my first year of high school, and I got a third-grade mental power cultivation technique in my second year of high school. So this condition already exceeds the vast majority of people, right? What was my spiritual power level back when I took the college entrance exam? Only a section of bronze, just like that. I was snapped up by Qingyuan and Jingda." Leuan rolled her eyes again. She didn't believe that in a small place like Yuzhou City, someone could surpass the self of that year. But Chu Ming's spiritual power level is really above Bronze 5. I clearly saw. Gu Yueshi was very aggravated. No matter what she said about this matter, her sister-in-law just didn't believe her. At this time, Leuan suddenly let out a light eep and looked somewhere in surprise. "There's a second god cultivator inside this secret realm? Ha?" Gu Yueshi froze and followed her gaze and was also startled, only to see that on the grass in front of them, there was a bear-shaped grievance monster lying limp, with a vacant gaze and a body that had laxed to the point of translucency. Obviously, the monster's soul bead has been taken, and someone forced it out while it was alive. To be able to manage to take the soul bead of a bronze 3rd stage unjust soul monster alive, this person's spiritual power level is not lower than mine. Leuan's eyes narrowed slightly as she secretly analyzed in her mind. Most of the grievous monsters would choose to self-destruct their soul beads when threatened with death. To forcibly take the soul bead of a grievous soul monster alive, it would require the divine cultivator to crush it by at least one great level. In other words, the divine cultivator who had taken this bear-shaped grievous soul monster's soul bead alive had a spiritual power level of at least silver 3 stage or higher. Leuan hadn't taken it too seriously. She just thought it was a bit of a coincidence. After all, as long as one was a silver level or above god cultivator, one could apply to enter the secret realm of Grievous Souls. At this moment, Gu Yueshi suddenly exclaimed, "Auntie, look ahead. What's wrong?" Leuan raised her head and looked that way, and immediately revealed a stunned expression as well, only to see that the dense jungle over there had been broken out into a path, and a glance at it was full of broken branches as well as violently trampled grass, leading deeper into the secret realm. How did he dare to make such a big commotion in the secret realm of the wronged souls? Leuan looked dumbfounded. The secret realm of the infernal souls is extremely dangerous, and those infernal soul monsters hidden in the depths of the jungle are very sensitive to the scent of human beings, and if they make a little noise, they will come when they smell it. That's why they were so careful in the secret realm, fearing that they would make too much noise and attract a large group of wronged soul monsters, which would be a big trouble at that time. Although the level of the monsters surrounding the secret perimeter was generally not high, once the number was high, more ants could still bite an elephant. This guy is either too strong and fearless, or he is a rash. Leuan smacked her lips. She, a silver third stage divine cultivator, didn't even dare to be so reckless in the secret realm of Grievous Souls. Could this be the work of some gold level god cultivator bigot? That can't be right. There weren't even more than 300 bigwigs in the whole country whose mental power level had reached the gold level, so how could they possibly run into each other so easily? Leuan shook her head, thinking it was too unlikely. Yet just then, an incomparably strong pressure of spiritual power covered the sky from afar without warning. Run! Leuan's face changed wildly, his body's cold hairs stood up, and he thought that an extremely powerful monster of injustice had come. The spiritual pressure was so powerful and could fly, so they were all at least gold level. She didn't have time to do any thinking, and subconsciously picked up the dumbfounded Gui with one hand, pulled her legs out and frantically fled in the opposite direction. Instead, a bashful man's voice came from the sky. There's no need to run. I'm not a grievous monster. ? Leuan froze for a moment and immediately ran even faster. Crap, this grievous spirit monster has actually learned human language. It's ridiculously strong at first glance. In the sky, the corner of the eye of a middle-aged man suspended there twitched, more or less speechless in his eyes. In the next moment, with a thought, spiritual power like an abyss or an ocean tumbled out from his brow and tilted towards the wildly running Leuan. Swish! Leuan instantly stopped in her tracks. Her body stiffened and slowly turned around. Obviously having been mentally controlled, her body was no longer at her beck and call. It's over. Leuan's face was ashen, feeling that she was completely powerless to return to heaven. Then, she saw the middle-aged man suspended in the air, looking itself with a speechless face. Leuan was confused for a moment and said in horror, "Oh my god, this grievous spirit monster has actually become so powerful that it has taken human form." The middle-aged man directly used his spiritual power to make her shut up, took a deep breath and said, "My name is Ching. I'm from the Southwest Military Region. I've been ordered to arrest an illegal intruder and protect you guys on the side." Ching? Gui, who was still being held in Leuan's arms, blinked her eyes and said in surprise, "The Ching who was 5th on the Golden God ranking?" Ching in the air nodded. "It's me." And at that moment, Leuan also recognized him, and her expression became agitated, and she was eager to say something, but her spirit was controlled, so she couldn't open her mouth at all. Ching, big brother, the mental power level is as high as Gold 8, ranked 5th on the Golden God ranking in the Divine Cultivator Forum. This meant that he was ranked 5th out of all the gold-level God cultivators in the country. Leuan had an excited batch in mind. She was already an extreme admirer of God cultivators above the gold level and often checked the information materials of these powerful God cultivators on the God Cultivator Forum, so she naturally recognized Ching. It's just that he was too terrified just now, and his mind was full of thoughts of escaping, so he didn't recognize it for a moment. After all, for her, a silver third stage God cultivator, to suddenly feel the pressure of gold-level spiritual power in the secret realm of unjust souls was just too terrifying. Wait, what did Mr. Ching just say? To arrest a trespasser? Leuan froze. That god cultivator who made so much noise in the secret realm was trespassing? Why, that person's mental power level must be above silver, so he's perfectly legal to apply for a license, right? Leuan hadn't figured that out either, but it didn't matter. All she knew was that the trespasser was going down for good this time. The number of people who were still able to put up resistance in front of a Golden 8 Dan Divine Cultivator didn't exceed 500 people in the entire country combined. This is not an exaggeration. A spiritual cultivator who majored in spiritual power. Without cultivating spiritual power techniques, there was an upper limit to the natural growth of his spiritual power, up to the Gold 5 stage. Even though his spiritual power level was already at the sovereign level, and his battle power had already broken through 100 million, his spiritual power was only at the Golden 5 stage. In other words, even if it was a patriarchal 9 Dan spiritual cultivator, in front of Ching, a Golden 8 Dan divine cultivator, he would only end up having his spiritual power controlled or having his spirit obliterated. Unless, The spirit cultivator possessed a spiritual artifact that could defend against spiritual power attacks, or could comprehend the power of laws and step into the transcendent level. He would not be able to resist in front of a divine cultivator like Lu Qing. This is how powerful the divine cultivator is. Of course, if that trespasser is a gold 9 stage or above god cultivator, then it is also possible to escape Lu Qing's pursuit. But that's even more unlikely. The more powerful the divine cultivator was, the rarer it was. There were less than 150 divine cultivators above the golden 9th stage in the entire country, and almost every one of them was a treasure of the country, a great person standing at the peak of the country. How could it be possible to have nothing to do idly to forcefully break into a gold-level injustice mystic realm? Just as Li Yuan was thinking excitedly in her mind, a surprised shout suddenly erupted from the jungle in the distance. Crap! Gold-level spiritual pressure? Don't run! Leave the soul beads behind! All three men froze. Lu Qing in the air narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked in the direction where the voice came from, covering his mental power over and detecting a figure wearing a hat, mask and sunglasses running wildly in this direction. Is this the trespasser? Why are you running towards me? Gu Yueshi, however, had a change of color, and her eyes were filled with unimaginable colors. How did that voice just now sound so much like Chu Ming? He's the trespasser? Swish! A tightly wrapped figure rushed out of the woods and appeared in the trio's line of sight. Chu Ming froze at that moment, looking at Gu Yueshi and Li Yuan, and then looking up at Lu Qing with a confused look on his face. No! Where's the grievers? Where's my big, gold-ranked grievers? How did you become a human being? He had just run around to the deepest part of the secret realm, encountering over 30 silver-ranked Grievous Soul monsters and snatching all of their soul pearls. However, only 8 soul beads existed inside the spiritual power cultivation methods, and it was unknown how many of them were usable by humans. I was thinking of turning around somewhere else to see if there was a gold-level grievance monster, but his grandmother actually got lost. It was hard to find the path that Self had traveled before, but he didn't know which side was the depths of the secret realm, so he chose a random direction. Now it seems that it should have come to the outer perimeter of the secret again. The corner of Chu Ming's eye twitched when he saw the bear-shaped grievance monster that he had previously taken the soul bead from. Damn, it's just hard when you're mentally weak. Can't even get directions in a place like this. Just now, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful spiritual pressure, and thought that he had encountered a gold-level grievous spirit monster, and immediately came running wildly in excitement. So, what is it now? It's good that you've actually sent yourself to the door, and it saves me from having to spend time looking for you. Lu Qing looked down at him with a few moments of surprise in his eyes, not expecting to catch someone so easily. It was just that what made him feel strange was that Self actually did not feel any obvious spiritual aura on this trespasser. There are only two possibilities. Either that or the person's spiritual power was too weak and ranked below the silver level. Either, or this person's spiritual power level is above Self. The latter should be impossible. From the sound of Chu Ming's speech just now, Lu Qing could hear that this person was definitely no more than 20 years old. So how could his spiritual power be stronger than Self? What do you want to see me about? Chu Ming raised his head, puzzled. Is this coming to get me? Good fellow, actually sending out a gold-level divine cultivator to catch me. Quite a row. Lu Qing said in a calm tone. You illegally trespassed into the secret realm of the wronged souls, which has constituted a serious crime. I am Lu Qing, a gold-level divine cultivator from the Southwest Military Region, and I have been ordered to arrest you. And I also hope that you can cooperate and don't force me to. And what if I don't cooperate? Chu Ming asked curiously. Interrupting him, Lu Qing narrowed his eyes. This kid seems to be a bit insensitive. A stunned look surfaced in Li Yuan's eyes, and she didn't expect that this trespasser would dare to be so arrogant in front of Lu Qing. So brave? Don't you want to die? Gu Yueshi was in a hurry at that moment and panically opened her mouth to remind her. Chu, beast, don't you know what's good for you? He's Lu Qing, who is the 5th in the golden god ranking, a golden 8th stage god cultivator. She almost subconsciously shouted out Chu Ming's name, but fortunately changed her words in time. Since he had deliberately disguised himself like this, he must be unwilling to reveal his identity. Li Yuan looked at her self-same niece with a shocked face. When did Xiao Shi know how to curse? No, this guy has nothing to do with you. Why are you scolding him? Chu Ming was also surprised and glanced at Gu Yueshi. Sister, you're such a nice voice is actually used to scold people. It's almost cool for me. Not cooperating, are you? Lu Qing spoke again, bringing a bit of lingering in his voice. At the same time, vast spiritual energy rolled crazily at his brow, and a terrifying gold-level spiritual pressure began to be released recklessly. Li Yuan and Gu Yueshi instantly turned pale. An infinite fear rose in their hearts, as if they were facing death directly. Gold 8 stage god cultivators are too scary. It was worthy of being in existence that could crush a clan master level spirit cultivator. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Leuan couldn't help but cast a pitying look at Chu Ming. This kid really refused to drink until he was punished. Don't. Gui lost her color and was about to speak out to plead for mercy. Lu Qing's majestic voice rang out in the air. Since you're not cooperating, I'm going to have to let you off the hook. Finished? Ha? Gui expression was dumbfounded. Her cherry lips slightly open as she looked at the sky with a dumbfounded expression. Did I hear wrong? Leuan was equally confused. It's not him not cooperating, so you don't arrest him? Is it that hasty? Lu Qing's face showed a confused look. He was clearly trying to say just now that if he didn't cooperate, Self would have to take coercive measures. What's going on here? Okay, thank you big brother. Chu Ming clasped his fists and thanked him, smiling. If there's nothing else, I won't bother and leave first ha. With that, he turned around and walked away. Lu Qing's face changed and he angrily shouted. Stop, if you dare to go, then I will release you. Go. Gu Yueshi? Leuan, question mark. Lu Qing, eh? Chu Ming waved his hand without looking back and said, alright, got it, you're too polite. Big brother. His figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the woods. The three remaining men were silent. After a long time, the blank look on Lu Qing's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by disbelief and horror. No. Did I just get mind-controlled by him? That feeling of being mentally uncontrollable and behaving in a way that was not in line with one's own thoughts was something that Lu Qing could be too familiar with. That's how he usually controls people's spirits. Ha! Two conditions are needed to be able to do this. One is the awakening of the intentionality talent. Secondly, the mental power of the controller is far stronger than that of the controlled. Lu Qing was creeped out and his face went white. His spiritual power is much stronger than me? A platinum-level divine cultivator? It's not just him. Leuan and Gu Yueshi also quickly realized this and were dumbstruck, with shock written all over their faces. That's impossible, isn't it? That trespasser just now took control of Lu Qing's mind? Then how outrageous must his mental power level be? Platinum? How is it possible? There are less than 100 platinum-level god cultivators in the country. His voice is obviously so young. Camouflaged? Leuan people are stupid. Did not think that Self actually encountered a gold-level god repair big brother even if, but also encountered a platinum-level big brother. It's not scientific. Why would such a powerful man force his way into the secret realm? He doesn't need a special pass to get in and out, right? The most shocked person among the three was naturally Gu Yueshi. At this moment her fair face was completely frozen. She can be 100% sure that it was Chu Ming. Besides him there should be no one so out of tune. Moreover, Lu Qing's kind of inexplicable forgiveness was also very familiar to her, as she had personally felt it once before. So, is he really a platinum-level god cultivator? The entrance and exit of the secret world. The officer and Gu Dongfeng stood in place and waited, both of their expressions much lighter. The person sent by the military region turned out to be Lu Qing, and with this god cultivator who was the fifth on the golden god ranking in the room, that guy who had trespassed would definitely not be able to run away. After all, in a small city like Dongchuan City, surely there wouldn't be any divine cultivators stronger than Lu Qing in existence, right? This trespasser, whose mental power level is estimated to be around Silver 5 stage. Who could it be? The officer frowned, guessing the identity of the other party. This person has too much guts. Every divine cultivator above the silver rank is officially recorded, and he actually dares to do such illegal and criminal things? Gu Dongfeng said with some agitation. The thought that his own daughter and sister-in-law might be threatened by the other party made him furious. The officer glanced at him and comforted. Mr. Gu, don't worry. With Officer Lu here, that man won't be able to run away, and will be able to absolutely guarantee the safety of your daughter and the others. Gu Dongfeng nodded at his words and said, I know, with Officer Lu here, it's definitely fine. Just then, there was a flash of light at the entrance and exit of the secret realm. A slim and upright figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Swish swish swish. The native soldiers froze for half a second before their faces changed drastically, and in unison they raised their guns and aimed them at the man, each of them with an unmistakable look of consternation on their faces. How can it be? The officer also suddenly changed color, and subconsciously drew the matching gun at his waist. However, the gun could not bring him the slightest sense of security, and his heart was shocked and frightened. Gu Dongfeng's face turned white and panicked. How did he come out first? The person who came out of the secret realm was none other than Chu Ming, and it looked like everything was as usual, without any traces of injuries. That's a different picture than anyone in the room imagined. Shouldn't it be that Lu Qing apprehended this trespasser and threw him out of the secret realm? How did this guy come out unscathed and on his own? It be that the secret realm is too big and Lu Qing didn't he find him? Off duty our brothers. Chu Ming waved his hand at the crowd, ignoring their shocked gazes, and strutted towards the direction he came from. The native soldiers looked at each other, all hesitant to step forward and stop him, and finally their eyes flicked to the officer. What should I do, Captain? We can't stop this thing. The officer gulped and was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. Even Lu Qing hadn't captured this guy in the secret realm. How could they people stop him? In order to avoid unnecessary casualties. In the end, he didn't say anything and watched Chu Ming's figure go away. Suddenly, Chu Ming stopped in his tracks and turned over to look in the direction of the officer. Hiss! The officer's pupils shrank and he instantly sweated, feeling as if self was being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast. His body was covered in hair and bones. No, beast is nothing. This guy in front of me is a silver level or higher god cultivator. One thought and everyone present would have to die instantly and violently. What is he trying to do? Everyone's heart was in their throat. Chu Ming's gaze only lingered on the officer for a split second before moving to Gu Dongfeng next to him and opening his mouth to ask, "Are you Gu Yueshi's father?" Gu Dongfeng froze and took 2 steps back in shock. What happened? Chu Ming smiled faintly and said, "Nothing, I just think your daughter is not bad." After saying that, he turned around and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the jungle. Gu Dongfeng was frozen for a long time. Then suddenly his face changed wildly. What words is he saying? What do you mean my daughter is okay? What did he do to my daughter in there? A flash of anger also rose in the officer's heart. Could it be that Mr. Gu's daughter had already been defiled by that man in the secret realm? How dare he be so arrogant as to flaunt it in front of her father? Shit, bastard! At this point, 3 more figures, 2 women and 1 man, came out of the secret realm. The moment he saw that middle-aged man, the officer immediately became agitated and rushed up to say, "Officer Lu, the illegal intruder has just come out of the secret realm. They've only just left. It definitely hasn't gone far by now. You should hurry and go after him." Gu Dongfeng also ran over, looked at his own daughter and asked in a panic, "Xiao Shi, are you alright? Didn't suffer any injuries, right?" Gu Yueshi lowered her head and absent-mindedly shook her head. "It's nothing. Look at her in this haunted state." Gu Dongfeng's heart ached, and boundless anger surged to his mind as he looked at Lu Qing and snapped and knelt down for him. 10,000 times more indignant. He said, "Officer Lu, I beg you to catch that criminal. He actually dared to defile my daughter. I must make his life worse than death." Ha! Gu Yueshi raised her head in confusion, her pretty face slightly red. Sully? Li Yuan was confused for a moment and hurriedly said, "What are you doing, brother-in-law? Quickly get up, Xiao Shi." Before he could finish his sentence, the officer said with righteous indignation, "Yes, that illegal invader is simply too arrogant and domineering. He didn't care about the laws of the country at all. Even if he trespassed into the restricted area, he even raped a woman. It's an unforgivable crime. It's just a silver-level divine cultivator. I really don't know where he got such guts. Officer Lu, please arrest him as soon as possible at all." Gu Yueshi are listening to the silly. Looked down at the skirt on the self, obviously intact. Why do they think I was? With a red face, she stammered and explained, No, Dad. I'm really fine. That man, I feel pretty good." Shy and flustered, she didn't know what she was saying. Gu Dongfeng froze, then the pupils earthquake. Wide-eyed incredulously looked at his own daughter, almost hissed, Feel pretty good? He stood up violently and crumbled. "Oh daughter, how can you have such hallucinations? He must be the one controlling your spirit, right?" Gu Yueshi's face was dumbfounded, her little brain buzzing. Okay. Lu Qing finally couldn't look at it anymore, and with a thought, he directly controlled Gu Dongfeng's spirit and fixed him in place. Then, he opened his mouth to tell the crowd about everything that had just happened in the secret realm. After a few words, the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone had a look of incredulous shock on their faces. "A white, platinum-level god cultivator?" The officer gulped and said, "Are you mistaken, Officer Lu? There are no more than 100 divine cultivators of this level in the entire country, and we know every single one of them. Right? How could they appear in a small place like Dongchuan City? It's impossible to get it wrong. That person just controlled my spirit in the secret realm. I didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance." A few palpitations appeared on Lu Qing's face. Ever since his mental power level reached the gold level, he hadn't had this horrible feeling of his spirit being dominated by others for many years. Even your spirit is under his control. The officer's face was filled with horror as he speculated. Can it be that this is a newly emerged platinum-level divine cultivator? The probability is yes. Lu Qing showed a helpless face. "I'm already powerless to deal with this matter, so I guess I'll have to report it directly to the capital side." The officer nodded heavily. Platinum level God cultivator. There are no more than 200 people in the whole country who can handle him. I'm afraid that the only way is to let the people from the capital make a move. It's too strange. This level of powerhouse. Forcing their way into our small secret realm for what? Lu Qing was silent for a moment and said, judging from this person's character, it might just be because it feels fun. Officer, huh? Gu Yueshi carefully sized up the two from the side, her emotions extraordinarily complicated. Surely they couldn't have imagined that platinum-level divine cultivator was a student who hadn't even taken the entrance exam yet. Could they? Chu Ming, how on earth did he do that? Gu Yueshi's heart was boiling with curiosity and doubt, and at that moment, Chu Ming had already returned to the middle of the city, only wanting to hurry up and try to see if the spiritual power cultivation method in those soul beads could be used. I was going to get a hotel room, but I needed an ID card, so I definitely couldn't go in order not to reveal my identity. After thinking for a moment, Chu Ming thought of a very safe place. Half an hour later, he came under a remote and unoccupied bridge hole. Wow! Pour the 30 or so silver-ranked soul beads onto the ground. Chu Ming's eyes glowed as he picked out the 8 soul beads with spiritual power cultivation methods. Holding one of them in his hand, he sat cross-legged on the ground and used his spiritual power to perceive the cultivation method within, and try to run it. Naya, it doesn't work. Chu Ming quickly realized that this cultivation method was not suitable for humans, and was so angry that he directly threw this soul bead out. After thinking about it, he walked over and picked up the soul bead again, carefully wiping it twice and retracting it into the space of the spirit market bead. A silver-grade soul bead, even without a spiritual cultivation method, can still be sold for quite a lot of money. Then he sat back down and picked up the next soul bead to try it out. Shit, it still doesn't work. Rubbish. This one won't work either. After trying the cultivation methods in 5 soul beads in a row, none of them turned out to work properly. Chu Ming people are almost numb. The chances are too small, right? It's literally less likely than the chances of brilliance writing a nocturne. No way. The cultivation methods inside these 8 soul beads wouldn't all be unusable, right? Then wouldn't I have made a trip to the secret realm of the Grievous Souls for nothing? Chu Ming couldn't help but get worried and picked up the next soul bead. His gaze fixed. Close your eyes. Perceive the cultivation method in it, and try to run. At the center of his brow, threads of invisible spiritual energy lingered. In his mind, a strand of spiritual power was running according to some kind of subtle route, and with every cycle that was completed, the spiritual power would be a few points stronger. Crap! Chu Ming violently opened his eyes and looked at the soul bead in his hand in surprise. It's a done deal. Master Chu I became. This practice works. A new spiritual power cultivation technique was born. Digging in the trough. Kung Fu was not worth digging a well for. Chu Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly put the soul bead away carefully, preparing to record the cultivation method in it when he returned home. Then, practice, 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 straight up memory bread. Then, Chu Ming picked up the last 2 soul beads with cultivation methods with great anticipation, and after trying them, he found, sure enough, there's no way brilliance could have written nocturne. Inside the 8 soul beads, it is surprising that only one of them contains a cultivation method that humans can use. It took taking the soul beads of more than 30 silver-ranked Grievous Soul monsters to obtain a spell. Chu Ming sighed slightly, finally feeling concretely how difficult it was to obtain spiritual power spells. Moreover, the silver-level grievance monsters in the secret realm of Grievous Souls is really not much. Strolling for a few hours, only encountered more than 30. If the others knew what Chu Ming was thinking, they would probably be twitching madly at the corners of their eyes. Only 30 or so? Just silver-level grievous spirit monsters. If they could leave the secret realm and appear in reality, even if there was only one of them, they would be able to bloodwash a small city. A silver-level mental attack. Most platinum-level spirit cultivators couldn't carry it. Why else would a small city like Dongchuan City have so many spirit cultivators with extremely strong combat power sitting around? Even Lu Qing, a gold-level god cultivator, was nearby. You can see how much of a threat the silver-class grievous monsters are to the populace. A battle record like Chu Ming's, who had acquired more than 30 silver-level soul beads in just a few hours, would definitely be able to stir up the entire country if it was told. Hey, didn't you say that there are gold-level Grievous Soul monsters inside the Grievous Soul secret realm? How come we just can't encounter them? Chu Ming sighed with a face full of distress. The higher the grade of the spiritual power cultivation method carried in the soul bead of the more advanced Grievous monster, the higher the grade of the spiritual power cultivation method. The cultivation methods carried in the silver-grade soul beads were at their highest at the 3rd grade high level. It could only support a person to cultivate their spiritual power to the silver 9th stage, and if they wanted to go further, they would need a higher grade spiritual power spell. To Chu Ming, the higher the grade of the cultivation technique was definitely the better. It was all just a matter of a slice of memory bread anyway. He really wants to wholesome gold-level soul beads. Unfortunately, it didn't even touch. It's hard to feel a gold-level spiritual energy aura. Running over to see that it's actually a person. His grandmother. It seemed that if he wanted to get a higher-grade spiritual power cultivation technique, he would have to go to the more sinister secret realm of the infernal souls and obtain higher-grade infernal soul monster soul beads. Thinking of this, Chu Ming took out his cell phone, logged into the spiritualism sector's official forum, and searched for the specifics of the grievous spirit mysteries in the country. Within the territory of China, there are a total of 35 grievous soul secret realms, gold level or higher grievous soul monster secret realms, and there are only 5 of them. There's actually one in the capital? And this grievous spirit mystery realm is actually diamond grade, with diamond grade grievous spirit monsters existing inside? Chu Ming's eyes erupted with excitement. Isn't that a coincidence? Self had now secured admission to one of the 2 top spiritual cultivation academies, both of which were in the capital. Go to the capital after the college entrance exam, so that you can go to that diamond level injustice secret realm by the way and sneak around. Chu Ming immediately determined his first goal after Self went to the capital. One must go and get a spiritual power cultivation spell of the 6th grade or higher. As for now, Chu Ming raised his head and looked at the bridge above him, raising an eyebrow slightly. He heard the echo of the helicopter gunships, just above the bridge in the sky. Looks like the military is already searching for me. After all the commotion, it was time to slip away. Departure, back to Yuzhou City. Before he left, Chu Ming took out the restored light flashlight and shone it at the bottom of the bridge hole, erasing any traces left by Self here. It's simply prudent to be numb. This night, the entire city of Dongchuan was under curfew, and a military vehicle whizzed by on the dimly lit streets. Dozens of helicopter gunships hovered in the air, their piercing probe lights shining around as if they were searching for something. On each of the helicopters, there were strong spiritual or mental power fluctuations faintly radiating, and it was obvious that a powerful spiritual cultivator or divine cultivator was sitting inside. Judging from the scent, each one of them would never be below the silver level. Such a large search and solemn atmosphere made every Dongchuan citizen fearful and speculate about what had happened. What's going on here? Why is there a curfew all of a sudden? Did another monster escape from the secret realm? It shouldn't be. Didn't the officials say that they had long ago asked formation masters to add seals to all the secret entrances and exits? Do you believe in the officials? Or do you believe I'm the first emperor of Qin? Actually, even the god cultivators have come out. It can't be that there are unjust monsters running out of the secret realm, right? Don't scare me. 3 years ago a bronze-ranked grievous spirit monster ran out and screwed up thousands of people. Don't worry. It's not an unjust monster. My old brother is inside the army. He just revealed a message to me that a platinum-level god cultivator criminal has appeared in our Dongchuan city, and the army is searching for him. Zhang's group. Top floor office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhang Chenlong and his father Zhang Jianzhang stood side by side, looking out the window at a helicopter gunship whizzing by with a few moments of doubt in their stony faces. A platinum-ranked god cultivator, forcing his way into a gold-ranked grievous soul secret realm? Zhang Chenlong was surprised. Is this person idle? It's true that this whole thing doesn't make a lot of sense, but also makes quite a bit of sense. Zhang Jianzhang said indifferently. The spirits of many divine cultivators are already a bit problematic, so who knows what they're thinking. As a Platinum 5 Dan spiritual cultivator, one of the characters standing at the very top of the pyramid in Dongchuan City, Zhang Jianzhang was naturally the first group of people to know about what happened in the secret realm of the infernal souls. At that time, he was also shocked. Platinum-level divine cultivator that was already a group of people standing at the peak of the country. The same platinum-level, divine cultivator and spiritual cultivator, a difference of one word but a world of difference. Looks like it's time to get another divine royal spirit artifact. Zhang Jianzhang pulled out a pitch-black bead from the inner pocket of his suit. It appeared to be just an ordinary soul bead, but a closer look would reveal that the surface of the soul bead was inscribed with densely packed tiny runes. This was a divine defense spiritual artifact refined from a soul bead, which, as the name implied, could defend against spiritual attacks. This divine defense spiritual artifact was gold grade and could only defend against several spiritual attacks from gold grade divine cultivators. Zhang Jianzhang had spent a good deal of money and contacts to buy it at that time. I had thought that in a small place like Dongchuan City, having a gold-level divine royal spiritual artifact would be completely sufficient. Results now. Looks like we'll have to get a fancier one. Dad. Besides this incident today, I also encountered something even more bizarre. Zhang Chenlong suddenly said. Zhang Jianzhang glanced at him, unimpressed. What is it? Zhang Chenlong said in a tone that couldn't suppress his horror. Today in our testing hall, a bronze section spirit cultivator came and tested the battle power. His battle power is a bit too exaggerated. How exaggerated is it? Could it still break 5,000? Zhang Jianjiang remained unimpressed. In his thoughts, at this time, there could no longer be anything that could shock him more than the appearance of a platinum-level divine cultivator in Dongchuan City. 5,000? Zhang Qianlong's expression was odd, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. In the history of mankind, the highest battle strength in the bronze section was just barely breaking 5,000. That guy is just not human. Your father's highest battle strength was only 100 when he was in the bronze section back then. And even then, I was number 1 on a cliff among the province's candidates in that section back then. Zhang Jianjiang didn't know what came to his mind, and suddenly looked at Zhang Qianlong with hatred. Although your kid was also the No. 1 in the province last year, you are also a bronze section, and your highest battle strength is only 500. It's really a disgrace to your old son. No, Dad. Why are you suddenly talking about this again? Zhang Qianlong was numb. How come every time we talked, it came to our own achievements? What? You won't let anyone talk about such a humiliating achievement? Zhang Jianjiang said, more and more angry. You look at yesterday's 3 model of the province's first, called what? Chu Ming. Other people's level is only black iron 8 paragraphs. The battle strength is almost 2,000. Why don't you know when others compare? Zhang Qianlong wanted to cry. Can that be the same? The others are S-class special talents. I've heard that they don't even need to cultivate. They can directly trade levels and battle power from the heavens and the worlds. How can I compare to him? Besides, it's not like he can use that universal trader all the time. Or even the odds are that he'll only be able to use it this once. If that Chu Ming is only a black iron 8 Dan for the rest of his life, then what's the point of him even if he has a battle power of 5,000? Isn't that all he can do for the rest of his life? At those words, Zhang Jianjiang frowned and felt unable to refute after thinking about it. After all, the 10,000 worlds trader talent, that was indeed the case. It was almost impossible to trade something useful, and the odds were that Chu Ming was just lucky this time. However, although he felt that his son had a point, but since he was a father, if he was disliked by his son and couldn't say anything, how disgraceful would that be? Silent for a moment, Zhang Jianjiang shook his head and sighed. Hey, remove this Chu Ming. This 3 model candidates across the province have no eyes to see. Your generation is really wasted. Far worse than our year. Zhang Qianlong was a true ocelot, and his heart was also very unconvinced. Without holding back, he retorted, Dad, your words are biased. Just now, that bronze section spirit cultivator I mentioned looks to be only 17 or 18 years old. How much battle power do you think he measured out today? Zhang Jianjiang smiled disdainfully. How much can there be? At most 2,000 tops. Nope, he measured 12,000 battle points. Yes, you heard it right. Bronze section. Battle power of 12,000. A smug smile spread across Zhang Qianlong's face, as if the person who had measured this battle power was self. Zhang Jianjiang was confused for a moment. Sees the young? 12,000. Zhang Qianlong proudly said. Who says our generation is ruined? Dad, was there such an awesome genius in your generation? Zhang Jianjiang was silent for a moment, looking at his own son as fierce face, sighed. I thought you just need to plastic surgery a face. Now it seems that the brain also needs to be rectified. Zhang Qianlong's expression stiffened, and he immediately became anxious. No, Dad, I'm not joking. That person really has 12,000 battle power. There's data on the general control side. I checked it and it's completely fine, and many people saw it at that time. Zhang Jianjiang silently looked at him for a moment, reached out and started to unlock the 7 wolves around his waist, sneering, You kid took your father for a fool to cheat, right? Zhang Qianlong's face changed drastically. Lao dang, are you unable to play? After a bit of chicken scratching, Zhang Qianlong wasted a lot of effort, and is to take the data, and is to adjust the monitoring, with a whole too small halftime, only finally let his father believe his words. That's 12,000 battle points. Zhang Jianjiang sat in front of the computer, constantly replaying Chu Ming's test proctoring screen at that time, with an exceptionally horrified expression. The same bronze paragraph. Video of this kid. The battle power is close to 10,000 higher than his year, 7,000 higher than the highest ever recorded by man. He also had to admit at this point that this matter was indeed even more shocking than the appearance of a platinum-level god cultivator. This kid, in the video if he doesn't die young, he will become a transcendental level powerhouse in the future is almost a nail. Transcendent level, mastering the power of the law, and then powerful spiritual power. In front of the power of the law, are as weak and powerless as Kuan playing basketball. Compared to that, a platinum-level divine cultivator was nothing. I told you it's true, right? The bruised and swollen Zhang Qianlong was full of grievances. This kind of talent is considered a true pride of heaven. Compared to him, What is Chu Ming's kind of person who speculates on talent? Then he sighed. It's just a pity that such an awesome genius I actually didn't befriend at that time. It's fine. There might be a chance in the future. Jiang Jianzhang narrowed his eyes and said, this kind of genius has a great probability of being accepted by the two major spirit cultivation academies. Aren't you in the Ching Yuan Academy? There might still be a chance that you can meet them. Zhang Chenlong didn't have the heart to say, it's not that easy. This person was wearing a mask at the time. I don't even know what he looks like. Besides, a genius of this level has a higher probability of directly entering the spiritual cultivation department, right? Jiang Jianzhang thought about it and felt that it was right, and his face immediately showed regret as well. That's a lot of karma. There is certainly no harm in befriending such a genius and actually missing out. Early the next morning, Chu Ming, like an ordinary person, made a flight, high-speed train and returned to Yuzhou City. The first thing I did when I returned to the rental house was to copy down the spiritual power cultivation method in that soul bead, which totaled more than 5,000 words, a piece of memory bread that can barely be printed. Direct, melt in your mouth. In the next moment, Chu Ming felt a swelling pain coming from the center of his eyebrows, and his spiritual power grew stronger at an extremely fast rate. The mental power level was like a fish seller riding a small electric donkey, soaring wildly. Black Iron 2, Black Iron 3, Black Iron 5, Black Iron 6th section. It skyrocketed all the way up to the 7th stage of the Black Iron before stopping. Frog fun? This mental power spell is a bit fierce. It's at least a 3rd grade low rank, right? Chu Ming was pleasantly surprised. He thought that it would be good for him to get a 2nd grade, low-ranked spiritual power spell, but he didn't expect that it would be so much more bullish than what he had imagined. Simply by learning this spell completely, before even actively cultivating it, the mental power level had automatically soared to the Black Iron 7th stage. Before the college entrance exam, those whose mental power can reach this level are top geniuses in the whole province, right? One must know that the difficulty of cultivating spiritual power can be much higher than spiritual power. After all, the cultivation of spiritual power is to go through the brain. Physically, extremely vicious, and it is easy to be fucked into cerebral palsy if you are not careful. That's why people are generally careful when cultivating spiritual power, and leveling up is generally slow. A terrifying speed like Chu Ming's, who had risen 6 stages in a row in a few minutes. If it was said, no one would believe it at all. It's memory bread, and it's not over yet. After melting this mental power technique, Chu Ming unsurprisingly realized that self was completely capable of improving it into an even more awesome technique. Do it, do it, do it. Chu Ming immediately gathered his mind and recognized the improvement. 7 or 8 hours passed in a flash. Finally, a spiritual power technique with a grade at least in the high 3rd grade was successfully improved by him. Chu Ming named it the Chu Divine Secrets. Nope. Chu. Animal trick? Seems a bit unlucky. Ha? Chu Ming frowned and thought about changing it to the Bright God Mind technique. Well, doesn't feel any better, but at least it's a little more normal. It's just a name. It doesn't matter. After eating the Bright God Mind technique with the memory bread, the mental power level managed to come to the 9th stage of Black Iron. Chu Ming closed his eyes and felt it, nodding in satisfaction. If the self's spiritual power was just a small grain of rice before, it is now at least as big as high play, boosted to such a degree. It feels completely possible to find Doraemon to trade some more awesome props. I'm also not sure if Fatty Blue is willing to sell. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Ming still decided to give it a try. From the Spirit Ruin bead, he took out the 60 blood spirit cauldron roasts that he hadn't used up last time, being placed in a space where there is no flow of time. At this point in time, these tongues are still fresh. It's no different than if you just pulled it out. It's still smoking hot. With that, Chu Ming closed his eyes and operated his spiritual energy. Worldwide Trader. Launch. Soon enough, among the countless worlds, he found the world of Doraemon. However, when he entered this world with his consciousness and saw Fatty Blue's figure, he froze, only to see Doraemon and Nobita, Fat Tiger, Shizuka and other people, is walking in a dense jungle, the people next to a white puppy. Which episode of is this? Chu Ming was a bit confused. He remembered that most of the episodes of Doraemon took place in the city. I don't think there's much footage like this playing the field. Not in the wild, is there? It's hard to believe that this is the plot of some theater version. Chu Ming is also too lazy to think about it. There are too many episodes of this animation. There are dozens of theatrical releases. Who remembers directly using the Universal Trader to send a message to Fatty Blue? Hello, Doraemon. I'm here again. Ha! Doraemon was startled again, but this time it quickly reacted with a look of helplessness. After saying hello to Nobita and the others, it hid in a deserted place, looked up to the sky and said, "What are you doing again? Wasn't it just yesterday?" I didn't happen to get a little more of the whole brasserie. The same kind from yesterday. Do you want any more? Let's see if there are any more props I can sell? Chu Ming opened the door. Again? Doraemon's eyes instantly glowed, subconsciously about to reach out to rummage for props, but froze. Hanging his head, he said, but now I don't have a single prop on me. Ha? Chu Ming froze. How was this possible? Doesn't Fatty Blue have props on him at all times? It's not because you don't want to sell it to me, is it? Doraemon explained. When I came out to explore, Fat Tiger insisted that I put all the props in place, saying that not bringing props is what gives the atmosphere of exploration. I had a free door, but it just got eaten by a crocodile. Chu Ming was speechless, almost immediately certain that this was the plot of some theater version. The writers of the theater version, in order to make the plot more interesting, always try to ban the props of the blue fat man. Chu Ming still remembered that when he was a child in his previous life, when he watched a certain theater version of Doraemon, he was pissed off and cursed because of this. His grandma had props that she wouldn't let him use. Stupid screenwriter. It seems like it's not the right time for me to come today. Chu Ming sighed helplessly and said, alright then, I won't bother you today. Well, Doraemon was lost. It ate all those 40 tons in an hour yesterday. It was so unfulfilled that it was still craving for more. If I had known, I wouldn't have come on the adventure with Nobita and the others today. Just then, but it suddenly felt something more in its own hand, picked it up, and to its surprise, found that it was two Gung-Fu Yaki. At the same time, Chu Ming's voice sounded again. Two for you, don't be polite, all buddies. Wow, thanks, you're such a nice guy. Doraemon was touched and thanked the heavens. After brushing off a wave of good feelings, Chu Ming then controlled his consciousness to leave this world, and had wanted to return directly to reality. But think about it and plan to visit other worlds again. There's not much going on, just want to sneak around. After all, it had been days since he had traveled around the worlds. And the spiritual power has improved so much. Self should be able to enter some more advanced worlds now, right? Holding on to some sort of expectation, Chu Ming operated his spiritual power, controlling his consciousness to travel through the countless worlds of the heavens and the worlds of the heavens. Well, the worlds that my consciousness can enter have definitely changed. What kind of creature is this? Why does it look like a parasitic bar? The aura of this thing is a bit scary though. Is it at least platinum level? Can't mess with it. Go to the next world and see. It had to be said that the feeling of traveling through the heavens and the worlds was still amazing, with all sorts of strange and abstract creatures that made Chu Ming call out for an eye-opening experience. In just half an hour, he had slipped through over 500 worlds with his consciousness. Surprisingly, the spiritual energy did not consume much and was still very abundant. Not bad. It was finally time to visualize the increase in spiritual power. Chu Ming was quite satisfied. In the past, as long as he used his consciousness to enter more than 100 worlds in a short period of time, he would have a feeling of kidney weakness and dizziness. Now it's totally accessible and crazy medium thick. But, still doesn't do much good. There was nothing useful to trade on these creatures at all. After traveling through dozens of more worlds, Chu Ming felt a bit bored and was about to withdraw his consciousness when he was suddenly attracted to a certain world. It was a low-level world, but draws the same cartoon style as Doraemon. Crap, another encounter with an animated world? Is luck that explosive? Chu Ming's breathing suddenly became a bit rapid, and at that moment, without hesitating, he directly prepared to enter this world with his consciousness. Crap, the level of this world seems a bit high? Chu Ming was stunned in his heart, clearly feeling that the level of this animation world was a lot higher than the level of the Doraemon world, and the world consciousness was very powerful. It takes at least 90% of your mental energy to barely access. Holy shit, what kind of animated world is this? Chu Ming was filled with surprise and curiosity. Having entered countless worlds, he had long since summarized some of his experiences. The power or lack of power of the world class, or world consciousness, depends on how much supernatural power exists in the world. Like Doraemon's world. To be precise, it's Nobita's world. Although there are a lot of heaven-defying props, but after all, they are all brought by Fatty Blue from the future. This world itself is very low level. Almost no supernatural power exists, just like the Earth in the previous life. Therefore, it was very easy for Chu Ming's consciousness to enter it, and it would hardly consume any mental energy. And this newly discovered animated world certainly has a very large number of supernatural forces present. It also meant that Self had the possibility of trading items in this world that were even more awesome than Doraemon's props. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally failed to suppress his curiosity. Directly invoking the vast majority of his spiritual energy, he collided with the world consciousness of this world. After a tough confrontation, the consciousness was successfully inserted into the world. Swish! An eerie gray forest came into view. Ha! Chu Ming instantly froze, not even caring about the feeling of dizziness brought about by the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Just because, in the clearing in the center of the forest, he saw a huge castle with a wolf's paw symbol above the gate. On the balcony of the castle, a humanoid wolf, gray in color and wearing a tattered leather cap with a scar on its face, was tinkering with an oddly shaped piece of machinery. I'm super, Gray Wolf? Is its world rating this high? Is there anything supernatural in the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Chu Ming was dumbfounded and didn't really think about it for a moment. It's an anime that he must have watched as a child in his previous life, but the memories were so distant that he couldn't remember much about them long ago. Just remember, gray wolves also have a lot of counterintuitive inventions. Examples: weather cube, opposite hammer, size pills. Each one is no less than a Doraemon prop. As for supernatural powers, the Black Martial in the greatest battle of the ancient and wacky realms seems to have mana, right? That doesn't make the world rating so high. Chu Ming frowned, not really thinking about it for a moment. The anime, of which he had only seen the earliest installments, really didn't have any particularly awesome supernatural powers. Frowning in agonizing thought for a long time, Chu Ming suddenly recalled something and revealed a dazed look. Did I see a Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf video on B-side in my past life? It seems to be a setting introduction for a new version of the Hayash anime, in which even things like the time gem are out. Thinking of this, Chu Ming instantly felt that it wasn't strange. It looks like the writers added a lot of outrageous settings later on in the new anime series to raise the level of the world so much. Simply entering this world with his consciousness had nearly exhausted the mental power of the Black Iron 9th degree. There's no spare mental energy to trade with Grey Wolf at all. Found the Grey Wolf but couldn't trade. What's the difference between that and standing up and not being allowed to fight? Chu Ming only felt uncomfortable all over and was truly speechless. It seems that the spiritual power is still far from strong enough. And at this point, on the balcony of the wolf's castle, the figure of the red wolf suddenly appeared, holding a pan. Angrily, he roared, "Grey Wolf, why don't you go catch the sheep? All day long you know how to tinker with your broken inventions. What's the use if you can't catch the sheep again?" The Grey Wolf's face changed greatly and he said in horror, "Don't fight, our wife. This new invention of mine can definitely catch sheep. You trust me one more time. You say that every time. Eat my pan." Snap. Ah! Grey Wolf was directly slapped away by the pot, disappearing into the air as a star and triggering the passive, leaving behind the words, "I'll be back." Chu Ming looked stunned and looked the red wolf up and down several times with a shocked gaze. "Gee, I see the red wolf is in style too." Nope, misspelled. This power of the red wolf is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Chu Ming smacked his lips. It could send a wolf flying hundreds, even thousands of meters with a casual slap, and in an instant, it flew away without even a shadow to be seen. This explosive power. Silver-level spiritual cultivators are hard to do, right? Of course. Even more outrageous was the Grey Wolf. What the hell's wrong with you? Sure enough, each of these animated characters is conceptual. If only I could get the Grey Wolf's immortality. Chu Ming couldn't help but fantasize about a wave. After continuing to look at the Red Wolf for a while longer, he felt that he could not stand himself a little. Just that his spiritual power was about to dry up. Don't think wrong. One can only think and exit the world. After memorizing the coordinates of this world, the consciousness returned to reality. The first thing he did after opening his eyes was to hurriedly take out a soul bead from the spirit ruin bead and frantically absorb the spiritual energy in it. It was only then that Chu Ming felt better. The heart was depressed. This wave of traveling around the heavens and the worlds. Nothing to gain. Can't say there isn't one. I guess, only as there is. At least it's a discovery of the Grey Wolf's world and a chance to trade with it later. As for how to trade with Grey Wolf, how much does lamb cost per pound? Chu Ming stroked his chin, thought about the market price of mutton, and thought about his own savings, and felt that he could completely hold up the Grey Wolf. It sure wasn't hard to deal with it. The problem was that Self's current spiritual power wasn't enough to justify trading with it. At least, it has to be boosted to around Bronze 3, right? Chu Ming sighed slightly. There was nothing he could do. He could only continue to cultivate his spiritual power. But before practicing, there was a more important thing to do. That is, continue to deduce the wooden vine technique. This thing had only been deduced to the 11th level now, equivalent to a second-grade low-grade spirit skill, but the increase in battle power is already as high as 5 times. Combined with the extremely high quality of spiritual energy, it gave Self an extreme battle power of 12,000 in the bronze section. What if had deduced the original 5th-grade spirit skill of the wood vine technique? You're going to break 50, 000 or 60, 000? The more Chu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became, and at that moment, without hesitation, He directly opened the document of the wooden vine technique on his computer and carefully deduced it. 3 days later. Yards from my supermarket. Finally, I've pushed this force spirit technique to the 20th level. In front of the computer, Chu Ming, who had messy hair, heaved a sigh of relief. The difficulty of deducing the wooden vine technique was quite a bit higher than he had imagined. It had been thought that, in a day or two at the most, it would have been possible to deduce its original version of the fifth product. Results. 3 whole days passed, consuming several slices of memory bread and a large amount of mental energy, without eating or drinking, fully devoting himself to the deduction of the wooden vine technique, merely pushing it to the 20th level. It was probably equivalent to a third-grade middle-ranked spirit skill, although, there were probably only 1 or 2 spirit skills of this grade in the entire Yuzhou city. Almost no one has access to it except the top brass in the spiritualism department. Being able to obtain a third-grade spiritual skill was definitely something that many people could only dream of anymore. But Chu Ming still wasn't quite satisfied. After practicing the spirit skill of the middle grade of the third product to the limit, the increase in the basic battle power is at most a dozen times, right? Self's current base battle power was 578, and even if he could increase it 15 times, it would still be around 38,000. It was only equivalent to a relatively strong silver third stage spirit cultivator. I'm a dang enlightened person, and with a spiritual power level of bronze first stage, I can only fight a silver third stage spiritual cultivator over the level? What a piece of crap. Chu Ming was disgruntled in his heart. If anyone else heard his thoughts, they would probably want to cut him up on the spot. You're only at the bronze level, and you've already broken 30,000 in battle power. It's already comparable to the third stage of silver. That's all you think is garbage? What words? Can someone translate it? What the fuck kind of words are those? Well, at this rate of progress, within 5 days I should be able to deduce the original 5th grade version of it. Chu Ming pondered for a while, gritted his teeth, and still decided to continue deducing the wood vine technique. Just then, tick-tock, the cell phone rang with the sound of a microphone call. Picked up a look. Actually, as the class teacher Wang Hongmei called. Chu Ming froze for a moment, and only then did he react to the fact that Self hadn't been to school for several days, and at the very beginning, he had only taken a day off. Well, you don't say. This classroom teacher's reflex arc is also quite long. Moreover, in the past, if I didn't go to school for 10 days, even if I died outside, the homeroom teacher wouldn't care. But now how come I'm not going to call in just a few days? Is it because Self has guaranteed admission to the 2 major spiritualist academies, so he's paying attention? After thinking about it, out of politeness, Chu Ming still picked up the phone. Hello? Who is it? I don't buy insurance. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then Wang Hongmei's exasperated voice rang out. I'm your homeroom teacher. Chu Ming. What the hell have you been doing? Didn't you say you'd only take a day off? You haven't come to school in 4 days. Do you still want to study or not? Trumbo, not really. Hongmei Wang. After a long time, the sound of a deep breath came from across the room. Wang Hongmei's tone slowed down a bit. Chu Ming. I know that you've been guaranteed admission to one of the 2 major spiritual cultivation schools now, and you feel that it doesn't matter if you come to school or not. But, I'm going to tell you something. If you don't have the slightest increase in your spiritual power level or battle power in the period of time before the college entrance exams, there is a high probability that your guaranteed qualification will be returned. Speaking of this, Wang Hongmei's tone was obviously anxious for a few minutes. After all, as a class teacher, she was able to take quite a lot of performance if her own students could successfully enter the top spiritual cultivation academy. Might be returned? Chu Ming frowned and asked, Teacher Wang, from whom did you hear this rumor? Wang Hongmei said anxiously, It's not a rumor. This is what the principal said to me personally. It's rumored to be that certain people in the 2 university campuses seriously doubt that you can only use your talent this one time. And it's still a talent that's of little use. So they're considering whether or not they want you. Chu Ming's brows frowned even tighter. If this matter was true, then it made him a bit upset. Although he could understand the 2 universities' concern. After all, the talent of 10,000 Worlds Trader was considered to be a waste of fame. And they, as the top academies in China, would definitely not be willing to recruit a waste of space into it. But, understanding doesn't stop me from being upset. How come it's like I'm begging to get into your academy? Shit, who the hell has a problem with me? Good luck shortening your quinel by 20 centimeters. Wang Hongmei continued. Therefore, you must not swing for the fences now. You must at least raise your spiritual power level or battle power a little bit before the college entrance exam. Even if it's a little less, maybe you'll be able to get the people from the 2 universities to recognize you. Chu Ming was silent for a moment and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. If they don't want me, I won't go. It's not my loss anyway. Leveling up or battling at least a little before the entrance exam? I'm sorry, dude, over the past few days, the battle power has skyrocketed from 3,000 to 38,000, okay? It's not much, it's just a billion-point boost. Chu Ming really didn't talk big, as a hanging wall. If the two universities didn't want him, it would definitely be their loss. Even, he could guess, if Self now displayed a battle power value of 38,000, the two universities would definitely instantly change their faces in Sichuan opera, begging Self to enter their academies. But when this fell on Wang Hongmei's ears, it felt different. She froze for a moment and said anxiously, Chu Ming, you can't gamble on it. Those are the two top spirit cultivation academies. Only one student in our city gets in every 2 or 3 years. If you get into one of the two universities, my performance isn't. I'm very honored as a teacher. The main thing is, the faculty and teaching resources of the two universities are not comparable to any other university. Every teacher who teaches is a diamond-level powerhouse. The principal is even a patriarch, a master with $1 billion in battle power. Think about how good the conditions are. You can't gamble on not going. Chu Ming was unimpressed and said, Patriarch? It's just a mole. I Chen Beixian. Am not. I, Chu Ming, don't need to be taught by a sect master. Ha? Wang Hongmei was confused. Has this kid drifted to such a degree now? He doesn't even care about the masters? Mr. Wang, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Ha? Wait. Wang Hongmei was going crazy with anxiety, and with a few moments of pleading, she said, even if the teacher begs you, okay, just come to school and learn again. Forget it, teacher, you know me. I believe in celebrity quotes the most. Lu Sun once said, learning without thinking is confusing. Not thinking without learning is cool. I'm sure I'll listen to my Sun brother. What kind of fucking celebrity quote is that? Wang Hongmei really wanted to curse, but for the sake of her own performance, she still suppressed her fire and finally pleaded, don't be stubborn. Listen to your teacher's advice. Go back to school. As long as you can get into the two universities successfully, the principal can fulfill any of your demands now. Really? The teacher guarantees it with his teacher's virtue. It's absolutely true. Chu Ming pondered for 2 seconds and said, I see that the principal's wife is also charming. Hongmei Wang. Snap. This Chu Ming is really floating beyond words. He actually dares to gamble on not even having the qualifications to be guaranteed a place in 2 university campuses? Does he think he's really some kind of supreme genius? North Hills Middle School principal's office. Wang Hongmei slammed the phone on the desk and roared in anger. Obviously, he was infuriated by Chu Ming's gambling and tone-deaf attitude. Principal Li Huayu sat on the side. His face was ironic. He didn't feel that Wang Hongmei's words were wrong in the slightest, and he even felt that she had scolded lightly. Because the phone was on speakerphone earlier, he heard everything. This kid is pretty awesome. Ha, Principal Li, what should we do now? Do you want me to go and kidnap Chu Ming to the school? After venting, Wang Hongmei calmed down a little and asked anxiously. It's a big deal about a big chunk of her performance. Li Huayu frowned in silence. As the principal, he of course also hoped that his school could produce a student who had entered 2 universities. Not to mention, at least it could improve the school's reputation and honor. But this Chu Ming, just thinking about that S-rank talent of his, Li Huayu had a headache. Finally sighing, he said, forget it, let him be. Wang Hongmei froze and was anxious. No, Principal Li, it's been 5 years since no one from our school has been accepted by the 2 universities. Chu Ming Li Huayu spoke up and interrupted her. Ms. Wang, please calm down a bit. Think carefully. Is it really up to us to decide whether Chu Ming can successfully enter the 2 universities? What can we do to help him? This, Wang Hongmei was stunned, and after half a day of wanting to speak, she finally fell silent as well. She actually knew that the 2 universities merely valued Chu Ming's S-class talent. Even if Chu Ming's school forcibly helped him raise his rank or battle power a little bit before the college entrance exam, what could it do? When the time came, if the 2 universities found out that Chu Ming's talent wasn't going to be beneficial again, there was still a high probability that they would return his guaranteed qualification. Hey, I was in a hurry. Yeah, what can we do to help him if he can't use his gift anymore? Wang Hongmei sighed helplessly. Li Huayu said, the only thing we can do now is to pray that this child can perform another miracle. With those words, silence fell over the office. Both men's gazes were a little bleak. Does prayer work? If it was useful, that Xiao Qin who had also awakened the 10,000 Worlds Trader 50 years ago wouldn't have ended up being obliterated after wasting a great deal of the country's resources and manpower. Both Li Huayu were actually clear in their hearts. Chu Ming's probability was that he wouldn't be admitted to the 2 universities, but he was just still holding out a hint of luck. Maybe, the amazing performance in the 3rd model is the only high moment in Chu Ming's life? Hey, what a waste of joy in the first place. In the meantime, Chu Ming was already out the door, ready to go out for a stroll. I had wanted to continue pushing the wooden vine technique, but after being tired for 3 days and 3 nights, the genus was a bit weak in the kidneys. Plus I was interrupted by the class teacher's phone call, so suddenly I didn't really want to push it anymore. Well, actually, the energy of a bronze section spiritual cultivator is very abundant, and 3 days and 3 nights without sleep is not very tired. He just simply wanted to be lazy for a while. Why would I roll a wall? Isn't this a pure pancake? Holding such a mentality, Chu Ming left the door without any psychological burden, took a car, and quickly arrived at one of the largest antique markets in the city. But he wasn't exactly out to hang around. Instead, I'm going to get a little more involved with the restore light flashlight. Walking through the noisy streets of an antique market, Chu Ming looked at the stalls on both sides of all kinds of strange broken things, wondering if there was anything that could be turned into treasure with the restoration light. Little brother, take a look at this sword. It was just unearthed last week. It's an old spiritual weapon from the 5th year of the recovery calendar. Guaranteed authenticity. It was definitely a 5th grade or higher spirit weapon at that time. A thin stall owner suddenly called out to Chu Ming and spoke with a big smile. Chu Ming glanced at the rusty, broken sword on his stall. A touch of speechlessness crossed his eyes, and he asked, "How much is it?" The thin man laughed. "Not expensive, 80,000. Stupid." Chu Ming turned around and walked away. The thin man's smile faltered, and he became a bit exasperated. "No, you can tell when I'm faking. Why are you cursing? No resin." However, he didn't dare to curse out, and the eyes that looked at Chu Ming's back carried a few points of scorn and astonishment. He had imbued a large amount of spiritual energy into this counterfeit sword, and ordinary spirit cultivators would never be able to distinguish its authenticity, unless the mental power level is above the 8th stage of black iron. It can be instantly seen through with mental perception. No way. That kid looks only 17 or 18 years old, and his spiritual power level is actually so high? The skinny man was shocked and confused, but he shook his head after thinking about it. Impossible. How can there be such a genius in Yuzhou City? It must just be that the kid simply has no resin and likes to curse. Reasonable. There seems to be something about this sword. A soft eeping sound suddenly came. The skinny man instantly came back to his senses and saw several young men and women walking in front of self-stall. One of them, a sword-browed, starry-eyed teenager, was surveying the broken sword with a surprised expression. Seeing this, the skinny man immediately came into the spirit and hurriedly said, "Little brother has a vision. This spiritual weapon longsword was just unearthed not long ago. It was a spiritual weapon from the 5th year of the recovery calendar. At that time, it was a 5th grade. It's absolutely genuine." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuanbo frowned and said suspiciously, "A 5th grade spirit weapon from the 5th year of the recovery calendar? This kind of thing is an important cultural relic in the Provincial Cultural Relics Museum, right? How could you possibly get your hands on it?" Though he did feel a strong spiritual energy in the sword, and it also looked rusty and historic, not like a fake. But what the stallholder said is really outrageous. I must have special access then. Listen to me. The skinny man revealed a mysterious look and began a frantic flim-flam, telling the false as if it were true. The color of suspicion on Xiao Chuanbo's face gradually disappeared, and he said excitedly, "If you say this way, then I really picked up the treasure." A young man in his 20s behind him also nodded thoughtfully. "Well, I also think that this sword has a high probability of being real, so we can buy it and try it out." The youth's name is Lu Feng. He is Xiao Chuanbo's cousin, and is said to be a veteran antique player with a lot of experience. When Xiao Chuanbo heard his words, he instantly dropped his last guard and said excitedly, "Since Brother Lu has said so, it must be true. Boss, how much is this thing? I'll buy it. Not expensive." The thin man's heart was happy and he was about to name the price. At this time, Lu Feng suddenly frowned, looked at a certain direction in front of him, and hesitantly said, "Uncle Chuan, do you see that person as Chu Ming, the one wearing flowered pants and slippers?" Xiao Chuanbo was stunned and hurriedly followed his gaze to see a familiar figure at a stall in front of him. Surprised, "I'm super. It's still true." He was going crazy trying to find Chu Ming these days. He really can't handle his ex-girlfriend without Ming's guidance. The skinny man also looked over curiously and froze. Wasn't this the kid who had just scolded Self? He couldn't help but be a little angry and couldn't help but say, "You guys know that guy? Not I say, little brother. That kid can be too unqualified. Just now inexplicably cursed me." "You say this?" Xiao Chuanbo froze and asked, "Boss, are you sure that person just scolded you?" Skinny man, "Yeah, I just wanted to show him this sword of mine, but he cursed me directly as a fool. It's simply inexplicable." Xiao Chuanbo frowned and said thoughtfully, "Well, then you should indeed be a fool. Ming must have his reasons for saying that." "Skinny man? What's with all the counterfeiting in this place? Chu Ming did not know that Xiao Chuan Bo, the king of dog liquors, also happened to come to this antique street. He strolled along the street stalls, constantly scanning those curiosities on the stalls with his mental power. It turns out that most of them are faked. In this era, the antiques that were worth money had long since stopped being those old items from ancient times, but rather those broken antique spirit weapons from the early stages of the Aura revival. Although it has long been damaged beyond use, it is highly collectible in the eyes of antique enthusiasts. Especially those antique spirit weapons that had once been used by a certain powerful person had a huge collector's value. And to Chu Ming, what was the difference between a broken spirit weapon and an intact one? If you shine a restoring light on it, won't it be restored? That was the purpose of his visit to the antique street, seeking to buy a handy spirit weapon. The increase in battle power from this thing called spirit weapon was still quite large, even larger than spirit skills. If the spirit weapon and the spirit skill you cultivate are also very compatible, then the increase in battle power would be even more outrageous, and it would never be as simple as 1 plus 1. However, spiritual weapons belong to the category of being a luxury among spiritual cultivators, and ordinary people really couldn't afford them. After all, forges that could forge spiritual weapons were extremely rare. Not only did they have to awaken a B rank or higher forger talent, but they also required a high spirit power level and spirit power level. Every spirit weapon that could be used was very precious. Even if those broken antique spirit weapons were worth a lot more, they were still far more valuable. So, it's definitely more cost-effective to buy antique spirit weapons for Chumham anyway. But the problem is, how all the antique spirit weapons sold at these stalls are counterfeits. That's still buying a hook 8. Just when Chu Ming was on the verge of giving up, he suddenly noticed that a circle of people were crowding around a stall in front of him. What is this looking at? Let me conk out. As the saying goes, it's human nature to see what's going on. Chu Ming instantly DNA moved, and couldn't help but lean over, squeezing through the crowd and glancing toward that booth. On the carpet cloth, there was an antique spiritual weapon. Very long, very big and hard, with an overall black and gold texture, reflecting a cold aura in the sunlight, looking like a square halberd. However, the spirit weapon was broken into 2 sections, and it seemed to have been corroded badly by some unknown substance. Its surface was pitted and crumpled. There was not much spiritual energy left in it. Is at least 95% broken. What's there to see in this shit? Why are there so many people around? Chu Ming frowned slightly and released his spiritual power to perceive it in detail, and was immediately startled. Good lord, this antique spirit weapon was actually real. Moreover, the grade back then was at least above the 6th grade. 6th grade spirit weapon. Only a diamond grade or above spirit cultivator can utilize its full power. A rare batch. No wonder there were so many people around. However, Chu Ming didn't dare to be completely sure of the authenticity of this antique spirit weapon. After all, self-spirit power level was only at the 9th stage of the black iron. What if this spiritual weapon's counterfeiting methods are very advanced? Can it be concealed from the perception of bronze-level spiritual power? Chu Ming stroked his chin and hesitated to buy it. After shopping for so long, it was not easy to come across a handful of antique spirit weapons that might be genuine, and with such a high grade, he really didn't want to miss. At this time, among the onlookers, someone suddenly asked the stall owner, "Boss, this is a halberd, isn't it?" The stall owner was stunned and said unhappily, "How can a young man talk? Say chicken not ba understand? No." The man hurriedly pointed at the antique spirit weapon and said, "I mean this spirit weapon of yours. It's a halberd, right?" The corner of the stall owner's eye twitched. "You're deliberately picking a fucking fight, aren't you? Buy or get out." Looks like the stall owner is a little out of his mind. Chu Ming secretly spat out a sentence, also opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, where did you get this halberd?" "Halberd-shaped spirit weapon?" the stall owner said indifferently. "It was passed down from the ancestors. It should have been picked up in which secret realm, and it's only 23 years old, but back then it was a 6th grade spiritual weapon, and its name was Red Blood Halberd." Chu Ming nodded. The information the stall owner said was basically the same as what he had perceived with his spiritual power. Especially the vintage bit. It really is only 20 years old. So if it's a fake, it shouldn't just say it's that short. After all, the antique spirit weapon thing? The longer the year, the greater the value of the collection. It must be said that the longer the better. This halberd, there should be an 80% chance that it's real. You can bet on it. Thinking of this, Chu Ming opened his mouth to ask for the price. "Then how much do you plan to sell it for?" The vendor reached out and made the sign for 8. "What's that, another pavan?" Chu Ming frowned. This figure, how did it inexplicably feel a bit fake? The stall owner, however, spoke up, 8,000 will do. It's not a valuable thing anyway. 8,000? Chu Ming froze for a moment. This is a bit too cheap again, right? It's so cheap, how come none of these onlookers are planning to buy it? At this time, a voice came from the side, advise you not to buy this thing, not to mention 8,000. 1,000 is not worth it, although it was once a 6th grade spiritual artifact, but the damage is too serious, in which there is little spiritual power left, and the year is too short. Basically there is no collection value. Then, another familiar voice rang out. Whoa shit, Brother Ming, I finally fucking found you. Chu Ming froze and turned his head to see Xiao Chuanbo and several young men and women appear beside self at some point. The person who had just advised him not to buy it was a tall young man in casual attire. None other than Xiao Chuanbo's cousin, Lu Feng. In his hand was a long object wrapped in rags, the very same broken sword that had been in that stall earlier. Lu Feng thought the sword was genuine and bought it. Originally, I wanted to let my own cousin pick up a leak, but as a result, Xiao Chuanbo, this kid, as if he had a brain disease, brainlessly believed in Chu Ming, because Chu Ming had cursed that stall owner as a fool. Xiao Chuanbo felt that it must be because Chu Ming recognized that the sword was a fake. That's why he cursed, and he didn't dare to buy it at that time. Lu Feng is really do not understand why self-cousin can so believe Chu Ming. A 17 or 18-year-old high school students know what antiques. I'm a veteran of 7 or 8 years of playing antiques. Is my vision still inferior to that of a high school student? Or was Chu Ming's spiritual power level even higher than self's, above the 7th stage of black iron, able to use his spiritual power to directly distinguish the authenticity of these antiques? Well, to be honest, this is something that Lu Feng is not sure about. After all, I heard that this guy Chu Ming, not long ago, used his S-class talent to trade to a not-so-low spirit level and battle power, allowing him to take first place in the province in the 3rd model. What if the guy also traded in a mental boost? However, Lu Feng felt that it was unlikely. After all, with the talent of 10,000 Worlds Trader, it was already a stroke of luck to successfully trade something useful once. Chu Ming had traded up to such a high spiritual power level and battle power, and that otherworldly powerful being was still willing to give him another wave of spiritual power level upgrades? It's not like people are doing charity work. Just take a look. This spirit weapon halberd is definitely not worth 8,000. Lu Feng shook his head, a look of experience, and whispered to Chu Ming, listen to my advice, old brother. Antiques I have been playing for 7 or 8 years. This kind of thing, I can see its value at a glance. You are inexperienced. You can't grasp it. The tone is somewhat of an insider's superiority. Obviously, Lu Feng just wants to pretend in front of his cousin and friends, showing a wave of self-attainments in antiques. Definitely more bullish than Chu Ming, a high school student. Chu Ming looked at him with a surprised gaze. You who? What's the point of coming in front of me and acting like a pussy for no reason? Xiao Chuanbo hastily said. Ming, this is my cousin, called Lu Feng, is indeed a veteran of antiques. He was 16 years old when he began to play this. After a pause, he added in a small voice, but you don't have to listen to him, Ming, I'm sure you have your own ideas. When Lu Feng heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched, and his heart became even more upset. Why does this little brat keep turning his elbows out? What kind of drugs did Chu Ming give you? There's something wrong. Humph. Lu Feng snorted coldly, his face was a bit ugly. I'm just making a suggestion. If you want to buy it, old brother Chu Ming, I won't stop you. It's just a small loss. If you have a lot of money, when I didn't say it. What's wrong with you? Chu Ming frowned and looked at Lu Feng. Where are you humming a set of trade? Who are you pampering with? Am I your father? Lu Feng froze, full of consternation. Obviously did not expect Chu Ming to be so outspoken. Then, he instantly red-warmed. His heart churned with anger, and he raged a little in a fit of rage, forcing down the breath. It wasn't that the forgiveness had worked. Chu Ming hadn't worn it at all. Rather, Lu Feng suddenly thought, Chu Ming, this guy's battle power seems to have been almost 2,000. A little bit unable to fight. One can only choose from the heart. However, he was already unhappy to the extreme inwardly. Wasn't he just lucky, relying on his talent to raise his battle power and level a little? What's the point of being a loser? This life is just like this. Brother Ming, you can really be straightforward. Xiao Chuanhua had an awkward expression and didn't know what to say. Chu Ming lazily ignored them and directly said to the stall owner, Boss, are you selling this thing for 3,000? Now that we know that the halberd is not worth 8,000, we definitely have to bargain a bit. I expected the stall owner to pull a bit, but who knows, he didn't even think about it and said, okay, take it. ? Chu Ming's eyes widened. Crikey, said hi, but there's no way around it. What's said is like a spilled daughter-in-law. Chu Ming could also only scan the code and pay with a face of pain. Then, in the eyes of the crowd looking at the grudge seed, he took the spirit weapon halberd and left with quick steps. before restoring it with the restoring light. Chu Ming was still prepared to find an appraisal store and appraise it first. What if it's a fake? Doesn't that increase the degree of loss of restored light for nothing? The vendor collected the money and quickly closed up and left as well. Before the onlookers on the road dispersed, many of them also discussed a wave of Chu Ming. Something that is clearly losing money. I didn't think that there would actually be an ingrate to buy it. Yeah, even though it's a 6th grade antique spirit weapon, it's really worthless with that color in vintage. Not to mention 3,000. I guess it's hard to sell it for 1,000. That young man can really be a head iron spiteful seed. Just now that person kindly advised him. He actually scolded others. Hear these words. Xiao Chuanbua's expression is odd. Could Ming brother really be a wrongdoer this time? It shouldn't. Should it? Ming can even handle his own ex-girlfriend. He's practically a Superman. What else can he not do? This antique thing, no matter how hard it is to understand. Is it as hard as my ex-girlfriend? Well, there must be something special about that spirit weapon halberd. That's why Ming spent money on it. Humph. If you don't listen to me, just wait to lose your money. A little eye for looking at antiques. How dare you come to the antique street to learn from others to pick up leaks? This kid is poor and crazy, right? Lu Feng said with a gloomy face, picked up the broken sword in his hand and said, this sword is 80% real. That kid didn't see it even if it's not true. Actually still scolded the stall owner. Really unqualified and incompetent. Xiao Chuanber weakly said, Lu Ming, he is just a bit straight. People are still very good, and he is really very capable. Very bullish. I'm yet. Lu Feng's fists hardened and he couldn't hold back. Are you sick in the head? Are you used to being a dog licker? You lick your ex-girlfriend every day, and now you're licking a guy? You're a born dog licker. Xiao Chuanber defended. How can this be called licking? I like my ex-girlfriend. I chase her. I think Ming is bullish. I believe him. This is called sincerity, okay? Very reasonable. Lu Qing's forehead veins rippled, feeling that he had nothing more to say to this cerebral palsy cousin of his own. Take a deep breath and try to calm down. But he didn't hold back his anger and laughed. Well, don't believe your cousin. Have to believe that Chu Ming, right? I'm going to let you see today. He and I in the end who knows antiques. After saying that, Lu Qing pulled Xiao Chuanbuo's arm, and then huffed and puffed as he walked quickly in a certain direction. Xiao Chuanbuo was confused. No, what are you doing? Lu, doesn't that Chu Ming think the sword I bought is fake? I'm going to find an appraisal store right now. Let's show you if it's fake or not. That's not necessary. Is it? Very fucking necessary. Lu Feng was also angry with some on the head. Had to prove that self then Chu Ming know more about antiques cannot. A few of his friends froze in place and looked at each other in disbelief, but they could only follow helplessly. Soon, the group arrived at an appraisal store called Yongquan Jianbao, which seemed to be a new store. The store is decorated in an antique style, with rows and rows of display cabinets filled with a variety of antiques that look quite professional. A burly man in a lab coat sat at the counter, and when he saw that a guest had come in, he said with a big smile, "Welcome, is there anything you need?" If Chu Ming were here, he would definitely be able to instantly recognize this person as the stallholder who was selling fake worm spirit herbs on the pedestrian street at that time. His name is Zhang Gang, a fugitive with a serious case on his back. Despite having a silver 3rd stage spirit level, he was unable to make money through normal means, and could only keep relying on pitfalls to make a living. Originally, counterfeiting worm spirit grass was quite profitable, and selling one at a stall could earn more than $300,000. But last time, Zhang Gang was really scared by Chu Ming. That feeling of the spirit being completely out of one's own control was really too terrifying. Hell knows how that 17 or 18-year-old brat could have such a ridiculously high spiritual power level. Anyway, Zhang Gang didn't dare to sell the fake worm spirit herb anymore and could only find another way. Thus, he then came to Antique Street to open an appraisal store without an appraisal license, trying to cheat a little appraisal fee. Half a month after the direct run. "Boss, may I ask what level of appraiser you are?" Lu Feng looked Zhang Gang up and down and asked with a bit of caution. Zhang Gang smiled faintly and pulled out an appraiser's certificate from his pocket, placing it on the table. "See for yourself. This certificate is of course a forgery, but Zhang Gang is very confident in his own level of forgery, and is not worried about these young people to see the clues." Lu Feng picked up the certificate and just took a look at it and exploded. Level 3 appraiser? As soon as these words came out, a few of his friends in Xiao Chuanbao all showed shocked faces, and the way they looked at Zhang Gang instantly changed. Certificate 3 appraiser? Only those with a silver level of mental power are qualified to be able to take this kind of certificate, right? A silver level spiritual power. When placed in a first-class spiritual cultivation university, it would be an existence that could be a spiritual power instructor. This Third level appraiser is more than enough to open a store in a big first-tier city, right? What are you doing in this small city of Yuzhou? Lu Feng is a bit unbelievable. Carefully check the stamp on the certificate. It really does not look like a fake. I used to open a store in the capital, but the pressure of competition over there is too great, and a third level appraiser is nothing in the capital, and can't make a few dollars at all. Zhang Gang pretended to say, Yuzhou is still good. The competition is small and leisurely. Earn a little money to mix the life. Can be much more comfortable than in the capital. Well, is quite reasonable. Lu Feng thought about it and believed 7 or 8 points. Then he placed the broken sword in his hand on the counter and said, then please help me appraise this sword. The person who sold it to me said that it is an old spirit weapon from the 5th year of the recovery calendar. So you can see if it is true. Zhang Gang said, pay the 20,000 appraisal fee first. So expensive? Lu Feng was shocked for a moment. This price was at least twice as expensive as other stores. But, level 3 appraiser is definitely more gold. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I spend a little more money in order to convince this Xiaochuan Bo kid. Lu Feng clenched his teeth and directly took out his cell phone and swept the code to pay for it, enduring the flesh pain and said, it's already been paid. Please appraise it. Yes. Zhang Gang smiled and nodded, reaching out and placing his hand on the broken sword, closing his eyes to make a look of careful perception. After a long time, under the nervous gazes of Lu Feng and Xiaochuan Bo and the others, Zhang Gang nodded and said, not bad. It is indeed very old, and the quality of the residual spiritual energy in it is also very high. It is definitely a spiritual weapon longsword from more than 150 years ago. I can vouch for it with my reputation as a third-grade appraiser. His mental power level was actually only a bronze segment, so he was able to tell that the sword was a fake. But it's a scam anyway, so why not say something nice to make the customer happy so he'll want to come to us for an appraisal next time too? It's called sustainability exhaustion. As for what to do if you show up, what else can I do? Run away early. With Zhang Gang's silver 3rd stage spirit power level, if he wanted to run, there really weren't many people in Yuzhou City who could stop him. Really? Lu Feng's eyes lit up, and his hanging heart was finally put down as he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I told you, how could there be a problem with my vision? He slapped Xiao Chuanbo on the shoulder. How so, little cousin? Still trust your Ming brother now? Still the real deal. Ha? Xiao Chuanbo had an awkward expression. The appraisal results of the 3rd level appraiser were out. Even if he believed Chu Ming again, his heart had no bottom. It seems, we Ming really do not know antiques. Then why did he just call the stall owner a fool? Could it be something else? Do you really think your cousin's years of antiquing have been for nothing? Lu Feng had a feeling of raising his eyebrows and couldn't help but brag. I admit, compared to spiritual power levels and battle strength, currently I'm definitely no match for that Chu Ming kid. But, compared to spiritual power level and eyesight for looking at antiques, that kid is at least 8 blocks behind me. Chuan Boa, you say you believe in no one, but have to believe in that Chu Ming? This is good. This sword is such a big leak. You missed it. Only cousin can pick it up for you. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng had a spring in his step, finally getting his face back. Yet just then, a shout suddenly came from outside the door of the appraisal store. Oi, is the boss there? Quickly help me appraise this halberd. Ming? Xiao Chuanbo instantly heard who the voice was and exulted. Wow shit, it seems like we're really destined to meet brother Ming. In just half an hour, we actually ran into each other 3 times. Shit, it's on the same street. Isn't it normal to meet by chance? Lu Feng glanced at him breathlessly, and at the same time, he was somewhat surprised. Chu Ming actually came to appraise the halberd he bought as well? No, what's there to identify? That halberd is indeed a real thing at a glance, but it's not worth much at all. To put it mildly, the appraisal fee is more expensive than it is. Is this Chu Ming a little bit bad in the head? Lu Feng muttered a sentence. Really cannot figure out this guy's brain circuit. Have to spend money to buy a must-lose antique spiritual weapons even if actually have to spend money to do the appraisal. This operation cannot be said to be a cerebellar underdevelopment, right? It can only be said that the brain is completely underdeveloped, but it's also pretty good. Lu Feng touched his own broken sword that was authenticated as real, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Didn't Chu Ming think the sword was a fake? Just in time, now we can hit him hard in the face. Boss. Chu Ming stepped into the store and was about to open his mouth to call out to the boss, but then he saw Xiao Chuanbo and the others. Is it a coincidence that the sauce? Then, with a twist of his head, he saw Zhang Gang behind the counter and froze again. This bid looks a bit familiar. Wasn't it the one who set up a stall selling worm spirit herb in the pedestrian street a few days ago? What the hell? How come you've changed into the owner of an antique appraisal store in a few days? And the moment Zhang Gang saw Chu Ming, his face swished and turned pale. It was almost whiter than his great-grandmother's face 3 days after her death. It was written with horror. Zhang Gang recalled again the fearful feeling of being mind-controlled that day. Legs were unconsciously starting to shake. Shit, how can I come here and still meet this little pup? Hiss. This store, acquaintances quite a lot Chu Ming's odd gaze swept over the crowd one by one. It's almost like a little boy cast into a little life, with familiar faces all over the place. Lu Feng walked over, his mouth hooked in a smug smile. What a coincidence. Little old brother, you're here to do the appraisal too? With that, he pointed at Zhang Gang and said, then you've made the right choice for this store. This boss is a level 3 appraiser. Know what the gold content is? His spiritual power is at least above the silver level. In our Yujo, it totally belongs to a descending strike. Okay? Lu Feng weighed the broken sword in his hand and said in a graphic manner, I can only say that I'm worthy of being a level 3 appraiser. With one glance I can tell that this sword I bought is the real deal. The level of appraisal is simply out of this world. Cool, it really does feel so good to punch you in the face. Lu Feng was incomparably dejected in his heart and was already expecting Chu Ming's embarrassed expression. Xiao Chuanbo saw that the atmosphere was not quite right, and quickly said, it's okay, Brother Ming, you do not know antiques. It's normal to look at the fork in the eye. The real thing? Chu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the broken sword in Lu Feng's hand. Then he raised his head to look at the pale-faced Zhang Gang and said with a smile, okay, pretty awesome, a few days gone, and your spiritual power is already strong enough to open a professional appraisal store, isn't it? The words came out. Everyone in the store except Zhang Gang froze. The smile on Lu Feng's face instantly disappeared, and he looked back and forth between Chu Ming and Zhang Gang several times in shock. Xiao Chuanbo was also filled with consternation. What's the situation? Do they know each other? And by the tone of voice, it seems to be familiar? It shouldn't. The existence of a spiritual power level as high as silver level, even if it is not a divine cultivator who has awakened the talent of the intention system, on the basis of status, it can also be comparable to the general gold level spiritual cultivator, put inside a municipal spiritualism department. It's all top level. How could Chu Ming know him well? Xiao Chuanbo and Lu Feng several people were both shocked and skeptical. This situation truly caught them off guard. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. When Zhang Gang heard Chu Ming's words, he trembled in fear and almost fell off his chair. Squeezing out an ugly smile, he shook his head in fear and said, No, big brother, you're joking. My spiritual power is a hook 8 compared to you. It's not even a hair. Lu Feng, ? Xiao Chuanbo? This isn't right? This appraiser, you can't joke around like that. Big brother, this time I didn't mess with you at all, right? Zhang Gang continued with fear and trepidation. You can stop slapping my big mouth at the drop of a hat. It really hurts my self-esteem. Grip the grass? The eyes of Lu Feng and Xiao Chuanbo and the others instantly widened, and they all looked at Chu Ming in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. This level 3 appraiser, who had even been slapped by Chu Ming before? It's not nebulous. A student who has not yet taken the college entrance examination. A third-level appraiser. The battle power comparison between the two sides can't be said to be particularly disparate, can only be said to be like a Tyrannosaurus Rex beating a grasshopper. Even if Chu Ming's battle power broke 2000, it's impossible to do such a bullish thing. No, I'm a nice guy and a clear and stupid high school student. Chu Ming smiled faintly and walked forward, inquiring like an old friend. Older brother, how much money have you made in the past few days? No. Zhang Gang's face turned even whiter, and he cried without tears. Big brother, you robbed me of $3 million last time. Can you give me a chance to live? Chu Ming smiled faintly. A way to live? Didn't I give it to you? Zhang Gang froze for a moment, and then began to frantically crack up in his heart. Grass up. Doesn't that mean pay up and don't kill? You're a good guy for a hook 8. Who's a good guy who blackmails every time he meets and kills if he doesn't pay? However, Zhang Gang tangled for a moment, or compromised. Trembling from under the counter, pulled out a bank card. This is my 350,000 earned in the past few days. Big brother, you take it. The password is still that. Good. Chu Ming's eyes brightened slightly, snatched the card, and said with a sense of humor, Is there any more, old brother? Zhang Gang was on the verge of tears. There really isn't a drop left. He opened this store with money from robbery. It's only been open for 3 days. How much money can he make? Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Chu Ming didn't intend to push him any further and nodded his head. Alright then, if there's nothing else, I won't bother you. I'll leave first, haha. See you next time. Good. Take care. Big brother. Zhang Gang was relieved and hurriedly waved goodbye with a smile. I'll see you later, lemon. Fuck. Woohoo. Even at the risk of being arrested, I'm leaving this heartbreaking city overnight. Afterward, Chu Ming carried that antique halberd and leisurely walked out of the store door amidst the dumbfounded expressions of Lu Feng and the others. I didn't expect to come to appraise an antique spiritual artifact, but there are actually unexpected gains. Pick up $300,000 for nothing. Cool pinch. Chu Ming was in a soothing mood, ready to find another reliable store to appraise this halberd. Inside the store, the air seemed to freeze. It was so quiet that you could hear Gonzo drop to the floor. Xiao Chuanhua and the others had long since looked dumbfounded. Chu Ming actually blackmailed this third-level appraiser for a wave? Besides, he's extorted $3 million from each other before? What's this all about? Lu Feng's mind was in a mess as he glanced at Zhang Gang, whose face was ashen, and then looked down at the broken sword in his own hand. So is this sword real or not? The owner of the store says it's real. However, Chu Ming's spiritual power was stronger than the shopkeeper's, yet he said it was fake. As in true? However, the authenticity of the sword was no longer important at this point. What Lu Feng wanted to know even more was why Chu Ming could make a third-grade appraiser terrified to that extent, not even daring to resist at all. Did Chu Ming use his S-rank talent to trade up to another mental power boost? And it's not even a star that's elevated. That should be the only possibility, right? Nope. Lu Feng suddenly froze. There seems to be another possibility. What if the store owner has a fake level 3 appraiser status? However, it was at this moment that he guessed the truth. The mutation was sudden. A piercingly shrill siren suddenly exploded. It was as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens. Deafening. Crap, a city-wide alert? Xiao Chuanbo's face changed dramatically, and he rushed out of the gate to check the situation, and found that the people on the entire antique street were frozen in place, full of panic. What happened? A monster came out of the secret realm? Lu Feng also walked out with a grave expression on his face, instantly leaving Chu Ming behind. In this day and age, this siren can make anyone forget anything in an instant, with nothing but fear and palpitations in their hearts. Only when the city is facing a major crisis does the spiritualist department sound the citywide alarm. Yucca City pulled one 5 years ago. That time, it was a diamond-level monster that had burrowed out of some secret realm. Even the spiritualist department and the military stationed in the city couldn't handle it, and before support arrived, they could only watch as the monster stormed into the city and went on a killing spree, killing and injuring over 100,000 people. No way. Yuzhou City only sounded the citywide alarm once 5 years ago. How come it's doing it again so soon? Uncle Xiao Chuan was dumbfounded and said in shock. What is it because of this time? Another diamond-level monster ran out? Crap, that won't kill hundreds of thousands of people again? What the fuck do you care what it's because? Lu Feng slapped him on the head. Froze dry set trade hurry to the shelter. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Chuanbo and rushed out of the store, running wildly in the direction of the nearest shelter. All around them were crowds of people running wildly in terror, screaming, hissing, and crying in a continuous stream. Just now also hustle and bustle of the antique street, at this time as if turned into a disaster movie shooting site. No. Where's Ming? Xiao Chuanbo ran while searching for Chu Ming's figure in the crowd. The corner of Lu Feng's eye twitched. What's wrong with you? What time is it? Why do you still care about him? Xiao Chuanbo went silent, a flash of dissimilarity in his eyes. He just suddenly thought of something. I heard that Ming's parents seem to have died at the hands of that diamond-level monster 5 years ago, right? Citywide alert? In the midst of the turbulent flow of people, Chu Ming stood still, looking up at the blue sky, his eyes slightly narrowed. The memories of the original body tumbled up in his mind. 5 years ago, the diamond-level monsters that broke into the city, the 8 streets that flowed with blood, the hundreds of destroyed buildings, the more than 100,000 citizens who died tragically. This includes the parents of the original body. The then 13-year-old original dodged a bullet at school and instantly broke down when he learned of the death of both his parents. But there was no one to comfort him. Because many of our students and teachers have also lost family members. That time, it dealt a devastating blow to the original body's spirit and psyche, and then set a goal to become a powerful spiritualist and bloodwash all the secret realms in the world. Then, awakened AS-level waste talent. Lifelong also have no hope to break through the gold level. Despair under the drug suicide. It was only Chu Ming, who was drinking coke and chasing dramas on Earth, who had the chance to cross over. What's this citywide alert for? Another powerful monster has come out of the secret realm? Chu Ming's brows were furrowed, and his first thought was to hurry and find a place to hide. As a traveler, he honestly didn't have the same monstrous hatred for these monsters that the original had. It was just a pity that both parents of the original body had died. Although the memories of the original body did have some influence on him, it can't be in order to help the original body to take revenge and risk his life to harden those extremely powerful monsters, right? Monsters that could make the spiritualism department pull a citywide alarm were at least diamond level. That thing is in existence with a battle power of 10 million. I'm going to fuck it with my head now. Wait. Chu Ming suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but put his consciousness to the restored light flashlight in the spirit ruin bead. No. I seem to have the power to solve this citywide crisis now? Just as Chu Ming froze in place, an anxious voice suddenly came. Big brother, what are you doing here? You should be a student, right? Hurry back to school. Turning his head and realizing that it was actually Zhang Gang, Chu Ming froze and frowned. I definitely want to go back to school. What does it matter to you? Schools are the safest places in every city, whether it was a university, high school, or elementary school. When it was built, the state would have the formation masters set up a defense spell formation on the campus that would be enough to withstand an attack at the zone master level. However, when the alarm was sounded throughout the city, only students and teachers were eligible to enter the school for shelter, while ordinary people could only go to the city's shelters. Then hurry up, big brother. With your qualifications, you'll definitely be the top pillar of humanity in the future. You mustn't die. You hurry back to school. I'm leaving too. Zhang Gang reached out and patted Chu Ming's shoulder, turning around and about to leave. Chu Ming froze and reminded. You're going the opposite way. The shelter is over there. Zhang Gang didn't even look back. I'm going to a shelter in a marketplace. When the citywide alarm goes off, all adult men above silver level are forced to join the war. Don't you know that? Chu Ming disdainfully skimmed his lips. Are you pretending to be a hooker? You're a habitual fraudster and you're still willing to go to war? Aren't you just planning to run away? Zhang Gang's figure lurched, turned around, and smiled. Older brother, do you know why I'm always in the business of cheating people? Because you're a worse person than I am. Zhang Gang was silent for a moment and said, 5 years ago when the whole city was alerted, I was a deserter. Being caught is a death sentence. The normal line certainly can't be done. Can only engage in fraud? Earn a little money to maintain the life this way. So, Chu Ming frowned slightly, not quite understanding what he was trying to say. The smile on Zhang Gang's face slowly disappeared. 5 years ago, I became a deserter because I only wanted to protect my wife and daughter. How much does the death or life of others matter to me? But they had died 3 years ago in a citywide alert in another city. And it would have been nice if someone had been there to protect them then. Chu Ming raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, so, you want to be a good person now? To protect other people's families and make up for regrets? Oh, how much does anyone else's family matter to me? Zhang Gang smiled disdainfully. I just want to prove to them that back then, when I was a deserter, it wasn't because I was afraid of death. After saying that, he turned around and went against the crowd, waving his hand. Hurry back to school, old brother. Kill more monsters in the future. It's a tribute to me. Chu Ming nodded. Well, don't worry about it. I'll burn you for your $300,000. Zhang Gang's firm footsteps stumbled for a moment. Just then, a solemn voice began to broadcast over the city's radio. Attention all citizens, the citywide alarm has been sounded. Citizens below the silver level are requested to enter the nearest shelter as soon as possible. All current students, please return to school immediately. Pregnant women and young people under the age of 20 have priority for evacuation. If the evacuation center is full, citizens over the age of 50, please leave of your own accord. Repeat, if the shelter is full, please ask citizens over the age of 50 to leave of their own accord. Cede the right of asylum to pregnant women and young people. Violators will be dealt with according to the law. Spiritual cultivators above the silver rank, please immediately head to the east of the city near the secret realm of worms. By time for the citizens to take refuge. Attention, this is an order. Violators will be treated as deserters. Repeat. The crowd on the antique street set off a terrified riot and accelerated their fleeing frenzy. Chu Ming, however, saw that not far away, an old man with gray hair stopped in his tracks and looked up at the upstairs radio speaker in a daze. After a long time, the old man took out his cell phone tremblingly and made a call out, saying anxiously, Son, have you entered the shelter? Oh, that's good. There's nothing wrong with me. The old man sighed with relief and laughed. Say something to little Li Zi. In the future Grandpa can't cook for him, so he can eat less takeout. After traveling for a year, it was the first time that Chu Ming felt what was written in the textbook. Humanity is at stake. The peace and stability of yesteryear was but a brief respite from the lingering pain. So, this is the world that has been invaded by the 10,000 races. Use more Geologia Spiritualism Department. Minister Chen, the situation this time may be much more serious than 5 years ago. Why don't we wait for support from the military region first? We can't make unnecessary sacrifices. Wait for shit. Chen Xiuyuan didn't even look at the subordinate who advised him, and walked quickly towards the roof of the building. If we don't top it, who will? Let those ordinary people go to the top? The subordinate was going crazy and hurriedly chased after him. Minister Chen. But how long can we top it if we go? The one that appeared this time isn't a diamond-level monster. Instead, it's a spatial rift. Kai has said it all. This spatial rift is most likely the prototype of the birth of a sovereign-level secret realm. Once it completely forms a secret realm, without a formation seal, it's likely that a large number of diamond-level, or even patriarch-level monsters will pour out. What's the difference between us gold-ranked silver-ranked tops, and a mantis? How many seconds can we delay it? Chenhao Yuan stopped in his tracks, not because his heart was in retreat, but because he was already standing at the edge of the roof of the spiritualism department building. One more second of delay. Yuzhou City may live 10,000 more people. Mantis is also meaningful. Chenhao Yuan said calmly and took a step into the void in front of him. There was a soft snap. It was as if his feet stepped on an invisible step, and he actually stood out of thin air. A vast aura of spiritual energy surging up from his body. Afterwards, in the direction of the south of the city, he swept away, ready to die. The crowd on the antique street quickly fled, most of it. Chu Ming glanced at the elderly people who stayed put and waited for death, and expressionlessly ducked into a deserted alley. He could already hear sirens and the whine of helicopter gunships coming from not far away. If they stayed on the streets any longer, they would soon be found by the police or military and forced to return to school. In this day and age, students and young people with potential are the focus of protection, which represents the hope of a nation. As for the elderly, not letting them also top the front line was the last mercy. Snap! Chu Ming placed the two antique halberds on the ground, took out the restored light flashlight from the spirit ruin bead, flipped the switch, and shone the light at it. The antique halberd began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The traces of decay by the unknown substance on the surface slowly dissipated and became smooth, and the original black and gold texture gradually revealed a few shades of blood color. It was irradiated for about 20 seconds or so. There was a crunch. The broken halberds merged into one, and the breaks were restored as before, without the slightest trace of breakage. The hole was more than 3 meters long, showing the color of scarlet, vaguely overflowing with strong spiritual power fluctuations, with a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. 6th grade spiritual weapon. Red blood halberd. Chu Ming muttered, looking at the halberd on the ground in deep thought. This halberd, only 20 years old. It took a full 20 seconds or so with the restoring light to fully restore it. If, using the restoration light to irradiate a diamond-level monster, how long would it have to irradiate it? To make its level fall below the Platinum 5 stage? Chu Ming remembered that it was written in the textbook of his first year of high school that the monsters in the secret realm, generally the longer they lived, the more powerful they were. Diamond-level monsters have lived for at least a few thousand years, right? That would take at least several minutes of constant exposure with the restoring light. Chu Ming roughly did the math, then picked up the restoring light flashlight and took a closer look at it, noticing that it was already showing signs of looseness at the switch. Previously, in Dongchuan City, on the way to the secret realm of the Grievous Souls, in order to hide his identity, he had used the reducing light many times. Apparently, just as he had initially thought, this thing had a certain amount of wear and tear every time it was used, and, the longer each use, the more wear and tear. If, on this occasion, Self had struck out and used the reducing light to take care of that powerful monster that had come out of the secret realm, in all likelihood, it will result in the on-the-spot scrapping of the restore light flashlight. Even if it's not scrapped, it probably won't last more than a couple times. Chu Ming finally came to this conclusion and was instantly in a tangle. He had just gotten a divine weapon that hadn't been used for a few days, and he hadn't used it a few times yet, so he really couldn't afford to part with it. That scamming old man was right. How much does it matter to me if other people live or die? I'm not from this world. Be a savior of the set. I'm not a fucking law. Chu Ming gritted his teeth and eventually planned to go back to school to hide. Just as he was about to retrieve the red blood halberd and the reducing ray of light back into the spirit ruin pearl, however, he noticed the 50 or so blood spirit cauldrons that hadn't been used up in that space. Chu Ming was slightly stunned, and suddenly thought of something, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Perhaps, has a win-win possibility of saving the city and profiting itself at the same time? A moment of contemplation. Chu Ming closed his eyes, operated his spiritual power, and activated the worldwide trader. Soon, the world of Doraemon was found among the worlds of the heavens. Well, at this point, Fatty Blue had finished his adventure and was staying in Nobita's room. As usual, reading comic books. Chu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and without saying a word, he directly teleported the two gongs in front of it. Doraemon froze at that moment, his eyes violently exploding with joy, and he directly dropped the comic book, picking up the gongfu and taking a bite. After eating it, it scratched its head in confusion and said, "Strange, How could there be 2 gung fu yaki that I forgot to eat? Chu Ming said breathlessly. Is it possible that I gave it to you? Doraemon froze, then responded. So it's you. With a cautious face, it said. Why are you suddenly giving me gong fu bao? There's no need to be solicitous. Chu Ming didn't bother to listen to its nonsense and directly said. Take out that lie detector you used last time, and I'll give you 5 more gongs. Doraemon paled. No way, I only have 1 lie detector, can't sell it to you, and 5 is too little, isn't it? I didn't say I was going to buy it, I just asked you to take it out and give me a lie. Ha, why? Just tell me if you're taking it or not. No take, you must have some other intention. 8 gongs. How are you going to take a lie detector test? Doraemon took out the lie detector at the speed of light and set it on the ground with a good face. Chu Ming's eyes twitched out of the corner of his eyes, and he asked in a good-natured manner, is the lie detector on? Open. Okay, then listen to me. Chu Ming took a deep breath and said seriously, the city that I am currently in is facing a crisis of imminent annihilation, and it is likely that hundreds of thousands of people will die. Ding! A green light popped up on the polygraph. It means his words are true. Several, hundreds of thousands of people? Doraemon froze and instantly stared in horror. Ha, your world turned out to be so dangerous? Then, what about you guys, want me to help? Well, that's what I'm here to ask for your help. Chu Ming was a little surprised. He knew that Fatty Blue's heart was good, but he didn't expect it to actually be so good. Self hadn't even brought it up yet. It took the initiative to say it wanted to help. TSK. Got me a little embarrassed pinch. What kind of crisis are you guys in? How can I help you? Doraemon asked in a hurry, so full of nervousness that he had actually left the cauldron behind. Well, please give me a, and sell me another restore ray. Chu Ming originally wanted to take this opportunity to open his mouth in a lion's den, but for some reason, looking at Fatty Blue's anxious appearance, inexplicably, he was a bit unable to open his mouth. Forget it, let's not blackmail a kindly animated character. Ha, but I only have 1 restore ray. Doraemon was instantly more anxious, spinning around the room. Chu Ming frowned and was about to say something. Doraemon suddenly stopped and rummaged around in his quadruple pocket for a while, pulling out a piece of cloth with a clock design on it. This is called a time wrap skin. It has the same effect of restoring items as the restoration ray. See if you can use it. Time wrapper skins? Chu Ming froze, and his eyes lit up in a flash. Crap! This thing is not worse than restoring light at all. Another time-based artifact. Chu Ming forced down his excitement and asked, Doraemon, this prop, is there any limitations, like how many times can it only be used or something like that? Doraemon thought for a moment and said, there are definitely some, but the time wrapper skins can be used tens of thousands of times, and you can't usually use it up that many times. But that last reduction line you bought is easily scrapped. Speaking of which, Doraemon was a bit embarrassed. Mainly because I was afraid you'd take it and do something bad with it. I secretly dismantled a few of its parts. Chu Ming, ? Well, so all of Nobita's props are this bad? Chu Ming is a real oyster. But don't worry, Doraemon quickly said. I will definitely not do that again. I believe you're a good person now. Someone who's willing to save hundreds of thousands of people must be a good person. Well, then hurry up and trade the time-wrapped skin. Chu Ming didn't have time to mess around with it. However, it was an unexpected gain to gain Doraemon's trust with this wave, and it would definitely be favorable for future transactions. Okay, you hurry up and take it to the rescue. Doraemon nodded in a hurry. The deal, soon enough, was successfully concluded at the price of 40 gongs. Before saying goodbye, Chu Ming asked it a question. Doraemon, I want to ask, if I use the reverse side of the time wrapper skin and wrap it around the restore light flashlight, what will happen? Will the flashlight be restored to a brand new state? Ha, no way. Doraemon was startled and jumped up from the ground. 2 props that both have time technology can't be used against each other. Otherwise, it will trigger a time paradox. The consequences are serious. Well, thanks. I'll be off then. Chu Ming sighed with some disappointment. He was expecting to be able to get stuck in a bug like this. Consciousness returns to reality. Chu Ming looked at a wrapped skin that appeared out of thin air in his own hand, and a thoughtful look crossed his eyes. This prop, he's impressed. By covering some object with the front of a wrapper, the passage of time for that object is accelerated, taking on a future appearance. If an object is covered with the opposite side, that object will turn back in time and appear to be in the past. In a way, this is much more counterintuitive than the restore light flashlight, since it has the added effect of aging the item. But the downside is that wrapped skins certainly don't launch long-range attacks like flashlights. If I hull some seeds of spirit grass and cover them with the front side of the time wrapper skin, won't I be able to make the seeds grow into mature spirit grass instantly? Chu Ming couldn't help but think about this. This prop was obviously a good choice when used to catalyze spirit herbs, especially those spiritual herbs whose medicinal effects were better the longer the year. Well, there are definitely more uses for this thing than a restore light flashlight, yet to be developed. But this is certainly not the time to think about that in detail. Chu Ming collected his thoughts and looked up in the direction of the south of the city, his gaze flickering slightly. Okay, since that's the deal, let's do a Rolodex. Though he's not a nice guy either, rather a little morally corrupt and selfish, but not so cold-blooded as to be able to watch hundreds of thousands of people die in front of themselves. Well, if it does save the whole city, it's not too much to ask that I borrow something from the spiritualism department's warehouse as payment, is it? Chu Ming stroked his chin, and then without further thought, he took out the set of clothes that he had previously used for camouflage in Dongchuan City from the space of the spirit ruin bead. Soon the self was wrapped tightly. Looking up at the darkening sky, Chu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Nice, superheroes who save the world come out at night. In the meantime, south of the city, near the secret realm of worms, in an open space, thousands of spirit cultivators gathered together, all of them ranked above the silver level, condensing a vast aura of spiritual energy, like an abyss or an ocean. The people look different. There is determination, despair, and fear, only no confidence. Faced with a crisis that could cause the spiritualist department to pull the citywide alarm, no one thought self could survive. Many people were so scared that they looked around, wondering if they could escape. But around them, dozens of tanks and armored vehicles were parked, and tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers stood at gunpoint. Among them were also dozens of officers with strong auras, all with spirit power levels above the gold level. These silver-level spirit cultivators who were forced to participate in the battle would definitely be killed on the spot if they had the intention to run away from the battle. Fuck yeah. I almost ran out of town just now and got caught over here. On what grounds? Why should we use our lives to buy time for others to take refuge? Are silver-class lives not lives? Hee. If you awakened an A-rank talent, you wouldn't have to go to the front line. What can you do? In this era, people without potential are meant to be sacrificed. Hey, my daughter has just been born. Forget it. At least her dad is a martyr. There are government subsidies, and life will be much better in the future. The crowd whispered. Many were unwilling to have themselves pulled in as cannon fodder like this, but there were also many who looked determined and willing to sacrifice their lives for the continuation of the race. However, everyone had the same doubt in their minds at this time. What exactly is this crisis? The spiritual cultivation sector had told them to gather near the secret realm of worms, and they had thought, at first, that a powerful worm monster had burrowed out of this secret realm. But they had already been here for almost half an hour, and there was no movement at all from the secret realm of worms. Is this just a drill? Many people began to have this thought in their minds, and a few more hopes of life were kindled. Just then, an upright figure appeared in midair, and it was none other than Yuan. He spoke solemnly to the crowd below. Comrades, I am Minister Chen of the Yuzhou Spiritual Cultivation Department. The reason for pulling the citywide alarm this time is not because a diamond-ranked monster or higher has appeared, but rather, a spatial rift has appeared 300 meters to the east of the secret realm of worms. According to our department's divine cultivators probing this spatial rift, the probability is that it's a prototype for the birth of a patriarchal secret realm. It is estimated that the secret world will take shape within 10 minutes. The calm words fell on the ears of the crowd below, but they were as deafening as a death knell. Instantly, a look of despair appeared on the faces of everyone, including those soldiers. If it was another diamond-level monster that had appeared, then there were still quite a few of them who might have survived. But if a sec-level secret realm is born, then all of them will definitely die. It was unavoidable that a large number of monsters would instantly surge out of every secret realm when it was born. Only after killing these monsters and having the formation master set up a sealing spell formation at the secret teleportation port would this secret realm become relatively safe. So, once the sovereign-level secret realm is born, it will instantly flood out a large number of diamond-level and even sovereign-level monsters. What are they? The silver levels, going to block? Moreover, the secret realm would be born within 10 minutes, and they simply couldn't wait for support from the southwest military region. Everyone here is going to die. No one can stop those powerful monsters from pouring into the city. Yuzhou City is likely to be destroyed in a short time. I grass. Zhang Gang in the crowd swallowed his saliva, his face bloodless. This is still a male bar. The whole Yuzhou, except for the people in the school, who can still survive. Everyone around them fell silent, despair running rampant. What no one noticed was, not far away on the canopy of a large tree, Chu Ming was perfectly hidden in the branches and leaves by relying on the wood vine technique. And when he heard Yuan's words, surprise erupted in his eyes. Crap, after all this time, there was only a spatial crack? Well, that's easy enough. Why don't you just restore the cracks with the restoring light? It only takes a few seconds of irradiation to return that space to the state it was in a few years ago, which is much better to deal with than diamond-level monsters. There's no need to pay the price of scrapping the restored light at all. Swish, swish. Suddenly, two sharp breaking sounds came from the distant sky. Yuan, who was in the middle of inspiring the Earth's energy, froze and twisted his head to look. It was then that he saw two streams of light, one green and one purple, in the sky, sweeping towards the side, carrying a shocking aura of spiritual power, at least at the Platinum 5 stage or above. Yuan instantly sensed who these two were and frowned. What are you doing here? Hurry up and run. Ha, running my ass. If we escape back to the capital like this, we'll most likely be sentenced to death as deserters, so we might as well come over and die early. Two streams of light quickly arrived beside Yuan, and after the light dispersed, two figures, a man and a woman, were revealed. The person who spoke was one of the youths with a lazy temperament, looking 27 or 18 years old. He was a teacher of the admissions office of the capital university, named Zhou Ruoang, a powerful spirit cultivator of the Platinum 8th stage. The other cold woman with dyed green hair, named Lu Qian, was a teacher in the admissions office of Qing Yuan Academy, and her spirit power level was similarly at the Platinum 8th stage. The gold content of the two major spiritual cultivation academies was evident, and any teacher in the admissions office was quite a bit more powerful than the minister of a municipal spiritual cultivation department. The state can't afford to execute two 20-something Platinum 8 Dan spiritualists now. Yuan surveyed the two of them, his gaze somewhat complicated, and said seriously, "You are both young men with potential, seedlings of the zone master level. Seriously, I'd prefer you guys to leave Yuzhou as soon as possible, or go hide out in a school in the city. There's absolutely no need to join us useless people in death." Zhou Ruoang stretched his back and said in disbelief, "It's been said that we'll die early. Even if we won't be sentenced to death for being deserters, we'll still be socialized to die, so it's better to just die." Lu Qian nodded expressionlessly. "Indeed? ? Yuan was dumbfounded. "No, are all you geniuses so clear-minded?" It made him think of Chu Ming, the guy with the same clear brain circuits. "Damn, it's all because of that brat named Chu Ming." Zhou Ruoang skimmed her mouth and said in a depressed manner, "Obviously, I'm only coming to Yuzhou City for the college entrance exams, but as a result, the school suddenly asked me to come to Yuzhou early to observe that Chu Ming. It's only been 2 days since I got here, and I haven't even met the kid in person yet, and then I run into this. Don't you think it's fucked up?" Lu Qian nodded again. "Indeed, Zhou Ruoan, right? We've had the luck of the draw. Now, that kid's staying at the school in a safe place and we're dying here. I've never been so unlucky in my entire fucking life." Ryu Sin, indeed. Zhou Ruoan laughed. "Maisie, it seems like we kinda have something in common. Ha, don't you think the leaders of our school are all idiots?" Ryu Sin, indeed. Zhou Ruoan, I don't know what's so observable about that trash talent of Chu Ming. It can be used just this once. Later, Lu Qian frowned and interrupted. "I don't recognize this sentence. ? Zhou Ruoan froze for a moment and said in annoyance, "Damn, there's really no words with you. Don't talk to me in the future." Willow Sin, okay. Yuan. Well, it seems that these top geniuses are more or less dipped in divine gold. Two teachers, can you listen to my advice? Yuan opened his mouth helplessly, and was about to continue persuading them to leave. Just then, click, click, a crisp sound like a mirror breaking suddenly came from not far away. The voice was not loud, but it instantly caused everyone present to change their faces. The crowd in the clearing was dead silent for a moment, and instantly erupted into a terrified riot. "This is the sound made by the expanding space crack, right? Crap, what does it mean? Does it mean the secret realm is going to be born? It should be. I've seen the video of the birth of the secret realm on Shakeology, and the crack in space suddenly widened and made that sound. Then the crack quickly turned into a secret realm teleportation port. Dozens of monsters poured out. Holy shit, where's the promised 10 minutes for the secret realm to be born? It's only been less than 3 minutes. I don't want to die yet." "It's okay, bro. Your mom will be down with you later." Panic and despair quickly clutched at everyone's heart. The faces of those soldiers were also unprecedentedly heavy, tightly gripping the firearms in their hands, but it could not bring them the slightest sense of security. Everyone's gazes were dead set on the direction of the spatial crack, but through the dense jungle, no one could see what was happening over there. In his mind, he was already imagining the horrifying scene of a group of terrifying monsters of diamond level or above, pouring out like a tidal wave from the secret teleportation port. However, time passes by. A full 2 minutes passed. The space crack was still dead silent, without the slightest movement coming from it. Gradually, many people began to look at each other in disbelief. wondering if they had just heard wrong. Suddenly, someone cried out strangely, you guys, look at Minister Chen. What's wrong with him? At those words, the people around them looked up in unison. The three Chenhao Yuan, who were seen hovering in the air, had long been dumbfounded, staring dead on in the direction of the spatial rift. Shock and disbelief were written all over everyone's face, as if they had seen something unimaginable to the extreme. Crap! Zhou Ruoang swallowed hard, and he thought to himself that he had not rushed much. How could he have such an outrageous hallucination? After being stagnant for a long time, he turned his head to look at Lu Qian, who was also stagnant, and asked, Maisie, did you see a beam of light just now? Lu Qian nodded. It's bright. Zhou Ruoang, did that light shine on the space rift? Ryu Sin, indeed. Zhou Ruoang stared wide-eyed, his voice steeply raised, and then, the spatial rift just nigh disappeared? Willow Sin, well, it's like it never existed. Holy shit, this just isn't a fucking hallucination. Zhou Ruoang instantly became agitated and said incoherently, Light, I grasped up that light. It's actually made the spatial rift whole. It's awesome. What kind of great power is this? That's right. The sound that rang out just now, like a mirror shattering, was not because the spatial crack had widened, but rather, it was the sound it made when it healed. The three of them in the air, Chenhao Yuan, had just witnessed this unimaginable scene with their own eyes. A beam of light suddenly shot out of the jungle and shone on top of the spatial crack. And then, the crack was erased. Who is this who has struck out? It can't be that god realm that has awakened a spatial talent. Can it? It can't be. Isn't that one guarding the divine realm of the hidden frontier and can't get away at all? Zhou Ruoang exclaimed with a face full of shock, without the slightest image of a platinum-level powerhouse. I'll go over there. Chenhao Yuan finally came back to his senses from his shock, and with a movement of his body, he instantly exploded with spiritual energy, transforming into an earth-colored stream of light that exploded out. Chenhao Yuan quickly arrived above that jungle and his figure quickly landed on the ground. After looking around nervously, he spoke in a respectful tone. I am the minister of Yuzhou City's spiritual cultivation department, Chenhao Yuan, Senior. Thank you for stepping in to save the millions of citizens of Yuzhou City. May I ask, which space system power you are? Several possible guesses surfaced in Chenhao Yuan's mind, but they were all quickly dismissed. It was true that spatial rifts could be erased artificially, but those who could do so needed to fulfill two conditions. 1. Awaken A rank or above space system talent. 2. To become a transcendental level powerhouse above the sovereign level. The sign of becoming a transcendent level was to comprehend a force of law. And the natural thing that a spatial talent awakened person comprehended was the spatial law. This kind of transcendent level powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of space had only appeared in a total of 3 in Huaxia since the recovery of Aura. One of them, at this point, had already become one of the 3 great god realms of Huaxia, and he had heard that he had been guarding a god-level secret realm over in the hidden frontier province, and that it was impossible to get out of it at all. And the other 2 were sacrificed years ago. I heard that they had erased hundreds of spatial cracks within China back then, avoiding the birth of hundreds of secret realms and indirectly saving millions of Chinese people. In the end, he was unfortunate enough to die under the hands of the god-ranked monster from 50 years ago. So, who is that mighty man who just struck out? The doubts in Chenhao Yuan's heart were almost boiling over, and he had never heard of another transcendent level powerhouse of the spatial system being born in the country. Moreover, even if is really born, it's not likely to come to Yuzhou, right? The country will definitely let him protect those more important cities. Small cities like Yuzhou can only give up helplessly. After all, at this point in time, there were spatial cracks appearing almost every day throughout the country, even more than one. Seniors? Chenhao Yuan waited for half a day, but did not get any response. The surrounding jungle was dead silent, with only the subtle sound of insects. He hesitated for a moment, releasing his spiritual power to carefully sense his surroundings and found no figure. Gone? Chenhao Yuan's brows were tightly locked, and his heart was filled with 10,000 puzzles. Swish, swish. At that moment, 2 figures fell from the air. It was Zhou Ruoang and Lu Qian. As soon as they landed, the 2 of them looked around. Mana? Zhou Ruoang said excitedly and anxiously. Which space department big brother has made a move? I just flew in the sky for half a day and didn't see anyone. He had never seen a transcendent level big brother in his life, and it was still an extremely rare space system talent awakened person. It would have been a death sentence to meet. Lu Qian also looked at Chenhao Yuan and asked, Right, where is he? I can't get to it. Chenhao Yuan was filled with helplessness and said, I guess it's because this great power is unwilling to reveal his identity, and existence of this level. If he wanted to leave noiselessly, how could we possibly discover it? Also, Zhou Ruoang nodded in disappointment. Convinced, this is definitely the closest I've gotten to a transcendent level Big Brother. As a result, I actually didn't see anyone. Damn. This is simply worse than not letting me fight. Lu Qian frowned, puzzled. Where did this person come from? Didn't the domestic transcendent level space system powerhouses die out long ago? Chenhao Yuan corrected seriously. Mr. Lu, that one is called sacrifice. Moreover, there's still one alive. Already at the god realm at this point. Oh, Lu Qian nodded and said thoughtfully, that god realm is also dying, right? How could he suppress so many god-level monsters by himself? The corner of Chenhao Yuan's eye twitched. This girl. You might as well say less as you did just now. Why are you so full of Jiwas stuff when you open your mouth? Recently this Sichuan province is more or less dipped a little outrageous Zhou Ruowang said with an odd expression. Next door to Dongchuan City, a few days ago, a platinum-level divine cultivator suddenly appeared. And so far we haven't found anyone yet. But as a result, now Yuzhou has come with a transcendent level powerhouse of the spatial system, which is really more than one outrageous. Lu Qian nodded. Yes, and Chu Ming. Zhou Ruowang glanced at her and said breathlessly, Chu Ming, is there any comparison between him and these two things? Don't mix in some weird stuff, okay? Lu Qian, his, universal trader, can be used. And the level of outrageousness is nothing less than the appearance of a transcendent level powerhouse. Zhou Ruowang, how many times have I told you? Isn't that just his luck? Willow Sin, I don't think it's necessarily just luck. Zhou Ruowang sneered. Ha, I'll put my words here. If that kid can use the universal trader one more time, I'll chop off his head and feed it to the monsters. Lu Qian was silent for a moment and said in disbelief, I don't think any monsters like to eat shit, right? Question mark. Zhou Ruowang, ni naya. Chenhao Yuan. Shit, it's noisy. He frowned with some annoyance, and his body's spiritual energy erupted as he stepped into the air and hurriedly flew towards the top of the clearing from before. Looking at the 10,000 lights of the Yuzhou city center in the distance, Chenhao Yuan's brows gradually stretched out, revealing a touch of relaxed smile, though it was unknown who that mighty one who had struck was. But no matter what, the crisis of the city's extermination was considered to have passed without any danger. Millions of citizens, all of whom can live a little longer. A few more moments of melancholy passed through Chenhao Yuan's eyes. The situation is really getting more and more serious now. I really don't know how much longer China, or even all of humanity, can hold out. The frequency of spatial cracks appeared faster and faster. 50 years ago, only 100 or so spatial cracks would appear in China every year. And with those three space-based transcendent level powerhouses around, most of the spatial cracks would be erased before forming the secret realm. And now, last year, 406 spatial cracks appeared in the territory of China. All of them formed a secret realm now, and the level is above the silver level, and a dozen cities were destroyed as a result. This year, it's gotten even worse. The country is now in dire need of developing a top-notch fighting force to turn the tide. This is the reason why the 3-mode test for senior high school seniors across the country has suddenly become more difficult. And not only that, but this year's college entrance exams have been reformed together as well. Let's hope Wasia can get through this crisis. Chenhao Yuan prayed silently in his heart. Wow, it's so empty. Yuzhou City Spiritualism Department Building. Chu Ming strutted through the building's hallways without a single silhouette in sight. Those who could be inducted into the Spirit Cultivation Department must be silver level or above spirit cultivators. And they were all preparing for death near the secret realm of worms right now. That's cool. Feel free to steal. Borrow something inside the spiritualism department. I've saved Yuzhou City. It's reasonable to borrow something as payment, isn't it? Chu Ming wandered around the building without any psychological burden, looking for the location of the vault. I've heard that the vaults of the city's spiritualist departments hold the city's most precious treasures. Soon, Chu Ming found the vault door on the -3rd floor of the building. Looking at the giant metal door in front of him that was 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, Chu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. I've heard that the doors of the vaults of the Municipal Spiritualism Department are cast from some kind of special alloy that can withstand sustained attacks of gold level or higher, and can't be blasted even with missiles. But well, the corners of Chu Ming's mouth rose slightly as he took out the time-wrapping skin from the spirit ruin bead and stuck the reverse side onto the alloy gate. A few moments later, the piece of alloy covered by the wrapped skin began to turn blazing red at a speed visible to the naked eye, then turned into a puddle of iron. A hole just appeared in the alloy gate. Since it's an alloy, it must be made by melting and mixing several different metals. Just turn it back in time, to the moment of melting, won't it? Genius. Chu Ming put away his packskin and drilled through the hollow into the vault. Looking around, his eyes widened at once. Crap! So many spirit beads, so many spirit herbs, so many spirit weapons. Chu Ming was so dazzled by what he saw that he hurriedly walked over and picked up a spirit bead from a small box and felt it. Crap, it's actually a high-level spirit bead. This was something that could only exist in the body of a gold level or higher monster. The spiritual energy contained within it was abundant and pure, and by absorbing just one, it could be worth at least a month's cultivation for a bronze-level spirit cultivator. The low-grade spirit beads, on the other hand, were merely worth a day's worth of cultivation time. There's no comparison at all. Therefore, although Chu Ming had dozens of low-grade spirit beads, he simply couldn't afford to take them out and absorb them. One was worth $10,000 only shortens the cultivation time by 1 day? It's not cost-effective any way you look at it. No, advanced spirit bead market price of more than $1 million can only offset a month of cultivation time? I'm super. It seems like it's a bit more cost-effective to use low-grade spirit beads for cultivation, eh? Chu Ming scratched his head, feeling as if self was about to grow a brain. But, doesn't work that way, does it? After all, spirit cultivators above the silver level would have little effect on their cultivation by absorbing the spiritual energy from a low-grade spirit bead. Shaking his head, Chu Ming didn't bother to think too much. His eyes burned as he looked at the small box of high-level spirit beads, roughly counting that there were around 300 of them. It was all directly collected into the space of the spirit ruin bead. Then, Chu Ming looked at a few other boxes filled with spirit beads, and was somewhat disappointed to find that these were filled with only intermediate-level spirit beads. Only monsters above silver level could exist in their bodies, and absorbing one could be worth 10 days of cultivation for a bronze-level spirit cultivator. The market price is around $100. $000. And here, Chu Ming glanced at the dozen or so boxes on the shelves, estimating that there were at least thousands of intermediate-level spirit beads here, and couldn't help but smack his lips. Good lord, so the Yuzhou City Spiritualism Department is so rich? These spirit beads alone were worth several $100 million when added together. Hey, I'll be damned then. Chu Ming hemmed and hawed and directly and unceremoniously put all of the intermediate-level spirit beads into the spirit ruin bead. As the savior of the whole city, it's not too much to ask for a few $100 million as payment, right? But will this lead to the financial collapse of Usmorgeologia? Chu Ming stroked his chin and thought about it, still feeling that self did go a little too far in doing so he took out the box of high-level spirit beads from the spirit ruin beads again. Then, taking out 5 and placing them on the shelf, he put the box back together again. $5 million. Should be enough for them to turn around for a while, right? I'm a great guy. Chu Ming praised himself in his heart, and then looked at the other side of the shelves, the large pile of spirit herbs and spirit weapons, revealing a winning smile. Wow, what a coincidence to find so many treasures again. 5 minutes later, Chu Ming swept away most of the spirit weapons and spirit herbs, leaving only 3 boxes untouched. Mostly, he's more kind-hearted, so it's better to leave a little leftover for the spiritualism department. It definitely wasn't because the space of the spirit ruin bead couldn't fit anymore. Okay, go home. Chu Ming, who had finished picking up his reward, didn't intend to linger here either, and contentedly drilled his way out through the hollow of the alloy gate. I was going to leave straight away, but suddenly something occurred to me. Turning to look at the empty hole in the alloy door, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then the time wrapper skin was removed and the front was covered over the hollow. After waiting a few moments, lift the wrapper. Sure enough, the void disappeared. The alloy gate was restored as before. Genius. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction and turned around. Before leaving the spiritualism department, he went to the building's main surveillance room and directly deleted the surveillance of this period with the restoration light. A solid batch. Half an hour later, the people from the spiritualism department finally came back one after another, and everyone's face was filled with joy after the robbery. Although most of them didn't know why the spatial rift had suddenly disappeared, it didn't matter, as long as they could survive. Yuan quickly returned to his office, and after smoking a cigarette in silence, he called his subordinate, Xiao Wang, go fetch 5 intermediate spirit beads and come here. He was prepared to reward Grimm, the formation master who had discovered the spatial rift and quickly analyzed it to be the prototype of a patriarch-level secret realm. That's what allowed the spiritualist department to pull the citywide alarm at the earliest possible time, buying the citizens a lot of time to evacuate. If the spatial rift hadn't been erased by that mysterious powerhouse, then at least it would have allowed more students to live. Regardless, Grimm has certainly done a great service and deserves a reward. Okay. Wang turned and left the office, but less than 3 minutes. Little Wang then rushed back in panic, incoherently shouting, I grasped Minister Chen. The vault door is actually intact. Yuan, ? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Scared out of your mind by a space rift? In Yuan's dumbfounded gaze, Xiao Wang took a deep breath to calm down his emotions before he spoke out with a face full of horror about what self had just seen. Ha! Yuan, dying disease in shock, sat up. Eyes staring round, the vault was ransacked, and the door is intact. Xiao Wang, right, Minister Chen. This is the most outrageous. Neither the gate nor the lock has any signs of being damaged. This is very much like someone using a space-based spirit skill to directly instantly move in. Chen Xiuyuan froze. What? Wang also froze. What? Show me the vault. 5 minutes later. In front of the vault door. Chen Xiuyuan frowned into silence, his expression confused and bewildered. The situation is exactly the same as what Xiao Wang said. That is to say, the probability is that a spatial talent awakened person ransacked the vault. However, no one in Yuzhou City had ever awakened a spatial talent. So, no, you're a transcendent level. Ransacking the vault of one of my municipal spiritualist departments? There's a cat cake. Ha! Chen Xiuyuan instantly broke the defense. CPU Burn Smoke did not even want to understand what the significance of the other party to do so. These high-level spirit beads and second and third grade spirit artifacts and spirit herbs inside the vault are of set trade use to you. A transcendent level. It's the entirety of their entire department. Just as Chen Xiuyuan collapsed to the point where his eyes wanted to curl up, Little Wang suddenly came over and reported. Minister Chen, Grim said that one of his spell formations detected unfamiliar bronze-level spiritual energy fluctuations half an hour ago. It's highly likely that it was left behind by the person who ransacked the vault. Ha! Chen Xiuyuan was confused. Green. Bronze level? Minister, the unfamiliar spiritual power fluctuations detected by my security spell formation are indeed bronze level. And it's only a section of bronze. The guy was only in the building for less than 20 minutes. Almost immediately after searching for the location of the vault and ransacking it, he left. The target was very clear. Moreover, he didn't trigger the defense spell formation on the vault, indicating that he didn't use any violent means on the vault. It must have been teleported in with some kind of spatial system spirit technique. In the office, a pudgy middle-aged man patted his chest and said, I've never had any problems with the spell formations I've laid down. It's absolutely impossible for anything to go wrong. He was Grim, a golden 7th stage formation master whose attainments in formations definitely topped the entire Yuzhou City. After listening to him, Chen Xiuyuan fell into deep thought. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. His intuition told him that this person who had ransacked the vault and the one who had erased the spatial rift were most likely the same person. After all, spatial talent awakeners were extremely rare, second only to S-rank talent awakeners, and it was basically impossible for two to appear in a city, especially in a small city like Yuzhou. Also, the timing is quite coincidental. But then the question arose. How did a Bronze Section 1 spatial talent awakened manage to erase the spatial rift? Wasn't it only transcendent level powerhouses who had comprehended the laws of space that could do it? Chen Xiuyuan rubbed his forehead, feeling that CPU was about to burn. So many unthinkable things had happened that day that his mind could barely process them anymore. After a long silence, he sighed and said, Let's lock down the whole city for now, and have all of the criminal squad mobilized to find the one who ransacked the vault as much as possible. Good. Don't worry, Minister Chen. With my assistance, the criminal unit will definitely be able to arrest this criminal. Grim patted his chest and assured. He had already memorized this criminal's spiritual energy fluctuation, and with his gold-level mental power, he would be able to instantly recognize the other party once he saw him again. It is inevitable that they will be brought to justice. And at that moment, Chu Ming had already returned to the rental house. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't wait to take out a high-level spirit bead and sat on the bed to play with it, full of exuberant thoughts. Spiritual cultivators of the bronze segment have to cultivate for a year on average before they can raise a segment, and even the top geniuses in the city have to cultivate for at least 3 months before they can raise a segment. But my ethereal wood spirit technique is at least a 5th grade technique, and practiced to the limit. My cultivation speed can definitely crush 999% of people now. It's estimated that only needs to practice for 10 days before it can be upgraded to the bronze 2 stage, right? It is estimated that it will only take 15 days to go from the 2nd to the 3rd stage. Chu Ming roughly estimated it, but of course he didn't dare to be sure. After all, he hadn't even seriously cultivated before. The fact that the spiritual power level could be raised from black iron 2nd stage to bronze 1st stage relied solely on the natural increase after using the memory bread to forcefully practice the spells to the limit. But it didn't matter. So many intermediate and advanced spirit beads were completely enough for him to raise his spirit level to peak bronze. Chu Ming also no longer thought much about it. Took back the high-level spirit bead into the space of the spirit ruin bead, took out an intermediate spirit bead, sat cross-legged on the bed, revolved the ethereal wood spirit skill, and began to absorb it. It was better to save the high-level spirit beads for later. After all, this stuff was useful for platinum-level spirit cultivators, but not for intermediate spirit beads. As the spell runs, Chu Ming felt a strand of spiritual chi that was dozens of times denser than the air, gushing out from the spirit bead and drilling into his body right along the pores of his hand, and it was easily refined into spiritual energy by the ethereal wood spirit skill, slowly dipping deeper into the bones after traveling around in the flesh and blood. Bronze level spiritual cultivator. Spiritual power into the bone. The way to cultivate is to use the spiritual power to quench every piece of bone, make the bone more and more tough, and also become the spiritual power container. Click here. A subtle sound came from within Chu Ming's body. It was the sound of bones being crushed by spiritual energy and rapidly healing. You don't say. It's quite comfortable, tingling all over, like a young girl's fingers brushing over her body. Cultivating with spirit beads is just awesome. Chu Ming sighed in his heart. He remembered that the class had taught that the aura in the air was extremely impure, and that if a spiritualist absorbed such aura to cultivate, it would lead to a certain degree of adverse reactions, especially the bronze and silver levels. One quenches the bones, one quenches the internal organs. Well, it is extremely sour to think about it, but absorbing the aura from the spirit beads was different. Even if it was a low-grade spirit bead, the impurities of the aura in it were extremely low, and it was extremely silky smooth to absorb. So not only would the speed of cultivation be drastically accelerated, but it would also basically not cause any adverse reactions, and it would even be a bit comfortable. Unfortunately, the spirit bead thing was just too expensive. Low-grade spirit beads were sold for $10,000 on the market, which was the income of an average family for 2 or 3 months. Poor people really can't afford it. Chu Ming had heard of it before. Those rich kids from big cities, they can use high-level spirit beads to cultivate at birth, and that cultivation speed is simply faster than what he set up. Even, he had heard that the high schools in the capital city and the Magic City would give students a free low-grade spirit bead every week, and the top students would also receive intermediate-grade spirit beads. And what about their high school students in Yuzhou City? Normally, one could only receive one low-grade spirit bead a year, and even if one got the top 10 in the province in the province's mock exams, one could only get a reward of 5 low-grade spirit beads. The disparity in teaching resources is really too great. And that was just one aspect. There were also gaps in magic techniques, spirit weapons, and so on, all of which were worlds apart. All of the students in the key high schools in the capital are able to cultivate 5th-ranking spells, while all of the high schools in the city of Yuzhou combined can't pull out a single 3rd-ranking spell. This was the reason why Chu Ming wanted to take a good university. The first-class spiritual cultivation universities were all in the first-tier big cities, with good batch explosion of resources, especially the 2 major spiritualist schools that are in the capital. However, Chu Ming really didn't have much good feelings for these 2 things now, and was already considering whether or not to go to a lesser first-class spiritual cultivation university. You guys don't want a buddy. There are plenty of people who do, okay? Anyway, college is definitely in the cards. What about dropping out of school even if it's just to go to school to glean resources? It's also nice to have a little white whoring. Not to mention that the student status is a really good umbrella. If Self hadn't erased that spatial rift today, and the patriarchal secret realm was born, everyone in the entire city would have to die, except for those hiding in the school's spell formation. In short, after experiencing today's citywide alarm, Chu Ming had a clearer perception of the level of danger in this world. When a crisis came, not to mention ordinary people, even those silver-level spirit cultivators were destined to be cannon fodder. Gotta get up to strength soon. Click. A soft thud came from his hand. When Chu Ming came back to his senses and opened his eyes, he saw that the intermediate spirit bead in his hand had cracked and become dull, and the spiritual chi in it had been drained out, and his spiritual power level had also managed to rise to the bronze 2 stage. Go on. A flash of excitement flashed in Chu Ming's eyes as he took out another intermediate-grade spirit bead from the spirit ruin bead and continued to absorb it. Tonight, must rush to the top of the bronze level. There was no talk all night. In the room, Chu Ming sat on the bed like a sculpture, his skin translucent with the color of verdure, and surging fluctuations of wood spiritual energy surged within his body. On the bed and the floor, there were already more than 20 intermediate spirit beads that had been drained of their spiritual energy. At this moment, Chu Ming's spirit power level had already come to the 9th stage of bronze, and the spirit power in his body was still a sliver short of being able to soak into the bone marrow and step into the peak of bronze. From the bronze 1st stage to the 2nd stage, one only needed to absorb 1 intermediate spirit bead, but from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage, 1.5 was needed, and the latter was even more straight up. From bronze 8th stage to 9th stage, it already required 6 intermediate spirit beads to break through. That's the equivalent of $600,000. Luckily, Self shuffled to pick up a paycheck in the spiritualism department. Otherwise, Chu Ming felt that Self would have to cultivate hard for at least half a year in order to get to bronze 9. However, this speed has been extremely exaggerated. Not to mention those ordinary people who couldn't break through the Bronze Knight stage in their entire lives. Even for the top geniuses of Yuzhou City like Gu Yueshi and Xiao Chuanbua, if they wanted to cultivate from the Bronze First stage to the Ninth stage, it was estimated that it would take at least 5 or 6 years. It would take nearly 200 intermediate spirit beads to offset such a long cultivation time. That's nearly $20 million. Selling Gu Yueshi is not worth that much, right? Spiritual cultivators were simply a money-burning machine when they cultivated. Chu Ming sighed in his heart. He then collected his thoughts and once again took out 3 intermediate-grade spirit beads, running his spells and frantically absorbing the spiritual chi within them in preparation for his promotion to peak bronze. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking was like fried beans. The huge aura surged into the body, and after refining it into spiritual energy, it crazily rushed through every bone, and it drilled deeper into the bones in a deadly manner. Time passes by. 1 hour later, boom! The spiritual energy within Chu Ming's body erupted violently, and the skin on his body was emerald green in color. If someone could see through, they would be able to see the pure cyan color that every single one of his bones had turned at this point. It was as crystal clear as the finest green jade, but it was extremely tough. Even if the special armor-piercing bullets hit it, there would not be any cracks. Peak bronze, it's a done deal. Woohoo! Chu Ming couldn't help but let out a cry of joy, feeling the incomparably surging spiritual energy in his body. He felt that self was simply strong and terrifying right now. At the bronze segment, self-space battle power was over 2,500. Now that you're at the top of your bronze, mustn't you take off? The average battle power of a peak bronze spiritual cultivator was 999. And a little more than that, it was the average battle power of a silver segment, with the quality of self's spiritual power. Base battle power 100% broke 10,000, and the probability is that it's already 20 to 30,000, plus the dozen times increase of the 20th level of the wooden vine technique. You have to have a few 100,000 in your limit? Straight to gold level combat power? Wow shit. Against all odds. Chu Ming was excited, and in his heart, he once again called out that Brother Bread was bullish. At that moment he did not hesitate. Straight away, he pulled out a bag of memory bread and prepared to continue pushing through the woodvine technique to increase his ultimate battle power a little more. As for why you don't continue to absorb spirit beads and raise your spirit level, Chu Ming is now one step away from entering the silver level. But silver level spirit cultivators need to quench their internal organs, which can be too dangerous than quenching the bones, if they are not careful to crack their waist hole. So, one must go ahead and fix some viscera protecting pills. As the name suggests, this stuff is used to protect internal organs. It was also an excellent choice for silver-level spiritual cultivators to use to aid in their cultivation. It can protect the internal organs from being damaged during the process of being quenched by the spiritual power, avoiding such things as death by internal bleeding from a ruptured waist. This thing, the market price is over $80,000 apiece. It could only guarantee a silver-level spirit cultivator to safely cultivate for a month. However, the viscera protecting pill was actually not very precious and not very difficult to refine. It was only because of the relatively high demand that the price was more expensive. This kind of thing doesn't even deserve to be put into the vault of a municipal spiritualism department. Pity. Chu Ming shook his head helplessly. This world could really be hard to move around without money. But it was okay. With self's current savings, it was fine to buy the viscera protecting pills for food. After pushing the wooden vine technique to its limits, go buy it. Yet just then, knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Chu Ming's countenance changed slightly, and he hurriedly took the remains of the intermediate spirit beads that filled the ground into the spirit ruin bead as fast as he could, then hurriedly forked the document on the computer that said Kodo Jitsu again. After thinking about it, he clicked on a small, unknown video site and crumpled up a few more paper balls and placed them on his computer desk. That's what makes it feel so much more stable. Afterward, Chu Ming took a deep breath, put on a dumbfounded look, and walked over to open the door to the room. Just outside the door he saw 2 young, unfamiliar figures. A man and a woman, standing and looking self up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Is this someone from the criminal division of the spiritualist department, come to investigate the ransacking of the vault? I don't think so. How is it possible to find out about self so quickly? I obviously did it so seamlessly. Chu Ming secretly guessed in his heart, slightly nervous, but on the surface, he looked confused. What do you guys want? You're Chu Ming, right? The young man asked indifferently. Right. Well, I'm a teacher from the admissions office of Capital University. You can call me Teacher Zhou. Looking for you for something. Come with me, Zhou Ruowang said in an undeniable tone, almost like an order. Yeah. No, buddy. Why are you so hungover? Chu Ming was instantly a bit offended. What's wrong with Capital University? Are you a big shot? Isn't it one of the top spiritualist academies in the country? Isn't it just that the principal is a cleric? An admissions office teacher was only a mere Platinum 8 stage with a battle power of over 8 million. Do you want me to bring out the fucking forgiveness hat? Luckily, though, it didn't look like it was supposed to be about checking out the ransacking of the vault. Chu Ming thought about it and was about to open his mouth to ask why the other party wanted self to make a trip. Lu Qian, who was on the side, frowned and suddenly spoke. Chu Ming, come with me. Their school is not good. Ha? Chu Ming froze. Who was this big sister again? Aren't you two together? Can it be that she is the admissions office teacher of Qingyuan Academy? Zhou Ruoang frowned in displeasure. Not sister. What do you mean by that? What do you mean our Jing University is bad? I'm laughing. You Qingyuan can't even compare to us by a hair. Lu Qian ignored him and just silently looked at Chu Ming. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she pulled out something from the pocket of her jeans and handed it to Chu Ming, saying sincerely, "This is for you. Just come with me." Chu Ming subconsciously looked at her hand and realized that she was actually holding a lollipop. What's going on? Treating me like a child? Is that what you're testing the cadres with? I want to know where the hell are you taking me? Chu Ming did not respond to Lu Qian's sincere gaze and asked about his own doubts. You'll know when you go with us, Zhou Ruoang impatiently said. Hurry up and choose. Go with me or go with her. Don't waste our time. Last night, a big shot in the capital ordered them to bring Chu Ming back to the capital. And for what reason? They were actually not sure. However, whoever Chu Ming chose to go with right now basically meant that he chose which academy he was going to go to. After all, both of their identities were teachers in the admissions office. However, Zhou Ruoang actually didn't have the idea of stealing someone from Lu Qian, as he hadn't been optimistic about the potential of the Universal Trader talent from the beginning, and didn't want to give Kyungdae a wasted move. That's why he has a bad attitude. Chu Ming frowned tightly, already upset in his heart, and directly said, "Then what if I don't choose anyone? Shit. Why do you make it sound like I have to go with one of you? Can't I just choose not to go?" Zhou Ruoang raised his eyebrows in surprise, not realizing that this kid was quite temperamental, and said in amusement, "Do you think you have this option? We want to take you away and we still need your consent?" Kidding aside, he had come with orders from above to bring people. What right did Chu Ming have to refuse? However, Lu Qian hurriedly said, "Chu Ming, don't listen to his nonsense. His words can only represent him. You can actually choose not to go with any of us." Zhou Ruoang's eyes widened as he pointed at her and said angrily, "No, you fucking had to go against me, didn't you?" "No," Lu Qian faintly said. "It's just that as a teacher, I think it's right to respect a student's choice." "I'm laughing and you're giving me a lecture?" Zhou Ruoang gasped and laughed. "Lu Qian, don't forget who asked us to bring him back to the capital. That's someone from the education department of the spiritualist headquarters. If we don't bring him back, how are we going to deal with the spiritualist headquarters?" "Lu Qian, it's okay. My uncle is the leader of the combat team at the spiritualist headquarters." Ha! Zhou Ruoang subconsciously wanted to continue disliking him, but quickly reacted and his expression instantly stiffened. Ha! Crap! He and Lu Qian are responsible for the enrollment of Sichuan province on behalf of Beijing University and Qingyuan respectively, and it has been several years, and I have never heard that this stupid girl actually has such a big background. That's the spiritualist headquarters, the biggest authority in the country besides the military. The minister was one of the 3 great divine realms of China. The head of the battle group is at the lowest level of Zhongshu, and is on the same level as the president of Sijingqiu University. You are joking, right? Zhou Ruoang squeezed out an incredibly ugly smile. No. Lu Qian pulled out her cell phone and handed it to him. Do you want to make a call to my uncle to confirm? Is a big no-brainer. Zhou Ruoang's body trembled slightly. He was a small platinum level. He could only be arrogant inside a small city. Put in the spiritualist headquarters. A clerk of the family can kick his waist off. He looked at Lu Qian's gaze could not help but change subtly. To this girl straight character, the probability is not telling lies. Damn. What kind of existence with a monstrous background am I usually disliking? Chu Ming was also in a daze as he listened. It's someone from Spiritualist HQ who wants me to go to the capital? Why? You want to get my ass? It can't be. Trying to study my talent, can it? Chu Ming's heart trembled slightly and he was instantly alert. The thing he was most worried about right now was exposing Self's ability to trade in all sorts of heaven-defying props through his talent. After all, harboring a jade ring is a crime. Even if most of the powerful people in the spirit cultivation headquarters were good people, what if there were people with bad intentions? Chu Ming didn't want to gamble. After a moment of silence, he spoke. This, female teacher, you just said that I can choose not to go with you, right? My name is Lu Qian. Lu Qian nodded. Of course, As much as I'd like you to come with me, I respect your choice. Good, then I won't go, Chu Ming said without hesitation, and after a pause, he asked, Mr. Lu, you're from Tsingyuan University? Yes. Aha. Chu Ming nodded his head, and in his heart, his favorability towards the school increased a little. To be precise, it was the goodwill towards Lu Qian, the admissions teacher. She could only represent her alone. After all, who knew if there would be a teacher like Zhou Ruoang or even a school leader in Tsingyuan Academy? In regards to whether or not to go to the two great universities, Chu Ming still hadn't thought about it right now. And, now there's a new problem. Do you want to go to college in the capital? After going to the capital, if the people from the spiritual cultivation headquarters set their eyes on him and wanted to forcefully study Self's talent, it should be hard for Self to resist, right? Chu Ming's thoughts were all over the place for a while, and his desire for strength enhancement became even stronger. Damn, if I had the battle power of the God realm, would I still need to worry about this? Just don't eat beef anymore, okay? Well, since you don't want to come with us, forget it. Lu Qian looked a little lost, but her tone remained calm. Then I'll see you at the college entrance exams. I hope you can stand out amongst the nation's candidates and get into our Tsingyuan in name only. Zhou Ruoang couldn't help but spit out. Stand out? Based on what? With his 2,000 or so battle power? This year's college entrance examination is a big reform. In the past years, the difficulty of the college entrance examination was different in each province and even each city, and the standard of calculation of scores was also different. The idea is to be relatively fair, so that candidates from smaller cities also have the opportunity to get into top spiritualist universities. Even the state had previously made it mandatory for all top universities, including the two big universities, to reserve at least one admission slot for every city in the country to avoid burying the geniuses of smaller cities. However, now that the situation is getting more and more serious and the country is in dire need of training up a group of top-notch fighters, it couldn't care less about fairness. This year's entrance exams are uniformly difficult across the country. Those candidates in the big cities with 3,000 or 4,000 battle power and those in the small cities whose battle power generally hadn't yet exceeded 1,000 were directly placed on the same track to take the exam. A battle power of around 2,000 like Chu Ming's, placed in Sichuan province, was the first in the province's 3 modes, and was leading by a cliff. However, when placed among the candidates in the capital, it is just the middle of the road. Still want to stand out in the national high school exams? Is it possible? At most, another provincial scholar will top it off. As for wanting to get into Tsingyuan or Jingda in name only, that's even more impossible. If it was the college entrance examination in previous years, in a small place like Yuzhou, as long as one's spiritual power level reached the bronze segment and one's battle strength exceeded 1200, one would basically be accepted into the 2 universities on a plate. However, this year the scoring standards were standardized across the country and the state eliminated the requirement for mandatory admissions quotas. It meant that one needed at least 2,800 or more battle power to touch the admission scoreline of the 2 universities. Could Chu Ming raise his battle power from around 2,000 to over 2,800 in just 1 month? Unless he could once again use the Universal Trader to acquire something that could drastically increase his battle power. But Zhou Ruoang thought it was impossible and naturally found Lu Qian's words more or less comical. But knowing her outrageous background, he didn't dare to say anything too much anymore. Just a small dislike and shut up. Lu Qian also didn't bother with him, and after saying goodbye to Chu Ming, she turned around and left. Kid, if I were you, I would voluntarily give up my qualification to be guaranteed a place in the 2 universities, or else. Before leaving, Zhou Ruoang didn't hold back his desire to dislike him one last time. Stop barking, dumbass. Chu Ming directly interrupted the spellcasting and then snapped the door shut. Zhou Ruoang froze in the doorway, unbelief written all over his stiff face. The moment he closed the door, Chu Ming took out the forgiveness cap and restoration ray from the spirit ruin bead, ready to meet the fury outside the door. This dog several teachers are really 2-0 scolding. He really did not hold back, but he has nothing to worry about. With Zhou Ruoang's identity, the probability that he dares to take a shot itself is really not big. Even if they strike, they don't dare to hurt anyone. In this day and age, seniors are legally. That's version T0. Fuck you. Outside the door, Zhou Ruoang quickly red-warned. His body's spiritual energy exploded, and the concrete floor under his feet clicked and was shaken out with a crack. He was an enrollment teacher of the capital university. Even the provincial spiritualism minister had to give him 3 times of his face. Besides the principal of the capital university, no one had ever scolded him like this before. Fuck off. This kid's got no one in his sights. He must be taught a lesson. Zhou Ruoang was instantly ready to dry break the door of the room with a punch and dragged Chu Ming out to clean up the mess. Not far away, Lu Qian frowned slightly and was about to go forward to stop it. Yet just then, a dense sound of footsteps suddenly came from the entrance of the building next to him, and with it came a burst of strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Zhou Ruoan was once again interrupted from casting his spell and turned his head to look at the entrance of the building with a puzzled expression. Lu Qian also looked over in confusion. To them, these spiritual auras weren't very strong. Most of them were at the silver level, and only the one in the lead was at the gold level, but they sensed a few hints of familiarity on those scents. It seems to be Yuzhou Spiritualism Department Criminal Group? What are they doing here? Soon, 7 or 8 men in criminal police uniforms came out from the stairway, led by a middle-aged man with a tough face. When they saw Zhou Ruoan and the two of them, the group of criminal police officers also froze. Mr. Chow, Mr. Lu, what are you two doing here? The middle-aged man said suspiciously. That aura fluctuation just now, was something you guys made? Not us. Lu Qian pointed at Zhou Ruoan and said, it's him, he just tried to make a move on a senior student. It's a crime. Team leader Hong, you guys should arrest him. Zhou Ruoan, ? No, you fucking, ha? Team leader Hong was confused, and for a moment he didn't really understand what was going on here. Team leader Hong, she's joking, don't take it seriously ha. Zhou Ruoan hurriedly smiled. We just came to find this student a little something. Just now exploded spiritual power, is to move the muscles well. According to Chinese law, striking out at a student is indeed a felony, and is punishable by up to the death penalty. Although he is out of the attempt, and powerful, there is a certain privilege, but if it is really taken seriously by the people in the criminal system of others, and reported, he will certainly be punished a little. The main thing is, it'll hurt the reputation. He is a teacher of the admissions office. If there is an attempted injury to students record, then Nima, the impact on the future can be imagined. Yes? Hong team leader expression foxed. He has not heard of any platinum-level powerhouse will be in the residential area to move muscles. Just then, click, the door to Chu Ming's room opened. Zhou Ruoan subconsciously looked over and stared in shock, only to see that Chu Ming was holding the gate with a weak face. His face was so pale that there was not a trace of blood. Blood was spilling out from the corner of his mouth, and he was covering his chest. Shocked and frightened, he shouted at Zhou Ruoan, Teacher Zhou, wasn't I just cursing you? You're not so bad as to want to kill me directly, are you? Zhou Ruoan, ? Team leader Hong? Ryu Sin, asterisk. There was an eerie dead silence for a few seconds. Team leader Hong frowned and looked grave. Teacher Zhou, how do you explain this? He, along with several other criminal police officers, had already placed their hands on the emergency collar on their belts, and once they pressed it, the provincial side would be informed immediately. Zhou Ruoan panicked at that moment, pointing at Chu Ming and yelling, slander ah, he slandered me. Ah team leader Hong, I didn't even fucking move a single finger of his, how could I hurt him? Lu Qian also nodded thoughtfully. Seems to be pust. Chu Ming violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His face turned a few more points pale, and he weakly said, just a moment ago when Teacher Zhou exploded his spiritual power outside the door, I was at the door. His spiritual power seemed to have shattered my internal organs. What? Lu Qian's face changed and she hurriedly stepped forward, putting her hand on Chu Ming's shoulder, releasing a trace of spiritual energy into his body and checking it out. Her face gradually became ugly as she twisted her head to stare deathly at Zhou Ruoan and said in a deep voice, his lungs and liver are injured. Zhou Ruoan, you've gone too far. Ha, not. Zhou Ruoan was dumbfounded. Impossible this. Just now, he had been very restrained when he exploded his spiritual energy, and he had purposely avoided Chu Ming's direction. Otherwise, with his battle power of over 8 million, he could just dry out the building with a full burst of spiritual power. Okay? What's with this kid? Is his body made of tofu? Did this little fluctuation of spiritual energy break his waist? Quin isn't even as fragile as he is. At this time, team leader Hong also walked up and checked Chu Ming's condition, and found that what Lu Qian said was completely true. Not right. This kid's lungs and liver are indeed injured, but just 2 small cracks. Shouldn't he be so serious? Right? Brother police, quickly save I'm going to die of pain. Chu Ming let out a wail. Viscera protecting Dan, is there a viscera protecting pill? Quickly give me one. Seeing how miserable he was, team leader Hong couldn't wait to think about it, and just assumed that the young man was afraid of pain, and hurriedly turned his head to yell at a few criminal police officers. Which one of you has brought the viscera protecting Dan? Quickly take it out. The criminal police then reacted, and hurriedly fumbled around on their bodies, quickly fumbling out 2 bottles of viscera protecting pills and handing them over. They were all silver-level spirit cultivators. and it was naturally reasonable for them to carry some viscera protecting pills on them. It wasn't supposed to be a valuable thing. The spiritual cultivation department would give them one every month, and when their cultivation stagnated, they would save it up. Little brother, take one of these. This thing repairs internal organ damage very quickly. Team leader Hong hurriedly handed over a bottle of viscera protecting pill. Chu Ming picked it up, and without saying a word, he uncorked the bottle and frantically poured it into his mouth. Wow! All 6 of the viscera protector pills in the bottle were poured into his mouth and swallowed in one gulp. No! Team leader Hong looked dumbfounded. One is enough. Eating too much is a waste. Big brother cop, I feel like I'm hurt a little bad. One really isn't enough, Chu Ming said with a hard face, covering his stomach in silence for a moment, and suddenly snatched another bottle of viscera protecting Dan from team leader Hong's hand and opened his mouth to pour. No! My inside still hurt, and one bottle definitely won't be enough. Team leader Hong? When he reacted, it was already too late to stop him, and he watched as Chu Ming swallowed another 8 viscera protecting pills. The 2 criminal police officers who took out the viscera protecting pills had long since looked dumbfounded, their faces turning white. What the fuck are you eating? I've been saving up for so long for a dirty protecting elixir. The 2 men were half tempted to curse. Times L. But Chu Ming was the victim after all. They really couldn't curse. And in the end, they could only look at Team Leader Hong. Team Leader Hong, this can be reimbursed, right? Phew. Chu Ming took a long breath. His face recovered its rosy color, and said thank you. This is comfortable. Thank you big brother police. You guys are really good people serving the people nah. Hiccup. Team Leader Hong didn't know what to say. He always felt as if there was something wrong with this, but he couldn't tell. 14 viscera protecting pills worth millions of This kid couldn't have deliberately tricked them into eating the viscera protecting pill, could he? It shouldn't be. He's not a silver level spirit cultivator. What's the point of taking so many viscera protecting pills? It should be that he simply didn't understand the effects of the viscera protecting pill, thinking that the more he ate, the better the healing effect, and under the fear of having his internal organs injured, he ate so much in one breath, right? Well, it's understandable. After all, it's only a high school student. You can get reimbursement from the department anyway. Although the vault was ransacked last night, it's not like the visceral protection pill was in there. Thinking of this, Team Leader Hong stopped dwelling on this matter and once again looked at Zhou Ruoang, saying seriously, Teacher Zhou, please come with us. Everything that happens here has been recorded by our line law recorder. The data is transmitted to the provincial ministry in real time. We hope you can cooperate. Team Leader Hong and the rest of the criminal police were a bit nervous. This was the first time they had summoned a Platinum 8-stage powerhouse, who was quite a bit stronger than their minister. Luckily, they are official officers with the state standing behind them. No, I really didn't do anything to him. Zhou Ruoang was getting anxious. If he was just an ordinary platinum level spirit cultivator, even if he did hurt a student, the privilege of being platinum level would allow him to avoid going to jail and pay a fine and be done with it. But he's a teacher in the admissions office of Kyoto University. He can't really afford this rap sheet. Wound check. I'm taking him for a fucking autopsy. Zhou Ruoang pointed at Chu Ming and yelled. The wounds on his internal organs were never caused by me. Just go to the hospital and test it with an instrument. Chu Ming blinked. Oh, sorry, my wounds are already healed. You don't say. The effect of the viscera protecting Dan to repair the internal organs is a needle not a poka. Zhou Ruoang. Fuck. On purpose. This kid definitely did it on purpose. The wounds on his internal organs were definitely self-inflicted. Slander. It's absolutely slanderous. In a flash, Zhou Ruoang felt that Self understood everything. It must be that this kid just heard these criminal police coming, and ran out to accuse him falsely after shocking his internal organs with his own spiritual power. And in order to avoid the inspection of the wound, he had to come to the viscera protecting pill at the first time to repair the wound. Even, in order to have his wounds repaired faster, he nigh directly ate a dozen or so viscera protecting pills in one breath. Fuck, what a wicked mind. Zhou Ruoang's guess was right by a large margin. However, Chu Ming's main purpose was actually to get the viscera protecting pill for nothing, and retaliating against him was instead secondary. This wave is a win-win. Both the retaliation was successful and he got the viscera protecting pill for nothing. Won twice. Well, Mr. Zhou, it's better to trouble you to come with us. Team leader Hong glanced at Chu Ming with an odd gaze. And you, Chu Ming, right? You should also come back with us and cooperate with the investigation. At this time, in fact, everyone had reacted, sensing that Chu Ming's operation just now was not quite right, and was really a bit of a slanderous and defamatory suspicion. But now, the only evidence that could prove that Zhou Ruoang hadn't harmed Chu Ming had been erased by the viscera protecting Dan. Team leader Hong had a headache for a while. They were originally only here to investigate the case of the vault being ransacked. Who would have thought that they would run into such a troublesome matter? Can I not go and cooperate with the investigation? Chu Ming asked with a simple face. One of the criminal police officers who lost the viscera protecting pill said in a bad mood. What do you think? You're the one involved. How can you not go? Unless you reach a settlement now. Chu Ming nodded and was not surprised. From the very beginning, he had never thought that he could successfully frame Zhou Ruoang, and at most, he could only cause him some trouble. After all, he likewise had no ironclad proof that the other had harmed self at this point. If you really follow these criminal police to go back to cooperate with the investigation, the final result is likely to be nothing. At most, to Zhou Ruoang's reputation to cause some impact. Besides, self, a man who had ransacked the spiritualism department, surely couldn't follow these criminal police, so it might as well be. Chu Ming looked at the gloomy Zhou Ruoang and asked, Teacher Zhou, why don't we do it this way? Let's just settle up directly. Just compensate me some money. ITM. Zhou Ruoang was so angry that he was going to explode when he heard it. You defamed lousy even if it is. And now you want me to compensate you for the money settlement? No way. Absolutely impossible. Chu Ming smiled. Mr. Zhou, you don't want to be stumped with the name suspected of harming a student, do you? Zhou Ruoang's exasperated expression froze, incomparably stunned as he glanced at Chu Ming, then at team leader Hong and the others, his eyes seeming to ask, this is extortion, isn't it? This is fucking extortion. The eyes of team leader Hong and the others dodged. Of course they wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible. After all, who wanted to increase the workload? After thinking about it, team leader Hong said, well, Mr. Zhou, it's actually the best option to settle on the spot. After all, going to the criminal division to be investigated will have a great impact on you as a teacher. Zhou Ruoang was silent. This much he certainly knew. But, is too stifling, isn't it? Not only was he cursed at by this kid, he was also falsely accused of libel. And now I have to pay him back? What's the point? Can someone please explain what is going on? Zhou Ruoang was about to collapse inside, suddenly regretting a little bit that she had treated Chu Ming badly at the very beginning. This kid is simply inappropriate. After a long period of silence, Zhou Ruoang gritted her teeth and said, how much do you want me to pay? Chu Ming's eyes lit up. How much savings do you have? Zhou Ruoang suddenly kind of didn't want to live. Why on earth would I mess with him? What the hell am I doing messing with him? Chu Ming was of course making a small joke. He certainly understood the truth that rabbits bite when they are anxious. After all, this guy wasn't Zhang Gang, so if he really pushed him hard, it might be a bit of a problem. So, in the end, Chu Ming was just a small extortion, claiming 5 million in compensation. For a platinum-level powerhouse, it was a small bleed. When he left, Zhou Ruoang's face had turned uglier than dead, and was considered to have completely held a grudge against Chu Ming. He was even already contemplating whether or not to take a wave of revenge on this kid during the college entrance exams. Otherwise it's really too fucking angry. A brat with around 2,000 battle power extorting me. A platinum level with 8 million battle power? Grass up. It's a disgrace. There has to be revenge. At least, it has to be so that he can't go to any college. A cold light flashed in Zhou Ruoang's eyes, and the raging anger almost made his CPU unable to function. Chu Ming would only be happy if he knew what he was thinking. Getting back at me on the high school entrance exam? There are still more than 2 weeks to the college entrance examination. By then, my battle power may even be higher than yours. After eating a dozen or so viscera protecting pills, he could continue to insanely raise his spiritual power level again. Pinch. After Zhou Ruoang and Lu Qian left, team leader Hong and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. And then, they looked at Chu Ming again. Alright, let's get down to business now. Team leader Hong said with a straight face. Chu Ming, we've come to look for you because we actually want to ask, where were you last night when the spatial rift appeared? I'm hanging out in the antique street on the east side of town. Chu Ming froze, and immediately blurted out. At first, at the sight of these police officers, he knew that the probability was that the other party was here to investigate the ransacking of the vault, and his mind was puzzled. How could you suspect yourself so quickly? It was clear that all traces of self left in the spiritualism department had been erased with the restoring light. Curio Street? Team leader Hong nodded and asked again. Then where did you go after the citywide alarm was sounded? Then I must have run to school. Halfway there, the radio said the crisis was over. So I went home. Chu Ming had a puzzled look on his face, as if he felt that the other party was asking nonsense. Team leader Hong carefully observed his micro-expression, and indeed found no traces of lying. Nodding his head, he said, okay, there's nothing wrong with it. And finally, I'll trouble you to cooperate with us to do some tests. What test? Chu Ming's face was puzzled and his heart was on alert. Talent detection. Team leader Han pulled out a device and handed it over. Just drop your blood into the identification area. You should have done it before, right? Oh, done that. Chu Ming glanced at the instrument and secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, it was only a talent test. If it was a test of spiritual power level, he wouldn't really be able to explain it. Only a week or so ago, black iron 8 paragraphs, now already the peak of the bronze. How else can you explain it except to open the hanging? Reaching out, he forced out a drop of blood with his psychic power and dripped it onto the detection area of the instrument. Chu Ming did not leave any traces as he shot a glance at these criminal police officers and found that everyone's complexion had not changed. It seemed that none of these people had ever practiced spiritual power spells. Otherwise, the moment Self utilizes his spiritual power, Self's spiritual power level will be exposed. Chu Ming's heart slightly condensed, suddenly realized that his own spiritual power level should not be able to be hidden for much longer. If he were to take the college entrance exam, it would almost certainly be exposed. After all, the college entrance exams would use precision instruments to test spiritual power levels and battle power. Moreover, during the college entrance exam, many big shots will come to visit, in which the probability is that there will be a powerful divine cultivator present, and the Self's spiritual power level will definitely not be able to conceal the other party's spiritual power. What should I do? Should I give up on the college entrance exam? Although it can directly guarantee one of the two universities, the rewards of the National College Entrance Examination top scholar are extremely bullish, and I have heard that even Zhongshan-level powerhouses may be greedy. Chu Ming really didn't want to miss it. Forget it, the college entrance exam must be taken. So let's just expose the spiritual power level and think of a reasonable excuse to explain it when the time comes. Just can't. Just as he was thinking. Ding! The instrument in team leader Hong's hand made a ringing sound. The results of the S-rank special class talent test were displayed on the screen. No space-based talent. Obviously not the one who ransacked the vault. Team leader Hong put away the instrument, unsurprised in his mind. He had never suspected Chu Ming from the beginning. It was just that Chen Xiuyuan didn't know out of what idea he had to ask him to investigate the other party. Before they came, they investigated the city's surveillance and did see Chu Ming appearing on the antique street yesterday afternoon. However, after the spatial rift appeared, it created some sort of signal fluctuation that affected the electronic equipment throughout the city, causing many of the city's surveillance to lose a section of data. When they saw Chu Ming's figure in the surveillance network again, the spatial rift had long been erased, and he was on his way home. The joy of the aftermath was on his face, as it is with most ordinary people. This also matched up with everything Chu Ming had just said. What else could be suspicious? A brat with a battle strength of about 2000 is just a brat, and that S-rank talent is almost impossible to use a second time. Thinking of this, team leader Hong then reached out and patted Chu Ming's shoulder, smiling. Thanks for the cooperation. Nothing more to do. Have a good rest. We won't bother you anymore. Several other criminal police heard this, turned around and left. They have long not wanted to stay here. I really do not know what a high school student has to investigate, but also caused them to lose more than a dozen dirty protection dan. For nothing. Before leaving, out of professional instinct, team leader Hong took a glance at the interior of Chu Ming's room and didn't find anything strange. Just, seeing the pile of paper balls on the computer desk, the corner of his eye was slightly drawn. Sighing, Young is really good but it's better to be a little more restrained. It's very hurtful to Yang Qi. It's about to be the college entrance exam. It's better to put your mind on cultivation. Chu Ming froze and nodded. Thank you for your concern, then I won't fight tomorrow. Ji Yang Da. After a pause, he was a little worried again. But 2 days without a fight would be a little difficult. To accumulate Yang Da. Team leader Hong, ? Interpol. Soon. The group left breathlessly. Chu Ming made sure that they were completely far away before he closed the door and sat back on the bed, silently feeling the abundant viscera protecting pill medicinal power in his body, and a color of contemplation crossed his slightly excited eyes. He had made a baidu before. The viscera protecting pill was a very mild drug with minimal side effects, and taking 100 of them in a row wouldn't do anything. The potency does stack, but the half-life does not. When one viscera protecting pill was consumed, the medicinal effect could only last for a month at most. When 100 were consumed, it could only last for a month. This was the reason why Chu Ming had just eaten 14 viscera protecting pills in one breath, and team leader Hong would outright call it a waste. However, for Chu Ming, it wasn't a waste at all. This was because he was prepared to quench all of his internal organs, including his heart, in one breath in a short period of time, and directly rush to the peak of silver. The burden on the internal organs is undoubtedly immense. The potency of 14 viscera protecting pills should be able to protect it, right? Chu Ming pondered for a while, feeling that it should almost be enough. Then, with a thought, he took out more than 100 intermediate spirit beads and a bag of memory bread from the spirit ruin bead. There are still 18 days left before the college entrance exam. If we can raise our spiritual power level to above the peak of silver during this period of time, and then push the wooden vine technique to its limit, our battle power will definitely be able to break 1,000,000. At that time, with the forgiveness hat and the restoration ray, as long as I want to run, there will be basically no one who can stop me, right? Chu Ming pondered in his heart. He was already prepared for the fact that he would reveal his spiritual power level during the entrance exam. In a short period of time to improve so ridiculously, fools can guess that self-body hidden heavenly secrets and opportunities, if by some mischievous heart of the strongest target will be trouble, or, the state can be a big pain in the ass if they want to force research on self's gift. So, at that point, self had to have the strength to absolutely run away. You can't do it with a forgiveness hat and restored light alone. There were only 2 days left to use the former. If self didn't raise his strength, how far could he run in 2 days? He could be caught back in a minute. And the latter thing can be used as a weapon though, and the effect is powerful enough. But if you meet an extremely powerful spiritualist, you'll probably be fucked before you even have a chance to flip the flashlight switch. Chu Ming was very clear that improving his own strength was the most important thing. Doryman's props could only be used to assist. After all, most of these props had limitations, and it was difficult to make the self directly invincible. Besides, even if there were no restrictions, you wouldn't actually be invincible. In this world, transcendent level powerhouses would comprehend the power of laws. The God realm powerhouses, on the other hand, were able to directly control one or even multiple types of laws, and with a single thought, they could change a certain world rule. Chu Ming had never dared to determine who was stronger and who was weaker compared to those conceptual level props of Doryman and the laws grasped by the God realm powerhouses. For example, I mastered the law of light of the God realm powerhouse. Face restore light flashlight. Each other if directly change the light. This thing can still be useful? It was definitely an unwise choice for me to use the forgiveness cap recklessly in the first place. It was genuinely overexcited at the time. Chu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. During this time, since he was no longer swinging for the fences, he went online to check out a lot of information, and even slipped a trip to the dark web by watching a movie regarding the invasion of the 10,000 races, the secret realm, cultivation, and other things. He has a brand new cognition. This world, it was definitely more dangerous than he had imagined. Boosting strength is the top priority. If you can get through the college entrance exams comfortably, glean a wave of rewards from the college entrance exam rankings and university benefits, and then find a way to go for a wave of mental power. Maybe self will be able to trade with Doryman for even more awesome props, or trade with Grey Wolf. Then use what you trade in to boost your strength. In a direct virtuous cycle, going to the top of the world is not a dream. Martyr, shut down, upgrade. Chu Ming shook his head and dismissed his illusions, grabbing a few intermediate level spirit beads and preparing to break through to the silver level. While Chu Ming was in seclusion and upgrading, the sensation caused by the obliteration of that spatial rift last night was actually just spreading. Even the highest echelons of Huaxia were alarmed, holding multiple emergency meetings overnight to speculate on who this mysterious powerhouse was. The suspected emergence of a space-based transcendent level was no small matter, and it was enough to cause a furor in any country. How rare is the transcendent level? There are no more than 200 of them combined worldwide, and every one of them is a national treasure. As a terrifying existence that had comprehended the power of law, a single thought could briefly change a certain law in a circle of hundreds of thousands of miles, instantly destroying a large city with a population of 10 million people, and the degree of danger was far greater than that of a nuclear weapon in the age of the AD, and the law of space. In all the power of law can be called king. A spatial transcendent level could instantly tear dozens of spatial cracks in a certain city if they wanted to, and will soon be noticed by some foreign races in the worlds of the heavens, so that through these spatial cracks to invade the blue planet, so that these cracks become the so-called secret realm teleportation port. Therefore, at this time, the top management of China was extremely nervous, fearing that this space system transcendent level that appeared out of nowhere had mischief in mind. In a certain conference room at the spiritualist headquarters in the capital, a group of executives were talking. In addition to that god outside the country, among the spatial system talent awakeners, the highest rank at this time is only at the Grandmaster level, right? Where did this transcendent level come from? Is this person not from our country of China? Or is he someone from the Aurora organization? Impossible. If he's from Aurora, how could he have helped Yuzhou City with that spatial rift? It's more like he tore open a few more spatial rifts. Also, forget it, since this person saved Yuzhou City, the probability is friendly. Moreover, a spatial system transcendental level, if that god realm does not make a move, It is impossible to find him with our ability. It is useless for us to blindly guess here. Well, but Yuzhou City will have to pay more attention. The Aurora organization has definitely set their sights on Yuzhou, and they're bound to want to pull in that transcendent level. Yuzhou will be very dangerous these days. Don't worry, the Southwest Military Region has already sent troops over, led by a diamond-ranked lieutenant general, and aided by Lu Cheng, a gold 8th stage divine cultivator. There should be no problem protecting Yuzhou. Well, silence fell in the conference room. Several of the great figures who stood at the pinnacle of China looked grave, and sorrow was written in the bottom of their eyes. What the vast majority of ordinary people don't realize is that at this moment, China is really in a shaky moment. All over the country, the secret realm was born faster and faster. The level was also higher and higher. All kinds of strong monsters came out endlessly. In just half a year, nearly 10 million people were killed or injured. It was only for fear of causing panic and making the situation even more difficult to control that they blocked the news to the majority of the population. And the number of deaths and injuries announced was just over 600,000 people. But even so, panic could not be avoided as it crept into the country. And at the same time, certain forces abroad, in the face of this global crisis, surprisingly did not curb their targeting of China, but instead intensified their efforts. There is also the Aurora Organization, an evil organization with the highest purpose of assisting all the races of the heavens in destroying the Blue Star, which is also active in the country. 2 months ago, a platinum-level spiritualist from the Aurora Organization used some kind of spiritual weapon to break the sealing spell of a diamond-level secret realm teleportation port, causing a large number of platinum and diamond-level monsters to pour out, resulting in hundreds of thousands of casualties. At this moment, China is in a state of internal and external trouble, and is in a state of turmoil. No one could imagine how great the pressure was on the several high-ranking members of the Chinese nation in this conference room at this time. Time flies. Soon it was the day before the entrance exam. At this time, the city of Yuzhou had already regained its usual tranquility, and the citywide alarm of half a month ago seemed to have been forgotten by everyone. It can't be helped. We've got to get on with our lives. North Hills High School. On the playground, all the seniors gathered. The principal, Li Huayu, made his last mobilization speech before the college entrance exam on the high platform with great passion. Students, in the past years, perhaps we have wandered and been lost, but in tomorrow's college entrance exam, the stage is drowsy. All you can hear is ABA. Senior Awakening Class 1 position. Wang Hongmei surveyed the students in the class and couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. Sure enough, Chu Ming still didn't come. The kid hasn't come to school a day since the end of the third model a month ago. Is it really drifting to this extent? Think there's no need to come to school when you've bailed yourself out of 2 colleges? Or did he think that with his own battle power of about 2,000, he would inevitably be able to take the first place in the province in the college entrance examination? Well, the kid does manage to take first place in the province without a doubt. But Wang Hongmei was now not the least bit optimistic about Chu Ming's future. But he was just lucky enough to rely on his talent to raise his battle power and level a little bit, and fetched a little bit of achievement, and actually drifted into such a state. So what if you're accepted by both universities? How far can such a mind go? What's more, his 2,000 battle power. The probability is also the limit of his life. Well, I've done it. The 30 square meter rental house had been filled with a greenish colored mist, which consisted of pure wood aura and contained an extremely rich breath of life. The 2 pots of greenery on the nightstand were originally only 20 centimeters tall, but at this moment, they had grown dozens of meters of vines that wrapped around the bed, the floor, and the ceiling. On the bed, a silhouette with a greenish body sat cross-legged. Its skin is green and verdant as the finest green jade, and between its breaths, it was wrapped in a large amount of wood aura, rising and falling like a wave. If anyone saw the scene, they would inevitably exclaim, "I'm super Hulk." Nope, misspelled. It should be, me super, gold level bigot. That's right. At this moment, Chu Ming had completely finished quenching his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, making each and every one of his internal organs a container for spiritual energy and skyrocketing in toughness. Even if you hit him in the waist with a pistol, you won't see the slightest damage. At the same time, Chu Ming had already successfully condensed a wood spirit body, which was the reason why he was glowing green all over. And that, in turn, meant that he could step into the gold level at any time. When a silver-level spirit cultivator finished quenching his heart, his rank reached the peak of silver, and every piece of skin, muscle, and internal organ on his body was filled with extremely pure spiritual energy. And at this point, as long as one cultivates a 3rd grade or higher spiritual power technique to the 3rd level, one possesses the conditions to be able to condense a spiritual body. After the small success of the spiritual body, the body's spiritual energy returns to its original state and eventually coalesces in one point, the dantian. When the dantian opens up an ocean of spiritual energy, commonly known as the Sea of Spirit, it means that the spiritual cultivator has officially stepped into the golden section. TSK, the small accomplishment of the spiritual body has been reached, but opening up the spiritual sea is not something that can be done in a moment. Chu Ming opened his eyes, and 2 green lights exploded out, revealing a color of helplessness. For more than 2 whole weeks, closed for upgrading, so hard-working that he didn't even look at a small piece of film. After consuming hundreds of intermediate spirit beads, the result was that he barely managed to raise his spirit level from peak bronze to peak silver, a hair's breadth away from gold level. Fuck, how can you be so slow? Chu Ming was quite dissatisfied. Although this upgrade speed couldn't be said to be ridiculously fast compared to other spirit cultivators, it could only be said to be as if a curvature ship was comparing a snail. Peak bronze to peak silver. But there was a difference of 9 whole small segments, and an unusual genius might need 7 or 8 years to reach it, even in the case of having enough spirit beads. However, Chu Ming was still not satisfied. It was quite a bit worse than his expectations, having thought that it would at least reach the gold level. After glancing at the remains of the intermediate level spirit beads that were all over the ground, Chu Ming's heart was even more helpless. The level was getting higher and higher, and the intermediate spirit beads' assisting effect on cultivation was getting worse and worse. At the very beginning one could still offset 10 days of cultivation time, but now it couldn't even offset 1 day. It seems that when you reach the gold level, you'll have to take out a high-level spirit bead to use it. 100 high-level spirit beads, it doesn't feel like it's quite enough. At most, it could assist self in cultivating to gold level 5, right? After using it up, where else could we get a little more high-level spirit beads or higher-level spirit crystals? Chu Ming touched his chin and pondered. Pondering whether self should go to the provincial spiritualism department's vault again. Forget it, we'll think about the future later. Shaking his head, Chu Ming collected his thoughts and looked around at the vines that crawled all over the room. His eyes narrowed slightly and his mind moved. Swish, Shasta. The verdant vines, as if they had experienced decades of years in an instant, quickly withered and faded, turning into a mess of withered vines. Nyo Boi Chi. A look of delight crossed Chu Ming's eyes, worthy of being a 5th grade spirit skill. During this time, in addition to raising the level of spiritual power, he also spent nearly 20 slices of memory bread to deduce the wooden vine technique to the original version of the 5th grade spirit skill. No, at this time should call it the years. The higher the grade of the spiritual skill or technique, the closer the cultivation is to the essence of the attributes of an aura. For example, if you have a wood system spirit skill below the 3rd grade, you can only condense wood vines, wood thorns, tree trunks, and these broken things for physical attacks. As for the 4th grade and above wood spirit techniques, what was cultivated was the essence of wood aura life. After cultivating the years and years, a 5th grade middle-ranked spirit skill, to the point where it was well integrated, Chu Ming felt that self could manipulate the lives of all plants with a single thought. It can do so by instantly making a sky-high tree wither and decay, and it can also do so by instantly making a sapling grow into a 100-year-old tree. Is that why this spell was named the Years? Chu Ming muttered, his heart excited. The most crucial thing was that he felt that self could still manipulate the lives of other spiritualists by relying on the years. A single thought makes the other person pale or young by dozens of years. However, surely can't be as casual as manipulating plant life. It will definitely consume a lot of spiritual energy. Moreover, the more powerful the spiritual cultivator, the worse the effect will definitely be. But anyway, it's definitely a big undercard second only to the Doryman prop. A 5th grade middle-ranked wood spirit skill would not reasonably be this powerful. But, Chu Ming has hung on. The spells and spirit techniques of this world theoretically had 9 stages of cultivation, the so-called 9 layers and 9 levels, but the vast majority of people can only cultivate to the 3rd stage. If they can cultivate to the 5th stage or more, the enlightenment is considered to be the crown. Therefore, the average spirit cultivator, after cultivating a spell or spirit skill to the 3rd stage, would definitely choose to get a higher grade one to cultivate if they wanted to go further. For example, after a black iron ranked spirit cultivator cultivated a 1st grade low ranked magic skill to the 3rd level, he would most likely go and exchange it for a 1st grade middle ranked magic skill to switch to. Instead, he chose to cultivate this 1st grade low grade spell to the 4th layer, as it would be too much of a waste of time. But Chu Ming, relying on his memory bread, was able to instantly cultivate every single Dharma technique and spirit skill to the 9th layer and 9th weight, and he was also able to deduce the new stages behind them. Even, it was possible to take the strengths and weaknesses of different spells or spirit techniques and fuse them into a new spell or spirit technique of a higher level, just like the ethereal wood spirit skill. That means, Chu Ming's spiritual power quality and battle power would always be able to absolutely crush all spirit cultivators of the same rank. It's the hanging wall. How big can the increase in battle power of a 5th grade spirit skill, cultivated to the 9th level be? At least 30 times, right? Chu Ming's eyes flickered with refined light, secretly estimating self's extreme battle power at this moment. The average battle power of the Peak of Silver is infinitely close to 100,000, with the quality of the self's spiritual power. Multiplied by a double is not too much, right? That's 200,000. If 9-folds the years can increase its battle power by 30 times, then wouldn't self's extreme battle power value already be over 6 million? That is to say, it was comparable to an ordinary platinum 6th stage, and had surpassed Chenhao Yuan. This was still only Chu Ming's conservative estimate. In reality it must be higher. If you want to know the specific number, you can only rely on the instrument to test. No, when it comes to more than 1 million war power, you can only test the war power by using the law array, but there is no instrument that can carry 1 million war power. After all, this is a punch can be dry collapse a concrete building war power. With 6 million battle power, you can bring down 6 buildings. Well, that seems like a bit hasty math. Shaking his head, Chu Ming no longer think about these messy, roughly counted the self's combat power. He felt that self can completely rest assured to participate in the college entrance examination. Really, if encountered something, completely can run. Then he picked up his cell phone and glanced at the time. June 8th, 168th year of the resurrection calendar. 3 a.m. Well, 3 hours of sleep and rest and you can go straight to the entrance exams. Chu Ming stretched. After continuously upgrading for more than 2 weeks without stopping around the clock, even though he was already at the Peak of Silver and condensing his spirit body, he felt a bit sleepy. Squint a little, and at the same time, beside his bed, lay a wooden chest that seemed to contain some dirt, and on top of the chest, covered with a wrapped skin with a clock design. Before Chu Ming closed his mind, he took out a few seedlings of 2nd grade spirit grasses from the spirit ruin pearl, and he didn't know exactly what they were. With the mindset of trying, after planting a few seedlings in the soil, I covered them with a time wrap skin to see how they would turn out when they matured. Then, Chu Ming forgot about them. At this time, the time wrapped under the skin vaguely translucent radiant verdant light, rich life breath slowly flow. The next day, the annual National College Entrance Exam is upon us. But this year, the city's candidates did not travel to the secret realm dedicated to the test. Instead, the school was led to one of the largest stadiums in the city. This year's reform of the college entrance examination was divided into 2 exams, the municipal exam and the national exam. First, a separate exam was held in each city, and only candidates with a battle strength of 1,200 or more were eligible to take the second national exam. The state had wanted to use the municipal examination method of directly testing combat power, which is simple and efficient. However, after some discussion, the senior management decided to retain a bit of fairness, and not to bury those geniuses with low battle power but extreme potential. So, the way the municipal exam was finalized was to have a ring game. This would allow each candidate to fully demonstrate his or her level of manipulation of spiritual energy, talent, and spiritual techniques, and could determine to a certain extent the level of enlightenment of a candidate. It also demonstrates the candidate's experience and talent in combat. If a candidate's battle power was only 800, but his manipulation of talent and spirit techniques was out of this world, and his combat skills crushed the crowd just as well, it was very likely that he would exceptionally be accepted by a good university, and he wouldn't even have to take the second round of the national examination. It seems fair enough, but it still doesn't compare to the separate entrance exam model for each city in previous years. After all, in past years, every top university had mandatory admission quotas, so if you got the top 30 in the city, you could definitely get into a good university. But this year, it's all about showing the potential to crush the crowd to get into a good college. At this point, the entire stadium was packed, police officers maintaining order, military personnel in charge of security, and more than 2,000 awakening class candidates gathered here. How come there are 2,000 people? On the high platform of the stadium, Li Huayu sized up the students below and froze. The entire Yuzhou city's senior awakening class students. There were only 1,000 or so in total. Where did the extra 1,000 come from? Not only him, but many principals on the elevated stage had the same doubts bubbling up in their minds, casting inquiring gazes at Chenhao Yuan, who was not far away. But at this moment, Chenhao Yuan didn't have the time to pay attention to them, and was chatting with a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. In front of this middle-aged man, Chenhao Yuan, who was a municipal-level spiritual cultivation minister, actually had a few respectful smiles on his face. However, the surrounding principals didn't feel anything wrong, and the gazes they looked at the middle-aged man had a look of admiration in them. Simply because this person was called Lu Qing, a golden 8th stage divine cultivator affiliated with the Southwest Military Region. With the rank of Major General, the strength of the spiritual power was strong enough to cause the more than 2,000 people present to die of spiritual obliteration in an instant. After all, even Chenhao Yuan, a Platinum 5 Dan spiritual cultivator, had a spiritual power level of only silver, and was barely able to fight back in front of Lu Qing, unless, of course, he possessed a divine royal spiritual artifact that could withstand gold-level spiritual power attacks. The group of principals all smacked their lips in their minds. Powerful god cultivators were really too chilling. If the cultivation conditions of spiritual power were not too harsh, it is estimated that the vast majority of people have cultivated spiritual power to go, but also practice spirit power. General Lu, this really isn't appropriate, is it? How can we let the candidates from Star Continent take the entrance exam together with our candidates from Yuzhou? The difference in their strength is too great. Chenhao Yuan's respectful look was tinged with a bit of bitterness and difficulty, and his mind was on the verge of exploding. He had only just gotten the news that the big first-tier city next door to Chuan Province, Xingzhou City, a city even more awesome than the capital of Chuan Province, had more than 1,000 candidates coming to take the college entrance exam in their Yuzhou. Isn't that bullshit? The senior candidates of the Star Continent's spiritual power level were generally all at the 8th stage of Black Iron, with an average of 8 or 900 battle power. I heard that there are a few geniuses, but they have long been in the Bronze 2 stage, and their battle power is 2 or 3,000. These candidates from Yuzhou City, compare your head with them? Even if that Chu Ming kid came, it would be hard to get into the top 5. On the main high school entrance exam in Yuzhou City, being taken the top places in the city by candidates from other cities? Where's the face of Yuzhou City? Minister Chen. This can't be helped. I hope you can understand. Lu Qing was also helpless. Xingzhou City is still being rebuilt. There really isn't a venue that can hold the college entrance exam anymore. They went to Jiangcheng to take the exam during the 3rd model, so the college entrance exam can't go to Jiangcheng again, right? It can only be Yuzhou City's turn. A spatial rift had also appeared in Star Continent City more than a month ago, giving birth to the secret realm, causing half of the city to be destroyed, and it was still in the process of being rebuilt. Therefore, the candidates of the Star Continent could only take turns to go to the nearby cities to conduct large-scale examinations. No, General Lu, I can definitely understand this. I do welcome candidates from Xingzhou to come to us for the college entrance exams, but can't they take the exams on a separate venue from the candidates from Yuzhou? What does it mean to take the exam together? Chenhao Yuan really couldn't understand this. Was it really reasonable to mix the 2 batches of candidates together for the exam when there was such a big difference in their strengths? Special circumstances, special treatment. Lu Qing was full of helplessness and said, the above requires us to be efficient in the high school exams. We must complete the city exams within 1 day. If the 2 groups of candidates separate venues to take the exams, no matter whether it's manpower, material resources or time, it will increase a lot. After a pause, Lu Qing's expression became a few points more serious. Moreover, the candidates are concentrated together. It is more convenient for our military to protect the recent city of Yuzhou, which is not peaceful. Hearing this, Chenhao Yuan, who had wanted to say something, fell silent. Yes, ever since the suspected appearance of a space-based transcendent level half a month ago, Yuzhou City had seen frequent appearances of unfamiliar and powerful spiritual power fluctuations, almost all of which were above the gold level. Odds are, it's someone from the Aurora organization. That's why the military suddenly moved into Yuzhou. And not only did Lu Cheng, a major general, come, but I heard that a diamond-ranked lieutenant general had come as well. The mission is to protect the citizens of Yuzhou, as well as to ensure that the college entrance exams are conducted safely. Well, I understand. After Chenhao Yuan calmed down, he could only sigh. Even if he was dissatisfied, what could he do? The current Yuzhou was not his call. And it's true that you have to look at the big picture, too. The well-being of the candidates can be more important than the so-called face. Thanks for understanding. Lu Qing nodded gently. Chenhao Yuan sized up the group of candidates from Xingzhou City and smiled bitterly. Taking the exam with them? The candidates from our city. I guess we can't even get into the top 50. Oh, that Chu Ming kid might be able to get into the top 10, but the top 5 will be difficult. Chu Ming, that S-ranked talent awakener? Lu Qing raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. I heard that he exerted a battle power of around 2000 with a spiritual power level of Black Iron 8th stage during the 3rd mold. Has his battle power increased this month? Chenhao Yuan shook his head and said, not too clear. I heard that this kid has not gone to school for a month. I think it should be swinging. His talent, want to use it a second time? It is too difficult. Lu Qing nodded. That's right. With a battle power of about 2000, the city exam is estimated to be able to take a 6th or 7th place, and the top 5 will be difficult. Those geniuses in Star Continent. In Yuzhou City, it's really a descending blow. Chen Yuan glanced at him breathlessly. You know that too? Fucked up. It's a real chicken shame that the city exams are dominated by the top 50 candidates from other cities. Ha, we're taking the test with people from Star City? Really? Stadium Hall, the location of the North Mountain Middle School. Xiao Chuanbo stared wide-eyed. People are stupid, I grass. This I still take a fair top 3 not to mention me. Ming brother can not Over the past month, he had made some more improvements in the cultivation of his spirit techniques, and his limit battle power had already broken through 1200, which was even higher than Gu Yueshi's a month ago. Before the college entrance examination, Xiao Chuanbo is full of confidence. No matter how the reform of the college entrance examination, with the strength of self now, to take the top 3 of the city examination is still a nail in the coffin, right? The only 2 competitors would be Gu Yueshi and that inquisitive pervert of our brother Ming. As a result, how come all of a sudden you have to take the municipal exams with the candidates from Xingzhou? What is the level of our city? What is the level of Star Island? Can this be compared? There's no comparison. You don't have the power to know. Damn. These pussies in Star Island don't even have a face. Xiao Chuanbo was indignant in his heart. In this way, he feels that he can enter the top 50 in this city exam is a little suspenseful. Hey, the homeroom teacher of class 5 also sighed. This is something decided by the education department and the military. What can he, a teacher, do? He could only pat Xiao Chuanbo's shoulder and comforted. It's alright. The main event of this year's college entrance examination is the national examination behind. The city examination is just a passing phase. With your current battle strength, you will definitely be able to advance to the national examination. Perform well at that time, and strive to be admitted to a first-class university. Admission of a set of trade admission. Can't comfort. Xiao Chuanbo spat in his heart. He had already calculated that with a uniform grading scale across the country, to get into a first-class university, one would need to have more than 2,000 battle points at least. A second-rate college would have to be 1500 war. He felt that self would be able to go to a third-rate college at best. With a little less luck, you might only be able to go to an unimpressive, ordinary college. It's too grassy. If it was according to the college entrance examination system in previous years, he was absolutely 100% admitted to a first-class university. Does Xiao Chuanbo have 10,000 drafts in his heart? Hey, it seems that we can only show ourselves as much as possible in the city exam ring, and hope that we can be seen by the admission teacher of any first-class university and make an exception, to be able to become the top 3 geniuses in the city with a B-grade talent that was hardwired. Xiao Chuanbo's comprehension in spells and spirit techniques was absolutely overwhelming, and he had to show as much as he could in the ring match. He knew that this might be self's only chance to get accepted into a top university. There are only 2 candidates in our Yuzhou city whose battle power has broken 1,000. No, plus that Chu Ming is 3. The 5th class teacher was full of bitterness and said, but there are more than 50 candidates in Xingzhou city, whose battle power has broken through 1,000. 8 candidates with more than 2,000 battle power, and even 2 with 3,000 battle power. What can we compare to them? As soon as these students enter high school, they can just pick a second grade, high-level spell and spirit skill to cultivate, and the top students can even get third-grade spells. There are also spirit beads, spirit weapons. These cultivation resources are also far from being comparable to our high schools in Yuzhou, and it is said that each person can receive 3 low-grade spirit beads per semester. Xiao Chuanbo's mind exploded even more when he heard it. The last time he took the top 3 in the city in the 3rd model, he was rewarded with a second-grade, low-rank spirit skill, and he was so excited that he almost shat on his bed, treating it like a treasure. Damn, it's so human to die. Hey, the distribution of resources is really too uneven, but there was no way around it. After all, a second-grade spirit skill or spell could only be cultivated by a maximum of 1,000 people, and it would be ineffective for those who came after them to cultivate it, and the country didn't have that many second-grade spirit skills to distribute to everyone. So, even if we don't make it into the top 50, it's still normal. Everyone, don't be discouraged. The homeroom teacher came to a conclusion, looking at the class full of worried students, and encouragingly said, we're only lagging behind them for the time being because of the gap in teaching resources. But that doesn't mean we're necessarily weaker than them in these areas of talent and enlightenment. Don't be presumptuous, everyone. In all the ring matches after that, play as hard as you can. Fight to be noticed by the admissions teachers of the good universities. Good. The students hung their heads and responded breathlessly. Originally, The mode of this college entrance examination was unfavorable to ordinary candidates from small cities like them, and now that they had to take the examination with a group of candidates from big cities, the probability of being able to come out on top was even smaller. The crowd was predictable. Not only them, but most of the more than 1,000 candidates in the entire Yuzhou city were filled with sorrow, feeling that this wave was ruined. This also test of fair I battle power even less than 500. Star continent over there each 8 or 900 battle power. It doesn't matter what happens. At my level, even if I don't take the exam with the people from the star continent, I won't be able to get into the university. It's better to seize the moment to enter the factory. Enter the factory +1. Hey, no matter how the college entrance examination is reformed, it has little effect on us little trash below B-grade talent. It's time to fail the exam or fail the exam. Yeah, the one who has the hardest time should be Uncle Xiaochuan, right? Originally, he was able to secure a place in a first-class university, but now it's hard for him to get into the third class. The most difficult should not be Chu Ming, would have been able to secure the city and the province's first prize winner. Now I'm afraid that the city exam's top 5 cannot enter. Difficult? Oh, bullshit, he's still guaranteed a place in at least 2 universities. Location of Yuzmorgiologia High School. Hearing the people around her mention Chu Ming, Gu Yueshi's eyes flickered slightly. Can't even get a top 5? That guy is a platinum-level god cultivator. Even Lu Qing's spirit can be controlled. I'm afraid it would be easy for him to take the top spot in the country if he wanted to, right? But, from the way he acted in the secret realm of Grievous Souls that day, he should not have wanted to expose his own spiritual power level. Gu Yueshi was filled with confusion. She also didn't know what exactly Chu Ming was thinking. A platinum-level divine cultivator, less than 100 in the country, would be a lieutenant general rank in the army. As long as it's on display, where's the need for a high school entrance exam? Spiritualist headquarters and the military can just enter now. Why is he hiding? Gu Yueshi really couldn't figure it out. Of course she didn't know that Chu Ming's spiritual power level was actually only at the 9th stage of Black Iron. The so-called platinum-level spiritual power is nothing more than the forgiveness had anticlimactic effect that made her and Lu Qing and others brainstorm an illusion. Just then, the whispers around them suddenly got louder. Look over there. It's him, it's him, it's him. Chu Ming is here. Look, 2 minutes to go before the city exam starts. This guy can really get stuck. Hiss. He yet wore this to the college entrance exam? Gu Yueshi hurriedly looked over, and saw that at the entrance of the stadium, a teenager wearing an undershirt and big pants, with his feet on a dragged child, was lazily accepting the security check by the police. It's as if you're not here for the entrance exams, but to hang out. The corners of Gu Yueshi's eyes twitched slightly, and a look of powerlessness to spit was revealed on her delicate cheeks. Well, geniuses sure are mavericks. Where is he going? Gu Yueshi suddenly changed her face, only to see that after Chu Ming finished the security check, he looked around the crowd and headed directly toward the candidates from the Star Continent. She hesitated to go over and warn, but there were too many people at the scene, and Chu Ming's figure quickly drowned in the crowd. Wow, that's a lot of people. Chu Ming walked around the field, looking left and right for the location of North Mountain Middle School, with some strangeness in his heart. I don't think there were this many candidates in the last 3 mode test. Were there? How does it feel to have twice as many people? Strange. Could it be that the last citywide alert has cracked them open? Looking at the surrounding crowds of candidates, Chu Ming half a day did not find the location of the North Mountain Middle School, and after thinking about it, he simply found a random position in the crowd and stood. Before he came, he had already checked. This high school city exam is the way of the ring. When the radio shouted to the name of self directly go up to fight on the end of the matter. It does not matter where to stand. Moreover, Chu Ming originally did not really want to see Self's homeroom teacher again. This snobbish teacher was really too annoying. He was afraid that Self could not help but give her 2 big fights. Classmate, you're standing in the wrong place, aren't you? A boy beside him looked at him strangely, and the students around him had similarly puzzled gazes. This big pants is not from their school either, nah. Chu Ming said. Oh, I'm an interloper. The boy had a question mark on his face. Which interloper plugged in during the senior year? This is a deliberate attempt to cause trouble, isn't it? No, buddy. Which school are you from in Xingzhou? What's the point of coming to our Cinnabar Creek first high school location? Someone didn't hold back from asking. Chu Ming was confused at hearing this. Xingzhou? Which district of Yuzhou City is this? I've heard about it. Scratching his head, Chu Ming tried to gloss over it. It's that Nanyuan Middle School. At those words, the surrounding candidates' faces changed slightly, and their eyes changed as they looked at Chu Ming, taking on a few points of pity. So it's a brother from South Garden High School. A skinny teenager put his arm around Chu Ming's shoulder inside. I heard that last time the whole city was alerted. Your school only survived one senior student. That was you, right? Ha, ah. Chu Ming was dumbfounded. No, there's really a South Park Middle School, isn't there? Xingzhou City did have Nanyuan Middle School, and it was a key high school, and among this year's seniors, there were several whose battle power had broken 1,800. Unfortunately, a month or so ago, when the spatial rift appeared in Xingzhou City, the defense spell formation of Nanyuan Middle School happened to have a little problem and was flattened by a few diamond-level monsters. Half of the school's students and faculty were killed or injured, and even the gold-ranked principal was dead. Of the senior awakening class, only one survived. That was why the eyes of the surrounding candidates looking at Chu Ming were filled with pity. It looks like this poor guy, he came to take the entrance exam alone, right? After all, the principal and teachers are pretty much dead and there's no one to take him on. No wonder there's no place to stand but on their side. In order to save face, he even said that he was an interloper. Hey, it's really so sad. Bro, you have to be strong. The skinny teenager tightly wrapped his arm around Chu Ming's shoulders and encouraged. It's okay. I believe you can stand out in the college entrance exam. Win the honor for Nanyuan Middle School. The surrounding candidates also cast encouraging glances at Chu Ming. Okay thanks. Chu Ming smiled and nodded his head. The man was numb. What is this? Harm. Don't be so formal, the skinny youth enthusiastically said. My name is Shui Hongfa, from Awakening Class 3 of Cinnabar Creek First Middle School. With that he pointed to the people around him. Here are all of our third class. All good brothers. That's right, all buddy. Welcome to our third class at Tatsumi. There were good-natured smiles all around. Ha ha. Chu Ming laughed dryly and hesitated to explain. Just then, on top of the tall stage at the very front, Chen Yuan picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and raised his voice. Alright, quiet. The rules of the municipal exam. I repeat. First, there is the exhibition match. Each candidate will go to the ring for 3 bouts, and each candidate's opponent will be randomly selected by the computer amongst candidates of the same rank. Each person's score is calculated by combining the scores of the examiner team and the computer. Attention! Winning or losing in the exhibition match has nothing to do with whether or not one advances. Only the candidates with the top 100 rankings in terms of battle prowess will be able to enter the second round of the elimination round. The purpose of establishing the showcase tournament is to give all the candidates a chance to express themselves, and I hope that every candidate can show their strengths as much as possible in the 3 competitions. Saying that, Chen Yuan pointed to a seat on the left side of the high platform, where dozens of figures were seated. Continuing, these are the admissions office teachers of all third-rate or higher universities in the country, and if your performance can be recognized by one of them, you will most likely be admitted on an exceptional basis. Speaking of which, many of the candidates on the stage were ashen, especially those from Yuzhou City. Chu Ming didn't hold back his grin either. No matter if you win or lose, only the candidates with the top 100 battle rankings will be able to enter the next round of exams? Good lord! Why does it feel like this showcase tournament is simply going through the motions? Pure and simple is to give students with low combat power a little sense of participation in the college entrance examination. As for the possibility of a top performer being admitted to some college on an exceptional basis, how many can there be? With the elimination of the mandatory admission quota, what reason do these third-rate or higher spiritual cultivation universities have to admit these candidates from small cities with average talent levels and ridiculously low combat power? Well, except for those who have awakened an A rank or higher talent. After all, the level of talent grade determines a person's cultivation speed and upper limit. This is the consensus of this world. A grade or above talent is a bit privileged at all times. As for the others, these admissions office teachers probably don't even want to look at them. Enlightened? It was nothing more than being able to cultivate a spell or spirit skill to a higher stage, being able to cultivate at a slightly faster speed, and having a battle power that exceeded that of the same level. Extremely awesome combat skills? Even if you're more powerful, can you, a silver level facing a platinum level, make up the gap by your fighting skills? Therefore, in the eyes of most people, the talent level would represent almost everything, and other aspects of qualification could merely be used for reference. How poorly this college entrance exam was fair is predictable. Candidates with talent grades less than A, or whose battle power didn't break 1,000, really couldn't even glance at the threshold of a third-rate university. The most embarrassing ones are those B-level talent awakened people. If they are okay in big cities, relying on excellent educational resources, there is still a high probability that their battle power will break 1,000 before the college entrance exam. But B-grade gifted awakeners in small towns. Thinking of this, Chu Ming couldn't help but survey the crowd, trying to find Xiao Chuanbo's figure, but it was obvious that he couldn't find it. If he remembered correctly, There were hundreds of students who had awakened their B-rank talent in this senior year in Yuzhou City, but most of them were still around the Black Iron 6th stage, with a battle strength of 600 or so. Only Xiao Chuanbo was the only one who, with his B-rank talent coupled with his heaven-defying enlightenment, had reached the 9th stage of the Black Iron and had a battle strength of over 1,000. TSK, the little licking dog is going to send a B-level talent now certainly cannot guarantee a first-class university. 1,000 out of the war. It is estimated that you can only go to a third-rate university. Chu Ming sighed in his heart, still feeling a bit sorry for himself. It's not clear whether this high school reform in the country is good or bad. It was true that a group of top combatants could be developed in a short period of time, but at the same time, it was also likely to bury many of the B-ranked gifted awakened people in small cities. As for C-level talent, well, these people are basically impossible to get into a third-rate university even if the entrance exams are not reformed. Those who could break 1,000 in battle power before the college entrance exam, even if they were students from the capital, 99% of them were awakened B-rank or above talents. Hey, it would be great if the country's cultivation resources were abundant enough so that it could vigorously cultivate all those who have awakened a talent of level B or above, instead of having to sift through a wave of them as it is now. Chu Ming couldn't help but think about it, but it was just a few blind random thoughts. He doesn't have the energy to care about national issues right now, and he's got a lot of problems of his own. Buzz. At that moment, a piece on Chu Ming's wrist that looked like a sports watch vibrated, and he lifted his hand to take a look. It shows a number, #1145. This is the test equipment that one of the examiners issued to him after going through security, and every student has it. The number displayed on it should be Self's number for this round of the exhibition match, right? Brother, I am no. 514. What number are you? Shui Hongfa came over and took a look. 1145, hiss. Us this number combination. Seems a bit stinky, ah? Chu Ming didn't want to talk. At this time, Chenhao Yuan on the high platform spoke again. Everyone knows their own number, right? Okay, time is running out. The city exam needs to be completed within 24 hours. I won't say any more nonsense. Now, the combined municipal exam of Yuzhou City and Xingzhou City officially begins. The 2,000 or so people under the stage set off an uproar. Chu Ming, however, was confused. Starling City? What the hell? It's finally started. Shui Hongfa laughed excitedly. Although with my level, it doesn't matter if I participate in the city exam or not. This city exam is really interesting. It's cool to be able to pretend in front of the candidates in Yuzhou City. I've heard that the average battle power of the candidates in Yuzhou City is only 500 or 600. It's too much to pull off. Just in our class, the lowest battle power is more than 800. Small cities are really miserable. Let's open their eyes today. The more Shui Hongfa spoke, the more excited he became, fiercely slapping Chu Ming's shoulder, saying, "What do you say, right brother? We, Star Continent, will directly make it so that none of the candidates from Yuzhou City will be able to enter the top 50. How dignified that would be. Chu Ming. Yes. One of the people next to him chimed in. Right, there's also that one in Yuzhou City who has awakened the 10,000 world's trading master. I don't know what his name is. Anyway, it's just a mere 2,000 out of battle power. If Brother Shui meets him later, he'll take him down in minutes." Shui Hongfa laughed. With my 2005 battle power, taking down that guy isn't a breeze? Chu Ming. Yes. Shui Hongfa, right? So right. Chu Ming, simply right a mere 2,000 battle power is a piece of trash. Shui Hongfa, that's right, little trash. Chu Ming, my brother Shui can hold him down with one hand. Shui Hongfa, little brother is quite humorous. Not so much, that's not so bad, at least you have to make 3 moves. Chu Ming, ka pa 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 pa. The stadium is large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. The 2,000 candidates only took up a very small area, and in the other space, more than 50 huge rings were erected. Chenhao Yuan after announcing the start of the municipal examination. Around the stadium, a huge screen then began to scroll up the list of matchups. Ring 1, no. 782 versus. No. 258, Black Iron 7 Dan. Ring 2, no. 568 versus. No. 85, Black Iron 5. Ring 3. Each candidate's randomly selected opponent is of the same rank. After all, it's a showcase match. If the difference in strength between the two opposing sides is too great, and one side is directly seconded, then there's still a showcase for the fair. Ring 39, number 1145 versus number 250, Black Iron 8 Dan. Older brother, you're in the first round. Seeing this list, Shui Hongfa's eyes lit up and he hastily patted Chu Ming's shoulder. No, 1145 is you, right? How come you're only at Black Iron 8 Dan? A little weak, old brother. Hey, there's no way. The talent is too poor. Chu Ming shrugged helplessly. It's fine, Shui Hongfa consoled. Being able to reach Black Iron 8th stage in the entrance exam is already the average level of our star continent. Most people are at this level. There's nothing to be ashamed of, yell. A person next to me also laughed. Yeah, I'm also a Black Iron 8 Dan. Geniuses are always in the minority. Like brother Shui's Bronze 2 stage. The battle strength of the high school examiners who broke 2,000. Even in the star continent there are only 7 or 8 each year. There's no need for us to compare ourselves with them. Yeah. Another person also looked at Chu Ming and teased. If you really can't, just take a look at the candidates from Yuzhou. Most of them are only Black Iron 5th stage. Isn't your mindset instantly better when compared like this? Chu Ming nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Alright, don't talk too much. Hurry up and get in the ring, old brother. Shui Hongfa smiled and waved his hand. But as if he suddenly thought of something, he hastily pulled Chu Ming again and asked, by the way, old brother, do you have any strengths? Chu Ming froze. Strengths? Yeah, like enlightenment or something? Shui Hongfa's eyes carried a bit of concern. In his opinion, with Chu Ming's Black Iron 8th stage rank, a higher battle power would only be 900 out of the top, right? Normal certainly cannot get into a third-rate university. Must be as much as possible in the ring to show their own strengths. In order to have the possibility of being seen by the high platform of the admissions office teacher, Chu Ming frowned and thought about it, and sighed. My strengths are probably only positive. Shui Hongfa froze. Positive? Trumbo nodded. Yeah, I'm positively special and often positive. Chicken? ? Shui Hongfa. Buddy, you're the person with the most germs of humor I've ever met. Thanks for the compliment. Chu Ming nodded, and then walked in the direction of the ring, a derisive smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Don't say it. You don't say it. It's fun to make fun of fools. Hey, this little old brother has a really good heart. Shui Hongfa shook his head inside. If I had an experience as miserable as his, I would probably have long since gone autistic. He can actually still be so humorous. The few people around them nodded their heads in agreement, and none of them admired Chu Ming's mindset of having fun in the midst of bitterness. At this point, with a loud click, at the top of the stadium, a huge screen suddenly lit up, hundreds of meters long and wide, visible to everyone present. Displayed on the screen was an overhead shot of the very same 50 or so rings. Instantly, all the candidates raised their heads, their eyes showing surprise. Oh yo, there's actually a big screen. Whoa, wow. I was just spouting off about not being able to see the ring at all, but I didn't realize it was so sweet. Cool, now we can see the matchups. Cool my ass. It's only fun if you go to the auditorium. Okay, why don't you let us candidates go to the audience? It's been said that the municipal exams are to be completed within 24 hours, so it must be more efficient for the candidates to gather in the field. As soon as the big screen appeared, the atmosphere in the arena caught fire and there were murmurs everywhere. In the audience of the stadium, there were also quite a few people sitting in the seats. Almost all of them were teachers from various high schools, and they had a much wider field of vision. And like Chen Xiuyuan and the others on the high platform, they were able to directly overlook the entire field. No, 250. Is Chenhao, right? Wang Hongmei saw the scrolling list of sparring matches on the screen, and was a little nervous, not expecting the best student in his own class to be on the field in the first round. Who's the opponent? 1145. Don't ever be a student from Starling City. Chenhao was able to break 900 in battle power with a Black Iron 8th stage rank. Placing him in Yuzhou City was already one of the top 10 geniuses in the city. But at this level in Xingzhou City, it is estimated that it can only be ranked in the middle of the road, right? This first round of competition, Chenhao if met a battle strength close to 1000 Black Iron 8 paragraph. That would be a disgrace. Although, Chenhao was awakened with an A-grade talent and could definitely be admitted to a first-class university. The city exams did not mean anything to him, but Wang Hongmei was a good face, and didn't want to see the top student in her own class lose the competition. A teacher next to her saw her expression tense and consoled her. It's fine Ms. Wang. The exhibition match is a same-level competition. The difference in battle power between the same segment of the Black Iron level is very small. With Chenhao's strength, even if he meets one with a battle strength of nearly 1000, he won't lose too humiliatingly, and he might even have a chance to win. Wang Hongmei thought about it and felt that it was also true. Slightly relieved, her eyes dead set on Chenhao and ring 39. Inside the field, Shui Hongfa and the others similarly stared at the big screen. The image of ring 39. This person looks a bit familiar. Someone frowned, surprised. It's that Chenhao who was fourth in the third model of Yuzhou City, right? Shui Hongfa was puzzled. How do you know him? The man said. Oh, he's a friend of my sister's best friend's brother's neighbor's mistress's husband's boyfriend, who I happen to know. This guy is a bit hanged-ah, a grade talent. In the case of such poor educational resources in Yuzhou City, can still break 900 with a black iron 8-paragraph rank battle power? Even in our star continent, there are many people who cannot reach it. Shui Hongfa was surprised. I'll go. That's kinda awesome. He couldn't help but be a bit worried. Then our little old brother. Isn't there still a possibility that he might lose? Yeah, it's really hard to say. The person next to him nodded his head. I also don't know how good this brother from South Park Middle School's battle power really is. And at this time on the 39th high stage, Chenhao was also slightly nervous, praying that self don't meet those heaven-defying guys in the star continent. As long as his opponent was a candidate from Yuzhou City, he was absolutely confident that he could win. Ta-da! A footstep came. Chenhao raised his head nervously. A teenager in a tank top and big pants was seen walking up slowly. The moment the two men's eyes met, Chenhao, ? Chu Ming, eh? Chu Ming, wow, mud-eating ducks. Chenhao's face changed drastically. I'm super your mom. The moment Chu Ming stepped into the ring, instantly, countless gazes from the entire arena gathered on ring 39. In the audience, Wang Hongmei's expression froze, her eyes filled with consternation. Good news, Chenhao's opponent is not from Xingzhou City. Bad news, this good news might as well turn out to be bad news. Ah, did Chu Ming come to take the city exam? Why didn't I see him in class just now? Wang Hongmei was confused. She thought that this kid didn't come. Another teacher from Beishan Middle School next to him was also surprised. What a coincidence. Actually matching to a class in the first round. Wang Hongmei had an ugly expression. She knew that if Chenhao faced Chu Ming, he would definitely lose. Although Chu Ming is also a student in his own class. But how is it that he is not happy? The way Chu Ming had treated her before. Wang Hongmei was still holding a grudge even now. Moreover, this guy didn't come to school for a month. Really didn't put her as a class teacher in her eyes at all. But she couldn't do much about him, which always made Wang Hongmei very unhappy. Humph. So what if you won Chenhao? You've been swinging for a month. So I guess you haven't made the slightest progress in your battle power and rank during that time, right? I just don't believe that any school would dare to want you. Wang Hongmei secretly snorted in her heart. Just like a month ago, she really didn't believe that Chu Ming could be smoothly admitted to the two universities. Maybe, even the third-rate universities didn't dare to want him. With the previous experience of that 10,000 worlds trader, talent from 50 years ago, even the country didn't quite dare to risk investing resources in this talent anymore, let alone these universities. In the meantime, on the high platform, Chen Xiuyuan, Lu Qian, Zhou Ruoang, and the group of principals all looked at Chu Ming's direction in unison with different gazes. Hiss. Isn't this matching mechanism a bit unreasonable? A principal frowned. In a special case like Chu Ming's, you can't match opponents according to the same rank, right? He's 2,000 battle power, so we should at least match him with a bronze 2-stage candidate, right? Chen Xiuyuan nodded. It's true that there is a bit of a problem. I'll have someone go and adjust it. A principal from Xingzhou City was confused. Who are you talking about? A few other principals from Star Continent City were similarly filled with doubt. Of course they knew that there was a student in Yuzhou City who had awakened the 10,000 worlds trader, but they weren't sure exactly who it was. There aren't many people who would specialize in understanding a loser, except for the lezzies, not to mention these principals of the Star Continent. Even the students of North Mountain High School, before the third model, there were many who didn't know what the name of the person who awakened the universal trader was and what he looked like. In the past, when they had called Chu Ming ahead of time, they had addressed him as the one who had awakened the talent of an S-ranked waste. Oh, you guys, look at the one in the fancy pants in ring 39. A Yuzhou principal explained. He's the student who awakened the S-rank waste talent, called Chu Ming. It's him. That's when it dawned on the principals of Starland. They took one more look at Chu Ming, then exploded. And then stopped paying attention. There's nothing to be concerned about. Black Iron 8 2000 battle power is indeed impressive. But what's the point if he's just going to be at this level for the rest of his life? 2000 battle strength wouldn't make it into the top 5 amongst the candidates in Xingzhou City. Chu Ming. Lu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, with a few moments of astonishment in his eyes. Why did he feel that this kid looked a bit familiar? Have we met before? Off to the side, in the seat of the admissions teacher, Zhou Ruowan's expression was calm, but in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Chu Ming, there were a few hints of a sinister color, and he didn't know what he was thinking again. Fuck, this matching mechanism isn't fair. Chenhao looked at the referee next to him with wide eyes. I fought him? Really? The referee frowned and said unhappily. What do you mean? Our matching system is absolutely fair. It will only match candidates of the same rank. Aren't you all Black Iron 8th stage? Chu Ming nodded. Yes, that's the Black Iron 8th stage on my profile. Chenhao was anxious, but Chu Ming pointed at him. Referee, he's also a Black Iron 8th stage. We're in the same class. Chenhao, not. Chu Ming said seriously. Referee, this is an absolutely fair match. You can go down. Chenhao, I'm Naya. Are you fucking sick? Can you let me say something? The referee frowned and pointed at Chenhao and angrily rebuked. It is forbidden to verbally insult your classmates in the examination room. You, deduct 3 points. Chenhao's eyes glared at the referee. What the fuck? The referee was furious. Verbal insults to the referee. 10 points deduction. A set of silky smooth small continuous moves. Almost gave Chenhao CPU dry machine. And after the referee said this, he turned around and walked out of the ring, no longer giving Chenhao a chance to speak. He had already looked at the two's passes, and the spiritual power levels on them were clearly both Black Iron 8 degree. And that kid actually dared to question the unfairness of their matching system? Oh, what a laugh. The ring. Chenhao stared at the ground in stagnation. Chu Ming reminded. We only have 5 minutes to compete. So do it. Chenhao, quiet. I'm thinking. Chu Ming froze. Thinking about how to beat me? Chenhao looked distressed and muttered. How on earth should I admit defeat in order to appear not to hurt my face? Chu Ming was speechless. He didn't expect that this hanging schoolmaster who always liked to pretend to be a bully, was actually quite self-aware. Shouldn't you rush up and fuck me hard just to save face? What he doesn't know is that in the third model, Chenhao's self-esteem was fucked to pieces by him, so he directly swung for more than half a month. It's been hard to get my mind back a little bit and I'm ready to get my confidence back on the high school exams. Results. How the fuck did we run into this pussy again in the first game? Shit. 2,000 battle points. I'll make a tick 8. Chenhao's mind exploded. After struggling for a long time, he finally raised his hands as if he were dead, indicating that he admitted defeat. For such a result, the candidates from Yuzhou City were not the least bit surprised, and the pairs of eyes looking at Chenhao were filled with pity. This guy is really lucky pinch, bumping into Chu Ming in the first match. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing I'm not a Black Iron 8 Dan. I go. Chu Ming came to the exam? I thought he wasn't coming. Yeah, he came out of nowhere. I was just looking for him for half a day. The crowd murmured. Many teachers and principals are actually quite puzzled by this question, especially the teachers of North Mountain Middle School. They naturally paid attention to Chu Ming, but none of them found Chu Ming's figure in the North Mountain Middle School's queue at that time. At that moment, Chu Ming in the ring walked off after the referee declared him the winner. Under the gaze of the many gazes from the audience and the elevated platform, he strutted towards the place where the candidates of Star Continent City had gathered. Soon came the location of the Morning Glory First School. Xue Hongfa's group of people immediately surrounded him and hooked shoulders with him, enthusiastically as if they were brothers. Crap, why did the opposite side just admit defeat? Older brother, what did you just say to him? What's going on, bro? I was just worried you couldn't beat him. Ha ha ha. Could it be that the people of Yuzhou don't dare to fight us? Directly scared to surrender? Reasonable. Crap cowboy bro, directly winning without a fight. This is our Star Continent's kingly spirit. Everyone in the audience and on the high platform looked confused. Wang Hongmei, ? Yucca City teachers? Yuletide principals? Principals in Starland, huh? Chen Xiuyuan froze for half a day and hesitantly said, this kid, it seems to be our Yuzhou, right? Chenhao returned to the location where the candidates of Beishan Middle School were with his head hanging down, not even daring to raise his head, not daring to face the gazes of the people around him, conceding defeat in the first round. My face is numb. It's fine brother Hao, it's just bad luck that I met Chu Ming. With that kind of strength, he can't even beat a bronze level 1, so there's no shame in admitting defeat. Right, it's called tactical retention of strength. As far as our brother Hao's qualifications are concerned, he'll casually surpass Chu Ming in the future. There's no need to care about winning or losing for a while, don't you think so? Right. Chu Ming can only be brilliant for this moment. A few fellow classmates hurriedly came up and comforted, and by the way, they also pulled and stepped on a wave of Chu Ming. It's also true that winning or losing at a moment's notice is nothing. I'll definitely be able to break 2000 battle power within a year. After hearing this, Chenhao's heart felt better. It seems that my classmates are more supportive of me after all. They're all good buddies. At this time, someone in the class suddenly sighed. Hey, the candidates from Star Island City are really strong, with the same level averaging at least 60 battle power higher than us. This city exam, we won't even have a top 30 in Yuzhou, right? That would be too humiliating. Hear that? The few students who comforted Chenhao just now, Their faces instantly changed and yelled in defiance. What words? What kind of words are you calling this? Ever put me? Great God, Chu Ming. In your eyes? Exactly. What do you mean? None of us can make the top 10? Our brother Chu will be in the top 10. Right? Right. This is the gold content of being number 1 in Chuan province. Do you understand the strength of 2000 battle power? Chu Xin, the last hope of Yuzhou. Chu is awesome. The more several people talked, the more excited they became. And they frantically called for Chu Ming. Chenhao's expression was dumbfounded. No. Who the fuck are you guys rooting for? He looked around in bewilderment, only to realize that not many people were paying attention to him at all. And many were talking about Chu Ming. There are just 2 main topics to talk about. 1. There's nothing bullish about Chu Ming. Isn't it just 2000 battle power? It's not like you can continue to raise it. So what's the point? 2nd, Chu Ming is awesome. This city exam relies on him to give face to Yuzhou City. 2000 battle power is awesome. He'll be in the top 10 at any time. Right? Chenhao's CPU stopped running. No. You're doing a Sichuan opera face turn here? However, if you put aside your personal preconceptions about Chu Ming, you will enlarge the pattern to the whole city exam. Chenhao's mood was a bit complicated at once. Indeed, it would really be too humiliating if even one candidate from the entire Yuzhou couldn't make it into the top 10. And the only one from Yuzhou who could make it into the top 10 was Chu Ming. Granted, it's hard for Chu Ming to make it into the top 5 as well, but at least it's a way to win back a little face for Yuzhou. Therefore, at this time, many of the candidates in Yuzhou City had extremely conflicting views of Chu Ming. Both think he has a grey future and are a bit upset that he took first place in the province in the 3rd model by luck, but are counting on him to do well for Yuzhou. Well, sure enough, deflecting conflicts externally is the best way to resolve internal conflicts. Chenhao, where is Chu Ming? He's in the same ring as you. How come you're the only one who came back? Lin Yumeng suddenly came over and asked. How should I know? He hasn't been in class. Okay? I don't know where he went, Chenhao said in a bad mood. Lin Yumeng frowned. Strange. I just looked for him over here for a long time and didn't see anyone else at all. She couldn't help but look into the distance, where the candidates from the Star Continent were gathered, and hesitantly said, Did Chu Ming take a wrong turn and run over to the Star Continent? Lin Yumeng looked carefully and didn't find Chu Ming's figure. Candidates from Yuzhou and those from Xingzhou were gathered on the left and right sides of the hall, separated by a couple hundred meters. Plus there were thousands of people. If they weren't looking down from the audience and high platforms, it would be almost impossible to see Chu Ming, who was mixed in with the crowd. Well, let's hope he doesn't go the wrong way. Lin Yumeng's face revealed a few points of worry. That side is full of people from the Star Continent. He will be ostracized if he runs over. Alone, right? Chenhao coldly hummed. That's for sure. There are definitely a lot of people over there in Star Continent who look down on us. If Chu Ming, a Yuzhou man, ran over there, he would definitely be shamed. Older brother is bullish. Too much face for our Star Continent. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Shui Hongfa tightly wrapped his arm around Chu Ming's shoulders and laughed out loud, directly scaring the opposite side into admitting defeat. Too damn funny. Ha ha, Yuzhou is just lame. Bull. Several people were so happy that they gave Chu Ming a thumbs up. Chu Ming quickly and modestly said, No. It's just that the opposite side is timid. Just say 2 sentences. And then he was so scared that his legs trembled and almost peed. Can he not admit defeat? Ha ha ha, that's so cool. Chenhao the 250 is a real 250. It's so funny. TSK. This Chenhao is actually the 4th in Yuzhou's 3rd model. Yuzhou really pulls it off. A few more people burst into laughter. A flash of surprise flashed under Chu Ming's eyes. They actually know Chenhao? Then how come you don't recognize me? But Chu Ming didn't bother to think about it. Now he only feels that teasing these fools in Star Island is really too much fun. Hot. Holding the mentality of the lazy people, Chu Ming continued to pretend to wave his hand and said, Harm, Yuzhou, small city. On this level, nothing strange. Yo, older brother, you're still pretending? Shui Hongfa's voice tone raised and he laughed even more happily. Ha ha ha, but I like you like this. It's too much to my liking. The few people around them were also all smiling, completely treating Chu Ming as one of their own. Oh right, Shui Hongfa suddenly thought of something and asked, Older brother, still don't know your name. What's your name? Chu Ming said, Oh, my name is Jibo Chu. Shui Hongfa laughed out loud. In the future, you will follow Brother Shui. I'm definitely going to go to 2 universities. You go directly to the capital to attend an ordinary university. Brother will definitely cover you. Chu Ming, thank you big brother. Ha ha ha, you're too polite. Old brother Chu, all buddy. On the high platform. Silence. It's Cambridge tonight. Everyone was filled with consternation. What's going on? How did Chu Ming run over to the candidates from the Star Continent, and so well acquainted with the candidates of Morningside First High School? They're even familiar enough to hook up. Did. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, everyone on the high platform looked at Chang, the principal of Morning Glory No. 1 Middle School, in unison, with different thoughts. Principal of Yuzhou City, this dude is bullish. Starting so fast? Scooped up Chu Ming, the No. 1 in Sichuan Province, without saying a word? Principal of Starling City, Cripes, hands off. Although Chu Ming's future was in doubt, but after all, with a battle strength of 2,000, he could be in the top 10 among the candidates in the Star Continent. Definitely take good grades in the high school exams and bring honor to the school. What principal wouldn't want him? Li Huayu's eyes gradually widened as he pointed at Chang and shouted angrily. How many meanings? How many fucking meanings do you have? Sneaking around and digging up our Beishan middle school students? Chen Xiuyuan also frowned in displeasure. Chang, you're going a bit too far. Chang, huh? I can't get a fucking thing. The first round of competition in the showcase tournament ended quickly. Candidates from Yuzhou City, as long as they were matched with candidates from Xingzhou City, the win rate wasn't even 30%. It was surprising that the difference in strength between the same ranks was so great. The disparity in educational resources is brought into sharp relief. The candidates from Yuzhou didn't look too good. Grass. The same as Black Iron 6 paragraphs. I fucking even 600 average war power did not reach. The opposite side 660 war power. I'm going to play a Koan bar ah. He. I cultivate a first grade low rank spirit skill, and the opposite side directly casts a second grade high rank spirit skill. So what the hell? Directly cast it. It's a good thing the opponent I was matched with was also from Yuzhou City. Otherwise it would have been impossible to fight. It's over. I feel that the people who can enter the top 100 in our Yuzhou are afraid that there are not even 10 of them. Their faces are numb with shame. It's okay. We still have the Chu God to back us up. Most of the candidates in Yuzhou are sighing and spitting mad. And as opposed to that, the faces of the candidates in Xingzhou City were all smiles. Family, the joy of frying fish. Who understands? Some of the Star Continent candidates with poorer character directly began to taunt, even giving the middle finger to the Yuzhou side from 200 meters away. The candidates in Yuzhou City were instantly enraged and began to greet their parents affectionately through the air, though it was too far apart and the scene was too noisy for either side to hear what was being said on the other side. But the atmosphere of the scene was certainly becoming harmonious and friendly. Ha, there's a rush. They're in a hurry. The defense is broken. The Yuzenauts have broken the defense. Vegetables, just practice more. Before was before, now it's sick. Listening to some of the taunts in my ears, Chu Ming had an odd expression, not quite able to understand the mentality of these people. Frying fish is just like frying fish. Why are you mocking people? What a strange sense of superiority. After, Chu Ming didn't see his own number in either the second or third round of the competition list. Instead, Shui Hongfa went on the field once, and he was matched with an opponent who was a Bronze 2-stage candidate from another school in Star Continent. With his 2,500 battle power, he had actually lost. And, near crushed, the opponent merely released a purple fireball that looked flat. Shui Hongfa coalesced a huge ice shield to try to fend it off, but it was instantly shattered, and the powerful impact nearly knocked him out of the ring before he directly conceded defeat. What dumb luck. When he came back, Shui Hongfa's face was dark and he cursed. How come I was matched with Gao Chun in the first game? This pussy battle power is almost 3,100. I'll play a rally. Harm. It's okay, brother Shui. It's just bad luck. We'll definitely win the next game. Right. This Gao Chun guy is too perverted. We won't compare with him. A few good brothers rushed up to comfort them. Chu Ming was curious. Who is Gao Chun? Shui Hongfa and the others were stunned and looked at him incredulously. No dude. You're a Star Continent native and you don't even know Gao Chun? Chu Ming frowned and suddenly remembered. Oh, Gao Chun ah. It's one of the few most awesome geniuses in our class, right? That's for sure. Shui Hongfa didn't give it much thought and went along with the words. Of the candidates in our Star Continent's current term, the only ones with a battle strength of more than 3,000 are Gao Chan and Feng Xiong. Simply perverted. They're both Bronze 2nd stage. What makes them reach the average battle power of Bronze 3rd stage? Another person also said, damn, these two pussies' enlightenment is really bullish. It said that Gao Chen practiced a 3rd grade low-grade spirit skill to the 3rd level when he was in his 2nd year of high school, and now it's estimated that it must have already been the 4th level, or else it wouldn't be possible for him to break 3,000 battle power. F***CK. What heaven-defying enlightenment. There's no way I could have practiced a spirit skill to the 4th level in my life. Yes. If this kind of person was born in the capital, I'm afraid that his battle power wouldn't be 4 or 5,000 by now, right? Definitely. A-class talent coupled with heaven-defying enlightenment. It's a first-rate genius even in the capital. The others chimed in. Chu Ming glanced at them and didn't say anything. A third-grade spirit skill practice to the 4th level is a heaven-defying enlightenment? Then what's the pinch of me practicing a 5th-grade spirit skill to the 9th level? Not only that, but I'll be able to extrapolate it to the 10th and 11th heavens later on. This kind of person, I generally call them wall hangers. At this point, the 3rd round of the competition ended, and on the screens around the room, the rolling list for the 4th round began to scroll up. Ring 18, number 695 versus number 1145, bronze 2. See this list. A lot of people had question marks popping up over their heads. That's not right. Number 1145 is Chu Ming, right? How come the rank on it is bronze 2? I also remember that number 1145 is Chu. What does this mean? The matching system made a mistake? Hiss. Could it be that the examiner group feels that with our brother Chu's battle power, matching by rank is unfair, so it directly matched by battle power? Reasonable and reasonable. 2000 battle power is the average battle power of bronze 2. Matching bronze 2 opponents in Ganges. Reasonable my ass. Chu Ming only has a battle power of around 2000. Probably less than 2000. The bronze 2 stage over on the star continent has a battle power of over 2100. It's not fair at all. A murmur went up among the candidates in Yuzhou City. Gu Yueshi frowned slightly, unable to help but feel worried. There were no bronze 2 stage candidates on Yuzhou's side, which meant that the opponent Chu Ming was matched with was bound to be from Xingzhou City, without using spiritual power. Can he beat it? Gu Yueshi didn't have a clue in her heart. Chu Ming's specific battle power was unknown to anyone. It was only through his performance in the last 3 models that everyone estimated that his battle power should be around 2000. If this is his real combat power, meet the Star Island's bronze 2nd stage. It is still a bit hanging. After all, those 8 bronze 2 stage geniuses from the star continent all had battle strengths above 2100, and there were even 2 that broke 3000, which was truly terrifying. And in the meantime, the candidates on the star continent side also set off an uproar. 659? This is Leuan, right? Who's number 1145, across the street? I can't get to it. It's not right. Is it? How do I remember that number 1145 is a Black Iron 8 Dan? Yeah, I remember that too. Whatever, Leuan's great god is awesome. I love Leuan. I love to jerk off too. The name Leuan was a bit F***ed up, but this person's strength was quite impressive, with 2300 battle power, ranking 6th among all candidates in the star continent. This isn't right? Shui Hongfa was confused. Shu Laodi, aren't you a Black Iron 8 Dan? How did you get matched with Leuan? There's something wrong with the matching system, isn't there? Chu Ming faintly said. Oh, no. Actually I'm the bronze 2 stage. I got it wrong just now. Shui Hongfa was even more confused. How can that be? He knows all the bronze 2s in this class in Star Island. I've been stuck at the bronze segment for half a year, and I just broke through not long ago. Chu Ming didn't move and explained. Maybe I made a mistake filling it out when I reported my new rank, and it was recorded for me as Black Iron 8th segment. Is that so? Shui Hongfa scratched his head, feeling a little off. There were more than 50 bronze section candidates in the star continent, and he definitely didn't know everyone, so Chu Ming's statement was reasonable. But how does it feel like there's something weird going on? A few other people were not suspicious, just full of shock. Crap. No wonder that Chenhao surrendered just now. He was scared by the fluctuation of your bronze 2 stage spiritual energy. Wow, you're just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? I can't believe you're a bronze level 2 big brother. What old brother Chu? We'll have to call brother Chu here. Not bad for South Park High School. I heard you guys had several bronze section bigwigs back then, right? What are you bringing this up for, Chu brother? It's called a blessing in disguise. Seeing that a few good buddies didn't suspect a thing, Shui Hongfa also quickly dispelled the few oddities in his heart and looked at Chu Ming with some concern. Older brother Chu, you've just broken through the bronze 2 stage not long ago. Your battle power must not have reached 2100, right? It's a bit difficult to deal with Leuan. Chu Ming was unimpressed. It's fine. It's just Leuan. I do it every day. Easy to take. Chu Ming quickly made his way to ring 18, looking across the room at the teenager with thin, gaunt cheeks and 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. Chu Ming sighed in his heart. It's true that people are just like their names. Who are you? Leuan looked at him in confusion and wondered. Aren't they matching the same level? He also didn't remember that there was this person within the bronze 2 stage candidates of the star continent. Oh, I just promoted to bronze 2 not long ago. Chu Ming still had this excuse. Oh, brother, then you'd better admit defeat. Just promoted how to fight me? Leuan spread his hands. Anyway, for us, the city exams are meaningless at all. It's better to save our stamina for the national exams later. Chu Ming was unimpressed and said, it's fine. My stamina is quite good. Not as weak as yours. Leuan. He felt himself insulted. Because of his abstract name and appearance, Leuan was often teased by his classmates as Brother Void when he was a child. And Chu Ming's words were like poking him in the sore spot. Damn. Pretty cheap mouth. Ha! Leuan was instantly enraged. His spiritual energy violently erupted. A burst of black mist like ink surged out from his body, and a shadowy and terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire ring. A-rank talent. Shadow Canopy. Paired with some sort of darkness-based third-grade low-grade magic skill, the spiritual energy aura of the bronze second stage erupted out with an appalling might. Many of the candidates who saw the scene through the big screen were sweating a little through the screen, not daring to imagine how horrible it would be if it was Self who was facing Leuan directly. I'm super. Chogo Jeopardy. The Yujo candidate's hearts thumped. Leuan sneered. Humph. I advise you to hurry up and explode your spiritual energy to protect yourself, or be careful of being fucked to death by me. Oh, okay. Chu Ming glanced in the direction of the high platform without leaving any traces, and after hesitating for a moment, he still slowly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. Only a hint of it was mobilized. Peak silver level spiritual energy fluctuations flowed slightly. Leuan was suddenly silent. What's wrong? Come on and fuck me. Chu Ming wondered. Leuan put away his spiritual power and whispered. Teacher, it's illegal to impersonate a student for the college entrance exam. Chu Ming, ? I'm a student. I don't believe it. This you have to believe. I can't really trust this one. It's a good thing I practiced the spiritual power technique, or else I'd be in deep trouble. A few drops of cold sweat overflowed from Leuan's forehead, and his heart was shocked and skeptical. He could clearly perceive that the spiritual power fluctuation of this person across the street was by no means at the bronze level. It was bound to be above silver. Isn't this entrance exam a bit sloppy this year? How is it that even silver-level people are mixing in and posing as candidates? Chu Ming was also speechless. Worthy of being a big city, it was actually so easy to run into a student who had cultivated the spiritual power technique. Leuan hurriedly whispered. Teacher, don't worry. I won't dismantle you. Don't hit me. I'll just admit defeat directly. Chu Ming frowned. No, you have to beat me. It's too strange to have 2 consecutive matches where your opponent concedes. The Leuan people are numb. What the hell is this? He glanced at the referee at the bottom of the ring, thinking that the other party's level is only bronze 8. Should not be able to save Self. There's no choice but to eat foodies. Alright, then I'll cooperate with your performance, and you can use your spiritual power again. Leuan said helplessly. Aha. Chu Ming nodded, then made a show of exploding his spiritual power. Boo! There was a loud bang. Leuan's figure directly rose up from the ring and smashed towards the outside of the ring at an extremely fast speed. In mid-air, Leuan's face changed wildly as he pointed at Chu Ming and roared in horror. Crap, so strong. Then with a bang, he ruthlessly smashed into the ground outside the ring, spewing out a mouthful of blood and passing out. The referee sprang to his feet, horrified. Doctor, quickly call a doctor. There's a candidate here who was shocked by his opponent's outburst of spiritual energy. At the same time, he glanced at Chu Ming, who was dumbfounded in the ring, with a horrified heart. This candidate, he actually shook his opponent, who was also at the bronze 2 stage, off with just an outburst of spiritual energy? It even shook his opponent right out of the ring, spitting blood and passing out. Crap, how outrageous must his battle power be? It wouldn't be one of the 2 candidates from the Star Continent who broke the 3,000 battle power, would it? And at the same time, all the people in the arena who were paying attention to Ring 18 had their eyes wide open, looking directly dumbfounded. Yuletide candidate, huh? Star Island candidate, huh? Chenhao Yuan and the others? Shui Hongfa, ego fuck. His eyes were wider than Takayuki's, and he couldn't believe what Self was seeing. Leuan's battle power was only 200 lower than his. Shui Hongfa didn't even dare to say that he could win against his opponent steadily. After all, in a real battle, winning or losing wasn't purely based on the extreme battle power value, but also had to take into account battle experience and skills, proficiency in spirit techniques, and the restraining relationship between talents, and so on. I had thought that this Chu old brother, who had just broken through the bronze 2 stage, and whose battle power was most likely less than 2,100, would definitely fight quite hard against Leuan. Results. No, this is not scientific. Shui Hongfa was shocked and confused. Fighting at the same level, simply relying on the impact generated by the burst of spiritual energy to send the opponent flying. Then how awesome must the quality of his spiritual energy be? At least, least one of the third-grade middle-rank techniques must be cultivated to the 4th level, right? Several people next to him were filled with shock. Crap, can't it be that our Chu brother's enlightenment is so unbelievable? Bullshit, it's really just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, isn't it? To take down Leuan so casually, then his battle power must have broken 3,000, right? There's still this kind of genius in Xingzhou? Nanyuan Middle School is hiding it quite deeply. A few people gasped in shock. At that moment, a number of people in the neighborhood leaned over, full of curiosity and asking questions. Brother Shui, do you guys recognize the guy who fought against Leuan? Yeah. Which school is he from? I don't think it's our Cinnabar Creek First High School, right? No way. Where in our school does such a bully exist? When Shui Hongfa and the others heard these words, they were not only a bit smug. I didn't realize that they had inadvertently met such an awesome genius. Now there's another bragging right. Shui Hongfa smiled smugly. Ha, you don't even know him? Ji Bacha from Nanyuan Middle School. The next few people also couldn't help but brag. What? You guys haven't even heard of my brother Chu's great name? That's just broke through the Bronze 2 stage and was able to easily win against Leuan. Such an awesome genius. You guys actually don't know about it? No way, no way. You guys don't even recognize Chu? In the past, Brother Chu was pretty awesome when he was at the Bronze 1 stage. You guys wouldn't just focus on Bronze 2nd stage geniuses, right? The group of people gathered around were all dumbfounded. Jabal Chu, a genius from South Park High School? I've heard about it. Doesn't this school send them all? But, since Shui Hongfa, the first genius of Chenhao, 1 middle school, said so, it must not be false, right? Oh so it's Chu. I know, just didn't think of it for a moment. Right. I told you, no wonder it looks so familiar. So it's Ji Bachu. Bullish, Brother Chu is awesome. And at this point, the candidates on Yuzhou's side were dumbfounded. Almost dead silence. The vast majority of them were paying attention to Chu Ming's ring. In the last second, he was still appalled by the aura that Leuan had erupted, thinking that Chu Ming was mostly hanging on. Results next. Hoo took off straight away. 2,000 battle power? That's 2,000 fucking battle power? Chenhao stared incredulously. That's not even 2,000 fucking battle power. Just by exploding his spiritual power, he shocked Leuan, who had a battle strength of 2,300, until he vomited blood and passed out. That's at least 4,000 or 5,000 battle power, right? So that Chu Ming didn't use his full strength in the third model? Thinking of this, Chenhao's steel door shrank, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. It's a good thing self-admitted defeat just now, otherwise the waifu would have to be taken out by Chu Ming. Is his true battle power even this high? Gu Yueshi's pink little mouth opened slightly, which can be completely used to, right wrongly. In short, it's just dumbfounded. Xiao Chuanbo on the other side also exclaimed out. Crap, worthy of being my brother Chu. Not bad for a man who can handle his own ex-girlfriend. It's simply strong and scary. What else can't he do? Even if Chu Ming directly fucked Chenhao Yuan to death with a single punch right now, Xiao Chuanbo wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. At this point, the candidates in Yuzhou City finally came back to their senses and erupted into a series of crouching sounds. Crap, is Chu Ming so fierce? I'm super. You didn't even use a spirit technique, and you erupted a spirit power and secured a Bronze 2nd stage? Unbelievable. I'm super. My brother Chu definitely hit his strength in the third mode. This definitely has 3,000 to 4,000 battle power. I overtook Chu Ming. On the high platform, Chenhao Yuan, Lu Qing, a group of principals, as well as the enrollment teachers, all revealed unbelievable expressions. Equally shocked. Hiss. Chenhao Yuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air, almost causing the people around him to choke to death. Shocked, he said, this kid actually hit a lot of strength? Wait, Li Huayu didn't hold back his speculation. Minister Chen, do you think it's possible that it's Chu Ming's battle power that has improved again during this period of time? When these words came out, the atmosphere on the high platform instantly froze. The principals looked at each other with horror in their eyes. I have to say, it's indeed possible. If that's true, doesn't that mean this kid has really mastered the use of the Universal Trader? Crap, that would be anticlimactic. Nope. Lu Qing suddenly opened his mouth, his brows furrowed as if he had sensed something wrong. Everyone looked at him in unison, and Chenhao Yuan hurriedly asked, General Lu, what's wrong? Did you perceive something? Chu Ming didn't use any spiritual power at all just now, Lu Qing said in a deep voice. It was that Leuan who used his own spiritual power to send himself flying. Chenhao Yuan, huh? Numerous principles? Everyone sounded confused. What does that mean? What does it mean? Leuan's early downfall from playing a fake game? What do you mean? Your Yuzhou candidates are colluding with our Star Continent candidates to play a fake tournament? A principal of a Star Continent was filled with confusion. That's not right either. This combined municipal exam was decided on an ad hoc basis. How could Chu Ming and Leuan conspire together in advance? Could it be that they know each other before? Everyone on the high platform was confused and didn't really understand what was going on for a while. After a few moments of silence, Chenhao Yuan tentatively opened his mouth and asked, General Lu, then do we need to call Chu Ming and Leuan up for questioning? Lu Qing pondered for 2 seconds, but shook his head. No need. Let's see what happens again. At those words, the crowd was even more confused. What do you mean? Blatant collusion and cheating doesn't matter? This city exam is too chicken sloppy, isn't it? However, the principals only dared to spit in their minds. In the face of a gold-level divine cultivator from the army, they didn't dare to go against each other's words, so they could only remain silent and wait to see what would happen. What no one noticed was, Lu Qing silently watched Chu Ming in the crowd. His spiritual power deadlocked on him, the bottom of his eyes filled with a look of astonishment and uncertainty. Just now, when Leuan was sent flying out of the ring, Chu Ming really did not use his spiritual power. However, there had been a very slight hint of psychic energy released when he first stepped into the ring. Lu Qing's spiritual power was keenly aware of it. At the time he was taken aback. Chu Ming's spiritual power fluctuation seemed to be at the peak of the silver rank? Impossible. A month ago he was only at the black iron 8th stage. How could he reach the silver peak so quickly? Raised 2 whole big realms. Lu Qing was filled with disbelief. Even if this kid really grasped the use of the 10,000 realms trader, and was able to trade things useful for cultivation from the 10,000 realms of the heavens many times over, it's not that much of a boost, is it? Even if it was a few other S-class talent awakened in the Dragon Kingdom, they were far from such an outrageous upgrade speed. If this is true, then this talent of Chu Ming's would by no means be S-ranked. It must be in existence above the S-class. The world has never been born. Therefore, Lu Qing was truly incredulous, and was even wondering if his own spiritual perception was wrong. After all, just now Chu Ming had only used a trace of spiritual energy, and with such a distance, there were still countless spiritual energy fluctuations interfering within the field. It's really possible to perceive wrong. Lu Qing could only choose to wait and see what happened, waiting for Chu Ming to take the field next. On the other side of the admissions teacher's seat, Zhou Ruowang's hanging heart was finally put down when she heard what Lu Qing had just said. Scared the shit out of him. He had really thought just now that Chu Ming's S-rank talent could be used again. If this is true, wouldn't I have offended an extremely heaven-defying supreme genius? Mustn't be expelled from KYU on the spot. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. Turns out that kid just conspired with that Leuan to cheat. Zhou Ruowang took a long breath of relief, and was truly shocked. But for some reason, his heart was inexplicably a little uneasy. An illusion. It must be an illusion. And at this point in time, among the candidates of the city of Xingzhou, Chu Ming. No, it was Jibo Chu whose name had spread rapidly with lightning speed. Leuan was, after all, one of the top 6 candidates in the Star Continent, and was already notoriously famous. Instead, Chu Ming defeated him with a devastating force. The candidates from the Star Continent were naturally incomparably curious while being shocked and asked around. Brothers, I've inquired from the side of Morningside First Middle School. The guy who defeated Leuan is Ji Bachu from South Garden Middle School. Are you sure? Isn't there only one test life down at South Park Middle School? Can't it be a coincidence that it's him? Surely, everyone else died and he's the only one who survived. So there must be something special about him, right? It's definitely him. Yeah, I've heard about it too. This Ji Bachu was awesome. When he was in the bronze section, he crushed the entire senior class of Nanyuan Middle School. You guys have actually just heard of my brother Chu's great name? I've known about it for a long time. I even had dinner with him 2 months ago. How can you blow off a meal? Laugh your ass off. I've never even said that Chu and I are distant relatives. Crap. Bullshit, brother. Can you introduce Chu and I to each other? Hiss. Chu this name. And Leuan's level of abstraction is not comparable. A remote corner of the Star Continent where the candidates gathered. Upon hearing the crowd's comments, a slim teenager with a haggard face who looked to be in a poor state of mind. The person was dumbfounded. Jabelchu? He's the only survivor of his senior year at South Park High School? Then, who am I then? Am I a human being or not? Am I human or not? So I'm dead. Gradually, the vast majority of candidates in Xingzhou City talked about Ji Bachu. Chu, well, I've heard about it a long time ago. Oh, at that time when Leuan matched Chu, I knew he had a way to take his death. Crap, Chu is really awesome. I've been following him for 3 years. You guys don't know. He was, in his freshman year of high school, What? My brother Chu actually broke through to bronze too? Crap. Then with his heaven-defying enlightenment, his battle power must be over 3,000. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my brother Chu. Now we have another genius in Star Continent who can be 100% accepted by the two universities. That little group of trashing Yujo are probably already dumbfounded. Aren't they? Ha ha ha. As Chu Ming stepped out of the ring, only just after walking into the gathering place of the Star Continent candidates, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Oh Chu is awesome. Brother Chu, I really didn't misjudge you. Cowardly. Brother Chu, I've worshipped you for 3 years. Can we take a picture? I knew Chu could securely take down Leuan. Cowardly. A group of people roared enthusiastically, as if they were Chu Ming's 10-year-old fans. Chu Ming. He looked around in bewilderment, then turn around and walk away. Sorry, wrong place. Chu Ming's heart was strange. He remembered that self was heading in the direction of the Star Continent. At that moment, someone behind him suddenly roared. Big brother Ji Bachu, I think you can definitely compete with Gao Chen for first place. I'm rooting for you. Right. I also think Chu is better than Gao Chen. Chu Ming, ? Nope, doesn't seem wrong. Chu Ming turned around again and confusedly scanned the crowd. More or less in a daze. What happened? I've only been gone less than 10 minutes. How is it that as soon as he came back, he became the idol of all the Star Continent candidates? Subsequently, Chu Ming was in a daze, surrounded by the enthusiasm of the crowd, and inexplicably returned to the location of Morning Glory No. 1 Middle School. Ha ha ha, older brother Chu, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Too strong. Shui Hongfa greeted him with a big smile and hooked shoulders with Chu Ming in a good brotherly manner. The people around him immediately cast astonished and envious gazes at him. Shui Hongfa actually knows Chu so well? It's true, geniuses are all in a circle. And those Star Continent candidates who were still a bit skeptical of Chu Ming's identity, seeing this scene, also instantly dispelled their doubts. Shui Hongfa was a top 5 ranked candidate in the Star Continent, and had been in the Bronze 2 stage for a long time, so his reputation was naturally great. Shui Hongfa and Ji Bachu were so familiar with each other. They are hooking shoulders. It looks like they have known each other for a long time. I actually didn't even recognize Chu before? It's too insular, isn't it? No way. I definitely can't be seen by the others. Certain people secretly thought in their hearts, and then also started shouting with adoration, Chu is awesome. On the other side, the Yujo candidates were cheering, Chu Ming is awesome. Candidates from both cities, at this point, reached a sense of solidarity. Chu Ming scratched his head in the crowd, still a bit confused. It just feels like the world is too upside down. On the high platform, the group of people had a clear view of everything that was happening below. Lu Qing, Chen Xiuyuan, Yuletide Principles. Principles in Starland, 0. Oh, silence. Silence is the city test tonight. What happened? The principal of a Star Continent rubbed his chin in deep thought. Look at this. Meaning, everyone in Star Continent knows Chu Ming. Only they, the principals, don't, right? Suddenly, the crowd seemed to think of something. Eyes gathered in unison again on Shen Chang, the principal of Morning Glory No. 1 Middle School. Chu Ming was obviously most familiar with Shui Hongfa and the others from Chensi No. 1 Middle School. Case solved. Principal Shun, you acted quite like that just now, didn't you? This you still dare to say that you didn't dig Chu Ming? Li Huayu was furious. The principals of Xingzhou also cast a marvelous look at Shin Chang. Old brother's acting skills are pretty awesome. ? Shin adult or stupid, itm really nothing to yes. Well, can't we trust you? Got it. We all got it. The corner of Shin Chang's eye twitched. What do you guys know about it? Chen Xiuyuan's face didn't look too good. Shin Chang, digging up students from other cities without authorization is a violation of the law. You're quite bold, aren't you? No, Shin Chang was almost anxious. Minister Chen, I really didn't dig. Don't believe I'll call Shui Hongfa and the others up for questioning now. Li Huayu snorted coldly. Colluded long ago, didn't you? Shen Chang, itm grasped it up, just as the atmosphere on the high stage was getting more and more out of place. Lu Qing spoke up. Alright, Shin Chang really didn't dig Chu Ming. This is a misunderstanding. The principals were dumbfounded, especially Li Huayu. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he looked at Lu Qing. What the hell? How can you say it's a misunderstanding when the evidence is so overwhelming? It can't be a misunderstanding if the fucking God of heaven is here. Not. What kind of person is this Shin Chang? How dare even General Lu be recognized as harboring him? The crowd didn't dare to speak at once, and their eyes changed as they looked at Shin Chang. I didn't realize a district principal had such a background. This high school exam, the water is too deep. Shen Chang, I'll fuck you up. An eerie silence ensued on the high platform again. Lu Qing frowned. He had just heard the discussion between the Star Continent candidates through his spiritual power, and had roughly figured out what had happened. Well, is even more outrageous. The world really is a giant straw man. And on the other side of the audience, Wang Hongmei, teachers at North Hills High School? The group was also in a state of disarray. Crap, no wonder Chu Ming doesn't come to school for a month. He's actually been scooped up by a school in Star Continent. In just 1 month. Surprisingly, he's famous in Star Continent. A teacher came to a sudden realization and was shocked. Wang Hongmei froze, then became furious. How can he be like this? It was clearly our Beishan Middle School that nurtured him. He actually ran away to a school in Star Island? Simply a white-eyed wolf. Just now, at the moment when he saw Chu Ming use his spiritual power to shock Lu Guan away, while Wang Hongmei was stunned and dumbfounded, her heart couldn't stop the ecstasy from welling up in her heart. Chu Ming's battle power had actually improved. This means that it's possible for him to enter the 2 universities without any problems. My performance, there it is again. Results. The next second Wang Hongmei saw that Chu Ming was so popular among the candidates in Xingzhou City. All the Star Continent candidates were obviously familiar with him. The answer is already obvious. Chu Ming had long been scouted by the school in Star Continent, and it's already famous over in Star Continent. No wonder this kid stayed on the side of the candidates from the Star Continent as soon as he entered the examination center. Wang Hongmei felt like she understood everything, and her heart was burning with anger. In that case, wouldn't Self's performance be cut off by some teacher in the Star Continent? It's too much. I must go and get justice. Wang Hongmei really couldn't accept it, and with an angry cry, she got up and angrily walked in the direction of the high platform. The surrounding teachers looked confused and stared at each other. It's not right. Why does it feel like something's wrong? Who the fuck is messing with the plot here? Showcase matches are 5-minute rounds, and they go fast. Chu Ming was also quickly matched to his opponent for the 3rd game, which was actually number 514, which was Shui Hongfa. After all, there were only 8 or 9 bronze 2s in the entire field, and it was normal to be matched together. Fuck, what kind of pussy luck am I having? Shui Hongfa was humanly numb at the time. In the last game, he was matched with Gao Chen, who had broken 3,000 battle power, and was almost killed in a single move. And this one, Chu Ming and Shui Hongfa just went up and went through the motions, casually throwing a couple of wangbangs, not even using their spiritual energy, and then Shui Hongfa simply admitted defeat. What a sound battle. Chu Ming sighed. At that moment, the field set off an uproar. Directions for Yuletide candidates. Oh, easily taking down another bronze 2 from Star Continent. This is the Chu God. Ha ha ha, Star Continentals keep jumping. I'll see if any of you can beat the Chu God. Why is the Star Continent side so excited too? What are they shouting about? Damn. These idiots must be cursing Chushin. Star Island candidate directions. Ha ha ha. I knew Shui Hongfa would admit defeat. How could he possibly be Chu God's opponent? I think Chushin can definitely crush the entire field. Chu God is bullish. Give the people of Yuzhou a little bit of Star Continent shock. Why is the Yuzhou side screaming so loudly too? What are they screaming? Ha ha ha, must be looking at us. Star Continent, being so awesome and breaking our defense. Joy. Chu Ming didn't know what they were yelling about, but he could probably guess. Just now, he had already roughly understood what had happened on the Star Continent side, and his mind was quite messy. Wasn't it just teasing a few idiots? How did such a fuck up happen? Chu Ming was filled with speechlessness, but, feeling the adoring glances thrown across the room. Well, you don't say. Somehow I've become the idol of the whole audience, and I feel like I'm not poking at it. He earned another adoring cheer as he returned to the area of the Star Continent candidates. Soon, 6 hours passed. The exhibition match is finally over. Only a handful of 5 or 6 candidates during this period were favored by one of the admissions teachers on the high platform and were admitted on an exceptional basis. While this is a ridiculously small percentage, it proves that the exhibition match wasn't pointless, and saved at least 5 or 6 good prospects from being buried. Naturally, some people were happy and some were sad at the scene, but most of the candidates were still in a calm mood and had long since accepted this fucked up fact. Then the results of the exhibition match. Candidates are more excited to see the fun of qualifying afterward. Yuzhou's candidates were filled with anticipation. If Chu Ming took the first place in the city exam, he mustn't beat the faces of those people in Xingzhou. The candidates of the Star Continent are full of anticipation. Together with the emergence of Big Brother Jibo Chu, our Star Continent now has 3 people who have broken 3,000 battle power. There are even 5 or 6 who have more than 2,500 battle power. Later on, we will directly dominate the top 5 list. Show those little trash in Yuzhou what gap means. Finally, in the limelight, Chen Xiuyuan's voice once again rang out from the stadium's radio. The exhibition match is officially over. Congratulations to the several candidates who have been spotted by the admissions teachers of the major universities. I hope you can live up to the teacher's hopes. Candidates who weren't looked at don't have to lose their minds, after all. Alright, next the city exam will enter the second round of competition. All candidates above Black Iron 8th stage, please come up to the stage in order to test their battle power. Candidates who rank in the top 100 in terms of battle power will advance to the second round. The words fell. Boom boom boom. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, one of the rings suddenly bloomed with a bright and dazzling purple light. A huge spell formation was revealed, woven from countless tiny arcane runes, radiating a vast aura of spiritual energy. A shocked clamor instantly rippled through the arena. I'll go. Testing the spell formation? Bullish. Such a big deal? To actually test battle power directly with the use of a phalanx? It's not that bad, is it? Only a platinum level powerhouse with 1,000,000 battle power would use a spell formation to test their battle power, right? Where do we little trash need this? Is there a possibility that this stadium itself has this spell, which was used in passing, and was not specifically prepared for our city exams? Hiss. Makes sense. The candidates were surprised and amazed. The advanced testing method of testing spells, most of them have only seen it in textbooks and online, and this is the first time they have seen it for real. Crap, is this necessary? With less than 1,000,000 battle power, there's no way to use the testing spell formation, right? Shui Hongfa was also astonished. Well, it does seem strange, Chu Ming casually agreed, but he couldn't help but glance in the direction of the high platform. He had a feeling that this testing spell formation was most likely made specifically for self. Ever since the second match, Chu Ming had sensed that a powerful spiritual force had been firmly locking onto self. Who else could it be but Lu Ching, the god cultivator bigwig? It must be the trace of spiritual energy that self had just released in the ring that made the other party notice the abnormality, and desperately wanted to know self's bottom line. Chu Ming sighed slightly, somewhat helpless. There was still a chance that he could hide his self's spirit power level if he was using an instrument to detect it. After all, there were always loopholes in this instrument thing, and he just happened to know it. But the test spell, then there would be no way to hide. Even if only a trace of spiritual energy was used, the rank would be exposed. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have long been prepared to expose my spiritual power level. Besides, once my silver level is exposed, I guess I will be directly guaranteed the first place in the city examination, and I don't need to participate in the second round of the competition. Thinking of this, Chu Ming no longer hesitated, only that his mind was no longer as relaxed as before, and his consciousness was focused in the spirit ruin bead, ready to take out the forgiveness hat and put it on at any time. It's better to err on the side of caution, not to mention anything else. Among the people present, there was Lu Ching, a gold-level divine cultivator, who could absolutely control his own life and death. Once the spiritual power level was revealed, it meant revealing the matter of self being able to use his talent at will. A talent that could be traded for any item from the worlds of the heavens was able to be used at will, and had allowed self to rise from the Black Iron second stage to the peak of silver in just 1 month's time. This will definitely make anyone's eyes water. Chu Ming could completely imagine that at that time, there would definitely be strong people who would want to imprison self and then force self to help him trade things that were useful to him. If he didn't want to glean a wave of rewards from the city exams and high school entrance exams, he would never have taken the risk of coming to the test. Chu Ming knew very well that the more strength self exposed now, the more dangerous his situation might become. After all, self was only a few million battle power right now, which was at the platinum level, not to mention a patriarchal level with a battle power of 100 million. Just a diamond level powerhouse with a battle power of 10 million would be able to casually pin down self. Of course, that's without the use of Doryman props. Candidates who read their numbers, please step inside the testing spell formation for the battle power and spirit power level test. First one, number 713. Soon, an examiner's voice rang out over the radio. Not long after the words fell, a candidate from the Star Continent walked into the test formation and released his spiritual energy under the guidance of the formation master. The purple light of the testing spell array strengthened a few points, and countless purple rays danced wildly in the air, eventually weaving into a number 9. It meant that this candidate's spiritual power level was at the 9th stage of Black Iron. The formation master nodded expressionlessly and said, "Now unleash your strongest means of attack and strike at the center of the spell formation. You have 3 chances to take the highest battle value." The candidate nodded and nervously took a deep breath before his body's spiritual energy erupted and channels of golden light flowed over the surface of his body, eventually transforming into a pair of golden armor. Afterwards, he swung his fist violently at the center of the spell formation. Didn't make a ripple. The formation master said faintly, 989 battle force. Hearing this number, the candidates from the Star Continent didn't feel anything but ordinary. However, an uproar rose among the candidates in Yuzhou. Digging the groove? Almost broke 1,000. A random Black Iron Knight stage has a battle power close to 1,000? Damn. This group of forced real livestock in Star Continent. We have a total of 5 Black Iron 9 Dawn in Yuzhou, and except for Xiao Chuanbua and Gu Yueshi, their battle strengths are all only 900 out. This is entirely a gap in spirit techniques and feats, isn't it? Of all the candidates, there were a total of 258 who had a spiritual power level of Black Iron 8 or higher. Of these, 236 are in Xingzhou and only 22 in Yuzhou plus Chu Ming. Faced with such a huge and intuitive gap, the faces of the Yuzhou candidates were all a batch of ugly, so they could only expect Chu Ming to give them back some face. Next, candidates above the 8th stage of Black Iron entered the phalanx one after another for testing. The candidates from the Star Continent generally had battle power that exceeded the average battle power value by quite a bit, and Yuzhou has a few Black Iron 8th stage candidates. Their battle power is even only about 700, still a big difference from the average battle power value of 800. This in turn made certain people in Star Continent smug, once again giving a wave of middle fingers to the Yuzhou side. Until, that is, Chopper Shaw came on, Black Iron 9th stage, battle strength 1, 256? For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on the formation master's face as he looked Xiao Chuanbua up and down several times, and didn't hold back from asking, "You're an A-ranked Earth System talent, aren't you? What type? Elemental class?" Xiao Chuanbua scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "I am a B-grade talent. Class B?" The formation master was instantly shocked, and the word demon was written in his gaze towards Xiao Chuanbua. If the cultivation speed of an A-ranked talent awakened person was riding in an airplane, then the cultivation speed of a B-ranked talent was just a small car. Xiao Chuanbua could only cultivate a first-grade spell in a small place like Yuzhou, yet he had hardened himself with his B-grade talent to cultivate to the 9th stage of the Black Iron. Moreover, his attainments in spirit techniques were also apparently extremely high. While the average battle power of a Black Iron 9th stage was 900, he had broken 1,200. It was purely a matter of making up for the lack of talent with an unbelievable level of enlightenment. The formation master had no doubt that if Xiao Chuanbua had been born in a big city like Star Continent, his battle power would definitely have broken 3,000 at this point. "Classmate, were you spotted by any of the enrollment teachers in the exhibition match just now?" The formation master didn't hold back and asked. It would be a shame if such a demonic enlightenment was buried. "Oh, the enrollment teachers of Chuan University, Magic University, and Fudan University all approached me just now." Xiao Chuanbua revealed a bright smile. He was worried before that self wouldn't be able to get into a top university. "I didn't realize that after only one game in the exhibition tournament, he was immediately approached by admissions teachers from several top universities. Sure enough, gold always shines, right? Iron? Well, that's good. Go down." The array master sighed in relief. "Okay." And at this point, the mocking expressions on the faces of many Star Continent candidates froze, especially those candidates who were also at the 9th stage of Black Iron, but whose battle strength did not break 1,000. Their faces were as black as iron pans at this moment, feeling a bit ashamed to see others. What kind of fucking demon is this? In a small place like Yuzhou, it was still possible to break 1,200 with a Black Iron 9 Dan level battle power? Then if he's on the Star Island. Hiss. Shit. Pure monster. Next candidate. Number 2006. Please come up to the stage to test your battle power. At that moment, the radio came on again. The number, however, brought silence to the room. "It's Goken's turn." Shui Hongfa frowned, his face not looking too good. Obviously he was still a bit upset after being crushed by Gao Chen just now. Glancing at Chu Ming next to him, Shui Hongfa's face looked a little better and said in a cold voice, "Humph, Gao Chen counts as a parasite, right? Our Chu is the one with the highest battle power in the entire field, right? I estimated must be above 3,500. When the time comes, go up and scare Gao Chen to death." "That's right, I also think Chu is the most awesome. Gao Chen counts for nothing. Chu Xin is invincible." A few people next to him chimed in. Chu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly without saying anything. "Scared to death of Gao Chen? I'm going up there. And Goken won't be the only one who's scared." Then, with all eyes on them, a cold-looking teenager stepped into the formation. His body blossomed with purple flames of bizarre aura, and even at a distance of hundreds of meters, it gave countless candidates a sense of palpitations. Hiss. "Gao Chen, this guy cultivating still can't be a third-grade high-level technique, right? It feels like the quality of this spiritual energy is a bit exaggerated." "Ha, I guess so. I'm afraid this guy's base battle power is close to 2,000. There was a murmur among the candidates, with more or less a feeling of inferiority in their hearts. The sense of oppression that this overly excellent peer group had on these teenage girls was definitely much greater than that of Chen Yuan and the others on the high platform. After all, this kind of person was one they could barely surpass in their lifetime. Boom! The center of the spell formation suddenly blossomed into a huge fireball, as if a missile had exploded, but the firelight that rose up was purple, containing a treacherous and terrifying aura. A moment later, the formation master smacked his lips and spoke. Spiritual power level bronze 2. Battle power 3209. Instantly, the whole room was in an uproar. Crap, 3200, Gao Chen has improved again? I remember he just broke 3100 last month. Mud. What anticlimactic stuff. I'm in the same exam room as him? I don't deserve it. Grass. Reverse star continent? This then a hair ah? Seeing the results of this test, countless people had shocked faces. The corner of Xue Hongfa's eyes twitched crazily for several times. Damn. No wonder he was directly seconded by Gao Chen just now. It turns out that this pusher's battle power has been raised by more than 200 again. On the high platform, the faces of the principals in Yuzhou were not looking too good. The gap between the candidates on both sides was just too huge, and their faces were about to be lost. They all couldn't help but cast their eyes in Chu Ming's direction. They could only hope that this kid would be able to earn back some face for Yuzhou. Let's hope. The fight he and Leuan just had wasn't a fake match. Otherwise, 2,000 or so battles are really not enough. After another dozen or so candidates tested their battle power, a familiar number reappeared. Next candidate, number 1549. Please come up to the stage to test your battle power. This was another candidate from the Star Continent whose battle power had broken 3000. Feng Xiong. This guy and Gao Chun had been on par with each other in battle, and were known as this term's greatest generation twins by the people of the Star Continent. And now, Gao Chen's battle power had increased by more than 200 in a month's time. The Star Continent candidates couldn't help but be curious, and wondered if Feng Xiong's battle power had kept up with Gao Chen's progress. Soon, a teenager with a thin figure walked into the testing spell formation. The next moment, in the shocked gazes of countless candidates, Feng Xiong's body was surrounded by white light, and behind his back, he unexpectedly gave birth to 4 huge feathered wings composed of pure light, 10 meters long, and a sacred and pure aura spread out in all directions. Crap. A-rank light talent, wings of light. This is definitely the closest thing to an S-rank talent. Several handsomes. Handsome? Why do you look like a big fluttering moth? Hiss. It is said that these 4 light wings behind Feng Xiong's back are comparable in strength to a third-grade spirit weapon. This talent is really too outrageous. It belongs to being born with a spirit weapon of its own. Gao Chen can actually compete with this Feng Xiong guy for first place. It's also outrageous enough. As the candidates murmured, within the spell formation, the 4 light wings behind Feng Xiong slowly incited, and his figure floated up in the air. At the next moment, the 4 light wings violently closed and merged into a 10-meter-long light blade, carrying a strong milky white light that fiercely chopped down towards the center of the spell formation. Boom! A loud bang followed. The whole room fell silent. The spell formation was still intact. This was after all a spell formation that could test the strength of 1,000,000 battles. A bronze-level attack hitting it would be like a strawworm hitting a Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, the formation master's eyes widened violently as he looked at Feng Xiong in shock. He froze for half a second before announcing, Spiritual power level bronze 3, battle power 4115. The corner of Feng Xiong's mouth rose slightly as he turned to look at Gao Chen in the crowd. His eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. The greatest generation? That's a thing of the past. From today onwards, I, Feng Xiong, am Star Continent's well-deserved first genius. With that, Feng Xiong slightly twisted his head and looked towards Chu Ming on the other side, the disdain in his eyes becoming even more intense. However, he wasn't targeting Chu Ming, but rather all the candidates in the Star Continent. Ji Bachu, the dark horse that came out of nowhere in the Star Continent? Ha! A group of stupid. Yuzhou Chu Ming mixed in actually not a single person found, but also treat him as self-people. All these underqualified bottom feeders are really stupid enough. Feng Xiong was full of condescension, and after glancing at Chu Ming, he stopped paying attention with a cold snort and turned around to walk out of the testing spell formation. He admitted that from Chu Ming's performance in that match with Leuan just now, the battle power was definitely above 3,500, and it might even break 4,000 as well. However, Feng Xiong did not want to go and compete with Chu Ming. He knew very well that once that S-rank talent was able to be used at will, it was completely unreasonable. What was the difference between it and being open? Why bother trying to compete with a hanging wall? Therefore, Feng Xiong didn't care about Chu Ming's specific battle power and just treated him as if he didn't exist. However, others can't feel the same way. Ha, crap now. Feng Xiong has all nigh broken through the bronze 3 stage? Xue Hongfa looked dumbfounded and said in a shocked voice, and he should have just broken through not long ago, right? How did the battle power break 4,000? Not only him, the entire stadium, including everyone on the high platform. Almost all of them did not expect Feng Xiang to bring them such a big surprise. The battle power broke 4,000 at the high school. It had been more than 10 years since such an amazing genius had appeared in Star Island City. Put in the capital can be ranked in the city's top 200. Good. I didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply. What a big surprise for me. The principal of Feng Xian's school laughed out loud, elation written all over his face. The principals of several other star continents cast jealous glances at him, secretly hating that this kind of genius wasn't from their own schools. As for the principals of Yuzhou, it's already completely human numb. A student with 4,000 battle power. They would never be able to encounter it in their lifetime. It's so fucking fucked up. Could it be that the point of this municipal examination, our Yuzhou, is to be the companion of Xingzhou? The moment Feng Xiang's 4,000 battle strength tested out, the principals of Yuzmorgeologia have almost completely given up on the idea of getting their face back. Who else's battle power could be higher than Feng Xiang's? Chu Ming? Even if his performance in that match with Lu Guan just now was real, it only meant that it was possible for his battle power to break 4,000. Odds are it's only about 3,500. AI. It looks like our Yuzhou can only barely take second place. Chen Xiuyuan shook his head slightly inside in his heart. Only Lu Qing was silent. His spiritual power still deadlocked on Chu Ming, extremely eager to know the other party's spiritual power level. Finally, a few more candidates finished testing. Next, number 1145. Please come up to the stage to test your battle power and spirit power level. This voice on the radio came out. The whole place was instantly abuzz. Arrived, finally. Grass. After waiting for so long, Chushin is finally going to measure his battle power. I think his battle power is bound to be number 1. It's hard to say if Feng Xian did not test before. I also think so, but this forced 4,100 battle power is also too exaggerated. Yeah, it feels like there's a good chance that Chushin will only be able to take second. So what? Second is already awesome. Okay, don't forget. Chushin only just broke through the bronze second stage. Feng Xiang is already bronze 3. Hey. But ultimately it's a bit unpleasant. Obviously Chushin is the stable first. Who would have thought that a Feng Xiang would suddenly appear? At this moment, the hearts of an unknown number of people in the room lifted. The candidates from Yuzhou City were especially nervous. This was the only chance they had in Yuzhou to possibly regain their face. The candidates from the Star Continent were in a similarly apprehensive mood. Right now the ethos on the Star Continent side was to support Big Brother Jibo Chu. Naturally most of them hoped that Chu Ming's battle prowess would surpass Feng Xiang's. The trend is quite inexplicable, but even if something is incorrect, the more people who follow it, the more correct it is. Finally, in the limelight, Chu Ming walked out from the candidates of the Star Continent and came to the edge of the spell formation. He had an extra ducktail hat on his head, which was a bit odd, but not many people cared at this point. Well, enter the spell formation. The formation master gave him a slight nod. Aha! Chu Ming took a glance at the huge testing spell formation, and with a slight sigh in his heart, he raised his leg and walked in. He then released a trace of spiritual energy as instructed by the formation master. Yes, peak silver. Next test of combat power, please. The formation master perceived a moment and subconsciously spoke about the next process, but his expression gradually froze, suddenly realizing that something didn't seem quite right. It's not right. The formation master's face changed drastically, and he was about to say something. At that moment, Chu Ming had already swung a flat, unimpressive punch at the center of the formation. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the entire stadium, in the jaw-dropping gazes of countless people, only to see that the huge phalanx that all the candidates were unable to shake. Surprisingly, under this punch of Chu Ming's, it rippled slightly, spreading out in all directions as if it were water waves. Moment! The room fell into dead silence. Almost all the candidates looked dumbfounded. Some people even looked around in confusion, somewhat wondering if they had accidentally fallen asleep during the exam and were now dreaming. It doesn't fucking make sense. Not even scientific. This kind of test array was capable of testing millions of battle power values, attacks that make it ripple. It would have to be at least 100,000 or more battles to fight it, right? So, Chu Ming has 100,000 battle power? How is that possible? 100,000 battle power. That was already the average battle power of a gold segment spirit cultivator. Putting it inside a municipal spiritualism department, it was already a small top level. Even those principals in Yuzhou are only at the silver level. Ha! Gradually, the field resounded with an incomparable voice of astonishment, as if it were a meeting of ducks. At this time, this was the only word that could express the emotions in their hearts. This isn't right? With an expression as if he had seen a ghost, Shui Hongfa looked around at the gawking crowd and asked, "This must be a mistake in the spell formation. right? It must be a mistake, right? Ha ha ha. Sure, an 18-year-old gold level? Do you believe that? Do you believe this? Or do you believe that Jailda won the resurrection match? The few people around them were silent for a moment. One. It's not right. How could the test array go wrong? I've never heard of this thing going wrong. It's not like it's an instrument. Is it possible for it to have a bug? Suddenly, someone shouted out. At that moment, Shui Hongfa and the others fell silent once again, their heartbeats accelerating madly. Their eyes looking at Chu Ming and the spell formation were filled with unimaginable colors, more or less with a bit of strangeness. Of course they knew that the probability of making a mistake in testing the spell formation was simply lower than the probability of a geological hammer bursting a water droplet. This was, after all, a spell formation that could only be set up by formation masters with a mental power level of gold or higher, and the chances of making a mistake were just too small. It's just that they simply can't believe Chu Ming's test results. Since the recovery of aura, globally, the highest record of battle power for an 18-year-old was only 8623, and that record was set by that heavenly talent only after a year of college, and the highest recorded battle strength for the Gaoxue was a mere 6,897. So, what the hell is 100,000 battles? Does that make sense? Is this science? Grass. It's a crazy world, and the rat holds the cat down strong. No way. Feng Xiang's face turned white. His heart had long since lost the previous arrogance and brashness, leaving only a heart full of disbelief and horror. Although he had guessed that Chu Ming had a high probability of being able to use the Universal Trader at will now, then this S-rank talent would be almost equivalent to a plugin that couldn't be viewed with common sense. But to his death, he didn't expect that the hangout could be outrageous like this. What the fuck is this? It's nifty to have administrator privileges on straight away, isn't it? As for the candidates of Yuzhou, all of them were dumbfounded. One by one, their eyes were wider than a cowhide play, feeling that they were watching a science fiction movie. They who had just felt that Chu Ming might not be able to take the first place in the city exam. At this moment, the heart that was hanging in the air was finally completely dead. Well, don't worry about putting it too hard and just crashing and falling to your death. I'm super. Ming is afraid that he hasn't awakened to SSSSSS level talent, right? Xiao Chuanber's jaw dropped, suddenly realizing that this Universal Trader was definitely not just as simple as an S-class talent. Which S-class talent can break 100,000 battle power at the age of 18? Spiritual power level peak silver. Battle power. 130,000? The formation master muttered these words, somewhat skeptically surveying this formation that he had set up for himself, and muttered to himself, it shouldn't be. How could my formation have such a low-level problem? Chu Ming walked over and patted him on the shoulder and said, nothing went wrong. It's just that I've been growing my body lately and my strength is a little too great. Formationist. Well, it is indeed a billion points bigger. He could see that Chu Ming's punch just now, which barely utilized his spirit power, had actually struck a battle power of up to 130,000. What if it's all out? The formation master twisted his head around and looked Chu Ming up and down with the gaze of a monster. After pondering for a long time, he said in a serious tone, brother, where did you learn this disguise? Pretending to be a student for the college entrance exam is a crime. I advise you to turn yourself in. Chu Ming was speechless and didn't bother to talk to him anymore, lifting his leg and heading out of the spell. At this time, however, a strong voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chu Ming, I'm Major General Lu Qing of the Southwest Military Region. Please come to the high platform. I'm looking for you for something. It was obviously a mental voice transmission. Chu Ming's heart condensed, and he looked up to the high platform, just in time to meet Lu Qing's inexplicable gaze, and he was helpless in his heart. What's coming is coming after all. Let's hope it doesn't interfere with self's reward for taking first place in the city exams. Chu Ming sighed and touched the hat on his head before he walked in the direction of the high platform with confidence. It doesn't matter. If there's danger, the big deal is to run. On both sides, the candidates from Yuzhou and Xingzhou, all of them looked at him in unison, but not many of them spoke at all. The stadium was unprecedentedly quiet. If Chu Ming had fought a 5,000 battle power, they would have absolutely boiled over in an instant, frantically shouting, Chu God is bullish. But the feeling brought to the candidates by the 100,000 battle power was no longer shock, but rather a shock and bewilderment of having their perceptions shattered. It's like a test taker in an ordinary person's physical education exam who suddenly rises up to the sky, jia, and laughs, me, PE student. It makes sense that a bit of precipitation would be stepping into the air and flying, doesn't it? Well, there's no longer any way to describe it other than the word outrageous. And at this time on the high platform, the expressions on the faces of the many principals were equally extraordinary. There has been a frantic pouring of cold air that is almost on the verge of causing global warming. On the other side of the admissions teacher's seat, Zhou Ruoan was frozen for almost 2 minutes before he suddenly sprang up from his seat, staring with bloodshot eyes, staring dead on at Chu Ming, who was walking towards the high platform not far away. There was only one thought in his mind: grass. This Chu Ming must die. Otherwise it's my fucking ass that's gonna die. Zhou Ruoan was sweating profusely by now, his heart terrified to the core. 18 years old to reach the gold level of combat power. Is there any suspense in achieving the transcendent level in the future? I'm not sure what I'm talking about. What kind of demon did I offend? If the leaders of KYU know about this, mustn't directly kill me to make amends to Chu Ming? Zhou Ruoan was completely flustered this time. Before, he had only wanted to give Chu Ming a lesson. But now, he had to have murderous intentions. Gold level battle power. As long as I can find an opportunity, I can definitely get rid of him. Zhou Ruoan, eyes full of chills, clenching the back teeth. Killing him did not expect. Self will be forced to kill to eliminate this step. Damn. Chu Ming, this little than pup is really damned. In front of everyone's horrified and bewildered eyes, Chu Ming walked up to the high platform and scanned the crowd. His eyes lingered on Wang Hongmei for a moment before looking at Lu Qing and asking, General Lu, what is it that you're looking for me for? Lu Qing got right to the point. I want to ask, what's up with your spiritual power level and battle power? Chenhao Yuan and the group of principals all stared at him dead on. Although they all already had the answer in their hearts, still they wanted to hear Chu Ming say it himself. It was traded with the 10,000 worlds trader. What else? Chu Ming said with his face as usual. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow and said, how did you manage to trade for it? 50 years ago the country consumed a huge amount of resources on another 10,000 realms trader, awakened. And it didn't complete even one useful transaction. Chenhao Yuan and the others were also extremely puzzled. This talent they all knew something about. As long as there was enough spiritual power, they could force transactions with any living being in the heavens and the worlds. But cannot determine the price of the transaction, which is tantamount to buying and selling by force. Which powerful being, in this situation, would be willing to put something useful out for trade? Chu Ming, however, had managed to trade for something that could raise his level and battle power so outrageously, and odds were that he had done more than just one trade. How the hell did he do that? Chu Ming faintly said. Secret. Lu Qing. Alright, he'd guessed that answer. Who would want to expose their biggest card? Lu Qing no longer asked any more questions, and abruptly, he jerked his head around and swept a glance at the surrounding principals. As expected, he saw flashes of greed and desire on the faces of several principals. Lu Qing's brows furrowed and he wanted to say something, but thought better of it and didn't open his mouth. He knew that it was human nature and simply unavoidable. The seductiveness of this talent of Chu Ming is too great. And the things he traded from the heavens and the worlds are not the only things he can use for himself. In just 1 month, it was elevated from Black Iron 2 to Silver Peak. Even Lu Qing had clearly perceived just now that Chu Ming had already condensed his spirit body and had reached the realm of minor accomplishment, just one step short of stepping into the gold level. More even, the punch that this kid had just thrown at the spell formation had barely utilized any spiritual energy. How high must his ultimate battle power be? 300,000? 500,000? Or 800? 000? Any number that was hard for Lu Qing to believe had already exceeded the average battle power of a peak silver level spirit cultivator by several times. This in turn meant that the grade of the spells and spirit techniques that Chu Ming cultivated were definitely extremely high, and the odds were that they had all been cultivated to the 5th level or higher. Just how many treasured artifacts has he traded through this gift? XL. It's unimaginable. Not to mention these principles, even Lu Qing himself was a bit moved. The current Chu Ming was undoubtedly facing countless potential dangers. Chu Ming, from now on, you're not allowed to leave my side. I'll personally escort you to the spirit cultivation headquarters in the capital. Lu Qing said seriously. Chu Ming frowned slightly and asked with feigned curiosity, General Lu, is the spirit cultivation headquarters necessarily safe? Of course, this is the highest authority in the country besides the military. Lu Qing replied without hesitation. Chu Ming nodded. That's right, it's so safe. Surely it won't be undercovered by someone from the Aurora organization to go in. Lu Qing. He glanced meaningfully at Chu Ming, suddenly realizing that this kid was definitely not as honest as he appeared. What are you doing here? The surrounding principals, too, looked at each other with odd expressions. Since the spirit cultivation headquarters had been established more than 100 years ago, it was true that people from the Aurora organization had gone in undercover several times, and among them, there was even a small high-ranking person at the patriarch level. Is the spiritualist headquarters absolutely safe? That's not necessarily true. Aurora, the country's largest evil asterisk organization, has been active for decades, and the state has been unable to eradicate it. The number of Aurora's members was small, only 200 or so, but all of them were elites, and not a single one of them had a spirit level that was lower than gold. There were also a dozen or so diamond-level powerhouses, as well as a patriarchal leader. The sheer magnitude of the power was completely comparable to the spiritual cultivation department of a large province. Moreover, Aurora seems to have the support of foreign forces behind it. It is also extremely sharp when it comes to information and intelligence. Trying to sneak into the spirit cultivation headquarters was not impossible to do, although it was also extremely difficult for them. So, are you thinking that spirit cultivation headquarters can't protect you? Lu Qing didn't have the good sense to say. Chu Ming froze. I also sister said I believe in the official 100% okay. General Lu, you can't slander me out of thin air. Lu Qing was speechless. This kid really doesn't leave anything to chance. After a moment of silence, he helplessly said, how about this? How about I directly take you to the Southwest Military Region? The military can definitely guarantee your safety. Chu Ming nodded thoughtfully. That's right, the military area is so safe. Surely it won't be undercovered by someone from the Aurora organization. Lu Qing, is this day over? He could see that this kid didn't trust anyone. He was just being overly fucking cautious, right? No, if you're so cautious, why are you still here for the entrance exam? Why don't you just find a place to hide and develop secretly? Lu Qing really couldn't understand Chu Ming's brain circuits, and after a long period of silence, he said helplessly to the extreme, then what exactly do you want? Chu Ming scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, General Lu, with my battle prowess, I should be able to secure the City Scholar and National Scholar, right? Of course, you don't have to continue the exam, the first prize will just be given to you directly, okay? It doesn't matter if you're a top student or not, give me the National Top Student Award first, thanks. Well, Lu Qing now knew the reason why he had come to take the entrance exam. It was reasonable, after all. The rewards for the top students of the National College entrance examination were extremely generous every year, and even a patriarch-level powerhouse would covet them. Last year's reward was a 6th grade low-grade spiritual skill, and with the difficulty of this year's college entrance exam increased so much, the reward must be even more generous. But, the rewards for the National Top Scholar have to go to the spiritual cultivation headquarters to receive them as well. Lu Qing was filled with helplessness. Fruity? Chu Ming looked suspicious, somewhat suspecting that he was trying to lure Self to the spiritual cultivation headquarters. If you don't believe me, go to Baidu. I heard that Baidu's encyclopedia can be modified at will. Lu Qing almost had 2 black eyes. Damn. And this little than cubs talking is really chicken child angry Seeing that Lu Qing was about to red warm up, Li Huayu hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Chu Ming why haven't you come to school for a month? Do you know how worried the principal is? At the same time, he was also trying to urgently make good relations with Chu Ming. Any fool could see how great Chu Ming's potential was right now, and it could even be called unprecedented. It was extremely possible to become a god realm in the future. Chu Ming froze, and subconsciously glanced at Wang Hongmei who was on the side. A touch of sadness flashed across his face. Lowering his head, he said, it's nothing, it's just that I don't want to come to school, and it's by no means because Mr. Wang scolds and insults me every day. Li Huayu froze for a moment, snapping his eyes wide open and raising his voice tone. What? Wang Hongmei's face changed. No, I didn't. Chu Ming panicked and said, Principal Li, don't be angry. I know that teacher Wang is also doing it for my own good. Other than the fact that she calls me stupid every day, tells me to get out of school, and says every day that she doesn't want to see me in school, she's pretty good in every other way. Li Huayu, Hongmei Wang.